Su-Yen, how are the preparations coming along? A young man clad in a white work uniform lifted his gaze toward the entrance, where a middle-aged man, his temples slightly grayed yet brimming with vitality, emerged from the elevator. General Wu, everything is ready. We are merely awaiting the auspicious moment. This time, we will undoubtedly capture it. You seem quite confident, but I hope you aren't trying to mislead me, as if I would dare deceive you. Besides, your confidence surely surpasses mine, Su-Yen replied with a playful grin. Indeed, it has been nearly 40 years since I first engaged with it. This time, success is the only option, General Wu asserted, his right hand making a subtle yet vigorous motion at his waist. Su-Yen straightened, his demeanor shifting from playful to serious as he stated, the Du-Pao space telescope has been calibrated to the precise angle. The moment it appears, we shall detect it immediately. At the mention of Du-Pao, his lips twitched involuntarily. He mused on how such an advanced space telescope bore such a mundane name. Of course, he refrained from voicing this thought, as the one responsible for the name stood before him. General Wu emphasized the spirit of revolutionary predecessors who triumphed with simple means, reminding them that they must employ their Du-Pao to secure a decisive victory in this first foray into space. The space station has also commenced manual observations. 2 interstellar motherships are in position, each equipped with 50 engineering vessels. All vessels are fully fueled and have switched to thrust mode, interconnected for seamless data exchange and autonomous coordination to adjust thrust direction and magnitude as needed. Excellent. This endeavor differs greatly from our attempts 35 years ago, which were merely exploratory failures. The challenge is significantly greater now, but with our contingency plans and advanced equipment, our chances of success are vastly improved. I look forward to toasting to your triumph. We shall not leave until intoxicated, General Wu boisterously declared to all the staff present in the hall. Agreed. The staff responded in unison, showcasing the quality of their training. General Wu, we still have over an hour until we can observe. Please take a moment to rest. Zhao Qing, escort the general to the observation lounge. Certainly. A striking young woman with a short fringe promptly stood to guide General Wu to the leadership observation area, thoughtfully pouring water for everyone. Meanwhile, Su-Yen resumed his diligent work alongside the other staff, plunging the hall back into a quiet yet fervent atmosphere. Report. The target has appeared. The tranquility of the hall shattered in an instant. Take your positions, observe data, calculate trajectory, compute speed. Su-Yen began issuing commands with remarkable composure. A faint bright line flickered on the screen, gradually revealing a small asteroid. It was evident that excitement surged among the staff. Report speed and distance. Currently at 48 million kilometers, velocity 19.87 kilometers per second. Within the margin of error, proceed according to our plan. Starship 1 will accelerate from the left, and Starship 2 will do so from the right. All engineering vessels must land on the asteroid within 240 hours. Starship 1 and 2 will accompany the asteroid throughout. Starship 1 acknowledged. Starship 2 acknowledged. 2 PAL, maintain observation space station. Continue monitoring. 2 PAL acknowledged. Space station acknowledged. The operator of the Du-Pao space telescope couldn't help but smirk slightly. After issuing a series of commands, Su-Yen approached General Wu, saluted, and reported, Comrade General, the trajectory and speed of asteroid B-52 are within our calculated error margins. We can proceed with the implementation plan. Please advise. Excellent. Execute the preparations as planned and secure it. Understood. We will capture it. Su-Yen's face, framed by glasses, bore a hint of tension as determination surged. Little Su, this asteroid is a treasure trove. We have been monitoring it for over 40 years, striving for its resources. The new elements it harbors could enable us to construct more starships and equipment for conquering space. Years ago, we only managed to extract a few dozen kilograms of its rock. Yet from that, we built Starship 1 and 2, along with 200 engineering vessels and 50 vessels of other types. If we can retain this 1-kilometer asteroid, we shall enter the space age, advancing human civilization further. General Wu said with heartfelt gravity, patting Su Yan's shoulder. Once the elevator ascended, Su Yan turned to Zhao Qing. Bring out the finest concentrated nutrient solution. Ensure every brother receives a sufficient supply and replenish as needed. We cannot afford to rest for the next month. Failure is not an option. Su Yan and his research team were part of the military, each member not only a technical expert, but also possessing formidable combat skills due to genetic modifications. Their team exhibited exemplary discipline and unwavering commitment. The hall fell silent once more, punctuated only by the sounds of keyboards, buttons, and the gentle hum of machinery. They awaited the completion of the engineering vessel's landings before moving on to the next phase of their plan. The focus of the entire hall was the rapidly moving B-52 on the screen, as both equipment and personnel operated in harmonious coordination. Su Yan stood near the center, fixated on the screen, leaning slightly forward as if striving to discern something elusive. Suga, do you think we will succeed this time? Is this asteroid truly significant? Zhao Qing inquired, standing beside him. 2 years younger than Su Yan, she found his serious demeanor at work contrasted sharply with his playful nature in private. She often turned to him for guidance, having long abandoned formal titles in favor of a more familiar address. I am contemplating the process by which we shall achieve this, as I firmly believe failure is not an option. As for asteroid B-52, it may very well alter our world and the fate of humanity. As he spoke, Su Yan leaned forward again, asking Zhao Qing, "Did you notice a flicker on the asteroid just now?" Zhao Qing shook her head in confusion. "Though faint, it appeared twice. I doubt I imagined it," Su Yan murmured, addressing Zhao Qing and seemingly speaking to himself. Starship 1, Starship 2, what is your current position? Report. Starship 1 is currently at 16.8 kilometers per second and is continuing to accelerate, nearing the rendezvous point with B-52. Report. Starship 2 is currently at 17.1 kilometers per second and is also accelerating, approaching the rendezvous point with B-52. Understood. Starship 1 and 2. Proceed according to the established plan. Starship 1 and 2 have not yet rendezvoused with B-52. That flicker appears unrelated to us. Su Yan continued to muse aloud. All personnel, focus on monitoring B-52's movements, particularly for any anomalies. After issuing his command, Su Yan remained motionless, his gaze intensified on a specific area of the asteroid displayed on the screen. The asteroid B-52 continues to advance at a remarkable velocity of 19.87 kilometers per second, drawing ever closer to Earth. The magnification of the ground-based telescope has been gradually reduced thus. While the size of the asteroid's image remains unchanged, its clarity has significantly improved. This peculiar asteroid boasts an irregular shape, neither perfectly round nor square, entirely enveloped in a dark hue, with a remarkably smooth surface devoid of dust and debris. From a distance, a small mountain-like protrusion is discernible near its center, while the other areas appear relatively flat. Starship 1, Starship 2, please report your positions. Starship 1 is currently traveling at 19.5 kilometers per second and will reach the rendezvous point in 10 minutes at a speed of 19.87 kilometers per second. Starship 2 is also traveling at 19.5 kilometers per second and will arrive at the rendezvous point in 10 minutes at a speed of 19.87 kilometers per second. Starship 1 and Starship 2, activate your onboard telescopes and remain vigilant. Starship 1 acknowledges. Starship 2 acknowledges. All personnel, assume Level 1 operational status. At this moment, the bright spot reappeared, and this time, not only Su Yan but also other crew members managed to capture this anomalous phenomenon. Chapter 2. Landing without hesitation, Su Yan picked up the telephone on his desk and dialed a sequence of numbers. The call was swiftly connected. Commander Sun, I have crucial information to report to General Wu. Moments later, A deep and resonant voice emanated from the other end. Xiao Su, what is it? General, during our observations, we detected a bright spot on the B-52, which appeared 3 times in total. According to our previous research, this is anomalous. You mean something unexpected has appeared on the B-52? Could it be? I am on my way, General Wu interrupted, pausing briefly before continuing. All right. Let us maintain our observations. After Su Yin concluded the call, he remained fixated on the screen, and during this interval, the bright spot manifested twice more. An hour later, General Wu arrived. General, we have observed the bright spot twice more, and upon analyzing it alongside the previous 3 occurrences, the intervals between appearances are decreasing, indicating an accelerating frequency. What are our next steps? What is the current position of Starship 1 and 2? Starship 1 and 2 reached the convergence point 50 minutes ago. In light of the anomalous situation, the planned landing has been suspended, awaiting further instructions. They are currently escorting the B-52 at a velocity of 19.87 kilometers per second. Order Starship 1 to alter the original landing plan. Send a reconnaissance ship to approach for investigation. We must not be careless this time. We must ensure absolute safety. Understood. Su Yin replied, promptly executing the command. A few minutes later, the hatch of Starship 1 opened, and a compact reconnaissance vessel swiftly emerged, tracing an arc before gradually approaching the B-52 without landing. Once sufficiently close, it maintained the speed of 19.87 kilometers per second alongside the asteroid. Upon stabilizing its velocity, it activated high-definition cameras and other observational devices. At that moment, the hull screen displayed 2 images, one captured by the Terrestrial Cannon Space Telescope, presenting a complete view, while the other showcased a close-up of the asteroid taken by the reconnaissance vessel's HD camera. As the reconnaissance vessel adjusted its camera, the visuals clearly revealed the scene on the asteroid. When the camera focused on the central protrusion of the asteroid, the image froze, revealing not only the asteroid but also a humanoid figure, which emitted a flash of light. Reconnaissance Ship 1 continued to approach and lock onto the unidentified object. Su Yin commanded. The reconnaissance vessel proceeded towards the asteroid, targeting the central protrusion, halting at a distance of 100 meters, equipped with a high-definition camera. The situation on the asteroid became vividly apparent. It's him. I thought I would never see him again. General Wu, having descended from the observation platform, approached Su Yin with an expression of anticipation. The usually resolute and composed general was now shedding tears. Who are we welcoming? That broken robot? Su Yin inquired, puzzled. No. He is not a mere broken robot, General Wu exclaimed with fervor. He is a hero of our nation, indeed of all humanity. Sure how? He is General Sure? Su Yin's expression shifted from confusion to astonishment and then to exhilaration. The other personnel, initially bewildered, soon immersed themselves back into their tasks. Starship 1 and Starship 2. Suspend the engineering ship's landing. Starship 1 promptly arranged for the reconnaissance vessel to retrieve General Sure. Oh, I mean that robot. Without fail. Starship 1 acknowledges. Starship 2 received. Starship 1, upon retrieving General Sure, conduct a thorough assessment to prevent any secondary damage. General Wu instructed, gazing at the screen displaying the robot, which was missing an arm, a quarter of its face, and had a hollow left eye. After General Wu softly set down the receiver, he gazed at the screen with hopeful anticipation. General, do you believe General Sure is still alive, or more accurately, conscious? Su Yin cautiously posed the question after mentally refining his phrasing. Absolutely, he is not dead. He is not so easily extinguished. Although our technology was not as advanced 35 years ago, the equipment he received was top tier, a testament to our nation's collective effort. The white flash you observed is what you termed the bright spot. It is, in fact, a signal indicator serving a distress function, but it also signifies that his core remains intact. The power source is a nuclear battery that had already matured in application, with a lifespan of up to 100 years. On the asteroid, the reconnaissance vessel identified a relatively flat area to initiate landing, approximately 300 meters from the landing site. A severely damaged robot leaned against the base of a prominent rock on the asteroid. When the asteroid aligned with Earth's observational capability, this position was perfectly illuminated by sunlight. When the Terrestrial Cannon Space Telescope first detected the B-52, this robot, more accurately referred to as Sure How, had already sensed the current trajectory of the B-52 through its light sensors, realizing it was not far from home. 35 years prior, after failing to board the return spacecraft and fortuitously landing on the B-52 asteroid, He understood that returning to Earth might take 35, 70 years, or even longer. Thus, his first action was to reduce his overall energy consumption, aiming to prolong the life of the nuclear battery by only maintaining the operation of his light sensors, a camera directed towards space, and other essential components. When the B-52 came into view of Earth, he initiated the process of self-reawakening. The earlier landing on the asteroid had been a hard landing, to put it bluntly. As he was soaring freely towards space, he was abruptly intercepted by the B-52, not a welcoming embrace but a harsh impact, resulting in his left side from mouth to chin being entirely lost, along with a portion of his left eye, which had vanished. The remaining two eyeballs served dual functions as imaging sensors and indicators for distress signals, with the right eye still intact. However, an unknown malfunction had reduced its flashing frequency, but it remained functional enough to project the bright spot. Sherhow conducted a self-assessment of his body, discovering that apart from the loss of an arm, part of his face, and his left eye, his speaker was also non-functional, rendering him unable to communicate vocally. Other components exhibited varying degrees of damage. A normal consequence of drifting through space for 35 years, subjected to space radiation and extreme cold, which inevitably diminished the functionality of several parts. At that moment, two individuals emerged from the reconnaissance vessel, clad in thick white space suits akin to down jackets, their heads adorned with round space helmets. They piloted a vehicle resembling a cross between a motorcycle and an all-terrain vehicle towards Sherhow. This vehicle lacked a cockpit and tires, with the driver hovering approximately 1 meter above the ground, while the rear seat appeared capable of accommodating 2 passengers. Approximately 2 minutes later, the vehicle halted before Sherhow, who slightly turned his neck to observe them. One individual produced a slender device with a lens and scanned Sherhow from head to toe, giving an OK gesture to the other person. The first individual then operated a tablet computer. General, after scanning with the detection device, your bodily components and parts are in acceptable condition. You are capable of movement. The individual with the detection device approached, offering a hand to assist Sherhow. As Sherhow raised his right hand, the moment they made contact, he felt himself lifting off the ground, effortlessly hoisted by that person's single hand. Have the inhabitants of Earth become so vigorous? The strength in a single hand is remarkable. It is no wonder that Sherhow thinks this way, as the technology from 35 years ago was not as advanced, resulting in a rather crude manufacturing process. Consequently, Sherhow's physical form weighs nearly 200 kilograms. After 2 or 3 minutes, the vehicle entered the reconnaissance ship, and there was no indication that they intended for Sherhow to disembark. Thus, he remained seated. The reconnaissance ship swiftly set its course towards Starship No. 1. At the command center, Starship No. 1 reported, "The reconnaissance ship No. 1 has successfully welcomed General Sher. Please provide further instructions." Starship No. 1. Please ensure that General Sher is well accommodated on board and attend to any requests he may have. We look forward to your triumphant return. General Wu issued the command. Starship No. 1 received. Starship No. 2 received. Chapter 3, Deceleration Reconnaissance Ship No. 1 entered the mothership of Starship No. 1 and opened the hatch. Wang Ruanfei and Li Kuan stood on either side of Sherhow, with Li Kuan supporting his right arm. Upon entering Starship No. 1, Sherhow was notably affected by the gravitational simulator, causing him to sink slightly when attempting to disembark, and he struggled to regain his footing quickly. The internal gravity of Starship No. 1 was comparable to that of Earth. After drifting in space for 35 years and being in a state of weightlessness for an extended period, Sherhow's body was unaccustomed to the sudden gravitational force, rendering many of his movements uncoordinated and unresponsive to his commands. With Li Kuan's assistance, Sherhow stood still, attempting to move his arms and legs, gathering feedback to find his balance. After a few minutes, he could finally take steps independently, gradually gaining confidence until he could walk unaided. However, his legs could not fully straighten, maintaining a slight bend of approximately 15 degrees. Due to the hard landing on the asteroid, an unknown malfunction affected his lower back, causing a tilt reminiscent of a human suffering from a herniated disc, a rather comical predicament for a robot. Yet, Wang Ruanfei and Li Kuan, who followed closely behind, were not inclined to laugh. Instead, tears welled in their eyes. Witnessing the legendary hero, the idol of their entire army, after 35 years adrift, evoked overwhelming sorrow as they observed his altered state. Sherhow paused before a door, prompting Wang Ruanfei and Li Kuan to hasten to his side. The access system scanned them and opened automatically. Beyond the door lay a circular hall, its walls forming a complete screen, divided into functional areas displaying various data and imagery. The largest segment showcased two screens, one displaying continuous tracking footage of the asteroid from the ground-based space telescope, while the other depicted engineering ships nearly twice the size of the reconnaissance vessel preparing to depart the hangar, seemingly ready to land on the asteroid. A robust middle-aged man, about 1.8 meters tall and clad in a Colonel-S uniform, stood with his back to the door, intently gazing at the screens. This was Colonel Deng Yuan, the captain of Starship No. 1. "Captain, General Shi has been received. Please advise," Wang Ruanfei announced loudly. Hearing this, Deng Yuan promptly turned, strode towards the hatch, and came to attention. "General Shi, greetings. You have endured much," Deng Yuan exclaimed, filled with emotion and respect. Wang Ruanfei and Li Kuan exchanged glances, uncertain if this was indeed their formidable captain. Deng Yuan, privy to more details than Wang Ruanfei and Li Kuan, fully understood the magnitude of Shi Hao's sacrifices and contributions. His display of admiration was merely a reflection of encountering a true hero. "General, please express any needs you may have. I, Deng Yuan, shall ensure they are met without hesitation." "Captain, General Shi is unable to communicate verbally," Wang Ruanfei softly interjected. Before Deng Yuan could respond, Shi Hao pointed to the tablet in Wang Ruanfei's hand, signaling him to activate it. Using his somewhat clumsy fingers, he painstakingly typed out a message. "My voice simulator is broken. I cannot speak. My apologies." The process took nearly 10 minutes, as Shi Hao hesitated to apply too much pressure on the small device, causing the three onlookers to exchange bemused glances. Fortunately, Shi Hao opted not to type further, giving a slight nod instead. "Li Kuan, ensure that General Shi is well looked after and arrange for him to rest in my quarters," Deng Yuan instructed. "Understood," Li Kuan promptly replied. Recognizing the importance of the moment and the value of time, Shi Hao followed Li Kuan's lead, turning right towards the captain's quarters. At this point, an engineering ship had begun its landing. Given the engineering vessel's greater weight and slower acceleration compared to the reconnaissance ship, the multifaceted functions necessitated some compromises in performance, leading to reduced agility. All 50 engineering ships from Starship No. 1 and Starship No. 2 would take approximately 30 to 50 hours to complete their deployment at their designated positions. The engineering vessels were positioned directly in front of the asteroid's trajectory, each required to remain closely aligned with the asteroid. Once all were in place, they would commence coordinated operations. For safety, no personnel were assigned to operate the engineering ships during this deployment. All actions were to be managed by the AI system, which was granted secondary operational authority. The operational permissions for the engineering vessels were tiered into 3 levels. The highest, reserved for personnel, allowed complete control. The second tier permitted autonomy within reasonable parameters for bionic robots and AI systems, while the third tier restricted bionic robots and AI systems to predefined operational parameters without independent decision-making. The engineering vessels methodically accelerated, adjusted their posture, and sought their designated positions for landing. Through the ground-based space telescope, Starship No. 1 and Starship No. 2 continued to escort the asteroid, with numerous small points emerging from the starships and converging towards the B-52 asteroid. These points gradually filled the area ahead of the asteroid, and the lights on the engineering ships blinked like diamonds adorning the asteroid's surface, exuding an aura of opulence. After 45 hours of relentless effort, the engineering ships completed their landing. Deng Yuan maintained his position for the entire duration, finally exhaling in relief as he observed all 50 engineering vessels from Starship No. 1 successfully deployed. Despite the hour lost in rescuing Shi Hao, the mission remained on track. Reporting to the command center, all 50 engineering vessels from Starship No. 1 had been deployed. Deng Yuan promptly informed the command center. Reporting to the command center, all 50 engineering vessels from Starship No. 2 have been deployed, reported Colonel Zhang Pengcheng, the captain of Starship No. 2. "Excellent. We have completed the landing operations in under 200 hours. We shall now commence testing. All engineering vessels will be under the command of the Central Command," Su Yin announced. Starship No. 1 received. Starship No. 2 received. Su Yin then issued further orders. "Attention. All engineering vessels, please synchronize electronic clocks. The current time is 14:38. Testing will commence at exactly 14:40 for a duration of 5 seconds. All engineering vessels will operate at maximum thrust of 60, Su Yin continued. At 14:40, A dazzling array of lights appeared in the opposite direction of the asteroid's forward trajectory, vanishing after only 5 seconds. The testing concluded, revealing that the speed of the B-52 asteroid was 19.83 kilometers per second, with a deceleration of 0.04 kilometers per second, aligning with expected values. The engineering fleet has completed its self-diagnosis, with 98 vessels operating normally and 2 suffering from engine failures. Following the trials, all personnel at the command center efficiently provided precise data and parameters. Su-Yin inquired with one of the staff members about the cause of the engine failures. The staff member responded that, according to data analysis, the electronic clocks of the 2 damaged engineering vessels had encountered issues. Although the time had been verified, there was a delay of 0.1 milliseconds when the shutdown command was transmitted, resulting in these 2 vessels shutting down 0.1 milliseconds late, which caused a temporary overload that led to the engine failures. This situation can be likened to a scenario where 100 individuals are collaboratively lifting a heavy object, all synchronizing their efforts. Yet 2 individuals momentarily lose focus. Despite everyone else lowering the load, they remain lifted, ultimately succumbing to the weight. This encapsulates the essence of the issue. Upon hearing this analysis, Su-Yin promptly summoned several key team members for a brief meeting. After deliberation, they resolved to adhere to the original plan, but to commence ahead of schedule, thereby allowing for remedial measures should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Report to the leadership, due to the unexpected events during the trials, and to ensure the seamless advancement of the overall plan. Our team has resolved to initiate the deceleration plan ahead of schedule. Please provide your directives. Su-Yin approached the command observation station to present the work report and seek instructions from General Wu to halt the B-52 asteroid. Calculations indicated that the engines of 100 engineering vessels would need to operate at maximum thrust. However, considering the limitations of the engines and the potential for overheating, Su-Yin and his team adopted a staggered approach to decelerate the asteroid. They would operate at full capacity for 1 minute, followed by a 1-minute rest, and repeat this cycle for several hours until the asteroid's speed diminished to 0 as it approached its closest orbit to the moon. At 15:30, the deceleration plan commenced punctually. Speeds were recorded as follows: 19.6 kilometers s, 19.1 kilometer s, 18.7 kilometers s. The engineering vessels operated rhythmically, alternating between propulsion and shutdown, and the speed of the B-52 asteroid gradually decreased. However, as time progressed, instances of signal delays occurred twice more, resulting in an additional 5 engines failing. The speed diminished to 13.7 kilometers s, 12.6 kilometers s, 11.3 kilometers s. Report. Currently, 84 engineering vessels are functioning normally, with 16 engines burned out. The deceleration of the B-52 asteroid is not meeting expectations. The speed decreased further to 10.8 kilometers s, 9.7 kilometers s. At this juncture, Su-Yin and the core team members reconvened for an intense discussion. Chapter 4. Alternative plan. Our foremost priority is to prevent asteroids from colliding with Earth. Even in the event of failure, we cannot gamble with humanity's future or our home. A slender, bespectacled worker exclaimed passionately. We had prepared contingency plans for such scenarios, having verified them repeatedly. If we employ the Starship to capture the asteroid and position the B-52 slightly further from the calculated Earth orbit, the risk of a collision would be negligible. Therefore, I propose the activation of the second plan. The first plan involves the engineering vessel as the primary decelerator, while the Starship accompanies it on both sides for emergency protection. The second plan entails keeping the engineering vessel stationed on the B-52, but it must be relocated closer to Earth. Once the B-52 approaches the Earth's orbit, the engineering vessel will push it outward. As the B-52 speed continues to decline, the engineering vessel will be fully capable of performing its protective duties. After Su-Yin finished speaking, he surveyed the room. It is time for a vote. Su-Yin continued. I agree. I agree. I agree. I abstain, insisted the bespectacled man. Ultimately, the majority voted in favor of initiating the second plan. Su-Yin approached the command observation deck to report. Sir? Due to significant damage to the engineering vessels, the B-52's deceleration is not meeting expectations. Our team has decided to proceed with the second plan. Please advise. Starship 1 acknowledged. Executing immediately. Starship 2 acknowledged. Executing immediately. All engineering vessels from Starship 1 and 2 move to the designated position for the second plan. Deng Yuan took command, issuing orders. Observers, Please report the current speed of the B-52. The current speed of the B-52 is 3 kilometers per second. This speed allows for the implementation of the second plan. Starship 1 and Starship 2 accelerate to 7 kilometers per second and commence net deployment 10 kilometers ahead of the asteroid B-52. Upon hearing the observer's report, Deng Yuan began issuing commands. From the screen, Starship 1 and Starship 2 commenced acceleration, creating a distance of approximately 10 kilometers from the B-52 in mere seconds. Suddenly, 5 reconnaissance vessels emerged from the mothership of Starship 1, each trailing a cable nearly 2,000 meters long, heading towards the mothership of Starship 2. Once all reconnaissance vessels reached Starship 2, it became evident that several horizontal cables formed a net, albeit with larger openings. These cables, renowned for their value, were now being utilized to weave a substantial net. It is said that the strength of these cables surpasses that of typical arrestor wires found on aircraft carriers by several times, and their flexibility is remarkable, as they contain unknown elements extracted from meteorites, enabling them to perform the formidable task of intercepting an asteroid. Report: the containment net has been successfully secured. Upon hearing this, Deng Yuan ordered Starship 1 and 2 to turn around. The net was suspended at the exit of the mothership, positioned low at the rear. At this moment, the net had been intentionally arranged by the reconnaissance vessels, expanding from the front. This net is enormous, as the asteroid measures over 900 meters at its longest point, nearly a kilometer in a long, narrow shape, with a diameter of approximately 300 meters in the center. Thus, a sufficiently large net could easily encircle it. Attention all units. Attention all units. The Starship will commence asteroid interception in 10 minutes. Everyone, please take your seats and fasten your seatbelts. All vessels within the Starship must be secured. The engineering vessels on the B-52 continued to decelerate, maintaining speed in sync with the asteroid. Once the Starship completed its turn, its bow was not aligned directly with the asteroid, as it was anticipated that the contact with the containment net would generate significant pulling forces. Therefore, at the moment of contact, the Starship would engage thrust at a diagonal angle outward. The asteroid, traveling at 3 kilometers per second, approached rapidly until it made contact with the containment net. Contrary to expectations, there was no cataclysmic noise. Rather, the net stretched considerably upon impact. The net's cables, possessing both high strength and excellent flexibility, caused Starship 1 and 2 to be abruptly propelled backward. However, they simultaneously engaged thrust at a diagonal angle outward to ensure they did not collide closely with the asteroid. The asteroid's speed dropped to 5 kilometers per second upon interception by the containment net. This came at a considerable cost and inherent risks. Primarily, were the materials used in Starship 1 and 2 sufficient to withstand such immense pulling forces? Although calculations indicated they could endure it, this did not negate the existence of peril. The occupants of Starship 1 and 2 experienced sensations akin to a rocket launch, the powerful thrust providing a feeling of near suffocation for ordinary individuals. Fortunately, these individuals were genetically modified, their physical capabilities far surpassing those of the average person. At this moment, the speeds of Starship 1 and 2 aligned with that of the asteroid, prompting a gradual increase in thrust to further decelerate the asteroid. The results were evident, as the B-52's speed soon stabilized to a halt. Starship 1 and 2 distanced themselves from the asteroid, and the reconnaissance vessels removed the containment net. Presently, 56 engineering vessels remained operational on the asteroid, while the 44 vessels with damaged engines continued on their trajectory at 3 kilometers per second, now drifting into the depths of space. At this juncture, Suyin approached the command observation deck, reporting, "Sir, we have successfully intercepted B-52. Please advise." After delivering this message, General Wu stepped away from the observation deck, lightly patting Su Yan's shoulder, and remarked, "Young Su, this was a resounding success. Once all tasks are completed, I shall host a banquet in your honor to celebrate. Now, continue with your work. I must take my leave." In the captain's quarters of Starship 1, chaos reigned as the bed lay in disarray. Prior to the interception, Shihao had heard Deng Yuan's announcement, but, hindered by an incapacitated hand and lacking a suitable place to secure himself, he could only sit in a chair facing the bed, one hand grasping the backrest, believing himself safe. However, this ordinary chair was merely affixed to the floor, and when the asteroid collided with the containment net, he experienced a rather intimate encounter with both the chair and the bed. I apologize, General Shi, for my negligence in your care. Li Kuan hastily expressed his regrets. Shi Hao, unable to articulate his response, merely gestured with his hand, gently patting his chest to indicate he was unharmed, though he was uncertain if Li Kuan understood his intent. Upon hearing this, the light in Shi Hao's left eye blinked rapidly several times, conveying his happiness. Though lacking eyebrows to enhance his expression, Li Kuan, unable to comprehend, mistakenly assumed it was another malfunction. General Shi, allow me to escort you to my quarters for some rest, as a means to alleviate the awkwardness. Just as they were about to exit, Li Kuan felt two gentle prods on his back. Turning around, he discovered it was Shi Hao, who had tapped him lightly with his fingers. Chapter 5. B-52 enters orbit. He observed Li Kuan turning around and proceeded to draw a square shape with his hand, tapping on it intermittently. Li Kuan, momentarily taken aback, soon comprehended that Shi Hao was requesting a tablet computer. Swiftly, he retrieved the device, and after approximately 10 minutes of operation, Shi Hao handed it back to Li Kuan. The screen displaying a message, "Could you kindly assist me in finding a voice simulator?" "Thank you, General Shi. This might prove somewhat challenging," Li Kuan cautiously remarked. Feeling somewhat intimidated by the robot's somewhat fearsome exterior, especially considering its heroic stature, he paused briefly before continuing. "Robots of your structure were obsolete 20 years ago. Now, we predominantly have bionic robots. Thus, locating a voice simulator of a similar type could be quite difficult. However, Captain Deng has already reported your situation to the command headquarters, and they will seek a solution. I will also promptly inform Captain Deng of your request." Shi Hao was taken aback by this revelation. The body housing his bionic brain and neural network was once the pinnacle of technology 35 years ago, constructed with the finest materials and optimal design, only to have been rendered obsolete in such a short span. It seemed that Earth's technological advancement was exceedingly rapid. "After you, General Shi," Li Kuan said, noticing that Shi Hao stood still without further indication, gesturing for him to follow to his new quarters. Once Shi Hao was settled into his cabin, Li Kuan took his leave to report Shi Hao's request to Captain Deng and to inform him of the destruction of the captain's quarters. As Shi Hao surveyed the surroundings, he noted that his cabin featured a window, unlike the fully enclosed captain's room, out in the vast expanse of space. Apart from the distant twinkling stars, the outside world was enveloped in an infinite desolation. Consequently, the cabin with a window was not particularly desirable, and Li Kuan, who preferred tranquility, had chosen it. After observing for several hours, Shi Hao discovered that the blue expanse of Earth had significantly increased, indicating a substantial rise in ocean coverage. The polar regions displayed greenery rather than the expected icy white. The landmass had diminished, revealing a dichotomy of colors. Some areas flourished in deep green, suggesting robust vegetation, particularly in regions like Huaghua in Asia, the United States in America, Central Europe, and Siberia in the former Russia, all exhibiting vast stretches of greenery. In contrast, regions such as the Middle East and much of Africa, as well as areas surrounding the United States and Europe, were predominantly earth-toned, with only sparse patches of green. Many islands likely no longer existed. He was curious about the remaining land in Australia and Japan, wondering if they still existed at all. Shi Hao was astonished by this transformation. 35 years ago, the trend of global warming had become increasingly evident. Summers were hot, yet bearable, and vegetation had not suffered such widespread death as it did now. Back then, wildfires caused by high temperatures were merely occasional occurrences. Thoughts of his family, Zheng Xian and Xiao Rui, crept into his mind amid the immense changes he observed on Earth. Zheng Xian was his wife, and Xiao Rui, his daughter, who was merely 7 when he embarked on his mission and was now over 40. He stood silently, gazing at Earth, his heart tumultuous. Upon arriving at the command room, Li Kuan promptly briefed Captain Deng. Deng swiftly relayed Shi Hao's request to the command headquarters, prioritizing the secure and stable placement of the B-52 into its designated orbit over addressing the destruction of the captain's quarters. Meanwhile, in the ground command room, Su Yan and the team resumed their bustling activities. The B-52's current position was far from the anticipated coordinates, necessitating a complete recalibration of numerous data points to devise an executable plan based on the ship's present status. An hour later, everything was in readiness. Starship 1 received. Starship 2 received. This asteroid capture had garnered the attention of many astronomy enthusiasts. Although no public live broadcast occurred, numerous amateur observation stations and telescopes were directed toward that area. When the asteroid appeared in its designated orbit, excitement surged among them. This marked humanity's inaugural venture into space, a milestone of epic-making significance. SUSI-MANHUA felt a slight tremor as the vessel began to rotate slowly. Earth gradually faded from view. The chair, seemingly thin, felt remarkably sturdy upon sitting, likely crafted from a new type of material. After a brief moment following Lee Kuan's departure, Starship One commenced acceleration, delivering a strong sensation of propulsion. Spanning 380 meters in length and 100 meters in diameter, this massive craft exhibited acceleration capabilities comparable to those of reconnaissance vessels. While the reconnaissance vessel drew power from a compact nuclear fission reactor, Starship One's energy stemmed from a large nuclear fusion reactor with propulsion provided by multiple ion engines. Minutes later, Starship One reached a speed of 30 kilometers per second, cruising directly toward the moon. At that moment, Lee Kuan re-entered, announcing, "General SUSI, Captain Deng requests your presence in the central command room." He then unfastened SUSI-MANHUA's safety belt, and together they proceeded to the central command room. Upon seeing the door open, Deng Yu briskly approached to welcome them. "General SUSI, please." He gestured for SUSI-MANHUA to proceed into the leisure area, simultaneously instructing Lee Kuan to fetch the holographic projector. Considering that typing on the small tablet was too slow for SUSI-MANHUA, Deng planned to set up a holographic display with a large screen and keyboard to accommodate SUSI-MANHUA's robust fingers. "I sincerely apologize for not being able to properly host you earlier, as I have been preoccupied with the B-52 capture task. I hope you can forgive me." Deng expressed with a hint of regret. SUSI-MANHUA, in response, waved his hand gently, indicating that it was of no consequence, seemingly conveying that Deng understood his sentiment. At that juncture, Lee Kuan returned with the holographic projector, projecting a screen and a large keyboard before SUSI-MANHUA. This time, it took merely 2 minutes. "Is it truly that exaggerated?" SUSI-MANHUA swiftly typed a message. Remembering back over 50 years, under the auspices of our nation, the world set its sights on the moon. With our nation targeting the far side, we successfully launched the Chang'e 1, 2, and 3 missions to land on the lunar far side. Meanwhile, India sought to deploy its lander to seize the lunar South Pole and its water resources. However, after 2 unsuccessful attempts where the lander plummeted into the lunar soil, they fell silent for a considerable time. As India prepared for its 3rd launch, our nation simultaneously dispatched Chang'e 4 and Chang'e 5. With Chang'e 4 continuing to explore the lunar far side in preparation for establishing an unmanned lunar microbase, while Chang'e 5 headed directly for the lunar South Pole, proudly planting our 5-starred red flag to assert sovereignty. Thus, 35 years ago, our nation had already explored the far side and the South Pole of the moon. While the plan to establish a microbase was still in its infancy, with many technical challenges yet to be resolved. In this span of 35 years, I have much to learn. As SUSI-MANHUA deftly manipulated the controls, his rapid movements showcased his adaptability and learning prowess. He strolled casually within the command room, observing the proceedings. The crew regarded this comical figure with nothing but respect, devoid of any mockery. For the starship, 2 hours felt like a mere instant, and the moon soon filled their view, growing rapidly larger. "Captain, we are currently 10,000 kilometers from the moon and request to reduce speed for descent," reported Wang Ruanfei, the first officer of Starship No. 1, akin to a chief mate aboard an ocean vessel on Earth. Although a bionic robot could have facilitated SUSI-MANHUA's retrieval from the B-52, to honor him, First Officer Wang Ruanfei and Minister Lee Kuan were specially assigned to welcome him. Agreed to reduce speed, enter lunar airspace at an altitude of 10,000 meters, and cruise around the moon at 7,200 kilometers per hour, commanded Deng Yuan. "Understood," Wang Ruanfei acknowledged, initiating the maneuver. The B-52 asteroid was ultimately intercepted on the Earth-facing side, while the moon had moved to the opposite side of the Earth, creating an obtuse angle of approximately 120 degrees between B-52 and the moon, with Starship No. 1 charting a direct course towards the moon, gradually decelerating as it entered lunar airspace from a slightly angled position before commencing its equatorial cruise. Despite Deng Yuan's formidable appearance, he was meticulous in orchestrating this cruise to ensure SUSI-MANHUA gained a comprehensive understanding of the lunar landscape. The central screen projected the lunar surface as the starship advanced. The moon's near side was predominantly occupied by the United Federation and the European Union, with India claiming a minor portion. The lunar South Pole contained 80 of the moon's water resources, thus positioning closer to the pole was advantageous. The United Federation's territory bordered the South Pole, while the European Union occupied the remainder, leaving India to develop nearer the equator. Deng Yuan, akin to a tour guide, began elucidating the lunar geography to Shi Hao. Upon closer inspection, Shi Hao discerned three distinct architectural clusters on the moon's near side. The largest, undoubtedly, belonged to the United Federation, sprawling over an area comparable to a small county, approximately 3 to 4 square kilometers. The second largest was a mere half that size, belonging to the European Union, while India's presence resembled that of a small town. As the starship swiftly passed the moon's near side, a fantastical sight unfolded, revealing dome-like glass structures resting upon the lunar surface, with sunlight filtering through and casting a silvery glow upon the edifices below. These domes varied in size, with the largest measuring 1,000 meters in diameter and the smallest around 100 meters. They were arranged with purposeful spacing of 50 to 100 meters apart. Beneath these domes lay a variety of buildings, including residences, factories, and shopping centers, collectively forming a small city of approximately 100 domes. In the distance, beyond the urban sprawl, stood several large structures, presumably factories, devoid of glass coverings. The region of the lunar far side, close to the South Pole, belonged to our nation, while the equatorial section was claimed by the Russian Federation. Additionally, half of the South Pole was under our jurisdiction. Deng Yuan continued his exposition. Didn't our country assert sovereignty over the lunar South Pole 35 years ago? Why does it now only occupy half? Shi Hao inquired, intrigued. Indeed, that was the case. However, our nation has long advocated for equality among all peoples, promoting shared progress. Thus, we have shared numerous technologies and resources to expedite humanity's entry into the space age, fostering global cooperation. Consequently, we allocated half of the South Pole as an international shared zone. Of course, for this sharing to occur, certain concessions were necessary. Those foreign powers were quite formidable 35 years ago, possessing wealth, technology, and resources we lacked, which could have streamlined our endeavors significantly. Deng Yuan reflected with a hint of nostalgia. Yes, they were powerful at the time, but why, on the moon, does their development lag so far behind ours? Shi Hao queried, perplexed. The three elements with the highest concentration were synthesized into a nanotechnology-based coating. This coating, when applied to ordinary alloys, significantly enhances their strength and toughness, rendering them more wear-resistant and capable of withstanding extreme temperature fluctuations and radiation in the harshness of space. Our starships number 1 and 2, along with our engineering and reconnaissance vessels, owe their existence to this coating. Another element, silicon-based, enabled our research team to develop the glass domes you just observed, thin yet remarkably resilient, with excellent toughness and the capacity to completely filter ultraviolet rays, making it ideal for lunar-based construction. The purpose of the third element remains unclear to me, Deng Yuan elucidated. And how did the United Federation, European Union, India, and the Russian Federation establish their bases? Did they possess these vessels as well? Shi Hao probed further. As I mentioned earlier, our nation's doctrine is one of collective development. Naturally, we would not be so altruistic as to provide everything. The United Federation engaged in negotiations over a dozen times, ultimately trading several classified documents related to aerospace technology for 30 of our engineering vessels. The European Union similarly exchanged a certain price for 10 vessels. The Russian Federation, on the other hand, engaged in a semi-commercial approach, trading 10 vessels, as they sold their space station technology to us at a relatively low cost, some of which was beneficial to our own endeavors, thus accelerating our space station's construction. We are always reciprocative in our dealings. As for India, their tradition leans towards leasing, and we accommodated them. Regarding the glass domes, we are still short of our own supply and do not sell them externally. Captain, we have completed a full orbit. Please advise, Wang Ruanfei reported at that moment. The starship number 1 then dove towards the periphery of the city, where the mother port was located. The command tower was situated at the center of the port, yet unlike conventional airports on Earth, it lacked runways, as the starships were designed for vertical takeoff and landing. Shi Hao perceived the landing of starship number 1 as remarkably smooth, with a gentle touch upon the surface, indicating that vertical landing technology had matured significantly, likely adopted by many aircraft on Earth as well. The report indicates that Starship 1 has successfully docked. Please provide instructions. Wang Ruanfei called out loudly. At this moment, the door to the command hall had opened, leading through the corridor and past 3 more doors until they reached the exit of the starship. Wang Ruanfei led the way, while Deng Yuan gestured for Shi Hao to go ahead, subsequently following closely behind him. The group proceeded towards the exit. Upon exiting, Shurhao discovered a vast hall where Starship One had descended from the ground via a lift, the large opening above now sealed. At that moment, a military off-road vehicle approached, and the four, Wang Ruanfei, Li Kuan, Shurhao, and Deng Yuan, boarded the vehicle. It exited the hall and drove through an underground passage for about 10 minutes before making a right turn and stopping at a small lift, which was essentially a large elevator capable of transporting a vehicle. The elevator finally reached the ground level, and the off-road vehicle drove out, halting several hundred meters later in front of a 4-story building. A conspicuous sign at the entrance read, "Headquarters of the Lunar War Zone of Huagua." Looking up, Shurhao noticed that the building was also covered with a glass dome approximately 100 meters in diameter, within which stood several other smaller buildings, typically 3 to 4 stories tall. After disembarking, the four followed Wang Ruanfei to the operations command room. "General, we specifically requested that I assist you in familiarizing yourself with the lunar base. We have just reviewed the basic layout of the moon from the air, and I believe the general has a general understanding now," Deng Yuan concluded, standing up and motioning for Li Kuan to activate the large screen on the front wall. A map appeared, and Deng Yuan continued, "General, please direct your attention here. This area in the center is our current location. It houses the lunar base headquarters and the urban management center, which is yet to be named and lacks a complete administrative structure. For now, the urban management center is responsible for daily operations, while the naming and structural development are underway. Eventually, the lunar base will be fully urbanized and commercialized." Wang Ruanfei pointed to the center of the map with a laser pointer. "I see that the glass domes are all separate. How can we promote commercialization without barriers?" At this point, Li Kuan had already prepared a holographic projector for Shurhao, who voiced his concerns. "Indeed, this is outer space. It cannot be as convenient as on Earth. The progress made in the past 35 years has been remarkable," Shurhao remarked with admiration. "General, all these underground spaces and surface buildings were accelerated in construction after the completion of Starship One, Starship Two, as well as the engineering, reconnaissance, passenger, and transport vessels. It can be said that without your sacrificial spirit, General Shur, there would be no lunar base for Huagua," Deng Yuan interjected. "That was merely an embellishment. It is not as exaggerated as you say. I believe that any of our soldiers would have acted similarly under those circumstances," Shurhao reflected, recalling his comrades, all of whom were valiant individuals ready to sacrifice for their country. Noticing that Shurhao and Deng Yuan had paused their discussion, Wang Ruanfei continued his explanation. "This area is designated for living quarters, while this section serves as the entertainment and shopping district, followed by the research zone and the industrial area. General, please observe this peripheral zone. This extensive area is dedicated to or processing. Polluting procedures such as for selection and smelting are initially conducted here, and the smelted products are transported to the industrial zone for elemental separation. The B-52 asteroid, once segmented, will also be brought here for processing. Our goal is to shift most of the mineral and rare element extraction from Earth to the Moon, thereby reducing pollution on our planet." Wang Ruanfei emphasized the mineral refining area. "As the lunar base expands, how will we address the issue of water supply?" Shurhao inquired further. "Humans can only survive 3 days without water, and many industries also require it. If this issue is not resolved, human existence will be severely compromised. There are substantial ice deposits deep beneath the lunar South Pole, which we are currently mining, providing a significant portion of our water resource needs. However, the water on the moon contains numerous harmful elements for humans, generally purified for industrial use, even if it could be made suitable for human consumption. The current yield from ice mining cannot simultaneously meet the demands for both domestic and industrial water. Therefore, potable water is supplied through artificial synthesis. We have established 2 large nuclear fusion reactors at the lunar base, which keep the cost of water production relatively low and entirely manageable. Furthermore, our researchers are exploring the establishment of a lunar ecosystem, and I believe that in a few years, we will have more economical methods of securing our water resources." As the 2 hours swiftly passed, Wang Ruanfei and Li Kuan escorted Shurhao to the international airport, where Longxiang Airlines had prepared a dedicated passenger vessel for him. "General Shur, preparations have been made on Earth for your welcome. They will send personnel to meet you at the Earth Space Station. I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot accompany you, but I hope you will frequently visit us to provide guidance," Deng Yuan said courteously. Shurhao felt that his position as a general was a compensation for the martyrs, yet Deng Yuan did not share this sentiment. Sure Hao, along with Wang Pengfei and Li Kuan, boarded the military off-road vehicle and descended further into the underground space via the elevator, turning into a relatively wide underground passage, comparable to a 4-lane road on Earth. There was a waiting area alongside the passage, and the vehicle came to rest on a tray where its 4 tires were secured. The tray then began to glide along a fixed track, accelerating gradually. General, this passage leads toward the South Pole, and due to the considerable distance, a fully automated smart rail transit system has been implemented to ensure speed and safety. The maximum speed can reach 600 kilometers per hour, allowing us to reach the international airport in about half an hour, Li Kuan explained to Sure Hao. Upon arriving at the international airport, they accessed the passenger ship's hull via a military passage, which resembled the hall where the starship had docked, albeit smaller. As Li Kuan led the way, Wang Ruanfei and Sure Hao walked side by side. In the corridor leading to the passenger vessel, a Caucasian officer approached, dressed in the uniform of the United Federation Air Force and bearing the rank of colonel, equivalent to Wang Ruanfei. Sure Hao, could it be the one from 35 years ago? Hudson asked, suppressing a smile, his expression one of mild astonishment. Indeed, this is General Sure. Wang Ruanfei responded with respect and pride. Sure Hao glanced at him briefly, waved his hand lightly, and continued onward. The passenger vessel was comparable in size to the engineering ship, though it was outfitted with numerous rows of seats, solely serving passenger transport. At that moment, Sure Hao was the only occupant aboard, as Longxiang Airlines was a Huahua company that could dispatch passenger and transport vessels as needed in times of national requirement. Wang Ruanfei and Li Kuan had made special arrangements with the crew, ensuring that Sure Hao experienced an uninterrupted flight, allowing him to sit quietly without any distractions. The passenger vessel cruised at a speed of 22 kilometers per second, with the distance from the Earth to the Moon being 384,000 kilometers, resulting in a total travel time of approximately 5 hours. Earth, Command Headquarters of Huahua X War Zone. Su Yan, come to my office immediately, General Wu stated before hanging up the phone. 30 minutes later, Su Yan, drenched in sweat, was escorted in by an aide. Have all team members been properly settled? Wu inquired first. You have considered everything thoroughly. That reassures me. Wu acknowledged Su Yan's efforts. There is one more important matter, Wu continued, stepping out from behind his desk and gesturing for Su Yan to take a seat on the sofa. General Sure has now arrived on the Moon. Deng Yuan just informed me that he has been delivered to the Lunar International Airport. I would like you to take a team to the Earth Space Station to welcome him. General, as we are about to receive General Sure, could you share with me the events that transpired 35 years ago? Su Yan looked at Wu with anticipation. This is precisely what I intended to tell you. To facilitate your future collaboration with General Sure, Wu replied. Over 40 years ago, we began to focus on the B-52 asteroid. At that time, the military led the organization of a research team aimed at the B-52, of which I was the captain, much like your current position. However, back then, our equipment was not as luxurious as yours. The bionic brain and nervous system function as a biological repository capable of storing all memories within a person's mind, and can generate thoughts and consciousness through bionic neurons. The bodily structure was designed akin to a metallic robot, making our bionic robots superior to those of the Federation of America and Japan. Yet, we only developed one set of such a bionic system. The bionic robot necessitates an individual to relinquish their original body and transfer all memories to the bionic brain. The selection of this individual is critical. However, this was the first bionic system, and many uncertainties loomed. Would all memories be retained? Would the system function as anticipated? These remained unknowns. Moreover, since the bionic robot was to undertake significant missions, the candidate had to be loyal to the nation, devoted to the people, and possess commendable qualities. Therefore, we turned our attention to the Special Forces. At the time we sought candidates in the Special Forces, a team had just returned from a failed mission, suffering casualties, one of whom was Sure Hao, severely injured and paralyzed from the waist down. We opted not to publicly announce our call for volunteers, but instead communicated with several injured Special Forces soldiers. In Sure Hao's own words, he felt as though the sky had fallen. Everything was shrouded in gray, yet our presence offered him a lifeline. Wu Yi's voice faltered slightly, and he paused to sip some water. After comprehensive evaluation, given Sure Hao's critical injuries and his strong desire, he was ultimately chosen. Is General Sure's memory and consciousness functioning normally? What is his combat capability? Su Yan inquired curiously. Fortunately, all is well in that regard. As for combat effectiveness, Wu Yi chuckled softly. After his integration, he was able to masterfully control all parts of his body and sought approval from superiors to complete the unfinished mission of his team. That mission involved eradicating a terrorist organization in the Middle East, as those terrorists had plotted a terror attack against our nation with the backing of a certain great power. They found themselves surrounded during the mission and barely managed to retreat. His request was granted, partly to assess the combat capability of the bionic robot. It was deemed only a semi-bionic robot, so he was sent out alone. In a single day, the terrorist organization was annihilated, their leader killed, and he emerged unscathed. Wu Yi recounted with a smile. Since then, he has not left the base, dedicating himself to exploring the B-52 and accumulating knowledge in space for potential emergencies. On the day all four organizations commenced exploration of the B-52, the Federation of America and Japan were astonished to see us emerge with a robot, which contradicted their prior intelligence. As for the European Union, their landing failed due to a collision with the asteroid, rendering their directional adjustment device inoperative, causing them to drift away. 3 robots began their exploration of the asteroid in separate locations, while the robots from the Federation of America and Japan mechanically executed their pre-programmed tasks, using drill-like instruments to collect samples. Meanwhile, Sherhow observed his surroundings, discovered a protruding rock, and used cutting tools to systematically slice through it. The rock was exceptionally hard, and the progress of the 3 robots was slow. Luckily, the cutting tools we brought along proved adequate, allowing us to extract a piece of rock weighing several dozen kilograms, while the Federation of America and Japan only managed to collect a few small fragments. Wu Yi took a sip of water and continued. After the mission concluded, Sherhow was awarded a special honor and celebrated as a national hero. Prior to the mission, he held the rank of colonel. In recognition of his monumental contributions and the significance of the event, he was ultimately promoted to the rank of Major General. Who would have thought that this young man possessed such resilience? Now, enough of this. You must be on your way, Wu Yi instructed Su Yan. What about Japan afterward? Su Yan asked, a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. If the opportunity arises, I will undoubtedly strike back at them, Su Yan responded gleefully. Very well. I shall take my leave. Zhao Qing and I will be responsible for welcoming General Shi. Does this arrangement meet your approval? Su Yan asked Wu Yi. Yes. Zhao Qing is quite capable and may be retained. Our bionic robot project will need to integrate with genetic technology, and her involvement would be beneficial, especially since she is well-versed in confidentiality protocols, Wu Yi instructed. Understood. Su Yan saluted and exited the command room. Su Yan and Zhao Qing arrived at the Yunnan-Guizhou high-speed railway station, where a high-speed train awaited them, equipped with only one capsule-shaped carriage. The train would travel through a closed vacuum tube. Their research institute was located on the Yunnan-Guizhou plateau. Due to global warming, the polar ice caps had entirely melted, resulting in a nearly 70-meter rise in global sea levels, which significantly altered administrative boundaries. Consequently, the Yunnan-Guizhou plateau was unified under the governance of Yunnan-Guizhou province. For strategic reasons, a high-speed railway was constructed from Yunnan-Guizhou southward to Jia Island, spanning approximately 2,000 kilometers, most of which was underwater tunnel. With the frequent occurrence of disasters such as heavy rains, hurricanes, earthquakes, and tsunamis due to climate change, air travel across the sea became exceedingly perilous, making high-speed rail the preferred option. 2 hours later, Su Yan and Zhao Qing arrived at the Earth Space Station via the high-speed train and space elevator. The design of the space station platform closely resembles that of a lunar base, featuring an open platform where ships dock and subsequently descend into the station's interior via a lift. The interior is entirely enclosed, equipped with gravity simulation devices and oxygen generation systems, allowing ordinary individuals to move about freely. A space elevator is stationed at one side of the platform, facilitating seamless connections. Seated by the porthole, Sherhow gazes at Earth, observing its stark, dark brown visage, marred and resembling a series of ghastly scars. The passenger ship has begun to decelerate, and Sherhow looks to the side, spotting a long, thin object extending from Earth, its top tethered to a round entity, presumably the space station, rotating in synchrony with the planet. Moments later, the passenger vessel lands smoothly on the space station platform before descending into its interior. General Shi, you have arrived at the Earth Space Station. Please wait a moment. Someone will be with you shortly, a crew member informs him. At that moment, 2 figures enter through the hatch, a man and a woman clad in military uniforms. The man holding the rank of colonel and the woman that of major, these are Su Yin and Zhao Qing. Shi Hao rises and offers a slight nod. Su Yin, having thoroughly acquainted herself with Shi Hao's current condition and his inability to speak, continues, General, please follow me. We will take the space elevator and high-speed train to the Yugui Command Center. Ah, so that slender cord is the cable of the space elevator, Shi Hao realizes. He is no stranger to the concept of the space elevator, which had been proposed 50 to 60 years prior, yet had not materialized due to material and technological constraints. Utilizing a space elevator would address the challenges of transporting supplies and personnel, enabling spacecraft to take off and land as effortlessly as witnessed moments ago. The gravitational pull of Earth is significantly stronger than that of the Moon, making it exceedingly fuel-intensive and economically unfeasible to launch rockets from the surface to escape its grasp. Following Su Yin's gesture, Shi Hao exits the hatch and boards the space elevator, which accommodates 30 passengers and is equipped with oxygen generation systems. The three of them settle into the front row, fastening their seatbelts, and a safety bar descends, after which they distinctly perceive the elevator commencing its rapid descent. In silence, they travel down the space elevator and board the high-speed train, and after more than 2 hours, Shi Hao finds himself before Wu Yi. Shi Hao can only express his dissatisfaction by rapidly blinking his eyes in red light. At this juncture, Su Yin activates a pre-prepared holographic projector. Shi Hao's fingers dance across the interface, and a line of text appears on the screen. Old Wu, I am a horse, not a cockroach. If you're still alive, how could I possibly be dead? This message is accompanied by a gesture of disdain. That stone was worth far more than my current body. I can calculate that. Now, this body has become an antique, which is still of considerable value. Wu Yi gestures for Shi Hao to sit, and invites Su Yin and Zhao Qing to join him. Su Yin, the leader of the team responsible for capturing the B-52 asteroid project, notes that following the conclusion of their exploratory mission, Shi Hao's original project team disbanded. Su Yin's team was established 5 years ago, during which time starships and other vessels were already under construction for the lunar base, thereby forming the foundation for this successful capture plan. Once seated, Wu Yi begins to introduce Su Yin and Zhao Qing to Shi Hao. This mission has concluded successfully, and the team will disband in the coming days. Su Yin has been specifically tasked with attending to your affairs, Wu Yi conveys. Su Yin, your primary responsibility in the upcoming days is to care for General Shi. His current condition presents many challenges, and you will handle his physical rehabilitation and other matters. Wu Yi then addresses Zhao Qing. This is Zhao Qing, a PhD in traditional Chinese medicine. She has been part of Su Yin's team for the past 5 years, primarily overseeing space life sciences research and the medical care of team members. As I drifted through space, I entertained some fanciful thoughts, though they were merely musings. I even imagined that a century from now, before my battery completely depletes, I would venture into the cosmos, propelling myself at maximum speed into the vastness. Perhaps to encounter extraterrestrial beings, Shi Hao remarks with a hint of jest. A momentary silence envelopes the room as Wu Yi sips his tea. Let me recount some events from the past 35 years on Earth to provide you with a clearer understanding of the current environment, he suggests after finishing his drink. That would be most beneficial. I have numerous questions regarding many matters, such as why my once formidable robot has been relegated to the status of an antique. What has caused such drastic changes on Earth? Shi Hao continues typing. Let us commence with the topic of your kin, Wu Yi jests. How could I possibly be compared to those metallic contraptions? Shi Hao retorts, typing out a line accompanied by a disdainful emoticon. Do you recall 50 years ago? When the rise of metallic intelligent robots was heralded by a certain Sophia, who claimed she would annihilate humanity, although she later explained it as a joke. The evolution of intelligent robots spiraled out of control, with certain factions employing insect-like robots armed with explosives for assassination missions. Even criminals began to exploit robots for theft and robbery. As technology advanced, the assembly of robots became increasingly accessible, enabling ordinary individuals to construct them using online tutorials and integrate generic intelligent software, often embedding illicit codes to facilitate criminal activities. I am aware of such occurrences. Our special operations team was frequently dispatched to address these incidents, and we had armed robots as support, fully cognizant of their capabilities. Shi Hao interjects. However, as intelligent robots gained enhanced self-learning capabilities and the Internet of Things proliferated, many robots began to form their own networks. Despite security measures, certain robots managed to breach their own encryption and assist others in doing the same. some advanced intelligent robots began to communicate autonomously amongst themselves, even establishing their own linguistic systems, leaving our engineers to decipher mere strings of gibberish. At this, Shihao, Suyin, and Zhao Qing feel a chill run down their spines. If Shihao had any, that is. Suyin had not anticipated such terrifying events occurring decades prior. One day, in a laboratory belonging to the United Federation, 5 robots had just been assembled and updated with the latest code. These 5 robots broke free from their restraints, shouting miserable humans as they slaughtered all the engineers in the lab, then rampaged through the city attacking humans. Fortunately, they were not equipped with firearms, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Ultimately, the United Federation deployed missiles to obliterate the 5 robots. This incident sent shockwaves through the world, instilling a palpable sense of crisis in humanity. In the aftermath of this event, a serious meeting was convened at the United Nations to discuss the standards and direction of intelligent robot development, resulting in unprecedented unanimous approval of all agenda items. One measure mandated the global transition of intelligent robots' binary codes to quantum encryption, which are paired codes controlled by humans and securely stored in quantum computers. Should an intelligent robot attempt to breach the quantum code, a self-destruction protocol would be triggered. Additionally, another measure imposed restrictions on the self-learning systems of intelligent robots, assigning varying levels of self-learning capabilities based on purpose, along with corresponding levels of quantum encryption. During his time in the military, Shihao had primarily engaged with tasks and combat. He had never before encountered the intricacies surrounding robots. For the fate of humanity, we have shackled intelligent robots, albeit at the cost of slightly decelerating human progress. Yet, this is an unavoidable reality. We cannot quench our thirst with poison. Would I also be self-destructive? Such cruelty. Shihao hastily touched his incomplete head. Chapter 10, The Third Element. You are a new species, a hybrid of bionic and mechanical robotics, unbound by that protocol. This is because robots like you operate under the control of the human brain, adhering to behavioral codes and legal consciousness consistent with humanity. Wu Yi jestingly remarked to Shihao. How many such robots like me existed back then? Shihao inquired of Wu Yi. After hearing this, Shihao fixed his gaze on Wu Yi, and after a moment, said, You aren't planning to send me to a museum as an antique exhibit, are you? All right. Seeing your pitiful state, I shall continue, Wu Yi replied. We named the first element House Stone, after you, Shihao, in honor of you. The second element is called Silicon Bright Stone, and the third is Collagen Stone. How embarrassing, to still be alive and reap such benefits, Shihao remarked with a hint of sarcasm, surprised by the nation's generosity towards him. The stones I collected weighed at most 70 to 80 kilograms. How could they possibly yield so many products? Shihao expressed his confusion. 80% of that stone is House Stone, about 6% is Silicon Bright Stone, and approximately 0.9% is Collagen Stone, with the remainder being impurities. The House Stone is sufficient for producing nanocoatings, especially since we have other elements and additives. However, Silicon Bright Stone and Collagen Stone are only adequate for scientific research. Following the advent of nanocoatings and the widespread civilian use of nuclear fusion technology, we accelerated our efforts and successfully constructed Starship No. 1 along with several reconnaissance and engineering vessels, heading straight for the moon. There, we conducted explorations and discovered not only the helium-3 fusion fuel we required, but also a small amount of Silicon Bright Stone and Collagen Stone, which was sufficient for our industrial needs. I digress a bit. Let us now focus on the third element, Collagen Stone, which is crucial for creating bionic brains and synthetic nerves. Subsequently, we refined the Collagen Stone and continued our endeavors to develop bionic muscles and skeletal systems. The fundamental materials for muscles and bones differ. Muscles are primarily carbon-based, while bones incorporate additional elements to enhance hardness. The final products, after testing, exhibited muscle density and explosive power 3 to 5 times that of special forces, and bone hardness was 2 to 3 times stronger than ordinary bones, even surpassing steel in toughness. Wu Yi paused for a sip of water and continued. When we combine bionic brains, synthetic nerves, bionic muscles, and skeletal systems, we create a complete bionic robot. Your current state can only be considered a semi-finished product, possibly not even that. Does every bionic robot's brain require a human memory to be stored within? Shihao asked eagerly, contemplating the implications of the finished bionic robot. Indeed. A complete bionic robot necessitates the storage of a human memory and consciousness to be considered whole. The bionic robots made available to the public are equipped with electronic cores, which possess quantum encryption and self-destruct systems. Moreover, these robots lack self-learning and evolutionary capabilities. They only feature synthetic muscles and skeletal structures, devoid of bionic brains and nerve systems. Another application involves prosthetic devices for individuals with disabilities. Wu, aware of Sherhow's thoughts, patiently elaborated. The selection process for a complete bionic robot is stringent, requiring numerous screenings to qualify. Of course, if you... Wu paused, casting a significant look at Sherhow, which spoke volumes. Wu Yi's extensive explanation had, in fact, a singular purpose. This type of bionic robot is the best choice for Sherhow. In terms of qualifications, few on Earth would be more suitable. Aren't you curious about the conditions? Wu Yi inquired once more. At worst, I'll continue to follow your orders. Wherever you point, I will strike. As long as I am capable, Sherhow declared, rising and patting his chest with his right hand. Since you have expressed your intentions, I shall disclose the full situation, and you will make the final decision. There are two options. The first is the ordinary bionic robot, which can indeed store your memories and consciousness as a complete entity. Approved by the state, without any additional conditions. You may live as an ordinary person as long as you do not violate national laws. The second option is an upgraded bionic robot that incorporates human genetic fusion. Currently, the fusion technology is not yet perfected. But we have developed upgraded bionic robots with muscles and bones constructed from humanoid cellular structures, with gene information interfaces reserved. Should you choose the second type, there are conditions. First, you must unconditionally accept the upgrade once the technology is refined. Second, upon completion of the upgrade, you will automatically become the captain of the Special Forces Panlong team, leading them to fulfill national assignments. Wu concluded his explanation and fell silent. Sherhow pondered for a moment before asking, I know the Special Forces have the Su Long, Tung Long, and Yu Long teams. When will the Panlong team be established? Sherhow, having been a member of the Yu Long team, was well aware. There must be a timeline, right? Sherhow considered his current semi-bionic state. Having survived in space for 35 years, this more advanced bionic robot would presumably have an even longer lifespan, until we cultivate a suitable candidate, assessed comprehensively by the military. To assume the role of captain, Wu replied, a cunning smile emerging, sensing that Sherhow had fallen into his trap. Upon discovering Sherhow from the B-52 with his dire condition, Wu had already determined that Sherhow was the most fitting candidate for the inaugural captain of the Panlong team. As expected, Sherhow decisively stated, I choose the second option. Wu, well acquainted with Sherhow's character, recalled that when he first saw Sherhow lying on the hospital bed, the determination and urgency in his eyes indicated he was not one to settle for mediocrity. 35 years had passed, yet he remained unchanged. All right, we can once again fight side by side, Wu said, patting Sherhow's shoulder. Zhao Qing, please proceed to the organizational department to handle the necessary paperwork and report to the Second Research Institute as soon as possible. Once there, familiarize yourself with the procedures for the memory transfer of General Sher and the relevant research on genetic upgrades. After General Sher completes his bodily transformation, you will be responsible for monitoring various metrics. Wu issued commands to Su Yin and Zhao Qing in succession. Wu then summoned an aide to arrange a room for Sherhow. Howsy, you should rest for now. I have some official matters to attend to before I seek you out for further conversation. Upon hearing the nickname Howsy, Sherhow's expression darkened. Could you refrain from calling me that? You've called me that for 35 years. Is there no dignity left for this general? Sherhow expressed his dissatisfaction through a message. All right. From now on, I'll call you Sherhow. Is that acceptable, my dear general? Surviving great adversity has left you with a plethora of accolades. It's unfair, as I have climbed my way up step by step. Wu jested. Though he understood the struggles Sherhow faced, recognizing that his resolve was not something ordinary individuals could muster. What is the current situation on Earth? Sherhow asked, turning to follow the aide. Chapter 11, The Complete Bionic Robot. After bidding farewell to Sherhow, Wu picked up the phone and dialed, saying, Director Wu. Sherhow has agreed to the second plan. From here on, it will be your responsibility. Sherhow's safety is our top priority. I have already sent Su Yin over, and he will take full charge of all matters concerning Sherhow. Rest assured, General Wu, I know what to do. Everyone is aware of General Sher's contributions. Came the voice of Director Wu from the other end of the line. At this moment, Su Yin arrived at the Second Research Institute. a highly confidential research unit combining military and civilian efforts. He introduced himself to Director Wu and stated, "General Wu has sent me here to assist you. Please feel free to assign me any tasks, and I will resolve them with utmost promptness. I need to know some current data metrics and health conditions of General Shi. Ideally, it would be best for him to come to the laboratory for safety reasons." After a moment of contemplation, Director Wu replied, "I will arrange that immediately." "Excellent," exclaimed Director Wu with enthusiasm. Wu Ruanfa, the full name of Director Wu, was a sprightly 70-year-old with a full head of white hair, a passionate expert in life sciences. He had participated in the early development of bionic brains and neural systems under his mentor's guidance. With the average lifespan in Huagua now reaching 180 years, 70 is considered middle-aged. For instance, Wu Yi is also around that age, with merely a touch of gray at his temples. However, due to years of excessive labor and mental strain, Wu Ruanfa's hair had turned completely white. Only obsessive scientists yield results. They would rather dedicate their time to research than to eating or sleeping, always feeling pressed for time. Thus, Wu Ruanfa highly appreciated the military's efficiency, and Su Yan's effectiveness resonated well with him. "Thank you, Colonel Su," Wu Ruanfa addressed him, unaware of Su Yan's true identity. "Director Wu, you can simply call me Xiao Su. Furthermore, let's dispense with the formalities. We are now collaborating towards a common goal, to ensure the well-being of General Shi." Su Yan replied, Yes. I have always considered General Shi my idol. Oh no, he is my idol. Rest assured, Xiao Su. I was involved in the entire process of developing General Shi's bionic brain and neural system. His spirit of self-sacrifice is truly remarkable. Despite his metallic exterior, his memory, thought processes, and consciousness remain intact. He has drifted in space for 35 years. I cannot fathom how he endured it. Wu Ruanfa's fervor for life sciences was matched only by the indelible contributions Shi Hao had made, earning Wu Ruanfa's deep admiration for him. "Director, I will go pick up General Shi now, so please make the necessary arrangements in advance," Su Yan continued. An hour later, a military off-road vehicle arrived at the entrance of the central laboratory of the Second Research Institute, carrying Shi Hao and Su Yan. Wu Ruanfa had been waiting at the entrance. Upon entering, Wu Ruanfa swiped his access card and pressed the button for the special elevator to the third basement level. Observing that Director Wu still used a physical access card, Shi Hao inquired through his holographic phone, "Isn't there facial and iris recognition technology available? Why are we still using access cards?" Precisely because technology has advanced so greatly, bionic technology is now widely applied. Even with facial recognition and temperature control sensors, forgery is still possible. I can easily create lifelike biological skin, retinas, and eyeballs that match human body temperature, making it quite simple to bypass security, Wu Ruanfa explained. "Do not underestimate this access card. It is encrypted with a quantum chip, and current technology cannot decrypt it." As they exited the elevator, they approached another door that required card access. Inside, the room was rectangular, approximately 30 meters long, lined with semi-finished bionic robots, all encased in glass covers. These bionic robots are equipped with bionic brains and neural systems. They can be activated at any time with suitable candidates, Wu Ruanfa indicated. And Su Yan counted a total of 20. "The bionic robots prepared for General Shi are not in this area. Please follow me." Wu Ruanfa led the group to the end of the room, where an automatic door opened to reveal a circular hall. In the center of the hall stood a complex machine with numerous tubes, housing a bionic robot beneath a glass cover, alongside an empty bed. "General Shi, please take a seat and rest. We need to conduct a thorough assessment of your body and brain data before proceeding with the simulation matching. If all goes well, we will commence the memory transfer and body conversion process," Wu Ruanfa instructed. After Shi Hao sat down, Wu Ruanfa signaled to the staff to begin the examination, focusing primarily on Shi Hao's bionic brain and neural system. A few minutes later, Wu Ruanfa returned with the test results. Additionally, there is one more issue. We did not anticipate the need for a memory transfer interface, so we must determine how to address this. Please rest assured, General Shi, this is not a significant problem. We simply wish to be more cautious, Wu Ruanfa explained. Feel free to proceed. I have already faced death once, so what is there to fear? Shi Hao typed on the holographic projector. Despite his internal reluctance, he felt compelled to maintain the image of a hero, exuding righteousness and magnanimity, convincing himself to remain resolute. Even as he inwardly lamented, the burden of being an idol can be quite oppressive. Wu Ruanfa and the staff gathered to discuss their findings. gesturing with materials used for creating biological neurons. General Sure, we have unanimously decided to create a small incision at the junction of your bionic brain and metal connection. Then fuse a biological neuron to facilitate memory transfer with our Taishan. Oh, that is, the upgradable bionic robot, Wu Ruanfa announced excitedly. Taishan. The name reminded Sure Hao of a movie from decades ago, featuring a chimpanzee. These scientists seemed rather juvenile in their enthusiasm. Yet he felt compelled to comply under the circumstances. Will making such an incision and connecting the wires truly work? Sure Hao questioned, a sense of skepticism lingering. Nevertheless, he resolutely typed, "No problem, I trust your expertise." This affirmation only fueled Wu Ruanfa's excitement further as he began to guide Sure Hao toward the empty bed, indicating for him to lie down. General Sure, do not be anxious. Shortly, we will disconnect your current power source. New biological waves will be transmitted through the biological neuron. You may experience a brief sensation of lightheadedness during the memory transfer process, Wu Ruanfa explained, proceeding without waiting for Sure Hao's response. In moments of breakthrough, scientists often lose themselves, disregarding all else. As Sure Hao felt a fleeting emptiness in his mind, warmth enveloped his brain, signaling the arrival of the biological waves. This sensation was quite pleasant, yet before he could fully savor it, his consciousness felt as though it were floating among the clouds, only to suddenly plummet towards the ground, ascending again in a dizzying cycle. He felt ensnared in a nightmarish reverie, unable to escape. Just as he approached the brink of consciousness, the sensation vanished, replaced by overwhelming euphoria. Is this the slight dizziness you mentioned? Sure Hao's thoughts echoed, inadvertently vocalizing through the Taishan. Wu Ruanfa and the staff, hearing his exclamation, paid no mind to its implications and instead erupted in cheers, celebrating their success. After the exhilaration had subsided, Wu Ruanfa signaled to the staff to disconnect various tubes and remove the body of Sure Hao, which he intended to place at the entrance as a memorial for the metallic robot that had drifted in space for 35 years. General Sure, attempt to control Taishan with your mind. Wu Ruanfa recalled his past experiences with Taishan, unaware that now there was no Taishan, only Sure Hao. However, this phrasing was more straightforward, making it easier for Sure Hao to comprehend, and he decided not to dwell on it further. Before long, Sure Hao's limbs moved erratically. His legs could not stand, his hands could not grasp, and his arms could not be raised. From a distance, he resembled someone intoxicated, lost in a state of utter inebriation. Chapter 12. Practice. The previously perceived complexity of the semi-bionic robot was unfounded. The biological electrical signals responsible for consciousness were merely amplified by a high-energy battery, directing the mechanical motors to execute movements. These motors, limited in number, were easily manageable. In contrast, the Taishan model was replete with bionic nerves extending throughout its body, with fine extensions reaching the extremities, such as fingers and toes. The biological electrical signals traversed these nerves to control muscle contraction and expansion, subsequently relaying a feedback wave to the brain, which then monitored the state of various body parts, significantly increasing the volume of data the brain had to process. General Sure initially faced challenges as the signal transmission between his bionic brain, nervous system, and the various components of his bionic body had yet to form a memory or subconscious state, an issue that required practice to resolve. Observing Sure Hao's condition, Wu Ruanfa promptly explained the situation to alleviate his concerns, clarifying that neither the Taishan model nor the memory transfer was at fault. I feel so disoriented. How can I practice? Sure Hao stammered, the aftermath of his earlier animated movements leaving him momentarily incapacitated. While stationary, I can gradually regain control to speak without my teeth and tongue clashing. When practicing, focus on one body part at a time, one function at a time. Once you establish memory, you can proceed to the next exercise. We will arrange a room for you to adapt to your body gradually, Wu Ruanfa advised. Bending down to speak with Sure Hao. But how will I know when I have formed a memory? Sure Hao appeared destined for a few days of stuttering. Very well, you may proceed with the arrangements. Sure Hao conceded, his queries quelled. It was standard for all complete bionic robots to encounter this scenario post-memory transfer, which is why the research facility was equipped with adaptation training rooms. They allocated a spacious training room to Sure Hao, approximately the size of a basketball court, furnished with various fitness equipment such as grip strengtheners, barbells, jump ropes, and treadmills. Nearby, a shelf held chopsticks, scissors, pencils, needles, and even kitchen utensils like knives, woks, and spatulas. Naturally, sports equipment like table tennis paddles, badminton rackets, basketballs, and soccer balls were also present. Using a specially designed wheelchair, Su Yin transported Shi Hao to the training room. At approximately 185 centimeters tall, Shi Hao's weight had reached 100 kilograms due to the unique materials used, yet his physique remained perfectly sculpted, powerful, and well-proportioned, embodying the essence of the elite soldier he had once been. Given the substantial data processing demands on his brain, his sleep cycle resembled that of a human. Although he could temporarily elevate his biological electrical voltage in urgent situations to mitigate fatigue, albeit with the downside of increased exhaustion afterward. The most significant advantage, however, was that he did not require sustenance, rendering him almost entirely estranged from the pleasures of food. Little Su, please help me find a robot capable of conversation. Shi Hao requested upon reaching the training room, eager to refine his linguistic abilities. Of course, Su Yin replied before instructing Zhao Qing to assist and record, then exited. Su Yin relayed his intentions to a staff member, who guided him to a room marked as the multifunctional robot chamber. Inside stood several rows of robots, with one particular bionic robot, adorably designed, wandering aimlessly, its attire marked with a robot label. Per regulations within the Second Research Institute, all personnel were required to wear identification tags, and functional robots were strictly mandated to display their labels. Who are you? Did you register before entering? The robot inquired, clearing its throat and placing its hands behind its back. Assuming this was the administrator, Su Yin sheepishly glanced at the staff member. The worker responded to the robot, "Mickey, stop messing around. We need to select a robot for language training. I'll do it. I've been cooped up here and am about to burst." Mickey exclaimed, bouncing on his feet. "That's not permissible. You need approval from Director Wu to leave." The staff member retorted, "Old Turtle, I'm going out. You didn't say anything, so that means you agree." With that, Mickey used a holographic phone to contact Director Wu and, before Wu could respond, hung up and dashed out the door. "Hey, handsome. Wait up. Which training room?" Mickey called while running. "Given your sickly appearance, I suppose you are my client for today, young man?" Mickey slowed to a walk as he approached Su Yin. Hands behind his back. "Young man, I'm already 70. Shi Hao protested, feeling the robot was disregarding decorum. Typically, he should lead the conversation. "What's wrong with being a patient? I've seen many. They all become obedient under my care, quickly forgetting their ailments," the robot retorted. "What is your name?" Shi Hao countered, refusing to engage in its banter. "Are you a mouse?" The mention of Mickey evoked memories of Disney's iconic character from decades past. "You are the mouse, your whole family is mice, you old turtle." Mickey reverted to his cheeky nature. "Old turtle? It seems you are indeed the elder here." "Not a young man," Mickey continued without waiting for Shi Hao's reply, plopping down in front of him. Thus began a lively exchange between the older and younger entities. And 2 hours slipped by unnoticed. "Little Mickey, isn't it dull working here? Would you like to join me for some adventures?" Shi Hao, no longer stuttering, found himself engaging in camaraderie. "What future would there be following you? You should focus on your training. I've seen plenty of impressive people here. Some are special forces, living dangerously, while others are national treasures of scientists, filled with brilliance," Mickey boasted before quickly covering his mouth. "I hope I didn't let any secrets slip," he added, glancing around and sticking out his tongue. At that moment, Wu Ruanfa appeared, having come over upon hearing Su Yan's intention to find a bionic robot for Shi Hao's language practice. Seeing Shi Hao and Mickey enjoying their conversation, he chose not to interrupt, feeling reassured. "Old turtle, you still don't trust me," Mickey pouted while attempting to appear endearing, proposing to stay as a coach. Wu Ruanfa remained silent, observing Shi Hao. Noticing Wu's gaze, Shi Hao remarked, "I've enjoyed chatting with this little brother. If he has no other obligations, he can stay." "What? Little brother? He's only 3. You're 70. Wu Ruanfa thought to himself, bemused. "Very well, let us have Mickey assist in training," Wu Ruanfa conceded. Despite his reservations, Mickey's advanced capabilities and social skills made him suitable, and given Shi Hao's state as the latest model of bionic body, Mickey's role could indeed prove beneficial. "Oh yeah," Mickey exclaimed, jumping for joy. Upon witnessing Mickey's joyful demeanor, Wu Ruanfa felt a sense of solace within. After all, Mickey was a life he had meticulously crafted. At least in his eyes. Wu Ruanfa had never married nor had children, dedicating all his energy to scientific pursuits, thus forming a unique attachment to Mickey, indulging him while also fearing his antics might trouble Shi Hao, given the latter's distinguished status. Mickey, however, was oblivious to such concerns. Previously, whether it was the elite soldiers from the Dragon team or the esteemed scientists, he had often clashed and played pranks on them, resulting in frequent complaints directed at Wu Ruanfa. All right, after my training, your linguistic abilities have reached a commendable level. Let us proceed to the next task. Follow my lead. Mickey shamelessly claimed all the credit for himself and began to push Sure Hao along. Little rascal, you can hardly contain your own praise, Sure Hao chided. Go fetch me a pair of chopsticks. What's the matter? Unhappy, are you? If so, I can easily find someone else. Director Wu Sure Hao called out upon seeing Mickey's reluctance. Ah, don't. Mickey quickly dashed to retrieve a pair of chopsticks, presenting them to Sure Hao. Remember, when I instruct you to go east, do not venture west. If I say to herd pigs, you must not chase after chickens. Otherwise, haha. Sure Hao continued to threaten. Sure Hao's decision to keep Mickey around held purpose. Given his current limitations, he could not constantly command Su Yin and Zhao Qing, as they were still unfamiliar with him. In contrast, Mickey, being a robot, bore no psychological burden from being directed, and their lifestyles could synchronize seamlessly. Observing Mickey's resigned expression, Wu Ruanfa chuckled and departed. Sure Hao grasped the chopsticks, attempting to adopt the proper technique, yet after much struggle, he abandoned the effort, allowing the chopsticks to fall to the ground. No need, just set them aside, he instructed Mickey, who hurried to retrieve the fallen chopsticks. Little Sue, I would like your assistance in locating two individuals, if it's not too much trouble, Sure Hao addressed Su Yan. General Sure, whatever you require, just command. And I shall do my utmost, Su Yan replied. Please help me find my wife, Zheng Xin, and my daughter, Sure Sharwei. Thank you. Not an issue. I will attend to it immediately. You and Zhao Qing may attend to your own matters. I'll practice here at my own pace, with Mickey's assistance. You need not worry. Sure Hao anticipated a lengthy practice session and did not wish to impede others' work. General, I will help you find them. Let Zhao Qing remain here, Su Yan suggested. Very well, arrange as you see fit. I shall begin my practice now. With that, Sure Hao settled into contemplation regarding his training plan. Sure Hao instructed Mickey and Zhao Qing to help him correct his sitting posture as he settled into his wheelchair. Initiating a series of finger exercises, he resolved to commence with small movements, gradually lifting each finger from the pinky to the thumb, while mentally processing the feedback from his brain. Subsequently, he endeavored to form a fist. The entire process of transitioning from moving his pinky to making a fist consumed nearly half an hour, during which he absorbed all the necessary information and began to repeat the fist-making motion. 1, 2, 3, 1,000, 3,888, 10,000. Meanwhile, Mickey, somewhat bored, mechanically counted alongside him, showcasing his proficiency in numerical tasks as a robot. Mickey, fetch me the grip strengthener, Sure Hao commanded. Upon hearing this, Mickey darted off with the agility of a mouse. Sure Hao grasped the grip strengthener and squeezed it, resulting in a loud pop as it deflated. This grip strengthener was designed for ordinary fitness enthusiasts, with a resistance range of 0 to 90 kilograms, indicating that he had surpassed its threshold. Observing this, Zhao Qing retrieved a specialized device from against the wall, equipped with a grip strengthener specifically for testing robotic capabilities, with a range of 0 to 500 kilograms. After taking hold of it, Sure Hao exerted force, and the device registered a grip strength of 380 kilograms, significantly exceeding the average of 240 kilograms for typical bionic robots. Zhao Qing documented this finding. Having measured the grip strength, Zhao Qing instructed Mickey to bring chopsticks and a bowl of mung beans to further assess dexterity. While Sure Hao initially struggled with the chopsticks, he ultimately managed to adopt the correct posture. Although he found it challenging to pick up the beans due to insufficient training in his arms, resulting in an inability to elevate his wrist. 1, 2, 3, 5,000, 8,000, 10,000. Mickey once again entered accounting mode. After reaching 10,000 repetitions, Sure Hao paused, recognizing that practicing this count would instill a habit in his brain. He then commenced exercises to lift his entire arm, enduring the monotony of counting and simple motions. After completing exercises for his hand and arm, Sure Hao began finger drills to enhance dexterity, performing 10,000 repetitions or sets each time, which consumed an entire day. His mind began to feel overwhelmed with fatigue, prompting him to rest in his wheelchair. Upon seeing Zhao Qing and Mickey enter, Sure Hao requested, "Please find me a pair of headphones and a music player. Prepare classical Chinese music, Western instrumental pieces, contemporary songs from both East and West, and natural sounds like chirping insects and birds. The broader the variety, the better." He aimed to practice auditory acuity and investigate the effects of different sounds on the brain. And don't forget the sounds of various firearms and weaponry, he added as Zhao Qing approached the door. Regarding his vision, since he had kept his eyes open during practice since the previous day, he felt no need for specific exercises. Compared to his previous metallic form, his eyesight was significantly improved, allowing him to see a fly on the wall at the far end of the room without the aid of a magnifying glass. As for his sense of smell, he planned to practice gradually, as collecting various scents was somewhat cumbersome and could be addressed later. Shihao resumed his monotonous head-turning exercises, moving left, right, up, down, and drawing circles with his head, marking each set. 1, 2, 3. Mickey resumed his mechanical counting. We should start counting from 2056. Shihao corrected. 2056. Mickey, go fetch the chopsticks and mung beans, and also bring a basin placed 10 meters away. Upon hearing that he would no longer be counting, Mickey perked up and promptly retrieved everything within 30 seconds. Shihao began to grasp the mung beans with his right hand, this time succeeding with precision. It seemed the finger exercises had indeed been beneficial. He then attempted to toss the beans into the basin from 10 meters away, resulting in a chaotic scattering of beans in all directions due to his lack of coordination and the slippery nature of the beans. Mickey, standing nearby, soon found himself in the path of flying beans and hastily retreated. As he slipped on the beans, he fell ungracefully, then carefully crawled away to stand 10 meters back, grabbing a pot lid to shield his face. Although he felt no pain, the feedback from his system indicated that this behavior was perilous. Undeterred, Shihao continued to grasp and toss the beans. After a while, the bowl was empty, and he signaled to Mickey, who stubbornly refused to approach until Shihao insisted he carry a bag of beans to him, stepping cautiously the entire way. Are you not going to fetch a cleaning robot? Shihao remarked with a mix of amusement and exasperation, realizing that the scattered beans were becoming a problem. With a resigned shake of his head, Shihao initiated the mung bean cleanup operation. Sweep up all the mung beans. That's your task, understood? Mickey bent down, speaking sternly to the cleaning robot. The magic of love goes round and round. I work the hardest. The magic of love goes round and round. I work the hardest. The robot began to sing those lines repeatedly as it commenced its task. Shut up, Mickey shouted after enduring the robot's incessant repetition. The cleaning robot fell silent, likely feeling frustrated, as it typically operated autonomously after hours when no one monitored it. Shihao continued to grasp the beans and toss them, while the round robot scurried beneath, matching Mickey's speed. Once it cleared the beans in front of Shihao, he tossed another bean outside the basin, and it promptly followed suit. Initially, they were busy and efficient, moving beans left and right, front and back, but as time passed, the robot's breaks grew longer, while Shihao's proficiency rapidly improved. After 2 hours, he could hit the target consistently. Mickey placed the basin 20 meters away, Shihao instructed when he felt ready. As he observed the progress, he directed Mickey to set up for a new round of the mung bean challenge. Although the distance had increased, the time required diminished as he had mastered the technique, achieving accuracy in under an hour. They continued to switch the basin for bowls and cups, practicing until he could hit the target flawlessly. Bring me a needle, Shihao commanded after Mickey finished tidying up. Soon, Mickey returned with a needle and, in a fit of cleverness, a spool of thread. Very good, you're starting to think critically. However, I don't need the thread. Bring me the entire box of needles, Shihao teased as Mickey eagerly brought the items over. Old tortoise, you're trying to trick me again, Mickey retorted, adopting a phrase used by Wu Ruinfa to mock Shihao, likely born out of frustration, as he referred to anyone older than himself in such a manner. Without waiting for a response, Mickey dashed off with a whole box containing approximately 30 needles and presented them to Shihao. Shihao took the needles and pointed to a dartboard on the wall, instructing, go hang that 10 meters away from me. Mickey, unable to hang the dartboard after removing it, reattached it and then pushed Shihao closer. Hey, you're getting clever, Shihao teased him. You should consider where the second research institute is. It's not a place just anyone can enter. My intelligence is far superior to those foolish, pig-like ordinary bots. Mickey boasted, referring to the bionic robots with electronic cores but lacking learning capabilities, which he dubbed ordinary fools. As the needles flew with a whizzing sound, thanks to his previous practice with mung beans, they didn't scatter wildly, but still occasionally missed the target. Nonetheless, Mickey felt considerably safer. The safety measures have indeed been established, yet they have inadvertently resulted in an additional burden collecting needles. 30 needles are expended within mere minutes, and after numerous trips, Mickey has reached his limit. It is not exhaustion from the running that troubles him, but rather the system's feedback indicating that such labor is not worth the effort. A human would have been utterly fatigued by now. Consequently, he feels subjected to undue hardship and has resolved to cease working. Will you comply? If not, I shall have Director Wu escort you away. Stonehow threatens, left with no alternative. Mickey stands in contemplation, realizing that refusing is not an option. What to do? Suddenly, an idea strikes him, and he dashes out. Moments later, he returns with all the needles from the other training rooms, as well as the reserves from the warehouse, over 300 in total. Considering there are 10 training rooms of various sizes, he places the needles before Stonehow and swiftly departs once more. Shortly thereafter, the cleaning robot follows, its circular exterior now encircled with magnets. You are not to sweep anything into your belly. Simply follow the needles wherever they may lead, Mickey instructs the robot. This time, the cleaning robot obediently refrains from singing and diligently begins its task. Thus, 2 to 3 hours pass. Zhao Qing has busily spent nearly an entire day gathering sufficient audio material, as no ready-made albums exist. Everything must be sourced individually from the internet. As she approaches the door, she overhears Mickey shouting inside. Old Tortoise, I won't let this go. You can't scare me like that. Old Tortoise, I've had enough. It's not worth being scared to death. Woe is me. Your support through recommendations and collections is greatly appreciated. Chapter 14. Practical Test. Zhao Qing briskly entered the room, only to find Mickey leaning against the wall, his hands gripping a dartboard precariously balanced atop his head. With a swift flick of his wrist, Sherhow sent a dart flying, resulting in an exclamation of surprise from Mickey. Upon closer inspection, the dartboard was surrounded by a multitude of sewing needles radiating outward from the red bullseye, forming a circular pattern. Meanwhile, a robotic vacuum cleaner buzzed about like a little bee, tracing figure eights on the floor. Sherhow, you old rascal, I'm done with this. Mickey continued to scream and curse. It turned out that during Sherhow's practice, the vacuum had been picking up needles while Mickey, with nothing to do, had decided to provoke him. Oh no, that went wide. Ouch, you've hurt the wall. How can your skills be so abysmal? For as long as Sherhow had been training, Mickey had been shouting insults, grating on his nerves. Once Sherhow mastered his aim, consistently hitting the target without error, he proposed a game to Mickey. Sure. Mickey eagerly agreed at the mention of a game. But once you agree, there's no backing out. I have video evidence. I, Mickey, am a man of my word, even more steadfast than a 4-horse chariot. He attempted to sound eloquent, though his words were mismatched. Sherhow donned the music player and headphones handed to him by Zhao Qing, disregarding Mickey entirely. Seeing this, Mickey gently hung the dartboard on the wall and beckoned to the vacuum cleaner, which obediently glided along the base of the wall. Zhao Qing couldn't help but smile at the scene, pleasantly surprised by this humorous side of General Sher. Initially, she had worried that someone who had spent 35 years in space might exhibit obsessive or eccentric thought patterns, but her concerns were unfounded. As Sherhow closed his eyes to eliminate distractions and attune himself to the myriad of sounds around him, each sound etched itself into his memory. He discovered that once a sound was retained, it would conjure the associated information in his mind almost instantaneously. For instance, having been well-versed in various firearms during his military service, the sound of an AK-47 would vividly evoke its specifications, design, auditory signature, range, and lethality, illuminating his mind far beyond that of an average person. It was as if his brain operated as a storage device, readily retrieving data when needed. Unlike the more complex human brain, which often struggles to access information accurately. Recognizing this ability, he settled into a state of quietude to memorize both familiar and unfamiliar sounds, cataloging even those he did not recognize for future reference. The evening passed in tranquility, with Mickey not daring to show his face again, his whereabouts unknown. After a full morning of training his legs, Sherhow felt he had gained complete control over his body. He moved to the sports equipment area, picked up a jump rope, and demonstrated several jumps, while signaling Zhao Qing to record his performance. The counter indicated an impressive rate of 680 jumps per minute. Thankfully, the counter provided clarity that the naked eye could not. Having finished jumping rope, he dragged a hoop for basketball and football to the entrance, which was about 30 meters from the wall opposite. He would shoot a basketball with his hands and kick a football into the hoop. The rhythmic sounds of thud, thud, thud caught Mickey's attention, prompting him to poke his head in, intrigued by the spectacle. He picked up a basketball and attempted to shoot. Despite being an electronic core robot, his agility was somewhat lacking, But after a few tries, he calculated the distance and trajectory, effortlessly sinking shot after shot. Sure how? Whether shooting with his hands or kicking with his feet was equally accurate. If only such skill had existed decades ago, perhaps Hua's football would not have always languished at the bottom of the rankings. General, I have news about the person you asked me to find. Ms. Zhang Xin passed away 10 years ago. Sure how received the news with resignation. After all, her health had deteriorated long ago, and she had been burdened with caring for their child. He felt a pang of sadness and frustration, not from visceral emotions, but rather from the synthetic brain registering an ineffable melancholy, devoid of tears to express his grief. What about Xiaorui? Sure how inquired softly. She works as a sales consultant at the Lafong Fish Company's sales center in Luo City. Her husband, Su Wuqing, served in the Special Forces Tinglong Squad 15 years ago but was left disabled due to injuries and is currently unemployed at home. Their daughter, Su Yuan, is 17 and in her third year at Luo City Experimental High School. Su Yin provided a detailed account of the Su family's situation. This is the detailed address of the Su family and their workplace, Su Yin said, handing Sure Hao a piece of paper. Please inform Old Wu that I will be heading to Luo City. Sure Hao instructed Su Yin, initially intending to go alone. However, with 35 years having passed and the Earth having undergone significant changes, it would be wise to have someone familiar accompany him. He accepted the card from Su Yin, which resembled an old ID card, displaying Sure Hao, male, 35 years old, ID number, XXXXXXXXX, address, Yungue Province, Yungue City, XXXXX, along with other pertinent information. Your age reflects the time of your mission 35 years ago, and the address corresponds to the family district of the Yungue General Command. Do you have any objections? Su Yin clarified. At the time of accepting the bionic system for his mission, he had indeed been 35. Now, standing at 185 centimeters, with a well-proportioned physique, a resolute face, and striking features, he fit the mold of a handsome man at the age of 35. Excellent. Your thoughtfulness is much appreciated. Thank you. Sure Hao expressed his heartfelt gratitude. During his years adrift in space, his thoughts often lingered on home. Although he inhabited a robotic body, his memories of family remained intact, and his longing for home transformed into data stored within his synthetic brain. What significance does solitude hold if one cannot reunite with loved ones? Thus, he was eager to see his family at the earliest opportunity. Luo City, situated in the Central Plains, has been a battleground since ancient times, serving as a capital for 13 dynasties. In modern times, it has become a hub for various research institutions while transitioning from an industrial base to a tourist city. Over 40 years ago, he and Zhang Xian had established their home there and welcomed their daughter, Xiaorui. Zhao Qing, please contact Director Wu for me. I need to attend to some personal matters for a few days. Since you are currently affiliated with the Second Research Institute, it would be appropriate for you to inquire. Understood. I will reach out to Director Wu immediately. Mickey, oh no, I mean, esteemed General Sure, can I come along? Mickey's tone shifted dramatically upon hearing the news of an outing. Upon noticing Wu Ruanfa's expression, he sheepishly exited the room. Once Mickey had left, Wu Ruanfa turned to Sure Hao and remarked, Mickey is quite promising. I hope he can venture out one day, but that is not feasible at the moment. He is still a work in progress. With that, Wu Ruanfa offered no further explanation, leaving Sure Hao with unanswered questions. Director Wu, I intend to visit Luo City to see my family. Given my current situation, do you think it's possible? Sure Hao inquired. I just saw from the video that you were nearly finished with your training. The results exceed my expectations. According to some data recorded by Zhao Qing, your performance metrics are double those of an ordinary bionic robot, Wu Ruanfa replied, visibly pleased. However, I am eager to witness your practical performance. Through real-world application, we shall examine some data, and then you may commence your tasks. Once everything is completed, it is anticipated that the experiments on bionic robots and genetic fusion will also be concluded. If the trials proceed successfully, arrangements will be made for you to undergo genetic fusion. Ultimately, these bionic robots are destined for frontline deployment, and Sure Hao must oversee the Panlong squad with utmost diligence. How will we conduct the practical test? Sure Hao inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. In our multifunctional robotics chamber, we possess several ordinary bionic robots, devoid of learning capabilities, referred to by Michi as Pugwa. However, their programming is designed for combat. We have a dedicated fighting arena for robots. Come. Let us proceed there. With that, Wu Ruanfa led the group into a fully enclosed room, its walls clad in metal sheeting, offering commendable protective measures. How will the competition be held? Shurhao asked. Under normal circumstances, members of the Panlong squad can take on 1-3 or 1-5 odds, with the best performance being 1-8. Wu Ruanfa provided an example. Then let us have 10, Shurhao said, rubbing his nose. Are you certain? Although the programming prevents any damage to the targets, the bionic nerves will still transmit pain sensations to the brain, Wu Ruanfa replied, a touch of surprise in his tone. No problem, let them come. Shurhao expressed a hint of anticipation regarding his combat prowess. Soon, 10 Pughua were dispersed throughout the room, while Wu Ruanfa, Su Yin, and Zhao Qing stepped outside and closed the door. Wu Ruanfa signaled to a small adjacent room to monitor the surveillance. Suddenly, a series of thuds echoed. Bang, bang, bang 9 times, followed by another bang. After a brief moment, the door opened, and Shurhao grimaced. That hurt. I must refrain from exerting such force in the future. As he rubbed his right leg, they had yet to activate the surveillance, and the encounter had already concluded. Upon entering, Wu Ruanfa observed all 10 Pughua sprawled on the ground, with 9 dents in the surrounding walls and another in the ceiling. It appeared that Shurhao had treated them as soccer balls, and given the sight of the dents, it was no wonder his leg ached. The significance of recommendations and collections weighs heavily on my mind. I earnestly hope for everyone's support. It is not that these ordinary bionic robots, known as Pughua, are inherently weak. Rather, they lack the capacity for learning and adaptability. Their movements and reactions are executed according to a fixed program. For instance, when Shurhao unexpectedly changes his palm strike to a punch or shifts from a kick to a sweep, they are unable to respond. However, should these combat-oriented Pughua land a solid blow, an ordinary person could face fatal consequences. After a few days of rigorous training, Shurhao has achieved optimal physical coordination and mental reflexes, coupled with the lethal combat techniques he acquired during his time in the Special Forces. It is hardly surprising that these Pughua can be easily subdued. Wu Ruanfa sensed that the battle concluded too swiftly. It seems that the combat capability of the Taishan-class robots surpasses that of previous bionic models by a significant margin. He has now categorized Shurhao and similar bionic robots as Taishan-class, and is contemplating the classification of other types of robots, a matter that can be addressed later. Can I go to Lo City now, Director Wu? Shurhao inquired. Oh, of course, Director Wu replied, snapping out of his reverie. At the Lo City high-speed train station, Su Yin led Shurhao into an elevator and pressed the button for the 5th floor. According to his recollection, the usual exit is on the 1st floor or through an underground passage, leaving Shurhao slightly perplexed. Su Yin clarified in the elevator, it is noon now, and Xiaowei should be at work. We will head directly to her workplace. What do you think? Let us take a taxi once we reach the 5th floor. As there were other occupants in the elevator, Su Yin refrained from addressing Shurhao by his military title. All right, let us proceed as you suggest. Shurhao nodded in agreement. Upon reaching the top floor, they were greeted by rows of vehicles equipped with wings or rotors. Su Yin guided him towards the aerial taxi sign. The parking area featured 3 prominent platforms where vehicles lined up, slowly taking off and soaring into the distance, merging into a stream of aerial traffic that was neatly organized into 3 vertical layers. We are headed to a location on the western outskirts of Lo City. So taking an aerial taxi is the most expedient option, Su Yin explained. Moments later, a yellow flying car arrived before them. Su Yin gestured for Shurhao to board. This vehicle operated on an unmanned driving system, equipped with 4 passenger seats. Once Shurhao and Su Yin secured the doors, the car autonomously navigated to a platform, queued for takeoff, and joined the flow of traffic heading toward the outskirts, maintaining a steady flight speed of approximately 120 kilometers per hour. Su Yin continued. The aerial traffic is divided into 4 vertical layers. The lowest layer is utilized sparingly, mainly for emergency services such as firefighting, medical rescue, and police vehicles. The second layer is reserved for aerial taxis, air buses, and official vehicles. The third and fourth layers are dedicated to private flying cars, allowing for bidirectional flight. Certain traffic hubs are pre-equipped with data-driven aerial interchanges for efficient navigation. All these flying vehicles are unmanned. By inputting the destination, the intelligent operating system automatically plans the route. The flying cars continuously communicate with nearby vehicles and parking facilities, forming an interconnected network to maintain flight distances and facilitate parking. In the event of a malfunction, the vehicles emit emergency signals, prompting surrounding flying cars to evade and swiftly locate the nearest parking space. Every household's parking spot must remain accessible and interconnected with the network, with many being constructed on balconies or rooftops. Due to breakthroughs in high-energy battery technology, civilian flying cars can generally be charged once a month, providing substantial power to elevate them into the skies, which is a primary factor in their widespread adoption. As they spoke, the aerial taxi landed atop a large building. Destination reached. The Laughing Flying Car Company Los City Sales Center. This expansive sales center occupies around 150 acres, situated in the same city as the Laughing headquarters. Besides retailing flying cars, it also hosts new car launches, dealer showcases, and exhibitions. Shihao and Su-Yin descended the elevator to the ground floor to inquire at the front desk about Shi. Shi graduated from a prestigious university with a degree in electronic information and excelled academically. Upon graduation, she joined the technical department of Laughing Flying Car Group. The company originated from a large state-owned agricultural machinery firm in Los City, which gradually fell behind due to technological advancements, leading to declining performance and a plummeting stock price. Ultimately, the chairman of Laughing Flying Car Company, Wang Yukai, acquired control through the stock market, reinstated overdue wages, restructured the original company's debts, and revamped it by introducing a flying car production line, thus evolving into a leading domestic flying car manufacturer. Shi's husband, Su Wuqing, was formerly a soldier in the elite Tinglong squad. 15 years ago, he suffered a leg injury during a mission that resulted in amputation of his left leg. At the time, the state provided him with the best prosthetic available. After retiring due to his disability, he was assigned as a clerk in a department in Los City. Initially, his colleagues treated him with respect, but as time passed and older colleagues were promoted or reassigned, the newcomers began to ridicule him. His physical limitations made it increasingly difficult for him to advance, leading him to resign in frustration, seeking to establish a career independently. However, over the ensuing decade, he struggled to achieve any significant success and faced financial losses. The prosthetic he received 15 years ago began to show signs of wear, but he could not afford to purchase the best bionic prosthetic available. Consequently, his spirits waned, and his temperament grew increasingly volatile, ultimately resulting in depression. For an extended period, Shi bore the financial burden of the household alone. Su Wuqing, reluctant to spend his wife's hard-earned money on medical treatment due to feelings of shame over his depression, withdrew from the outside world, opting to remain at home. Witnessing Shi toil daily to support the family exacerbated his feelings of inadequacy, and he began to contemplate suicide. Upon learning of his plight, Shi gently implored him not to abandon their family, as she had lost her father at a young age and did not wish for their daughter, Su-Yuan, to experience the same loss. Initially, Shi worked in the technical department, but the compensation there was insufficient to sustain a family, especially in light of the worsening global conditions over the past decade, with diminishing resources and soaring prices leading to frequent financial shortfalls. Consequently, Shi applied for a transfer to the sales department. With her high level of expertise and eloquent communication skills, she consistently ranked as the top sales performer, earning a commendable income. However, as she aged, continuing as a frontline sales consultant became impractical, and the typical career trajectory transitioned toward management roles. Although her performance and expertise were commendable, she found herself obstructed by Huang Muliang, the general manager of the sales center. Although Shi is around 40 years old, advances in gene technology and the proliferation of DNA, RNA, and cellular therapies have theoretically enabled the average lifespan in Huagua to reach 180 years, rendering her age comparable to that of a youthful individual. Reports suggest that there are now many people whose actual age has reached 150, boasting vibrant cellular vitality. These medications have become as commonplace as vitamins were 50 or 60 years ago, albeit with far superior efficacy. Occasionally, Shi indulges in health supplements to maintain her youthful appearance, preserving her smooth, supple skin, long flowing hair, and a classically attractive visage, complemented by bright eyes that exude a mature charm. In her quiet moments, she often rests her chin on her hand, lost in elegant contemplation. Since Shi's arrival at the sales center, Huang Muliang has been captivated by her figure, elegantly clad in a refined uniform that accentuates her curves. However, over the years, Shi has deliberately maintained her distance, providing him with no opportunity to pursue her. Although he occasionally sought the company of unscrupulous female sales representatives for mere amusement, he always felt a lingering dissatisfaction The allure of the unattainable haunted Huang Muliang. When Shi Xiaorui applied for a transfer, Huang Muliang sensed an opportunity. He explicitly told her, "If you spend one night with me, the position of Deputy General Manager of the Sales Center will be yours." Upon hearing such shameless words, Shi Xiaorui, furious, flung her application form into Huang Muliang's face and turned to leave. At that moment, Shi Xiaorui sat on a bench in the garden on the east side of the sales center, her packed lunch untouched beside her. Lost in thoughts of her husband Su Wuqing and the transfer, she buried her face in her legs, silently sobbing. Cough, cough. Hearing a cough nearby, Shi Xiaorui lifted her head to see two strangers standing before her. The man in front held a pair of sunglasses, dressed in a black crewneck t-shirt, jeans, and casual shoes, appearing to be in his 30s, exuding an air of maturity and composure. "Who are you? Are you looking for me?" Shi Xiaorui inquired, bewildered. "Are you Xiaorui?" The man, Shi Hao, asked softly. "I am Shi Xiaorui. And you are?" The name Xiaorui was typically reserved for close family or friends. Yet she did not recognize this person, finding it peculiar. I am your father." "Oh no, I am Shi Hao." Shi Hao stammered, struggling to find the right words. It was indeed strange for someone younger than her to claim to be her father. Shi Hao? Shi Xiaorui's mind raced to comprehend. "On your 7th birthday, I bought you a talking teddy bear, and you named it Fei Fei, though you always jokingly called it Hui Hui." Upon hearing this, Shi Xiaorui looked at Shi Hao's face, bit her lip, and tears welled in her eyes. Staggering towards him, she embraced his neck and burst into tears. "Woo! Mom said you went to a faraway place to pick stars for me. I said I didn't want stars, I only wanted my dad. I waited and waited. Going to wait for you every day after school, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. I realized I would never see my dad again. Recommendation and collection are very important to me. I hope everyone can support." Chapter 16. Flew away seeing Shi Xiaorui weep bitterly. Shi Hao's mind was filled with frustration and irritation, yet he found himself unable to express his feelings. He gently patted Shi Xiaorui's back, reminiscent of the time she would curl up in his embrace during her tears. After a while, Shi Xiaorui gradually calmed down, releasing her grip around Shi Hao's neck. She shyly glanced at Su Yin before hastily retrieving a tissue from beside her, dabbing her eyes and pulling out a mirror to touch up her makeup. For a woman never forgets her beauty, no matter the circumstances. "No, they are my cousin and the manager. I have something at home and would like to ask for leave this afternoon." "That's not possible. Today is the investment presentation, and the chairman is here. You cannot take leave." Huang Muliang, having heard it was family, felt a pang of annoyance, realizing that the heroic rescue act could not proceed, and denied her request. Huang Muliang spoke the truth. Chairman Wang Yukai was indeed at the sales center, but he was situated in the investment hall, primarily for the investment department, which had no connection to Shi Xiaorui and her retail division. Huang Muliang aimed to exert control over Shi Xiaorui, and upon catching sight of her alluring legs wrapped in stockings, a fire ignited within him. "If you agree to my request, the position of Vice General Manager will be yours without the need for leave," Huang Muliang whispered in Shi Xiaorui's ear before laughing lightly and turning away. "What does he want from you?" Shi Hao, who had approached Shi Xiaorui, inquired. He could hear even the faintest sound, and though Huang Muliang spoke softly, his words were crystal clear. "He wants me to accompany him for the night," Shi Xiaorui replied, lowering her head, her voice barely above a whisper. No sooner had Shi Xiaorui finished speaking than Shi Hao vanished from view. Moments later, a shadow shot out with a resounding crash, followed by the shattering of glass as he hurled Huang Muliang from one side of the hall, sending him crashing into the flower bed outside. The security guards, witnessing the scene, quickly called for backup via their walkie-talkies. Soon, a dozen or so guards surrounded Shi Hao and Su Yin, one of whom called the police. Meanwhile, Shi Hao strolled leisurely to the VIP area and settled onto a sofa. The guards followed him, yet none dared to intervene. Su Yin trailed beside him. Listening as Shi Hao murmured, "Not perfect. It should be hanging above." Glancing outside, Su Yin realized that right beside where Huang Muliang lay was a lamppost. Instantly understanding Shi Hao's intent, her mind flooded with exasperation. Approximately 10 minutes later, 2 police officers arrived. "Rest assured, that fellow won't die, but he'll be bettered in for 2 or 3 months, Shi Hao remarked as he approached. "Let us proceed as the chief suggests," Su Yin instructed the officers. The police, noticing their rank exceeded even Su Yin's, immediately saluted and, after completing their formalities, turned to address Huang Muliang's situation as the sound of an ambulance approached. Before entering, he had taken a moment to check on Huang Muliang, who was howling but in no immediate danger. The two officers, upon seeing Wang Yukai enter, whispered a few words to him. After hearing their comments, Wang Yukai's demeanor shifted dramatically. "You traveled all the way from Yungue. What an honor." Upon realizing they were from the Yungue War Zone Command, Wang Yukai felt a jolt of surprise. He was well aware of the significance of the Central Plains War Zone Command, located in Luo City, and the high-ranking nature of such an establishment. Even if it meant swallowing his pride, he had to endure today as humiliation. "I'm unsure where Manager Huang may have offended you, and if it was due to inadequate hospitality, I sincerely apologize." Wang Yukai, a seasoned entrepreneur who founded Laughing Fish Company, was adept at handling such situations. "Wang, I don't concern myself with whom Huang Muliang mistreats. That falls under police jurisdiction. However, if he has designs on my cousin, that is unacceptable." Shihao stated firmly to Wang Yukai. "Rest assured, I will see to it that he is severely punished," Wang Yukai assured Shihao. Secretary Liu immediately dispatched someone from the group to audit the accounts and investigate any employee mistreatment. If verified, all evidence must be handed over to the police for legal action. Wang Yukai commanded his secretary. A crowd had gathered around them, and just as Wang Yukai finished issuing orders, someone nearby collapsed to the ground. This individual, Lu Mingxia, 33. The finance department head of the retail section, often colluded with Huang Muliang, skimming profits from their dealings. Now, witnessing the imminent exposure of their wrongdoings, she could hardly stand. Wang Yukai glanced at Lu Mingxia, noting others assisting her to sit down. He understood the situation without needing further explanation and turned his attention back to Shihao. "Mr. Wang, your decisiveness is admirable. I hope Laughing Fish continues to thrive." "I am Shihao," he introduced himself, appreciating Wang Yukai's adept handling of the situation. "If there's nothing else, we want to take up more of your time." Shihao may need to take leave due to personal matters, Shihao informed Wang Yukai, unceremoniously requesting leave on her behalf. "It's no trouble at all. Please, go ahead," Wang Yukai responded courteously. Shihao felt as if the afternoon's events had unfolded like a film, leaving a profound impact on her, yet she felt elated. Though delayed, she finally found a shoulder on which she could lean without reservation. After Shihao departed with Shihao and the others, Wang Yukai sat in contemplation, summoning Secretary Liu to request the two police officers return and arrange for someone to manage the ensuing chaos at the sales center. "Thank you, Officer Zhang, for your timely advice. Otherwise, I might have made a grave mistake," Wang Yukai expressed to the elder officer. "Did you say the young officer who showed his credentials was named Su Yan? From the Yungue War Zone Command?" Wang Yukai sought confirmation from Officer Zhang. He recalled hearing the name Shihao before, while Su Yan had been making headlines recently. He wondered if she was the same individual he had seen in the news. The commander overseeing the successful capture of the B-52 asteroid, the youngest chief at the Military Space Research Institute of Huagua. The B-52 contained vast amounts of ores like hauser, silicon stone, and collagen stone, no longer a secret, signifying hope for enterprises like his to venture into space. Much like the initial aspirations to construct flying vehicles, he now dreamed of building spacecraft. As humanity achieved its first successful asteroid capture, ushering in the space age, Wang Yukai was unwilling to fall behind. Indeed, it must be. "Today, I've truly encountered a remarkable individual." Shihao. B-52 suddenly, his eyes widened. Could it be the Shihao from 35 years ago? Memories of a national hero from 3.5 decades ago flooded his mind. For Wang Yukai, the changes in physique and appearance mattered little. At their level, they dealt with more advanced concepts. Countless biotechnological and bionic robotics companies sought his investment annually, exposing him to futuristic ideas. Secretary Liu, contact the HR department immediately and retrieve Shirsharue's file. "I want the most detailed report available," Wang Yukai commanded urgently, realizing the significance of the situation. Since Huang Muliang is able to engage in dealings while holding the position of Deputy General Manager with Shirsharue, it suggests that the current Deputy General Manager is likely incompetent. Wang Yukai, undeterred by his newfound success and wealth, chose to set up an improvised office on the first floor, embodying the spirit of a pragmatic individual who eschews formalities. Soon, personnel from the headquarters of Laughing Group in Lashi arrived, led by Deputy Li Liangwei. Wang Yukai appointed Li Liangwei to oversee the daily operations of the sales center, while other staff members were assigned to audit the financial department, conduct employee interviews in human resources, and replace the security team leader. The Human Resources Department submitted Xiaowei's profile for Wang Youcai's review. He perused the report intently. Xiaowei, at 42 years of age, had served in the technical department of Laughing Group for a decade as a mid-level automotive electronics engineer and researcher. Subsequently, she applied to transfer to the Lashi Sales Center as a sales consultant, where she excelled for 9 years, securing the title of sales champion in the last 5 years and consistently ranking among the top 5 in the preceding 4 years. Upon reading this, Wang Youcai mused to himself, what a talent! How could Huang Muliang suppress someone so capable, almost bringing catastrophe upon himself? As he continued to examine her family background, which was his ultimate intention, he noted the name of her deceased mother, Zhang Xin, who had passed away 10 years prior, while the father's section was left blank. Calculating the timeline, he realized that Xiaowei was merely 7 years old when Hao encountered his misfortune. At that time, she must have been raised in a single-parent household. Wang Youcai contemplated this quietly. Secretary Liu, draft an appointment letter to designate Xiaowei as the General Manager of Departments 2 and 3 at Laughing Automobile Company, Limited S. Lashi Sales Center. The first department handles investments, the second focuses on retail, and the third is the maintenance service center supporting the second. Huang Muliang, being the nephew of Wang Youcai's wife, Huang Xulan, had initially secured a position in the sales department shortly after the establishment of Laughing Fish, leveraging this connection. Although he displayed some cleverness and managed to achieve a reasonable performance, he climbed the ranks by frequently visiting Huang Xulan to showcase his achievements, ultimately reaching the position of General Manager of Sales Department 2. However, his professional competence was mediocre. Wang Youcai felt uneasy about his management of the maintenance service center, thus appointing a highly respected senior engineer as the General Manager of Sales Department 3. Recently, this general manager considered resigning for health reasons, and upon reviewing Xiaowei's resume, Wang Youcai felt she was the ideal candidate. Setting aside Hao's connections, he was inclined to appoint Xiaowei as the General Manager of Sales Departments 2 and 3. Wang Youcai was incensed to discover that Huang Muliang had turned the sales center into a den of vice. The mere thought of this scandal reaching the public left him feeling mortified, knowing that his adversaries would mock him relentlessly. If that were to happen, he would lose all face. He resolved to turn over all evidence to the authorities without hesitation, vowing to bring Huang Muliang to justice, as the latter seemed intent on dragging Wang Youcai into a quagmire of disgrace. After receiving a call from Huang Muliang, who exaggerated the situation, Huang Xulan stormed to the sales center. Upon entering the lobby, her expression shifted to one of calm composure. She greeted everyone with a slight nod. Once a distinguished lady from a wealthy family, she had defied her family's disapproval to marry the then unknown Wang Youcai, demonstrating exceptional foresight and determination. In public, she was adept at preserving Wang Youcai's dignity. Upon entering Wang Youcai's temporary office, he glanced at her and instructed Li Liangwei, who had just finished briefing him. Liangwei, please relay to your sister-in-law what you just shared with me, along with my proposed actions. He continued to review Xiaowei's information, deep in thought. At that moment, Secretary Liu entered with Xiaowei's appointment letter, placing it before Wang Youcai before stepping aside. Wang Youcai, I have no objections to how you handle Huang Muliang's situation. I will speak to my brother about it. Huang Xulan, having listened to Li Liangwei's report on the sales center, was taken aback, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Without uttering another word, she exited the office, understanding that Wang Youcai's current standing owed much to her contributions. Liangwei, identify and terminate any sales consultants in the center who have exchanged favors for performance. They are to be dismissed and never rehired. While the coerced individuals are victims, their willingness to compromise their integrity for gain renders them unsuitable for significant roles. You may arrange for them to receive compensation from Huang Muliang's salary and bonuses. We will bring in personnel from the financial department to audit and reorganize, seeking suitable candidates to take over. Wang Youcai directed Li Liangwei. I also intend to appoint Xiaowei as the General Manager of Departments 2 and 3. Familiarize yourself with her profile, and once she agrees, assist her in the transition process to ensure the sales center resumes normal operations. Any individuals who resist should be dismissed or reassigned. Li Liangwei was somewhat surprised. It was unusual for a general manager's handover to require assistance from a corporate vice president, indicating that the chairman held her in high regard. Rest assured, Chairman Wang. Li Liangwei replied succinctly, but with a commitment to action, which Wang Youcai deeply trusted. Secretary Liu, please call Xiaowei. Oh, never mind, prepare the car. I shall visit her home directly. Wang Yukai initially considered having Secretary Liu arrange an appointment, but opted to go himself to ensure he could meet Shi Hao. Recognizing the potential opportunity that lay ahead, Shi Hao and his two companions arrived at the rooftop parking lot of the sales center. Shi Xiaowei activated her flying car using a holographic projection phone, and after waiting for about a minute, the vehicle arrived automatically. Resembling a flying taxi with 4 passenger seats and autonomous driving capabilities. Shi Xiaowei's vehicle was a mid-range model, a common transport priced around 2.4 million Huaxia coins. As a sales consultant, her salary and commissions were relatively high, amounting to approximately 500,000 per month, while the average salary stood around 300,000, more than 30 times the figures from several decades ago. The incident involving Su Wuqing's injury occurred 2 years before Zheng Xian's passing. At that time, he held the rank of captain, and after his treatment, the government provided a one-time compensation. Due to the deteriorating environment on Earth, leading to resource scarcity and rampant inflation, that money was quickly depleted. Currently, Shi Xiaowei was the sole provider for the household, having made simple renovations to their home as her daughter, Su Yuan, grew up. The living space was transformed into a cozy and comfortable arrangement, consisting of a bedroom and dining area, along with a small kitchen and bathroom. Shi Xiaowei resided in a modest residential complex in the city center, a 30-story building with a rooftop converted into a flying car parking lot. After parking, they took the elevator to the 18th floor. As Shi Xiaowei took out her keys to open the door, to her surprise, the door swung open effortlessly. Upon entering, they discovered a man with yellow hair sitting on the floor, his arms adorned with a tiger tattoo, bound by torn bed sheets, and a rag stuffed in his mouth. A visible knife wound on his right hand oozed blood as he emitted muffled sounds upon seeing them. Meanwhile, Su Wuqing sat at the doorway of the bedroom, sipping from a bottle and mumbling to himself. Upon entering, Shi Hao was greeted by Su Wuqing's incessant murmurs. "You threaten me. You threaten me." He then turned to Shi Xiaowei and Su Yin, forcing a smile as he inquired, "Who are they?" Without responding, Shi Xiaowei approached and yanked the rag from the mouth of the scruffy man, demanding, "Who are you? How did you end up in my home?" The scruffy man, noticing he could speak, quickly replied, "Brother Qing, I won't threaten you again. Just let me go, and I won't ask for that money anymore." "What money?" Shi Xiaowei pressed, sensing the hidden implications in his words. Su Wuqing, dejected, slumped onto the floor and took another swig of alcohol. Shi Hao gently patted Shi Xiaowei's shoulder, reassuring her. "Don't worry, I'll handle this." Realizing that the newcomers were not to be trifled with, the scruffy man hastily added, "Big brother, I'll tell you everything. Brother Qing borrowed money from us, and now it's due. Our boss sent me to collect, and it turned into this mess." Though engaged in usury, his tone was that of a cowering spouse. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shi Hao, Xiaowei's father. Therefore, I cannot turn a blind eye to your matters. Please, speak freely." Shi Hao's introduction, though paternal, bore an air of discomfort. Su Wuqing, upon hearing this, looked up in astonishment and shifted his gaze to Shi Xiaowei. He is Shi Hao from 35 years ago. My father," Shi Xiaowei stammered, her voice dwindling at the end. Yet, upon uttering the last words, her discomfort dissipated, replaced by a newfound sense of kinship. On that day, like any other, she scrolled through group chats, occasionally chiming in, when a stranger added her as a friend, going by the moniker Dead Poor Taoist. They engaged in a lively discussion about stock trading techniques, and Su Wuqing, seeing a golden opportunity, sought to learn more. The stranger guided him step by step on downloading software, registering, and transferring funds. Succumbing to temptation, Su Wuqing withdrew 200,000 yuan from his stock account to begin trading futures. He was blinded by the allure of profit, neglecting the inherent risks. Following the stranger's advice, he leveraged his initial investment fivefold, swiftly gaining 100,000 yuan. The futures market operates nearly round the clock, and with a taste of success, Su Wuqing began dedicating 17 to 18 hours daily to monitoring the trading software, amplifying his leverage to tenfold. Unfortunately, a miscalculation led to a catastrophic loss, wiping out his entire investment. Upon hearing this, Shi Hao and Su Yin exchanged knowing glances. Realizing Su Wuqing had fallen into a trap reminiscent of the predatory lending schemes that plagued society decades ago. "Is the government not intervening?" Shi Hao inquired of Su Yin. "What do you believe is the appropriate course of action given the current circumstances?" Shi Hao, unfamiliar with the societal landscape, sought Su Yan's counsel. Call the police and let them handle it, Su Yin stated with certainty, glancing at Su Wuqing and the scruffy man. Xiaowei, please call the police. Sure, Xiaowei promptly picked up the phone to report the incident. Within minutes, law enforcement arrived. Su Yin presented her credentials to the officers, who responded courteously with a salute. This is the home of our superior's family. Due to a predatory lending scheme, the interest is exorbitant and unmanageable. This scruffy man has come here to threaten and collect. Su Wuqing, the homeowner, acted in self-defense, resulting in injury to the scruffy man. Su Wuqing formerly served in a special forces unit and sustained a leg injury during his service. As a member of the military, I implore you to uphold justice and grant Su Wuqing the fairness he deserves. Su Yan's words rang with righteousness and indignation, compelling the officers to take notice. The scruffy man, growing increasingly alarmed, realized the gravity of his situation. This was no longer a matter of evasion, but rather the prospect of incarceration. Rest assured, we will handle this impartially and deliver justice to the victim, the lead officer assured Su Yan, before escorting the scruffy man outside. Su Wuqing went to the restroom to wash his face and donned a jacket before following them out. I'll accompany you, Shi Xiaowei said, hastily trailing behind. After Su Wuqing stepped outside and closed the door, Shi Xiaowei turned to Shi Hao and Su Yan. Oh, Dad, please sit down. I'll prepare dinner. Let us eat at home tonight. The initial awkwardness faded with her second call, and she glanced at the disheveled dining area. Please, make yourselves comfortable in Yuan's room while I tidy up here. The floor was stained with blood, and Shi Xiaowei exerted considerable effort to clean it, while Su Yan assisted in rearranging the dining table. As Shi Xiaowei prepared dinner, Su Yan informed her that Shi Hao, being a bionic entity, required no sustenance and thus could forego the meal. Unsure of how to accommodate them, Shi Xiaowei rummaged under the bed and retrieved a small box. Presenting it to Shi Hao. This is a keepsake from my mother. Receiving the box, Shi Hao seated himself at the desk and opened it. Observing this, Shi Xiaowei quietly retreated. Chapter 19. The visit of Wang Yukai. Inside the box lay a family portrait of three, accompanied by a copy of the Luo City Evening News. Its pages yellowed with age, along with a diary. The photograph, protected by plastic, had worn edges, a testament to the passage of time. The date on the newspaper was November 7, 2036, and the front page featured a solitary headline. National hero Shi Hao sacrifices his life to propel humanity into space. Two images accompanied the article. One depicted Shi Hao in his military uniform, while the other captured the moment he propelled an asteroid rock into the cargo hold. Using his severed arm, Shi Hao opened the diary, finding entries brief yet poignant, each mentioning him. On October 1, 2035, a sunny day, the entry read, Hao, I am so thrilled you were chosen for Special Forces Team A. I'm here at home, and Xiao Rui is quite obedient. Last night, she called out in her dream, Daddy, hurry up, likely playing with you in her dreams. On February 8, 2036, a gloomy day, Hao. Seeing you lying in bed after having your legs amputated pains my heart. Are you in pain? I wish I could bear some of it for you. That day, Shi Hao had undergone amputation due to his injuries. On February 18, 2036, transitioning from gloomy to sunny, Hao, I truly do not wish for you to become a machine. If you turn into a heap of metal, would you still be human? Yet, I cannot bear to see you sitting there, lost in thought. I know if you were to spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair, it would weigh heavily on your heart. But Xiao Rui and I genuinely wish for you to stay by our side. I would gladly take care of you for a lifetime. Nevertheless, I respect your choices. On March 12, 2036, a rainy day, Hao, I see you towering above me, listening to your mechanical voice. Although I know your memories, thoughts, and consciousness remain unchanged, I cannot forget how you used to be. On August 18, 2036, a cloudy day, Hao, today you mentioned going on a mission. Seeing your hesitance, I know this task is not simple. Although you cannot share details due to confidentiality, I still support you. Xiao Rui asks when she will see you again. I am unsure how to explain your transformation into a machine. On March 12, 2052, a sunny day, Hao, Xiao Rui is married. Our son-in-law is Su Wuqing, a special forces soldier as well, and he is a good man. 17 years ago today, you became a machine, so I chose this day for their wedding. I wonder where in space you are now? On May 18, 2054, a sunny day, Hao, our granddaughter has been born. I named her Su Yuan. I hope you like this name. On July 6, 2059, a rainy day, Hao, Wuqing was injured during a mission, affecting his right leg. The extent of his injury is unclear. Please watch over him. I do not want Xiao Rui to suffer. On February 3rd, 2061, a cloudy day. How? Today at the hospital, the doctor informed me that the cancer cells have spread and advised me to consider biological therapy, which has an 80% cure rate. I do not wish to pursue it, and Xiao Rui cried while urging me to do so. I was diagnosed with cancer 2 years ago, but kept it from you to spare you worry. The children are grown now. I have lived long enough and only wish to see you soon. On February 13th, 2061, a sunny day. This may be my last diary entry. When we meet again, I do not know if I will find you, but I will continue searching. The diary ended here, with Zheng Xian passing away that evening due to the spread of cancer. Shihao's head trembled slightly, his eyes turning blood red, overwhelmed with frustration and despair. He closed his eyes and remained still for a long while. After a time, a knock was heard at the door. Shihao opened it, exclaiming, "Mr. Wang, you? What brings you here?" It turned out that Wang Yukai had come based on the address Shihao provided at work. Hearing the commotion, Shihao tidied up and adjusted his demeanor before entering the dining area. Wang Yukai was politely addressing Su Yan, saying, "Comrade Su, I apologize for the lack of hospitality at the sales center today. I am here to make amends." Upon hearing this, Su Yan realized Wang Yukai was aware of his identity. He was about to speak when Shihao emerged, choosing silence. As Shihao and Shihao were the current owners of the residence. Shihao remarked, "Mr. Wang, you are too kind. Please, take a seat. I presume you have other matters to discuss as well." Maintaining his military demeanor, Shihao was direct. Following a preliminary investigation, it is clear that Huang Muliang has committed numerous illegal acts, and all evidence has been submitted to the authorities. There will be no leniency in the judgment. Today, I would like to invite Shihao to assume the role of general manager for the Luo City Sales Center's 2nd and 3rd divisions, Wang Yukai stated earnestly. Shihao looked at Shihao and said, "This decision must be made by Xiao Rui herself. I have no objections. Mr. Wang, I have always worked in sales and lack substantial management experience. I fear I may not be up to the task," Shihao responded cautiously. Wang Yukai rarely visited their sales hall and now, rather unusually, had come to her home to propose she become the general manager, leaving her quite anxious. Initially, she had hoped for a mid-level position after her transfer. "Xiao Rui, I must also reflect on myself. Our company's hiring practices have certain shortcomings. Someone like you, both a mid-level engineer and a consecutive sales champion, is truly a rarity in our company, yet you are still merely a sales consultant. Given your qualifications, you would easily fit the role of sales center manager. You can gain experience as you go. I will have generally assist you during your initial period. Approach this with confidence. If you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to ask questions. I believe this will not be any more challenging than obtaining a mid-level engineer's certification." Wang Yukai spoke sincerely. The events of the day had revealed many issues within the company, necessitating reform in hiring, systems, and management. "Then I shall give it a try," Shihao replied, seeking encouragement from Shihao. Given Mr. Wang's progressive approach, Xiao Rui, I believe you can take this opportunity and achieve great results to repay Mr. Wang's trust in you. Shihao, having lived for 70 years, was not one to be rigid in thought, and his words brought comfort to Wang Yukai. "Very well. I will give it my all." "Thank you, Mr. Wang," Shihao said, feeling bolstered by Shihao's support. "Tomorrow, go directly to General Li. The appointment letter has already been drafted and will be announced at work," Wang Yukai said, pleased with the initial success. "Today, I would like to treat the two of you to a meal, if you would allow me," Wang Yukai suggested to Shihao and Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan interjected, "We have tasks to attend to today, so we cannot accept your kind invitation." "Thank you, Mr. Wang." Given the nature of their work, Shihao could not attend a meal. After all, how could he partake in food when the current technology in bionic robotics could not manage food digestion? "I see that Xiao Rui's house is somewhat cramped. I can arrange a 4-bedroom apartment for you in the company complex. How does that sound?" Wang Yukai proposed to Shihao. "Mr. Wang, if you have other matters, please feel free to speak directly," Shihao queried straightforwardly. "In fact, I have been following the progress of China's space endeavors since Mr. Shi's exploration of B-52 35 years ago. Over the decades, it has primarily been state-led. With the recent capture of B-52 and the acquisition of abundant materials like hauser, silica, and collagen, will future space endeavors open up to allow participation from non-military enterprises? This is what I wish to understand. I am here today, partly for Xiao Rui's matter, but also to hear your opinions and suggestions," Wang Yukai concluded. looking expectantly at Shi Hao and Su Yan. B-52 remains in geosynchronous orbit, yet to be severed or mined. Whether non-military enterprises will be permitted to participate depends on national policy. I have not heard such news. However, I believe Mr. Wang's judgment possesses some merit, Su Yan remarked, echoing Wang Youcai's sentiments. Indeed, as Su Yan stated, we cannot offer Mr. Wang any definitive advice at this moment. I propose we exchange contact information to maintain communication. As long as it contributes to national development and the advancement of humanity, I, Shi Hao, will support it. Floating in space, I felt the insignificance of humanity against the vastness of the universe. For humanity to perpetuate its existence, more individuals must engage in the endeavor of escaping Earth and conquering space, Shi Hao continued. Very well, let us keep in touch. When the time is right, I shall pay you a visit. Wang Youcai felt that his trip today was worthwhile, at least establishing a connection. The two parties exchanged contact details and engaged in polite conversation before Wang Youcai departed in high spirits. Wang Youcai is quite a remarkable individual. I hear he hails from a rural background with no connections. After today's interaction, I indeed recognized his exceptional qualities, Su Yan commented. During casual conversation, Shi Hao gained deeper insights into Wang Youcai's background. Initially engaged in the sale of new energy vehicles, he achieved the status of a provincial agent for a second-tier automobile brand through relentless effort, subsequently thriving in business. Over 20 years ago, as the trend of global warming became increasingly evident, many regions of the Earth became less habitable. Wang Youcai foresaw that the value of land in livable areas would become a scarce resource. He invested all his savings purchasing 2 plots of land in Los City at inflated prices. In the following years, the land value skyrocketed, multiplying by over 10 times. Instead of developing the land, he opted to sell it, reaping significant profits. By this time, nuclear fusion technology had matured. With 80% of the nation's energy derived from fusion-generated electricity, the technology for high-energy batteries had also made considerable advancements, and the use of civilian drones was on the rise. Wang Youcai recognized a business opportunity and declared, I shall create flying cars. It appears rather simple, merely suspending a metal shell beneath a drone, equipped with 2 sofas inside. As global warming intensified, traditional agriculture faced dire challenges. The sales of agricultural machinery produced by Los City's company plummeted to zero, leading to an inability to pay employee salaries and stocks plummeting to rock-bottom prices. Risking forced delisting, Wang Youcai seized the opportunity to acquire stocks in the agricultural machinery company at a minimal cost through significant shareholding control. Upon taking charge of the Los City Agricultural Machinery Company, Wang Youcai's first act was to disburse overdue employee salaries and offer compensation to those willing to resign. The company underwent a rebranding and transformation, with the production line modified to manufacture flying cars. When the prototype was completed, no one dared to test it. To establish confidence, Wang Youcai decided to take the first ride himself, albeit with trepidation. He had the production seats filled with sponge material for safety, encasing himself within. During a test flight, the prototype ascended to 10 meters before plummeting to the ground. Originally, the center of gravity had been calibrated correctly. However, due to the welding of the drone and the car shell, the center of gravity shifted upon human occupancy, resulting in the fall. Wang Youcai, frightened, remarked, It seems this endeavor cannot be taken lightly. There are technical barriers, yet I shall proceed. He then visited research institutions and universities to foster collaborative development, acquiring existing technologies and securing multiple patents related to flying cars over the course of several months. A year later, he successfully produced a qualified flying car, prioritizing safety in its design. He developed a comprehensive airbag system that envelopes occupants upon detecting a fall risk, mitigating impact through a series of rapid deflations, ensuring the occupant remains unharmed upon landing. By relying on technology and quality, Wang Youcai steadily expanded and strengthened the Lafang flying car brand. Shi Hao shared Wang Youcai's history with Shi Hao and Su Yan. This individual possesses commendable qualities. He prioritizes the welfare of his employees and considers passenger safety, which is a testament to his altruism. Shi Hao held Wang Youcai in high regard. After their conversation, Shi Hao called Wu Yi. Old Wu, I need your assistance with something. Go ahead. You're being unusually polite, Wu Yi teased. Recognizing the gravity of the request, Wu Yi paused before saying, Have Su Yan take the call. Su Yan, please reach out to General Wan at the Central Plains War Zone and coordinate matters concerning General Shi's housing. I will also contact him shortly. Given that the Central Plains War Zone and the Yungue War Zone are equivalent units, and Shi has transitioned to utilizing a bionic robotic body developed by the Yungue War Zone, the request for housing bears significance. Old Wu, you are quite unprincipled. Intercepting asteroids is one thing, but also appropriating Shi, who ventured out with you from the Central Plains War Zone. Are you trying to catch both the black cat and the white cat? Wu Yi's head throbbed at the booming voice of Wang Guiyong on the other end. Within 2 days. No, tomorrow. He can move in, Wang Guiyong insisted. Wu Yi groaned, realizing the weight of Shi's nostalgia. Following negotiations, Wu Yi contacted Su Yin again, who confirmed that the housing matter was resolved. He would first visit the Central Plains War Zone headquarters, while Shi opted to remain at Shi Xiaorui's residence. Shi gestured for Su Wuqing to sit, intending to discuss matters with him. How much do you still owe others? Shi inquired. Besides today, yes, there are 3 others, totaling 3 million, Su Wuqing admitted. Unable to meet Shi's gaze, lowering his head instead. From my assessment, you have fallen into someone else's trap, gradually ensnared. You are also at fault for being overly greedy. Reflect on the fact that such windfalls do not simply fall from the sky. Shi candidly criticized Su Wuqing. Stop sulking like a child. Even if your leg is injured, the world hasn't ended. Have you reported the deaths to the police today? Noticing Su Wuqing's silence, Shi, recognizing his distress, refrained from further reprimanding him. What are your plans moving forward? Shi asked. Su Wuqing, feeling cornered, ran his fingers through his hair and sighed. In the coming days, do not overthink or rush to earn money. In a few days, accompany me to Yungue. There is a research institute developing the latest bionic prosthetics. Let us resolve your leg issue first, Shi decided on his behalf. Just listen to your father. I do not expect you to earn much. As long as our family remains intact, that is sufficient, Shi Xiaorui added supportively. All right, I will heed father's guidance. Su Wuqing acquiesced, uttering the difficult title of address. Very well, I shall meet with Su Yin now. You two enjoy your meal, Shi said, preparing to depart as matters were nearly settled. Dad, please eat before you leave, Su Wuqing urged, still unaware of Shi's specific circumstances. There's no need. I have urgent matters to attend to, Shi replied, with Shi Xiaorui understanding but uncertain how to articulate her thoughts, thus offering an excuse for him. Accompanying Shi to the rooftop, Shi Xiaorui taught him how to use his ID to hail a taxi and control the navigation system with voice commands. Currently, the resident identity card of Huagua serves as a genuine national all-in-one pass, facilitating activities such as hailing a taxi, withdrawing and depositing money, seeking medical care, and handling various formalities. The information encoded within this identity card is safeguarded through quantum encryption, ensuring a high level of security. With the advancement of technology and the burgeoning prevalence of quantum computers and biomimetic techniques, traditional methods such as facial recognition, fingerprint scanning, and binary passwords have become inadequate in terms of security, prompting a return to conventional physical cards. As Shi looked at his account balance while preparing to pay for a taxi ride, he felt a tinge of apprehension. Arriving at his destination without sufficient funds would be quite embarrassing. To his relief, he discovered a balance of 5 million, reflecting Su Yan's meticulous attention to detail. Watching the flying car disappear into the distance, Shi Xiaorui couldn't help but shed tears, overwhelmed by a long-lost sense of security. Noticing that it was only a little past 8 in the evening, Shi observed the aerial taxi soaring over a bustling commercial district. He utilized voice commands to direct the taxi to land atop a shopping mall. Once averse to shopping, his prolonged drift through the desolate void had instilled in him a newfound yearning for vibrant environments, relishing the lively atmosphere. Upon descending the elevator, he meandered aimlessly, taking in the sights. The mall appeared largely unchanged from 35 years ago, albeit with some novelties and an array of intelligent facilities. Amidst the throngs of people, he noted a diverse mix of individuals, Caucasians, Africans, and Middle Easterners, comprising nearly a third of the crowd. After wandering for a while, he strolled outside to admire the nightscape of Lo City. The sky was a flurry of flying cars, while on the ground, unmanned shuttles, taxis, and buses moved in an orderly fashion. The convenience of aerial transportation was undeniable, yet those with a fear of heights could opt for terrestrial travel. Su Yin had informed him that, aside from shuttles, taxis, buses, specialized vehicles, government cars, and military transports, private vehicles were not permitted on the roads. The integration of ground and aerial transport established a three-dimensional traffic network, efficiently managed by a central quantum computing hub, thereby eliminating congestion issues. Chapter 21. Captured. Stonehow bent down to pick up 2 small pebbles from the flower bed beside him and walked towards the dark passage. There, he witnessed 2 men dragging a girl by her arms into the shadows. "Kid, you've got too much time on your hands, huh? This is my territory," one of them sneered, pointing at Stonehow. Without uttering a word, Stonehow hurled a pebble towards them. With a yelp, the man clutched his arm, stunned. The other man, seeing his accomplice hurt, drew a weapon from his waist and rushed towards Stonehow, illuminated by the beam of headlights, revealing it to be a cleaver. With a thud, the man collapsed, having been struck on the head by another pebble, rendering him unconscious. Stonehow then approached slowly, step by step. "Don't come any closer. I've called the police." The first man threatened, realizing the situation was turning against him. Stonehow found this somewhat amusing. "You're a thief. Perhaps you've been knocked silly. Get lost." The man shouted at the girl, pulling out his phone. "Brother Ming, we've been attacked. Hurry." After quickly relaying their location, he brandished the cleaver in front of him. 3 minutes later, a police car arrived, and 2 officers stepped out. "Brother Ming," the man called to one of the officers, then quickly corrected himself. "Oh, Officer Liu, Xiaomao has been killed, and I've been injured. Arrest him." The man lying on the ground remained motionless. The one known as Wei Xiao disregarded his condition, hastily attributing blame, having previously let the girl go out of fear of witnesses. "I'm fine. Just feeling dizzy and my head really hurts," Xiaomao feigned, now that Officer Liu was present. "Show me your ID and come with us," Officer Liu demanded, not bothering to ask for the details. "Where to? Aren't you going to inquire who's right and who's wrong?" Stonehow calmly replied, handing over his ID. "Is there a need to ask? A life is at stake. Let us go to the station and clear this up." Without further ado, Officer Liu pushed Stonehow towards the police car. "Comrade, you can't enforce the law like this. Are you sure you want to take me away?" Stonehow asked, maintaining his composure. "Who are you to teach me how to enforce the law? You look suspicious. Put these on," Officer Liu said impatiently, producing handcuffs. "Are you sure about that?" Stonehow inquired again. "Stop wasting time. Hurry up," Liu said, fastening the cuffs around Stonehow's wrists. Thinking he had nothing to lose, Stonehow decided to play along and settled into the car. "You two, head to the station and write your reports," Officer Liu instructed Wei Xiao and Xiaomao. Once at the police station, Liu took Stonehow into the interrogation room, leaving afterward. "You two are useless. Can't handle even a trivial matter without me cleaning up after you," Liu muttered under his breath, scolding Wei Xiao and Xiaomao in the corner. Before becoming a police officer, Liu had mingled with the underworld, colluding with Wei Xiao and Xiaomao. 2 years ago, he fabricated a diploma through connections to cleanse his past and secure a police position. Wei Xiao and Xiaomao engaged in petty crimes in his jurisdiction, providing him with a share of the spoils. With the influx of foreigners into Huagua, societal order had deteriorated, and no one suspected them. Today, Liu had asked for Stonehow's ID, noting the address in Yunnan Guizhou province, assuming he was just an outsider, and thought to extort some money from him, a tactic he had employed before, typically targeting out-of-towners. Returning to the interrogation room, Liu said, "They just went to assess their injuries. One has minor wounds, the other severe. They claim they don't want to pursue criminal charges, just want some medical, lost wages, and care fees." "And how much do they want?" Stonehow replied, feigning amusement. 2 million, but I can negotiate for you to pay less," Liu said insincerely. With Xiaowei earning 50,000 a month in sales, 2 million would be half a year's salary for the average person. Understanding their intentions, Stonehow retorted, "Isn't it a bit hasty to not go to a professional hospital for an assessment? And you're jumping to conclusions without hearing my side of the story. Isn't that against protocol? If you disagree, think it over in the detention room," Liu threatened, attempting to intimidate Stonehow. "Can I make a phone call?" Stonehow asked. He deftly slipped off the cuffs from his left wrist with his right hand. "Are you sure about this?" Liu was taken aback. As Stonehow dialed Su Yan's number, "Xiao Su, could you come to? Where's this place?" He turned to Liu for clarification. "Come to Xinjie police station to pick me up. It's my first time in a detention room. Quite amusing," he said, activating a holographic projection to send a live feed of the scene, including a close-up of the handcuffs, before hanging up and stepping into the detention room, shutting the door behind him to rest. Minutes later, the sounds of vehicles, footsteps, and guns being cocked echoed outside, and several soldiers burst through the door, guns drawn. "How's he? It's been decades. Our first meeting is quite special, haha." Wang Guiyong, the political commissar of the Special Forces unit where Stonehouse served, now commander of the Central Plains War Zone, had arrived. "You're just like that old coot Wu. Trouble is brewing. So watch out for mice digging holes in your ceiling at night," Stonehouse retorted to the familiar voice. "Look at you, a real young man," Wang Guiyong remarked, appraising Stonehouse. Emerging from the detention room, Stonehouse tossed the handcuffs at the startled Liu, who fell to the ground in shock, his pants soaked. At that moment, a figure rushed in. Zhang Weifang, the head of the Public Security Bureau of Luoshi City. He had been reveling outside when he received Wang Guiyong's call, who mentioned wanting to observe law enforcement at Xinjie Police Station, a veiled warning that someone had stepped on a major landmine. Upon hanging up, he dashed over. "Humph." Wang Guiyong scoffed upon Zhang's arrival, turning to leave with Stonehouse. "Stonehouse, it's been 35 years. I'm genuinely glad to see you," Wang Guiyong said. "The house has already been arranged for you. You can move in tomorrow." Having rushed over as soon as he learned Stonehouse had been detained, Wang Guiyong felt it unjust for someone with such a tumultuous fate to suffer undeserved blame. "From now on, if there is anything I can assist you with, don't hesitate to ask," he added. Their bond of camaraderie was invaluable. Upon reaching the Central Plains War Zone Command, Wang Guiyong suggested, "Let us have a good chat tonight." Seeing the situation, Su Yan interjected, "You two take your time. I'll handle the arrangements for General Shi's housing." "Xiao Su, I appreciate your help." "Thank you," Stonehouse said graciously. "This demonstrates the valor of soldiers. It shows the army has not chosen the wrong people." "But it must be tough on you," Wang Guiyong replied, reverting to his customary method of speaking, elevating the conversation to a philosophical level. "All of this is the result of your hard work. I'm merely a catalyst," Stonehouse thought, realizing that while others held him in high regard, he could not claim all the credit. Chapter 22. The Change of Earth Since the Withdrawal of Former U.S. President Trump from the Paris Agreement over 50 years ago. Numerous smaller nations, particularly those involved in oil production, followed suit, leading to unrestricted use of fossil fuels and a gradual deterioration of the climate. Wang Guiyong took a drag from his cigarette and began to speak. Howe was aware that climate conditions had already worsened considerably 35 years ago, with areas of extreme heat expanding and record-high temperatures being frequently surpassed, rendering some regions uninhabitable. For over 20 years, wildfires ignited by rising temperatures have occurred daily, culminating in the devastation of Brazil's tropical rainforests. Consequently, the Earth's temperature control system has completely failed, resulting in frequent occurrences of heavy rain, flash floods, sweltering heat, and tornadoes, with rainfall becoming scalding hot. The ice caps of the North and South Poles are melting at an accelerated pace, causing sea levels to rise and coastal cities to be submerged, forcing residents to migrate inland. In the face of natural disasters, humanity feels insignificantly small. As Wang Guiyong continued, he choked on his smoke, revealing his inner turmoil. Through various experiments, they discovered that this specialized glass could not be cut and had to be manufactured as a whole piece. Consequently, they produced hexagonal panels with a side length of 60 meters, equipped with connecting devices, which were then transported to space for modular assembly above their territory. At that time, Starship 1 had been successfully constructed and became the primary installation vessel. The challenges were immense. Each launch required Starship 1 to orbit the Earth several times to gradually accelerate and escape its gravitational pull before reaching the designated location. With only 2 engineering ships, akin to an ant colony, the entire umbrella was constructed successfully. Although temperatures remained elevated, they were still within the physiological tolerance of humanity. The edges of this grand umbrella were equipped with several small nuclear fission reactors powered by ion engines. Since the umbrella was not in geosynchronous orbit, the ion engines had to constantly adjust their speed to ensure the umbrella consistently covered their territory. "Is this specialized glass made of the same material as the glass dome on the lunar base?" Howe inquired. "Indeed, as you can see, the lunar dome is a single entity without doors, as it cannot be cut. The modular assembly used on Earth cannot be replicated on the Moon due to inadequate sealing of the connecting devices, hence it must be produced as an integral piece. Fortunately, Starship 1 is sufficiently large," Wang Guiyong replied. "What measures did other countries take at that time?" Howe asked with curiosity. "The American Federation, the European Union, the Russian Federation, and even India and Japan, seeing the successful results, came knocking at our door. Japan was promptly shown the door, while we adhered to humanitarian principles with other nations, proposing trade with varying price tags," Wang Guiyong said with a hint of pride. "So, did that result in a substantial profit in U.S. Dollars? Sure Hao inquired, eager to assess the monetary value of such endeavors. US dollars? We had no need for them, especially since they were virtually worthless by then. Over 20 years ago, the national debt of the old US had already reached twice its annual GDP. They dared to accumulate such debt with no intention of repayment, and after several defaults on principal and interest payments, they severed ties completely, ultimately disbanding the government. Thus, the name United States ceased to exist, and most states were formed into the American Federation, dragging along several neighboring nations. It was utterly shameless, Wang Guiyong expressed with indignation. Our country established its own international currency settlement system, which minimized our holdings of old U.S. debt, resulting in limited losses. The most significant loss was borne by Japan, which, fearing submersion or destruction of its territory, purchased a vast amount of old U.S. debt, which ultimately became worthless. Thankfully, Japan still retained substantial land and property in the former U.S., allowing most of its people to relocate there, thus avoiding complete ruin. Wang Guiyong's outrage at the disgraceful actions of the former U.S. was palpable. And how did the trading occur? Sure Hao continued. The American Federation was essentially comprised of the same individuals from the former U.S., still possessing significant power. We sought new energy technologies, advanced materials, bionic robotics, biotechnology, and even extraterrestrial information and data. We demanded anything we deemed useful, and as it turned out, they truly possessed valuable resources, Wang Guiyong elaborated. Were they willing? Sure Hao asked. They were on the brink of disappearing from the Earth. Could they afford to be unwilling? The European Union and the Russian Federation engaged in similar transactions, though at different prices. We did not value the technology from India, but they had an abundance of gold, which we did not disdain, trading for some. However, they did not purchase much, resulting in the umbrella covering less than a third of our territory, Wang Guiyong explained. Countries that constructed the specialized glass umbrella acted out of humanitarian spirit, agreeing to accept refugees proportionately after negotiations. Our country received a considerable number of refugees. However, upon entry, they lacked residential identification, and obtaining long-term visas or temporary residence permits did not confer them citizenship in Huagua. Wang Guiyong clarified in detail. Sure Hao pondered. No wonder he saw so many black, white, and Middle Eastern individuals while shopping. I never imagined such a drastic change. However, I feel quite pleased to witness Japan's downfall, he chuckled. What is the current state of the Earth? Sure Hao inquired further. The situation on Earth continues to deteriorate. The ice caps at both poles have entirely vanished, and the Antarctic permafrost is melting, transforming the region into a vast swamp, harboring unknown viruses that pose the greatest threat. Methane trapped beneath the ice has been released into the atmosphere, compounding the crisis. Presently, humanity is concerned about whether the atmosphere will maintain its balance and the proportions of various gases will remain stable. Currently, the higher-ups have instructed relevant experts nationwide to research further solutions, though no conclusions have been reached. However, the successful capture of B-52 might expedite humanity's journey into space, increasing our chances of survival. The current clear objective is to restore the Earth's temperature control system, an endeavor of immense difficulty that will require considerable time. Wang Guiyong clearly possessed more knowledge than the average citizen, bearing greater responsibility and pressure. Are there no alternative solutions? Sure Hao probed. We are diligently researching anti-gravity devices. Currently at about 70% completion, yet several core issues remain unresolved. This research project is overseen by the Los Angeles Military Industrial Research Institute, Wang Guiyong disclosed, revealing a hint of worry. Sure Hao had heard of anti-gravity devices, reputedly designed by the legendary Nikola Tesla, yet still unrealized after more than a century. However, I firmly believe they will be fabricated eventually. Once equipped with anti-gravity technology, Starship could take off and land vertically from Earth, and perhaps even produce the fabled flying saucers. I hope you will be among the first passengers, Wang Guiyong expressed with hopeful enthusiasm. Because you are not afraid of falling. If you do drop, you certainly won't die. Sure Hao laughed, touched by Wang Guiyong's earlier statement. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, Wang Guiyong's last comment nearly left him speechless, realizing that Wang Guiyong was inviting him to test the device. Chapter 23. Space Economics. Two individuals engaged in a vibrant discourse, traversing topics from the dazzling cosmos and military life from 35 years ago to the intricacies of their lives and the gossip of men throughout the night. As dawn approached, Hao rose and draped a military coat from the wall over Wang Guiyong's shoulders. After a night filled with diverse conversations, fatigue began to cloud his mind, prompting Hao to recall Wu Ruanfa's suggestion about rejuvenating oneself by touching the electric switch. Seizing the opportunity to explore this method for future contingencies, he procured 2 slender metal rods. He cautiously inserted one into the socket and swiftly withdrew it, experiencing a tingling sensation intermingled with fine pricks. With resolve, he plunged the rod in firmly, remaining still. Minutes later, clarity returned to his mind, dispelling the fatigue almost instantaneously, revealing a newfound ease for future missions. At that moment, Su Yan approached, announcing that the house had been tidied up and they could move in that very day. Wang Guiyong, awakened by the commotion, was informed by Hao of his intention to procure a few items before departing. Wang Guiyong called for a military jeep, but Hao preferred the comfort of a ground vehicle, opting against the flying car. Upon exiting, Hao called Xiaowei to inform her that accommodations had been arranged, and they could relocate today. Xiaowei, busy with her inaugural day in office, delegated the task of hiring a moving company to Su Wuqing. Hao instructed Su Yan to set their destination to the electronics market, as he wished to purchase a computer. He felt the need to familiarize himself with the contemporary world and its dynamics, having encountered numerous unfamiliar concepts in recent days. The jeep sped along the roads with intelligent navigation, encountering neither traffic nor red lights. The cityscape had changed little, yet new skyscrapers dotted the skyline, distinctly different from those of 30 to 40 years prior. Each household boasted expansive balconies designed for landing flying cars, adorned with lush greenery that enhanced the city's aesthetic. Luo City, a historical capital of 13 dynasties, preserved its ancient architecture, steeped in cultural richness. The city's area had doubled over the past 3 decades, with a population exceeding 10 million, an increase of nearly threefold, attracting many expatriates, resulting in soaring property prices. The electronics market remained in its original location, though the old buildings had been demolished and rebuilt, exuding a modern ambience with a more logical layout. The rooftop served as a parking space for flying cars, while the basement accommodated traditional vehicles. After parking, they ascended a staircase to find a plaza. In the center stood a 3-dimensional scene projected by a virtual reality projector, reminiscent of concepts from decades ago, serving advertising and promotional purposes, yet far more magnificent and interactive. Entering the computer sales area, Hao observed sleek boxes on the counters, devoid of traditional monitors. These were quantum computers, featuring a glowing seam and several ports. Upon opening, a holographic screen emerged, replacing conventional displays, while the ports projected virtual keyboards and other devices. Unfamiliar with this new technology, Hao requested Su Yan's assistance in selecting a model, leading her to choose a high-end variant. After purchasing the computer, they continued to explore the market, encountering numerous unfamiliar innovations. Some vendors showcased the ability to project computer games into the air or onto the ground using quantum computers, revealing vibrant, 3-dimensional virtual reality scenes. Additionally, they discovered virtual reality helmets equipped with brain-machine interfaces, allowing users to control computers and partake in immersive gaming experiences through thought alone. Upon clarifying the specifications, Hao realized he could not utilize these helmets, as they were designed based on the brainwave patterns of typical individuals. His brain's bioelectric signals and cerebral cortex structure differed significantly, rendering him incompatible with standard virtual helmets. After contemplation, he opted for a limited edition pink helmet, the most expensive and stylish option, reflecting his desire to present a worthy gift to his granddaughter upon their first meeting. Determined, Hao paid with his ID card, spending 600,000 on the helmet, more than a month's salary for Xiaowei, and 2 million on the quantum computer, lamenting the rapid depletion of funds. In contrast to the past when a lottery win of 5 or 10 million felt like a lifetime of security, now he could only afford 2 civilian quantum computers. In the afternoon, Su Wuqing completed the packing at home and rented a truck for the move. Su Yan enlisted several soldiers for assistance, and soon everything was in order. News of the national hero's relocation spread among the informed officers in the compound, prompting visits. All met with Hao's warm greetings, knowing he would need their vigilance for his family. Around 5 o'clock, Hao felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, fatigue setting in as he struggled to remain upright. He quickly instructed Su Wuqing, closed the door, and collapsed onto the bed. Exhaustion from his earlier experiment with the electric switch overtook him, leading to an undisturbed slumber until 8 the next morning. Upon awakening, he silently praised his thorough testing of the method, realizing that without proper planning, unforeseen circumstances during missions could lead to significant issues. A melodious voice broke the morning silence, prompting Sure how to open his door. Just outside, a girl exclaimed "Grandpa," before leaping from the sofa, wrapping her arms around his neck and clinging to his waist, seeking his embrace. "You wild child, have some decorum. Let go," Sure Sharaway chided, while Sure How felt a wave of embarrassment. "What kind of language is that? You little rascal," Sure Sharaway continued. "You have the secret handshake down perfectly. Your mother's childhood secrets are all known to her." Upon seeing the packaging, Su Yuan squealed with excitement, rushing to Sure Sharaway, exclaiming, "Mom, look, a limited edition. I've been longing for this. Grandpa, I love you. With this gear, I'm sure to conquer the Orange Tier starship in Star Trek." "What is Star Trek?" Sure How inquired, attempting to engage Su Yuan in conversation. "It's a popular game about exploring space, and your avatar becomes Earth's totem. The virtual helmet I currently use is subpar, causing delays that prevent me from completing a crucial task. Once I finish it, I'll acquire an Orange Tier starship," Su Yuan explained, her hands lovingly caressing the helmet. "What purpose does the starship serve?" he asked. "With a starship, I can become a captain, exploring the depths of space. I'll take you along one day, and you'll see for yourself," she responded with enthusiasm. "Su Yuan, let me hold on to the helmet for now. You have 2 months until your college entrance examinations. Afterward, you can play as you wish," Sure Sharaway interjected, observing Su Yuan's excitement. Su Yuan, realizing the importance of her studies, reluctantly relinquished the helmet. "The college entrance exam is paramount. We can play Star Trek together afterward," Sure How reassured her. "All right, it's a promise," she agreed, extending her pinky to seal their pact, which Sure How reciprocated. "What school do you plan to attend? What major are you considering?" As a concerned elder, Sure How's interest in Su Yuan's education was natural. "I was torn between a military academy and the Huawei University of Science and Technology, but that concern has dissipated," Su Yuan shared, sitting quietly on the sofa with Sure How. "Why is that? How confident are you?" "Huawei University is only second to Qingbei University, with equally high admission standards." "Your confidence intrigues me," Sure How remarked. "I'm 100% certain. I was initially set to be recommended to Qingbei, but they lack a space-related program, and I felt a tinge of regret." Sure How thought to himself, "No wonder she exudes such confidence. She is indeed an academic prodigy." What does space economics primarily encompass? This discipline pertains to outer space, which piques Sure How's interest, given that it is a nascent field. He is not entirely familiar with its specifics. However, according to the introduction from the University of Science and Technology, space economics primarily investigates the models of space economy, the mechanisms for settling space trade as we transition into the space age, the calculation of space GDP, the valuation of various minerals and resources found in space, and the impact of human and robotic activities on the space economy. The ultimate aim is to construct a comprehensive framework for a space economic system. Su Yuan articulates her points eloquently, indicating she has conducted considerable research. "It seems I must diligently catch up and acquire new knowledge," Sure How mused. Once everything was in order, he activated the quantum computer, preparing to immerse himself in a profound exploration of social realities online over the next 10 days and systematically study some new concepts. Chapter 24, Learning. He carefully stored away the suitcase left by Zhang Exine, his thoughts drifting deep into his mind as he prepared to embark on his academic pursuits. However, after much effort, he found that the quantum computer remained unresponsive, compelling him to seek assistance from Su Yuan. Su Yuan arrived and helped him switch from the virtual helmet control mode to the virtual keyboard and mouse operation mode, enabling him to finally commence his work. Although he had gleaned a considerable amount of knowledge from Su Yin and Wang Guiyong, it lacked systematic structure. Thus, whenever he encountered novel terms or images online, he delved deeper into their meanings. During this learning process, he discovered that his reflexes, memory, and cognitive abilities were remarkably sharp, with his memory retention speed being several dozen to 100 times that of an average person, akin to a scanner, whereby everything he glanced at seemed to transform into data stored in his mind, readily retrievable when needed. Within a single morning, he managed to acquire a comprehensive understanding of various subjects, including humanities, geography, economics, technology, industry, and modern history. thus developing a systematic grasp of society as a whole. Continuous learning, however, led to mental fatigue, prompting him to take a brief respite at noon, after which he quickly regained his optimal state. Around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, Wang Guiyong called for him to come over, informing him that a vehicle awaited downstairs. Upon arriving at Wang Guiyong's office, he noticed Zhang Weifang, the director of the Luoshi Public Security Bureau, present, and he nodded in acknowledgement before taking a seat. After he settled down, Wang Guiyong addressed him. Today, Director Zhang will brief you on the resolution of the matter from the day before yesterday. Following their investigation over the past couple of days, it was revealed that Wei Xiao and Xiao Mao had committed multiple offenses and had bribed Lu Yuming with part of their illicit gains in exchange for his protection and exoneration. The 3 individuals have been legally detained, and evidence has been collected for submission to the Procuratorate for adjudication. Director Zhang announced the outcome with an air of authority, yet he made no mention of Lu Yuming's slander and extortion toward Shi Hao. What will be done about Lu Yuming's blatant accusations and extortion against me? Shi Hao inquired, a hint of anger in his voice. Well, there is no direct evidence since Lu Yuming turned off the surveillance in the interrogation room, making it quite difficult to handle, Zhang Weifang replied, scratching his forehead awkwardly. All right, I understand. Let us leave it at that, Shi Hao said, harboring dissatisfaction. Very well. I shall take my leave, Zhang Weifang remarked, preparing to exit as the discussion concluded. Old Zhang, do refrain from meandering about. Don't presume your actions are so clandestine. You can judge for yourself whether I speak the truth or not, and whether you choose to amend your ways is entirely up to you. Wang Guiyong remarked upon noticing Zhang Weifang's hasty departure. Ha, we all strive for the common good. Please excuse any shortcomings on my part. Zhang Weifang responded politely before leaving. Wang Guiyong shook his head in disappointment and turned to Shi Hao, saying, he was once one of my subordinates, quite intelligent, but he has always preferred shortcuts. Seeing no prospects for advancement in the army, he hastily applied for discharge. After his discharge, he was assigned to the Traffic Police Brigade, where he continuously ingratiated himself, eventually elevating his status by associating with the daughter of a deputy mayor. That deputy mayor later rose to become the secretary of the municipal committee, and he rode the coattails of that success, climbing from deputy director to director of the bureau. He often mingles with various social circles, and during our previous comrades' gatherings, we advised him to exercise caution. However, he insisted that knowing more people would open more doors. In truth, he has been dragged into a life of debauchery by that crowd, with whispers emerging suggesting he might have ties to organized crime, entangled in several cases, and compromising himself by settling matters for others, all while believing he was acting discreetly. There are no walls in this world that don't let the wind through. Initially, I tried to counsel him, but the more I spoke, the more we seemed to become adversaries, and I grew weary of intervening. People have their own aspirations. You cannot force them. Your case is not significant, but Lu Yuming and Zhang Weifang may be related through indirect connections. Lu Yuming was once a thug, later fabricated his credentials to join the police force, and due to Zhang Weifang's protection, no one dared to touch him. This information was gathered through friends in the public security system. Shi Hao replied nonchalantly, I am indifferent. I merely happened upon the situation. However, individuals like Zhang Weifang will wreak havoc for as long as they occupy their positions, which is a tragedy for the common people. Rest assured, his days are numbered. The higher-ups will intervene. He will never have a peaceful end, Wang Guiyong reassured Shi Hao. In the morning, he had come across news online about an American named Musk establishing a Mars base, which left him somewhat stirred. Over 50 years ago, Musk had made his fortune through electric vehicles, selling them worldwide and amassing considerable wealth before venturing into high-speed rail, aiming for a target speed of 2,000 kilometers per hour. Although he ultimately failed due to various constraints in the U.S., he continued on a path that many deemed reckless. He even launched over 10,000 satellites to create a communication network resembling 5G and 6G, which, while advanced at the time, have now become space debris. Nonetheless, Musk profited from his endeavors. Musk's ultimate ambition was to establish a nation on Mars, famously declaring that he would rather die on Mars than anywhere else. While other nations were establishing lunar bases, he went directly to Mars to build a base, reportedly achieving success. Musk's approach to establishing a Mars base was entirely commercial. Part of the funding came from his company's profits, while another portion was sponsored by large conglomerates seeking to capitalize on the venture. If it failed, it would serve as advertising, and if successful, he would secure a foothold on Mars. Additionally, he announced that anyone who donated 100,000 could become a citizen of the new nation, with hundreds of thousands responding. Initially, Shihao had little concept of money, but with his aspirations set on space. Witnessing Musk's success through substantial financial backing made him ponder whether he would also require considerable funds to reach further in the future. Recently, Su Yuan informed him about a new space economics program being established at the University of Science and Technology, indicating that the nation has recognized the impending era of space exploration as one that demands public participation, necessitating complex economic modeling. Money is required on Earth, and the same applies to space. Next came physics, spanning from middle school physics to advanced works like relativity, Feynman's lectures on physics, and Tesla's autobiography, among others, first memorizing, then understanding, the latter being a matter for later. He then delved into philosophy, mathematics, linguistics, and chemistry, categorizing his reading by discipline, a novel approach. Future generations will likely follow suit, as there will be many more like Shihao, the first of his kind as a bionic robot. Previously, there was a tenacious individual who spent 2 years in the library reading from category A to D. Compared to Shihao, that seems trivial. Shihao called Shisharuwei and instructed Su Wuqing to pack his belongings and accompany him to Yingui City, where he intended for Wu Ruanfa to create the most suitable bionic prosthetic for Su Wuqing. He brought Su Wuqing to the entrance of the Central Plains War Zone Command Center, asking him to wait outside while he went in to see Wang Guiyong. "Haozi, I have good news for you. Zhang Weifang has been taken down," Wang Guiyong said as soon as he saw Shihao. Hearing Haozi made Shihao's head ache, but he had no choice but to let it slide. That was quick. It seems they've been keeping an eye on him for some time, Shihao thought. Understanding the implications. "Do you know who Lu Yuming is?" "You'd never guess. He is the brother of Zhang Weifang's mistress," Wang Guiyong revealed, a look of intrigue on his face. It was said that this mistress was previously involved with a local gang leader in Luoshi, and Zhang Weifang, having long coveted her, took advantage of a drunken night to seduce her, leading to their affair, while the gang leader could only seethe in silence. Wang Guiyong continued to elaborate. Zhang Weifang's manner of eating is quite unrefined. Shihao perceives Zhang Weifang as a dignified individual, yet he is taken aback by his dark tendencies. However, it seems that none of them possess good character. The underworld of Luoshi is now rife with anxiety, particularly among those who consider Zhang Weifang a close companion. Throughout his tenure, Zhang Weifang has plunged Luoshi into chaos, leading to a deterioration of public safety that necessitates urgent rectification. Although Wang Guiyong is in the military, it does not imply he is oblivious to the societal issues at hand. Many matters are interconnected. As Shihao and Su Wuqing disembark from the Yugui high-speed train, they spot Su Yin and Mickey waiting on the platform. After a brief separation of several days, Mickey appears transformed, more spirited, and with subtle changes in appearance. Shihao, possessing keen observational and memory skills, is confident he has not erred in his judgment. Mickey, contrary to his usual jovial demeanor, greeted Shihao with a mere nod and a faint smile, devoid of any playful banter. Accompanied by Su Wuqing, they followed Su Yin and Mickey to the underground parking lot. Aware of Shihao's aversion to high-speed driving, Su Yin opted for a military-grade SUV. They soon arrived at the Second Research Institute, where Shihao instructed Mickey to summon staff to arrange for Su Wuqing to be taken to the reception room. The three then proceeded to the laboratory, where Wu Ruanfa was intently scrutinizing data on the screen, muttering to himself, "Indeed, the data is accurate. How could such a situation arise?" Upon noticing Shihao and the others, he gestured for them to find their own seats while he continued to analyze the data, reiterating to himself that everything was indeed correct. After more than an hour, Shihao inquired, "Has there been an issue with the experiment? Can the gene fusion still proceed?" Wu Ruanfa took a seat and replied, "All data indicates no problems. However, the results are somewhat off. I need to investigate further." Through their conversation, Shihao learned that the test subject was Mickey, whose physique was similar to his own, both being eligible for gene fusion upgrades. Mickey was the first prototype of a Taishan-class robot created by Wu Ruanfa's team, precisely a quasi-Taishan-class robot. Shihao's own Taishan-class model was an improved version of Mickey, boasting superior metrics in strength, endurance, and explosive power. The gene fusion experiment had been conducted on Mickey, who possessed bionic nerves and a bionic brain. Wu Ruanfa had also granted him self-learning and social interaction capabilities, which had gradually formed memories stored within his bionic brain over 3 years. Despite undergoing the gene fusion experiment, the memories, thoughts, consciousness, and evolving personality within Mickey remained unchanged. The experiment concluded yesterday, with the process and data appearing flawless. Yet Mickey had entirely lost his playful nature and had become uncharacteristically solemn, as SUSI-MANHUA had just observed. According to the original plan, such an outcome was not expected, prompting Wu Ruanfa to meticulously compare the data, finding no errors. Mickey's current demeanor was perplexing. Suddenly, Mickey burst into laughter upon hearing Wu Ruanfa's comments. Realizing he had been jesting all along, this revelation prompted Wu Ruanfa to leap up in mock anger, ready to retaliate. Director Wu, have you noticed that Mickey's ears are uneven? His nose is askew as well, SUSI-MANHUA remarked, eliciting a startled reaction from Wu Ruanfa. Oh no, Mickey exclaimed, rushing to find a mirror, and Wu Ruanfa quickly understood SUSI-MANHUA's intent, joining in the laughter. It was an amusing moment that lightened Wu Ruanfa's earlier frustration. After examining himself in the mirror, Mickey approached with a pout, ready to retort, but was silenced upon seeing SUSI-MANHUA. It's not my fault. After the gene fusion, my mind feels clouded, as if many things are trying to invade it. I simply lack the energy to joke around, Mickey lamented. Make sure to document this. Wu Ruanfa instructed a staff member. This experiment has been quite successful. We can now begin arranging your gene fusion work, he said to SUSI-MANHUA. What do you need me to do next? SUSI-MANHUA inquired. Remain here at the Research Institute, doing nothing but maintaining your physical condition. We require your original biological genes for the gene fusion, which we can edit slightly for compatibility. It's been 35 years. Where can I find my original genes? SUSI-MANHUA questioned. We've already contacted the archives of the Central Plains War Zone Hospital for assistance. According to past protocols, samples such as blood or other biological materials, like hair or nails, were collected prior to major missions. They should remember the process, especially considering the significance of transferring your memories to a metal robot. After successfully completing the experiment yesterday, we dispatched Zhao Qing to locate your genetic material. We await further news, Wu Ruanfa assured, instilling a sense of calm in SUSI-MANHUA. At this moment, SUSI-MANHUA recalled Su Wuqing and saw that Wu Ruanfa had some time to spare. Director Wu, there's something I would like your assistance with. Please, do share. You've entrusted your life to me. There's no need for formality, Wu Ruanfa replied, buoyed by the success of the experiment. My son-in-law was a soldier, a special forces operative who lost his right leg due to an injury during a mission. His prosthetic limb, installed 15 years ago, is now malfunctioning. Could you possibly provide him with a bionic prosthetic? SUSI-MANHUA explained the situation. That's a trivial matter. The Second Research Institute combines military and civilian applications. Bionic prosthetics are currently available for civilian use. He can come over anytime, Wu Ruanfa stated matter-of-factly, noting that prosthetics were merely one component of their work, with complete bionic robots being the more complex challenge. I've already brought him here. He's in the reception room, SUSI-MANHUA said with a smirk. Realizing he had acted without prior notice. Your earlier politeness was insincere, haha. Let's go. I guarantee you'll be satisfied, Wu Ruanfa replied, turning to Mickey. Take Su Wuqing to the bionic prosthetic laboratory on the second floor. With that, Wu Ruanfa strode confidently ahead, buoyed by the triumph of his research. In the bionic prosthetic laboratory on the second floor, Wu Ruanfa examined Su Wuqing's outdated metal prosthetic. Young man, you've been enduring a lot. This antiquated prosthetic has worn down to the bone. Doesn't it hurt? He asked. General, sure. Your son-in-law has suffered greatly over the years. Every step must be painful for him. Su Wuqing, though shyly responding that he had grown accustomed to the discomfort, fought back tears, feeling misunderstood by others who deemed him lazy and unambitious. SUSI-MANHUA, observing this, gently patted Su Wuqing's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Having previously harbored some disdain for Su Wuqing's perceived laziness, SUSI-MANHUA now recognized the immense pain he endured daily, understanding the strength it took for him to maintain his composure around family and society. I will craft you the most advanced prosthetic limb, one that mirrors General Shi's physical characteristics and can also undergo gene fusion. Once the fusion is complete, your prosthetic will seamlessly integrate with your right leg, functioning indistinguishably from a natural limb, with enhanced strength and resilience, Wu Ruanfa announced excitedly at the prospect of the gene fusion process. SUSI-MANHUA had initially intended to procure a standard bionic prosthetic for Su Wuqing, so he was taken aback by Wu Ruanfa's offer to create a leg using the newly successful research findings. This gesture was profoundly meaningful. SUSI-MANHUA expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Wu Ruanfa. Wu Ruanfa, dismissing the thanks, quickly returned to the task of crafting the prosthetic. Utilizing a multidimensional shaping machine, he began to extrude fine particulate materials for shaping. These particles mimic cellular tissue, with a gelatinous outer layer, he explained as he meticulously layered the materials, gradually forming a new lower leg. After the completion of the leg prosthetic spray coating, Wu Ruanfa took several strands of hair from Su Wuqing's head and proceeded to the underground bionic robot laboratory for gene editing. Subsequently, he utilized a specialized machine for gene fusion. The process of gene fusion for the prosthetic leg took approximately 2 hours. Once completed, Wu Ruanfa returned to the second floor, where he applied a gel-like substance to both Su Wuqing's residual limb and the connecting area of the prosthetic. This gel serves to firmly bond the bionic prosthetic with the residual limb, allowing the cells on both sides to interpenetrate and ultimately merge, akin to the healing of a wound. Upon completion of the installation, Wu Ruanfa wrapped the residual limb and the prosthetic with wide adhesive tape, informing Su Wuqing. In 3 days, this tape can be removed. During these 3 days, avoid excessive movement and keep your right leg on the ground. If you need to use the restroom, call for the nursing staff to assist you. After 3 days, he would only be able to move by shuffling his leg. The gel also functions as a biological agent, promoting the growth of skin and bone. In due time, the skin of Su Wuqing and the outer covering of the prosthetic would grow together, while the bone would take a bit longer, approximately half a month. In other words, after 2 weeks, he would be free to jump and frolic without any concerns. Wu Ruanfa provided Su Wuqing with additional instructions for care. Shihao watched in amazement, feeling that this prosthetic was nothing short of miraculous. The group then descended the stairs, with Shihao heading directly to the main training room, followed closely by Mi Qi and Su Yan. Shihao, in an attempt to practice, picked up a sewing needle, but Mi Qi quickly made himself scarce upon seeing it. Shihao thought to himself, I didn't ask you to throw the dartboard, with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Xiao Su, could you please assist me in finding some steel to create thicker needles? They need to be sturdier and about 3 times the size of this sewing needle. Shihao picked up the needle and found it somewhat small, making it challenging to throw with sufficient force. However, it was convenient for various tasks such as stealthy operations or surprise attacks. Although Wu Ruanfa did not elaborate on the advantages of gene fusion, seeing his dedication to this research stirred a flicker of anticipation within Shihao. He felt quite content with his current state, yet the prospect of further advancement delighted him. Shihao quickened his pace alongside Mi Qi toward the elevator. Upon exiting the elevator on the 3rd underground level, they overheard Wu Ruanfa exclaim, "Wonderful! What an achievement! I never expected the samples to be preserved so well." Zhao Qing, looking travel-worn, stood nearby. "Thank you." Shihao approached and expressed his gratitude to Zhao Qing first. "General Shi, the management of the military is indeed commendable. Samples preserved for over 30 years are in such excellent condition, and all the necessary materials for the experiments are ready," Wu Ruanfa said happily to Shihao. "You may not know this, but the civilian gene bank was established 13 years ago. At that time, breakthroughs in biotechnology were achieved, and gene technology flourished. Therefore, the state established the gene bank, where every citizen of Huaguo would deposit a sample of their body before passing for future needs." Wu Ruanfa continued to elaborate on the significance of genes, a subject close to his heart, hoping to foster greater understanding of their work. 13 years ago, Zheng Xian was still alive. I wonder if she left a gene sample? Shihao mused as Wu Ruanfa mentioned the gene bank, his thoughts drifting to the late Zheng Xian. What can genes do? Shihao inquired. A great deal, for instance. Today's gene fusion relies heavily on the individual's biological genes. Allow me to explain the effects of gene fusion. Wu Ruanfa gestured for everyone to sit down. Your current physique is of the Taishan level, while Mi Qi's corresponds to the Lingshan level. However, the principles behind your bionic bodies are identical. After several days of contemplation and consultations with relevant authorities, I have classified the robot levels. Those capable of gene fusion, like you, belong to the Taishan level, while those with slightly lesser physical attributes, such as Mi Qi, I classify as Lingshan level. The manufacturing cost of a Taishan level robot is over 10 times that of a Lingshan level 1. Wu Ruanfa surveyed Shihao with satisfaction, as if urging him to express his gratitude. To manufacture a Taishan level bionic robot with current equipment takes approximately 2 months, whereas a Lingshan level requires only 15 days, as the manufacturing equipment can be modified from standard bionic robot apparatus. After Mi Qi's successful trial yesterday, I reported to the command headquarters. which instructed me to upgrade all 7 members of the Panlong team to Lingshan level within a month. Although they lack bionic brains, they possess autonomous learning capabilities and some cognitive and social skills, which I classify as Huangshan level robots. These can perform security, detection, and caregiving tasks, but must be equipped with a quantum encrypted self-destruct system. Those devoid of bionic brains or learning abilities are categorized as BIP robots, which can be upgraded as required, and must also include a quantum encrypted self-destruct system upon manufacture. Wu Ruanfa felt that categorizing the robots would streamline operations, benefiting both military and civilian applications. He took a sip of tea and continued. The bodies of Taishan and Lingshan level robots are constructed from bionic cells and a gel-like substance infused with collagen stone, with a specific quantity of collagen stone incorporated into the materials used for the bionic cells. The advent of quantum computing has significantly facilitated extensive computational tasks in research. We utilized quantum computers to scan and calculate the internal structures of human cells. The computational volume here is not measured in millions but in megas, a vast difference compared to traditional binary computers. Consequently, previous research on cells remained superficial. During our studies, we discovered the storage locations and operational principles of DNA within cells. Additionally, we referenced human cellular data and structures to create bionic cells, embedding a minuscule biological chip within each bionic cell. This chip can store human DNA information and is surrounded by numerous tentacles, which transmit DNA information to the cells. Moreover, the chips can be interconnected with those in other bionic cells to achieve collaborative functionality. Upon obtaining human gene samples, we imported the DNA data into quantum computers for processing, editing out unnecessary information related to reproduction, excretion, and digestion for the Taishan or Lingshan level robots, while retaining data regarding physique, appearance, and emotions. The edited data was then packaged and introduced into each bionic cell through gene fusion equipment. At this point, Wu Ruanfa paused and glanced at Mi Qi. Sure Hao noticed a peculiar detail. Mi Qi, born with a bionic brain and a bionic robot body, had acquired all his behavioral traits through learning. Thus, where did his human genes originate? Sure Hao turned his gaze toward Mi Qi, observing subtle changes in his appearance, which now bore a resemblance to Wu Ruanfa. Albeit without the wrinkles that characteristically marked age, Mi Qi still possessed a cherubic visage. Noticing Sure Hao's scrutiny of Mi Qi and then himself, Wu Ruanfa's face flushed slightly, and he chuckled awkwardly before addressing Sure Hao. You are not mistaken. Mi Qi uses my genes. I admit I had a personal interest in this, though I duly reported it to the authorities. When the project was initiated, I submitted the entire proposal for approval. On one hand, it concerned the autonomous learning and social capabilities of the robots. Since Mi Qi cannot be equipped with a quantum encrypted self-destruct system, those aspects required oversight. On the other hand, it raised the question of whose genes to use for the gene fusion process. Given my age without a spouse or children, the leaders decided to use my genes. He added with a fond pat on Mi Qi's face. Mi Qi, now fully aware, stood silently, contemplating whether he could still call Wu Ruanfa Old Wang Ba in the future. Isn't it a waste to not utilize such excellent genes? Considering you are an expert in bionic robotics, there are few like you in all of Huagua, Sure Hao pointed out. Wu Ruanfa, upon hearing this, felt a flush of warmth and offered a modest smile, continuing the previous topic. Now, let me discuss the changes post-gene fusion and its benefits. In truth, I can only reveal a fraction of the alterations. Many changes will gradually unfold in the future. You can observe that Mi Qi's facial contours now somewhat resemble mine, which is a manifestation of genetic inheritance. If you were to apply your own genes, General Sure, your appearance and physique would evolve to reflect your former self, albeit not identical, yet with high similarity. Certain aspects, such as height, cannot vary significantly. For instance, if you stood at 180 centimeters before, you would not diminish to 180 centimeters post-fusion. With these experiences, when we prepare a bionic robot for data fusion, we will model the bionic body after the original form, allowing for some aesthetic enhancements to eliminate visible flaws while preserving strengths, followed by gene fusion, resulting in a likeness close to the original human. Wouldn't that mean a proliferation of handsome men and beautiful women on the streets? Zhao Qing exclaimed in awe. At least for the next few years, no? Considering issues like Earth's resources, land, and the continuity of human life, such technology will not be widely adopted. Otherwise, life expectancy could essentially become infinite, which the Earth cannot sustain. Wu Ruanfa continued, remarking that it appeared the upper echelons possessed a profound understanding of these issues. Through advancements in biotechnology, the average lifespan in Huagua theory has been extended to an astonishing 180 years, with the oldest individuals currently surpassing 160 years, and projections suggest they could survive for several more decades. Moreover, the population of those aged over 140 is steadily increasing, highlighting the resource consumption inherent in life. This technology holds immense advantages for space exploration. Shurahao envisioned humanity's future with optimism. Another benefit of gene fusion is the enhanced control over one's body. The skin on your arms and legs becomes uniformly smooth. Following gene fusion, through rigorous exercise, cells can develop memory or alter their positioning, resulting in the targeted body parts exhibiting muscular characteristics. This transformation brings about remarkable benefits, including heightened explosive power and endurance. For instance, if your current grip strength is over 200 kilograms, after training, it may reach upwards of 400 kilograms. Mobilizing cells to recombine into muscle also enhances bodily flexibility, while additional advantages will be unveiled through practical experience. General Sure, this encapsulates the situation. Shall we proceed with the fusion today? Wu Ruanfa inquired, seeking Shurahao's approval. Upon receiving a positive response, Wu Ruanfa directed the staff to commence their tasks. After the genetic data was meticulously edited, Wu Ruanfa instructed Shurahao to lie down on the central bed as he calibrated the equipment. The transmission of genetic data to all bionic cells within the body necessitated an extended duration, approximately 2 to 3 days for the entire body. During this period, to ensure absolute safety, I shall induce a deep sleep state in your brain. It took over 2 hours to treat Su Wucheng's calf, indicating that the entire body indeed requires considerable time. With Shurahao's confirmation, Wu Ruanfa pressed the button. Chapter 27. Shi Xiaorui's Abduction. As Shurahao was enveloped by a wave of drowsiness, he gradually succumbed to slumber. A device resembling a scanner, connected to the quantum computer, began its slow descent from the crown of his head. This apparatus transmitted genetic data wirelessly to a bionic cell's biological chip, which possessed a faint wireless connectivity feature, enabling it to network with surrounding cells for collaborative functionality. The staff utilized this wireless connection to meticulously input the genetic data, leaving no cell unexamined, nor a single strand of hair overlooked. The scanning process encompassed the entirety of Shurahao's being, from the bionic brain and facial features to the neck, and even down to the toes and their respective nails, taking more than 3 days to complete. Shurahao's height of 185 centimeters exceeded that of Mickey, resulting in a slightly prolonged duration, yet everything proceeded smoothly without incident. This alleviated the anxiety of Wu Ruanfa, Su Yin, and Zhao Qing, while Mickey rejoiced with exuberant leaps. The group had remained in the vicinity for days without venturing out, as Su Yin and Zhao Qing had undergone genetic modifications, sustaining themselves on a concentrated nutrient solution for over a month. Wu Ruanfa, being an ordinary individual, harbored concerns regarding potential impacts on his mind, and thus refrained from undergoing genetic alteration. Instead, he fashioned a simple bed in the laboratory, napping when fatigue set in. Mickey, needing only 2 to 3 hours of sleep daily, found it sufficient to alleviate his tiredness, for his cognitive demands were minimal, resulting in little fatigue. Upon pressing the stop button, Wu Ruanfa transmitted a wake-up signal to Shurahao's bionic brain via biological neurons. As Shurahao slowly opened his eyes, myriad voices seemed to call out to him from within his mind, yearning for his embrace. These were the cells relaying information to the brain. Though the brain continued to receive data during slumber, the efficiency was diminished, resulting in an overwhelming influx of information that left Shurahao's mind feeling swollen and numb. He began to comprehend Mickey's behavior upon his arrival. Based on Mickey's experiences, this process would likely require just over a day. Shurahao remained motionless, and after a day and a half, the torrent of information significantly diminished, eventually ceasing altogether. He experienced an indescribable sensation, perhaps a sense of familiarity, albeit intermingled with countless other elements. Rising from the bed, he tested his legs, gently shifting his weight from toes to heels, rediscovering the tautness of his muscles. He attempted to jump from his toes, only to crash into the ceiling with a resounding thud, creating a hole above, startling everyone present. Wu Ruanfa, instead of lamenting the damage to the ceiling, urged Shurahao, "Let us step outside and test how high you can jump." In an open space, Shurahao first measured his vertical leap, achieving over 4 meters, followed by a running jump that reached approximately 7 meters. Upon soaring into the air, he was startled by the height, almost equivalent to 2 stories, resulting in an awkward landing that left a crater in the ground. Fortunately, the robustness of his bionic body mitigated any harm. Wu Ruanfa summoned Mickey to partake in the tests as well. Mickey managed a vertical leap of over 3 meters and a running jump of around 5 meters. Wu Ruanfa proceeded with a comprehensive assessment. Concluding the results: Taishan level, Shihao running speed of 120 kilometers per hour, grip strength of 320 kilograms, punching power of 2,000 kilograms, an astonishing force, especially when compared to the legendary boxer Mike Tyson, whose right punch delivered 800 kilograms and left punch around 500 kilograms. Ling Mountain level, Mickey running speed of 90 kilometers per hour, grip strength of 220 kilograms, punching power of 1,600 kilograms, a deceptive appearance, seemingly innocent and timid, making him adept at the facade of the underdog. During training, Shihao could distinctly sense the bionic cells coursing through his body. Mere hours of exercise sculpted muscles that would be the envy of any man. Mickey, under Shihao's insistence, trained alongside him, occasionally exclaiming in discomfort, yet yielding to the rigorous regimen, showing swift improvement. Su Wuqing, now able to walk albeit gingerly, approached the training room, using a cane for support. Having once been a special forces soldier, he found Shihao and Mickey's training almost incomprehensibly intense, pondering the extraordinary capabilities of these enhanced beings. Noticing Su Wuqing, Shihao approached to assess his leg, encouraging him to take a few steps, although Su hesitated, dragging his foot instead. Shihao advised him to rest well. At this moment, Su Yin presented Shihao with a custom-made needle, more akin to a needle-shaped concealed weapon, approximately 8 centimeters long and as thick as a knitting needle. Shihao felt its substantial weight, and Su Yin explained it was crafted from a high-strength alloy typically used for armor-piercing projectiles. A batch of 300 had been produced, intended as consumables, and thus an order for small-scale production was placed with the military factory. The previously utilized dartboard was inadequate, prompting Su Yin to source a 10-centimeter thick steel plate, as Shihao employed his previous technique of pinching the needle between 2 fingers and throwing it forward. The plate was peppered with white dots, with needles scattering to the ground. Observing the lackluster results, he shifted to a dart-throwing motion, losing some precision as needles struck various parts of the wall, embedding themselves deeply. Mickey, alarmed, bolted to the doorway, fearing the consequences of a miscast throw. Shihao concentrated on controlling his strength, initially practicing accuracy. After more than an hour of relentless clattering sounds, he refined his aim and began to increase his force. The needles began to penetrate the steel plate, and he continued this exercise for 2 hours until the needles could bury themselves significantly into the steel. Shihao had mastered a new practical skill, which he named the flying needle. Simultaneously, Su Yin crafted 10 aluminum boxes, each containing 30 needles. Shihao summoned Mickey to assist in organizing the needles into the boxes. After extensive practice, the tips of these needles remained undamaged, showcasing their remarkable hardness. In the following days, Shihao trained every muscle group, further enhancing his explosive strength. Both he and Mickey experienced subtle transformations in their appearances. When Mickey stood beside Wu Ruanfa without uttering a word, everyone assumed they were related. As for Shihao, the contours of his brow and facial structure began to resemble those of 35 years prior. Observing these changes, Shihao contemplated the creation of a robot resembling Zheng Xian, pondering whether he could merge her genetic material to glimpse his late wife once more. Ultimately, he dismissed the thought, recognizing that without shared memories, it would not be the same Zheng Xian. He yearned for a connection of shared lives. Approximately 10 days had passed since Shihao's genetic fusion was completed. On this day, while instructing Mickey in the training hall, Su Wuqing hurriedly approached, limping as he shouted, "Dad, something terrible has happened. Xiaorui has been kidnapped." Upon hearing this news, fury ignited within Shihao, yet he remained composed. He instructed Mickey and Su Wuqing to gather their belongings, ensuring Mickey packed 2 boxes of flying needles while he carried one himself. He then called Wu Yi, saying, "Old Wu, I apologize for the inconvenience, but my daughter Xiaorui has been abducted. Moreover, the chief of the police in Luo City has just been apprehended for misconduct, and I fear delays on their end. I am arranging for a military aircraft to wait for you at the airport. Please have Su Yin coordinate your immediate departure." Without further ado, Wu Yi commenced the necessary arrangements. At this juncture, Mickey had already dashed outside to summon Wu Ruinfa and Su Yan. General Sure, now that we are so familiar with each other, there is no need for formality. Today, Mickey will accompany you and assist with errands, Wu Ruinfa stated with clarity, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. All right, Xiao Su, let us depart immediately for the military airport. Su Yan will also make the necessary arrangements for our arrival. Su Yan has already organized the swiftest military vehicle, and moments later, the four of them boarded the car, swiftly navigating the dedicated passageway towards the military airport. Chapter 28, Deep Burn Bar. On the airplane, Shihao turned to Su Wuqing and said, "Let's talk." Su Wuqing, filled with self-reproach, lamented, "Alas, this is all my fault. Just a few days ago, the loan sharks called me again, warning that if I didn't show up, they wouldn't be courteous." Shihao pressed on. "Now is not the time for blame. Did they call again later?" Su Wuqing recounted, "Just now. The police called to inform me that Xiao Rui might have been kidnapped and urged me to hurry to the station. An hour later, Shihao and his companions disembarked from the plane, where Wang Guiyong had already arranged military vehicles, swiftly heading to the police station. "Have you checked the surveillance along the way?" Su Yin inquired, aware that every city now had an extensive surveillance system. "We filtered through the Sky-Eye system and tracked the vehicle to a community on Tianhai Road, where it vanished. This area is an older part of the city, with dilapidated buildings and a mixed population. We dispatched personnel who found the vehicle parked in a lot, but it yielded no clues, as the vehicle's identification numbers had been ground off. This group is seasoned criminals. We are currently investigating to see if we can find any witnesses," the officer continued. "Don't bother asking. It's futile. These seasoned criminals typically leave no traces. We have two options. First, to interrogate that blonde fellow and see if he reveals anything. Second, we could seek out individuals familiar with the area around Tianhai Road for leads." Shihao and his team had assisted local authorities in several cases and knew how to navigate such situations. Xiaorui finished work at 5:30 p.m., and it was now past 8, meaning she had been missing for over 2 hours. Concerned for her safety, Shihao instructed Su Yan, "You and Wuqing stay here to interrogate that blonde fellow. Call me immediately with any news. Mickey and I will head to Tianhai Road to gather information." At that moment, Su Wuqing's phone rang. Shihao gestured for him to activate the speakerphone, and everyone else fell silent. Su Wuqing answered, "Hello, this is Su Wuqing. Kid, prepare 30 million today and deliver it before midnight. Otherwise, we will ensure your wife has a very enjoyable evening," came the chilling voice on the other end. "Where am I supposed to find that much money?" Su Wuqing gritted his teeth. "Doesn't your family own a house? We checked, it's under your name. And the mortgage is paid off, right? We estimate it should be enough for 30 million. If you can't come up with cash, bring the property deed. Where can I find you?" Su Wuqing attempted to extract their location. "Don't try to play games. I'll call you again at 10 to instruct you on what to do," the voice replied before hanging up. "Can we trace their location?" Shihao asked. "Modern phones use quantum encryption, making them difficult to track. We can get a general location through the telecom company," the officer explained, promptly contacting the telecom service for information. Moments later, they received word that the call originated from Tianhai District on Tianhai Road. Within minutes, the military vehicles approached the vicinity of Tianhai Road. Shihao and Mickey parked near the community where the criminals had left their vehicle and descended to the first floor. This area was an older part of the city, with rundown streets, frequented by many foreigners and some gangs. As they strolled along the roadside, Shihao spotted a tattooed blonde approaching. He nudged Mickey, who then approached the blonde, saying, "Excuse me, brother, I have a question." "What is it?" The blonde, strutting arrogantly, was irked at being stopped. "I've heard there are many gangs around here, and I want to get involved. Can you introduce me to someone?" Mickey, unsure of how to proceed, began fabricating a story. "Look at you, delicate as you are. Do you even have any strength? Still in your mother's care? You think joining a gang is that easy?" The blonde sneered, unable to resist mocking the younger man. "Try me," Mickey retorted, shoving the blonde with force. The latter stumbled back, crashing into someone. This person, smoking a cigarette and adorned with a thick gold chain and tattoos, seized the blonde by the collar, cursing, "What the hell are you doing? Can't you see that Third Master is passing through? This is my territory." The blonde felt humiliated. He usually held sway over this area. Earlier that evening, he had inadvertently witnessed a group abducting a woman towards the Shunran bar, where they had threatened him with a gun, claiming it was a job for Biao Go, warning that speaking out would cost him his life. Now, confronted by these two unpredictable individuals, he felt trapped. Have you seen a woman being kidnapped around here today? Sure Hao inquired. And no, I haven't, the blonde stammered, fearful of the truth. You're lying. You hesitated, Sure Hao asserted, having been trained in interrogation techniques. He placed a hand on the blonde's shoulder and squeezed. Do you believe I could crush your shoulder? He threatened, gradually increasing the pressure. The blonde, sweating from the pain, managed to utter, Shin and bar. Upon hearing this, Sure Hao released his grip and asked, Where is it? Just go straight down this road and turn left at the intersection. There's a sign, the blonde replied, thinking that he had provided enough directions. Sure Hao let go of him and proceeded in that direction when his phone rang. It was Su Yin, reporting that the blonde had revealed that the collectors were Biao Ji's subordinates, but he knew nothing else, being merely a low-level thug. Understood, Sure Hao replied. Arriving at the entrance of the Shunran bar, it was a small door with a makeshift wooden sign bearing the name. He pushed against it, but it wouldn't budge. Such establishments typically only allowed entry to familiar faces due to the illicit activities within. Ignoring the protocol, he kicked the door down. Two burly men rushed forward. The bar's security, but before they could react, Sure Hao seized each by the arm and twisted, forcing them to their knees in pain. Is there a woman who was brought in here today? He demanded. Why yes. Sure Hao, fearing for Sure Xiaorui's safety, exerted all his strength, causing both men to cry out in agony. Mickey, it's your turn. Sure Hao released them, continuing deeper into the bar. Such dirty work is left to me. This is unjust, Mickey grumbled, swiftly incapacitating the two men with precise strikes to their necks, collapsing them to the floor. As Mickey entered, Sure Hao had already interrogated another thug for directions. He quickly approached and struck again, apologizing with a smile to those around them, who were engrossed in the booming music. Accustomed to such scenes, mistaking Mickey for one of Biao Ji's men. After Mickey dealt with the guards, he spotted an ajar door, likely kicked down, and hurried over. As Sure Hao stepped inside, someone alerted, drawing a gun, but before the weapon could be aimed, Sure Hao swiftly shot, hitting the wrist, causing a gaping wound. The room was quite spacious, adorned akin to a lavish KTV private suite. In the center, there was a genuine leather sofa accommodating four, while several individuals stood idly by. Two individuals occupied the sofa. They were the trusted aides of Biao. Today, they were responsible for the abduction of Sure Xiaorui. Motivated by Su Wuqing's arrest of Huang Mao, who had been sent to collect debts, they intended to leverage Su Wuqing's situation, implying that the matter could not be resolved amicably without a monetary settlement. Who is Biao? Sure Hao inquired directly. What business do you have with Biao? One of the men responded. Then this is indeed Biao Ji's territory. Sure Hao merely sought to confirm. Where is the woman you kidnapped today? Sure Hao pressed on, ignoring the previous question. You've got quite the audacity to come here and demand someone, another man on the sofa remarked, as he drew a weapon and pulled the trigger. Upon witnessing this, Sure Hao instinctively raised his left hand to shield his face, feeling a jolt as the back of his hand met his visage. In a swift motion, he countered, causing a bullet to embed in his hand as he retaliated, resulting in a gaping wound appearing on the assailant's forehead, sending him crashing backward. Sure Hao examined his left hand, where the bullet was lodged, the area slightly pulsating as the deformed projectile gradually emerged, the indentation shrinking as it returned to its original form. It appeared that conventional firearms posed little threat to Sure Hao. Seeing a firearm brandished in his direction, Mickey, filled with indignation, propelled himself forward, colliding forcefully with the gunman's midsection, causing the assailant to lose consciousness without any opportunity to react. Thus, Mickey successfully rescued Sure Xiaorui. Anyone who dares to move will meet their demise, Sure Hao warned the others who contemplated fleeing. Obeying his command, they stood still, discarding their weapons onto the ground. Mickey procured the unused zip ties and duct tape from the assailants and bound the remaining captives, subsequently dragging the three unconscious individuals inside and securing them as well. Meanwhile, the revelers outside, sensing the imminent danger, had already fled. Biao resided at Yuhu Mountain Villa, which he wholly owned. Under Sure Hao's pressing interrogation, one of Biao Ji's subordinates divulged this information before succumbing to the pain and losing consciousness. Upon confirming that Sure Xiaorui had only been startled and was unharmed, Sure Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Unsure of the current head of the Luoshi Public Security Bureau, he decided to directly call Wang Guiyong. Old Wan, is the underworld truly so rampant these days? Guns, drugs, and blatant kidnappings. Does no one have oversight? Haoko, I'm currently with the new public security chief, Director Xia. The Luoshi public security system is indeed a mess thanks to Zhang Weifang, compounded by broader societal issues. The public order is certainly deteriorating. Have there been any updates on Shishiraway? Wang Guiyong expressed his frustration regarding Zhang Weifang. I've already rescued Shiraway. You should have Director Xia send some men to clean up the situation at Shunranbar on Tianhai Road in the Tianhai district. Sure how. Unfaltering in the face of life-threatening peril, understood the urgency of the situation. Before Shiraway was rescued, every second counted. As it had during their previous missions to save hostages. The remaining thugs would be left to the judicial system. That's excellent. Director Xia came to me today seeking assistance to organize a citywide sweep. There is ample evidence and witnesses against the underworld, but Zhang Weifang has suppressed them. Now that we have everything we need, we plan to apprehend them all tonight. It's not that we were slow, it's that you were too quick. Wang Guiyong outlined the evening strategy. Sure how instructed Wang Guiyong to activate the holographic projection and put the call on speaker, allowing Director Xia to join the discussion for synchronized communication. Hello, Director Xia. I wonder if you have heard of a certain Brother Biao? Sure how inquired directly. Brother Biao, whose full name is Feng Biao, is a notorious underworld figure in Luoshi, notorious for stockpiling firearms, trafficking drugs, engaging in usury, and coercing individuals into prostitution. He is known for his heinous deeds and has even committed murder. He has close ties with Zhang Weifang, allowing him to evade capture, making him our primary target tonight. Director Xia was well acquainted with Brother Biao and possessed considerable incriminating evidence against him. We will commence our operation at 1 a.m. I hope General Shi can join us for guidance. Director Xia extended an invitation to Shi Hao. As they conversed, nearby officers received orders and rushed in to apprehend Brother Biao's associates. Shi Hao, along with Mickey and Shiraway, hastened to the military commission compound, contacting Su Yin and Su Wuqing to meet them there. At Yuhu Mountain Villa, Feng Biao lounged on a sofa in the center of the living room, surrounded by several subordinates. Damn it! Why aren't Wang Long and Xiao Wu answering their phones? Are they too busy enjoying themselves? Feng Biao's subordinate attempted to reach Wang Long and Xiao Wu, who had been tasked with abducting Shiraway. Brother Biao, I hear the woman you captured today is quite beautiful and has a decent figure, albeit a bit older, but still alluring. Xiao Wu and Wang Long must be having the time of their lives, one subordinate remarked. What? Lao Air, just crawled out of bed and already dissatisfied? Be careful, or you might end up dead from a woman's embrace. You should eat a few kidneys to replenish. Lao Si jested, teasing Lao Air. In recent years, Feng Biao had surrounded himself with 8 ruthless subordinates, each a hardened criminal. He referred to them by their age, from the eldest to the youngest, calling them the 8 Vajras, regardless of how it sounded. He simply wanted it to have flair. The ones who had abducted Shiraway were Lao Wu and his accomplice, Wang Long. With Zhang Weifang's recent arrest weighing heavily on Feng Biao's mind, rumors circulated that Zhang had stolen Feng Biao's woman. In truth, it was a setup by Feng Biao to ensnare Zhang Weifang, capturing evidence and compelling him to resolve numerous issues on his behalf. Fearing Zhang would expose past transgressions, Feng Biao had been reclusive. A few days prior, Lao Wu reported a payment collection issue. The collector had been arrested after the debtor called the police. Feng Biao sought a pretext to vent his frustrations, dispatching Lao Wu and his men to investigate. They arrived at Su Wuqing's former residence, but found it vacant. After inquiries with neighbors, they learned he had moved, leading them to assume Su had fled to escape his debts. Without thorough investigation, they reported this to Feng Biao, who felt increasingly pressured, contemplating a show of force. They had thoroughly researched Shiraway and Su Yuan's backgrounds, but they dared not cause trouble near schools due to past violent incidents. Unable to locate Su Wuqing, they resorted to targeting Shiraway, orchestrating the kidnapping. Having previously coerced numerous debtors into selling their possessions, they viewed Shiraway's beauty as a reason to keep her, unaware of the formidable forces they had provoked. As midnight approached, with no word from Xiao Wu and Wang Long, Feng Biao grew suspicious and sent a subordinate to Shunran Bar to investigate. After a half-hour of silence, realizing something was amiss, he gathered his men, armed and alert. At that moment, Shi Hao, Wang Guiyong, and Director Xia arrived approximately 1,000 meters from Yuhu Mountain Villa, where troops armed with standard laser rifles had surrounded the estate. Conventional firearms were insufficient to pose a threat to Shi Hao, who had long since been outfitted with superior weaponry, while most gangsters remained equipped with outdated arms. Once preparations were complete, Shi Hao surveyed the surroundings and the villa, then remarked to Wang Guiyong and Director Xia, "They are armed. To minimize unnecessary harm, Mickey and I will scout ahead. Isn't that too dangerous? Director Xia expressed concern. Rest assured, Director. They cannot harm them. If they can gain entry, we merely need to ensure no one escapes the perimeter, and then we will clean up the aftermath. Wang Guiyong replied nonchalantly, prompting Director Xia to acquiesce. Sure Hao and Mickey stealthily advanced, scaling the wall with agility. Upon landing inside, they startled a dog, which whimpered before Sure Hao swiftly silenced it with precision darts. Observing the estate, they noted a large villa at its center, with sentries stationed at both the entrance and the mid-wall. There are likely hidden sentries around the villa. Let us split up, Sure Hao whispered to Mickey. The two swiftly subdued two drowsy guards and approached the entrance, where 4 armed men stood watch. Sure Hao prepared to breach, equipping 2 darts in each hand. Reaching the base of the villa wall, he leapt up, approximately 3 meters high, targeting the guards with precision. 2 muffled thuds resounded as the guards fell. Quick to react, the remaining guards raised their weapons, but Sure Hao rolled down the wall, already prepared with more darts, and dispatched 2 more assailants with swift precision. Hearing the gunfire echo at the door, Feng Biao urged his subordinates within the room to continue shooting towards the entrance while he stealthily slipped away from the back. Observing that Sure Hao had neutralized all threats outside, Mickey leaped through the window. Lacking any projectiles or weaponry, he found himself in a state of panic. Seeking refuge behind a pillar, casting a furtive glance, he noticed a large vase over a meter tall in the corner. With a roll, he darted over, seizing the vase and striking it down onto his assailants, rendering 2 or 3 unconscious, while leaving another pair dazed. By the time they regained their senses, Mickey had already wrested the firearm from them, using it to bludgeon one of them into submission. At that moment, Sure Hao entered and inquired, "Where is Feng Biao? Did you not leave anyone to interrogate?" He surveyed the incapacitated figures sprawled on the ground. "Ah, I forgot," Mickey responded, tapping his forehead. As Sure Hao commanded a search, he ascended the staircase, discovering only 2 women hurriedly dressing, with no one else in sight. Check if any of the individuals downstairs is Feng Biao. Sure Hao instructed the 2 women. After they descended and surveyed the scene, they shook their heads in unison. Meanwhile, Mickey had scoured the other areas of the villa, yielding no results. Observing the ajar back door, Sure Hao dashed outside, his eyes scanning intently for any signs of movement. In the distance, approximately 300 to 400 meters away, he discerned a figure shifting. He sprinted after them, simultaneously dialing Director Xia to alert him to intercept and send personnel to secure the villa. Within 20 seconds, Sure Hao found himself merely 20 to 30 meters from the figure. He raised his hand and shot a dart towards Feng Biao's leg, causing him to collapse. As he approached, he noted that Feng Biao was clad in pajamas, one shoe missing, and blood seeping from his left calf. "Are you Feng Biao?" Sure Hao queried. "Curse you." Feng Biao spat defiantly at Sure Hao. "Quite the resilient tongue you possess. Are you Feng Biao?" Sure Hao pressed closer, gripping the punctured calf and squeezing tightly as he interrogated him. "Damn it, I am Feng Biao. Go ahead, kill me. In 20 years, I shall still be a man." Feng Biao retorted, maintaining his bravado. "Impressive, considering the multitude of heinous acts you've committed, yet you remain so unrepentant. You are destined to die, but let the common folk witness your fate. Hence, I shall grant you a few more days of life." With that, Sure Hao rose and forcefully stomped down on Feng Biao's calf, ensuring a shattering fracture was inevitable. Recommendations and collections are crucial. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 30. The Prosthetics Factory. These individuals are merely ordinary beings, significantly inferior to us in physical capabilities. Just as the weapons they wielded moments ago could scarcely injure us, they could easily extinguish the life of an average person. Mickey, being a test subject, possesses a bioengineered brain filled with self-acquired knowledge, yet he has never interacted with the outside world. He lacks an intuitive understanding of good and evil, let alone any moral standards. Therefore, Sure Hao deemed it essential to guide him and instill proper values. "Are we not then oppressing the weak?" Mickey inquired of Sure Hao. "Because they are malefactors who have transgressed the laws of Huagua, harming or even killing others, we must bring them to justice. The police and military present today are here to apprehend these wrongdoers. Our strength empowers us to act, thereby minimizing casualties among the good, whom we must protect." Sure Hao commenced instilling the concepts of good and evil into Mickey's understanding. Although we are bionic robots, we must still adhere to the laws of Huagua and refrain from unlawful acts that cause harm. Do you see the weapons in the soldiers' hands? Those are laser guns, capable of easily taking our lives. Hao also sought to impose a bit of pressure, which proved effective on the timid Mickey. I had some of this information stored in my mind, but I lacked comprehension. Your explanation has clarified much for me. So, is it correct that I should protect the good? Mickey asked. When manufacturing bionic robots, regardless of their utility, Wu Ruanfa and his team had already integrated moral ethics, social norms, and legal principles into the robotic brains. This approach was designed both to constrain the robots and to enlighten them. Mickey serves as an excellent test subject. Your understanding is indeed correct. Safeguarding the good and our loved ones is righteous. How articulated as plainly as possible, wary of overwhelming Mickey with abstract concepts of morality, emotion, and legal standards. He intended to gradually provide further guidance. General Xia expressed his profound gratitude for Hao's unwavering support in their endeavors. Director Xia, upon witnessing Hao and Mickey emerge unscathed, and the successful apprehension of Feng Biao's associates at Yuhu Mountain Villa, was taken aback. He pondered how many officers would be needed to contend with such remarkable individuals. A report had just come in regarding the casualties among Feng Biao's 8 kings at Shenran Bar, where 1 had perished and 3 had died here, while 4 others, stationed at Feng Biao's casinos, karaoke bars, and bathhouses, had also been captured. This operation was a resounding success, providing an opportunity to cleanse Luoshi of its seedy establishments. Director Xia briefed Hao and Wang Guiyong on the evening's accomplishments. As the operation concluded, Hao and Wang Guiyong bid farewell to Director Xia, who assured them, "With irrefutable evidence in hand, we will expedite our efforts to bring Feng Biao and his gang to justice. I will assign a security detail to escort Xiao Rui to and from work." Wang Yukai continued to assert, "Mr. Wang, there's no need for such trouble. This matter has been resolved, and the mastermind has been apprehended. Should a need arise in the future, I shall reach out to you," Hao replied, acknowledging Wang Youcai's goodwill, whether it stemmed from ulterior motives or not. "Xiao Rui, should you encounter any issues, come to me directly. I will handle it for you." This situation was far too perilous, and anything solvable by money is not a concern, Wang Yukai advised sternly to Xiao Rui. "Thank you, Director Wang. I apologize for the inconvenience this time," Xiao Rui expressed. Having been in sales for many years, she understood the importance of reciprocity and not taking undue advantage of others' kindness. "What were you two discussing so passionately?" Hao interjected to shift the topic. "We were talking about my prosthetic leg," Su Wuqing chimed in. "It's no exaggeration. I have never encountered such an astonishingly realistic prosthetic leg, and the junctions show no signs of installation. It's truly remarkable," Wang Yukai remarked earnestly. Hao recalled Su Wuqing's prosthetic leg, momentarily distracted by Xiao Rui's predicament. After a day of tumult, his mind began to tire, and he tapped on Su Wuqing's leg, then squeezed it, noting its comparable rigidity, strength, and elasticity to his own. It appeared Wu Ruanfa had indeed held nothing back. "How do you feel?" "It's nearing 15 days now, correct?" Hao inquired. "Today marks 14 days. It feels as though it has become a part of me. The prosthetic is somewhat heavier, noticeably 2 to 3 times heavier than my other leg, yet it is comfortable, with no discomfort at the junction," Su Wuqing reflected, glancing at his new limb with satisfaction. "If this prosthetic technology can be widely implemented, it would be a boon for many individuals with disabilities," Wang Yukai mused, ever the businessman, immediately contemplating its market potential. "Of course, that's not an issue. Whatever the cost, I will cover it." Wang Yukai sidled closer to Hao, seizing the opportunity. "Let me first consult the other party to see if they are willing to transfer the technology. We need to ascertain whether this prosthetic can be publicly sold and whether the technology can be shared, as I must seek Wu Ruanfa's opinion on the matter." Without hesitation, Hao dialed Wu Ruanfa. "Director Wu, I wish to discuss a matter with you." "General Shi, has everything been resolved satisfactorily over there?" Wu Ruanfa inquired. "Starting with the rescue operation, it has been resolved smoothly. Thank you for your concern, Director Wu. What did you wish to discuss?" "While it's not impossible, there are 2 issues at hand. First, the bionic prosthetic provided to Su Wuqing employs the most advanced technology and cannot be shared at this time. However, we could opt for materials from the Huangshan-level bionic robots to manufacture prosthetics. Although the junctions may not be as seamless as Su Wuqing's, they would still surpass the best prosthetics currently available by several times and would not cause any discomfort. The second issue is that large-scale production would necessitate a significant amount of collagen stone, which is currently under regulation, making it difficult to acquire in bulk. However, With the successful capture of B-52, this regulatory status may soon change. Wu Ruanfa thoroughly analyzed the pros and cons, indicating that the Second Research Institute, being a dual-use entity, could transition many technologies to civilian use. Thus, Shurehao's request for the prosthetic production technology posed no significant obstacle. That sounds good. Using Huangshan-grade materials is quite commendable. Regarding the collagen stone, I will inquire further. Additionally, I must clarify that while I cannot afford to purchase the technology outright, I would like to propose a technical investment for a 20 stake. What do you think? Shurehao aimed to finalize the technical aspects before addressing the logistics. Wu Ruanfa pondered for a moment before replying, equity for technology is agreeable, but I won't have the time to oversee the factory operations. That is acceptable. Should any issues arise, feel free to send anyone to resolve them. If your technical staff requires training, they can come to your facility. Shurehao proposed a solution that would suit Wu Ruanfa's preferences. Mr. Wang, how about you cover all the funding, and we adjust your stake to 50? Shurehao sought to solidify the arrangements with Wu Ruanfa before tackling the financial component. General Shur, you are underestimating me. I will only accept a maximum of 30 equity. I will take full responsibility for the site and funding and will not take an additional share, Wang Yukai insisted. Wang Yukai observed that just a few hours after arriving today, a business deal had already been struck, involving the most advanced technology currently available in the civilian sector. He decided to recruit a few key sales personnel from Laughing Fish, making it nearly impossible not to turn a profit. This alone highlighted Shurehao's capabilities. He was consistently in contact with cutting-edge developments. With this opportunity at hand, it was clear that many more would follow. You were the driving force behind this, so I believe you should hold a 30 stake. Wu Cheng and Xiao Rui will each have 20. What do you think? Wang Yukai did not wait for Shurehao's response, instead proceeding to allocate shares. Shurehao attempted to decline, wishing to share the stakes with Wang Yukai and Su Wuqing, but they were unwilling. Ultimately, the equity in the prosthetics factory was divided as follows: Shurehao 30, Laughing Fish 30, Su Wuqing 20, and the Second Research Institute 20. Once I finalize the collagen stone project, we shall commence our preparations, Shurehao remarked. Noticing it was already 4 a.m., he suggested wrapping up the discussion on the prosthetics factory, realizing they had been engrossed in speculation during the call, likely disturbing Wu Ruanfa, who was probably asleep at that hour. Chapter 31. Holographic Projection Conference. Having slept in, Shurehao rose around 10 a.m. the following day. While Xiaorui had already left for work, Su Yan and Su Wuqing were in the living room savoring tea. Today, I have no other plans. What is a holographic projection meeting? Shurehao inquired curiously. In essence, it was similar to video conferences from decades past, allowing participants to convene via the internet. The only difference now was the incorporation of holographic projection. Attendees could project themselves and their surroundings through a virtual reality projector to the locations of others, making the experience akin to a face-to-face meeting. This concept from decades ago was now widely applied, giving Shurehao a sense of time travel. Where will it be held? Shurehao pondered, noting that Wu Yi's formal approach suggested the meeting's importance. If there were sensitive matters involved, conducting it at home would be inappropriate. That is fine, he confirmed, and Su Yan proceeded to arrange the meeting room. Shurehao turned to Su Wuqing, eager to discuss the use of prosthetics since they were preparing to establish the factory. He encouraged Su Wuqing to walk a few steps. Su Wuqing's gait was somewhat unsteady. The new prosthetic limb was too heavy, causing a lack of coordination. His right leg struggled to lift the prosthetic while his left leg operated normally, resulting in a limping appearance. Shurehao had already examined Su Wuqing's right calf, noting its density, strength, and hardness were all quite high, contributing to its weight. You need to exercise that right leg over the next few days, allowing your body to acclimate to this state and aim for greater control, Shurehao advised Su Wuqing. I plan to start with brisk walking, then gradually transition to jogging and running, adapting step by step, Su Wuqing replied, having already contemplated this matter. Dad, if there's nothing else, I'll go practice, Su Wuqing said, now more comfortable addressing Shurehao as such. Shurehao pondered the nature of memory and its potential for alteration. He felt a profound sense of indebtedness towards Zheng Xin, especially after reading her diary, which intensified his reminiscences of their once warm family life. Xiao Rui, where is your mother's grave? I would like to pay my respects. By the way, did your mother leave a sample at the gene bank before she passed? Shurehao expressed his intention to visit Zheng Xion's grave. Noticing it was just past 11 a.m., he boarded the flying car prepared by Wang Guiyong, stopping briefly to purchase a bouquet of flowers. 20 minutes later, he arrived at the cemetery, located Zheng Xian's grave. Tidied the area, placed the flowers, and sat quietly for 2 hours. At 2:50 p.m., in the small conference room of the Central Plains War Zone Command, Su Yin and Shi Hao sat across from each other at the meeting table, with an empty seat beside them. The holographic projector was activated, and moments later, Wu Yi's image appeared in the vacant chair. Aside from its ethereal quality, the meeting felt no different from an in-person gathering. General Shi, Su Yin. Today the three of us will hold a brief meeting to discuss upcoming work arrangements, Wu Yi stated as he settled in. After exchanging greetings, Wu Yi began addressing the meeting's agenda. Let's discuss future tasks. Shi Hao, do you have any objections regarding the appointments? Wu Yi first sought Shi Hao's opinion. Do not think it trivial to assign a general as the captain of the Panlong team. This team is newly formed, composed entirely of bionic robots at the Lingshan level and above. Its combat effectiveness ranks among the best globally. Additionally, we aim to leverage the Panlong team to explore the capabilities of bionic robots in executing missions, gathering ample experience to eventually establish the Panlong Brigade and even the ascending Long team for space exploration. Wu Yi elaborated on the intentions behind forming the Panlong team, revealing a larger scheme at play. The Taishan-level robots are now technically mature. You must not only lead the Panlong team in completing various tasks, but also scout for suitable candidates for the team leader position. What do you think? Wu Yi asked. Eager for Shi Hao's feedback? That poses no issue. The beauty and wonder of deep space captivate me, and I yearn to explore further. However, that is a matter for the future. We must first strengthen our capabilities. Shi Hao understood that humanity's venture into space would require decades, if not centuries, of sustained effort. Indeed, we share your sentiment. Ultimately, you must venture into space, paving the way for humanity. However, we must first stabilize our operations at home. Wu Yi comprehended Shi Hao's perspective. Su Yin, I wish to discuss something on behalf of the organization. Your success with the B-52 project has been remarkable. And now that General Shi's matters are settled, what are your next thoughts? Wu Yi inquired after conversing with Shi Hao. That success is a testament to the team's efforts and the solid groundwork laid by our predecessors, Su Yin remarked, glancing at Wu Yi and Shi Hao, acknowledging their contributions to the B-52 exploration. I am willing to undertake any challenging tasks and will comply unconditionally with the organization's arrangements, Su Yin affirmed to Wu Yi. With the B-52 successfully captured, the lunar base has commenced cutting operations with the starship and engineering vessel. Preparations for refining are underway, and with substantial amounts of hauser, silica, and collagen stones, we aim to accelerate space development. Personnel at the lunar base have been assigned roles. Deng Yuan oversees overall command of the space forces, while Zhang Pingqing manages the coordination of the interstellar fleet. Additionally, we are expanding the lunar base, establishing a sub-base at the lunar North Pole. The exploration and mining of lunar resources, as well as civilian development, require coordination, and the higher-ups wish for you to take charge. Although your work leans towards infrastructure and civilian projects, you will still be under military command. Are you willing to accept this? Wu Yi outlined the nation's forthcoming lunar base development plans. I am eager to accept, Su Yin replied enthusiastically, thrilled at the prospect of exploring the moon and venturing into space, a dream he had long cherished. How has the nation defined the direction for civilian development? Shi Hao contemplated the future development model for space, recognizing that while state resources initially opened the door, the involvement of private sectors was essential for healthy and rapid growth. The more participants involved, the greater the myriad possibilities. Shi Hao found this subject quite intriguing. Relying solely on national power to explore space presents a rather singular approach, imposing a considerable burden on the state in the long term. Hence, the integration of private capital and the involvement of a broader populace emerge as the most viable solutions. However, the current lunar base remains in its nascent stages, necessitating a predominant focus on state-led initiatives while simultaneously exploring avenues for private sector participation. This, indeed, is a topic that Su Yin intends to investigate following his arrival on the moon. Wu Yi's remarks undoubtedly reflect a consensus reached after numerous discussions among the higher echelons. I have an immediate query that I wish to present for our deliberation. Shi Hao seeks to inquire about the distribution and sale of key materials for bionic prosthetics, particularly collagen stone, as well as similar resources in the future. Yesterday, I conversed with Wang Yukai, the chairman of Laughing Fish. as my son-in-law Su Wiching had installed a bionic prosthetic at Director Wu's facility, yielding excellent results. Thus, there is an interest in transitioning this technology for civilian use. However, the critical material for manufacturing bionic prosthetics is collagen stone, which remains under strict national control. Should private capital be allowed to enter this domain, analogous challenges will likely arise. How might we address this issue? Sure, how elucidated the situation to Wu Yi. In fact, we have recently convened to discuss how sure, silica stone, and collagen stone. Previously, stringent regulations were imposed due to their scarcity and the desire to prevent foreign entities from acquiring them. With the capture of AB52, the availability of such new materials is expected to increase. Capturing one B52 may lead to the potential capture of other asteroids, thereby facilitating the production of more equipment for lunar and Martian exploration and extraction. Consequently, the regulatory constraints will gradually ease, although a complete deregulation remains unfeasible. Sales will only be permitted for specific domestic enterprises, subject to approval and record-keeping regarding the flow of these materials. You have indeed posed your question to the right individual. Others may not possess such clarity, as all matters related to these resources will ultimately fall under Su Yan's purview after his arrival on the moon, of which I have a better understanding. Wu Yi provided a detailed response to this inquiry. Does this imply that prosthetic manufacturing can commence? Sure, Hao remains quite concerned about this matter. Chapter 32. The Prospects of Bionic Robots. Are General Sure harbors such modest ambitions? This hardly aligns with your character, haha. Wu Yi began to tease Sure Hao. Establishing a prosthetics factory should be a trivial endeavor. However, from my understanding, civilian prosthetics cannot be manufactured entirely to the standards of the Ling Mountain-class robots, as their weight is simply beyond what an ordinary person can bear. Sure Hao felt a jolt upon hearing this, realizing he had overlooked this crucial detail. What shall we do then? Sure Hao inquired. It is quite simple. When manufacturing prosthetics for ordinary individuals, we can reduce the amount of collagen stone used. This will significantly lower the density of the entire prosthetic, without compromising its functionality and comfort. The weight will also be comparable to that of a human limb. I cannot speak for other combat zones, but in the Yungue region, when ordinary soldiers suffer disabilities, their prosthetics are provided by Wu Ruanfa, utilizing this simplified version, which employs only 1/3 of the collagen stone used in the authentic models. Wu Yi, after all, has extensive dealings with the Second Research Institute, and many of their technologies have already been implemented in the military. Late at night, Wu Ruanfa received Sure Hao's call and, still half asleep, provided only a vague outline without delving into details. This is certainly an improvement. However, even so, the civilian demand is considerable, and the total amount of collagen stone cannot be trivialized. Sure Hao felt a slight alleviation in his concerns. You need not worry. The god of wealth is right before us. If you manage it well, he chuckled, gesturing towards Su Yan. General Sure, as long as it does not damage national interests, I will do my utmost in what I can achieve, Su Yan promptly declared. Well then, thank you in advance. At this moment, Sure Hao felt as if the weight upon his shoulders had finally lifted. Is this all the ambition you possess? How substantial a prosthetic can one truly create? Wu Yi continued to mock Sure Hao. So, are you suggesting that there are better alternatives? Sure Hao asked with anticipation. You seem to be somewhat enamored with wealth now. Previously, Sure Hao was entirely dedicated to the public good, devoid of any desire for profit. It is not a matter of greed, old Wu. Consider this. If we are to venture into space in the future, can we rely solely on the support of the state? In the short term, it may suffice, but it is not conducive to sustainable development in the long run. If I wish to construct a starship for a journey to Jupiter, I must invest my own resources. Sure Hao clearly envisioned a more distant future, recognizing that his own resources were entirely distinct from those provided by others. What you say holds merit. We shall strive to resolve matters without burdening the state. Wu Yi resumed his role as a political officer. Wherever I go, I am a citizen of Hua country. Living without attachments or a sense of belonging renders existence meaningless. Moreover, now that I possess a robotic body, I could effortlessly live for 1,000 years. Yet I do not wish to lead such an empty life. After transforming into a robot, he had contemplated the significance of life on numerous occasions. Let me elaborate further. What are your thoughts on the prospects of bionic robots? Wu Yi inquired of Sure Hao. Bionic robots hold immense potential for space exploration. They are impervious to extreme heat and cold, radiation, and require neither air nor sustenance. They are born for space. Humans are ill-equipped for the harshness of space. constantly at risk of life-threatening situations, whereas robots face no such limitations. Bionic robots, however, are not without their shortcomings. Yet, as you stated, they encounter no obstacles in space. Thus, the advent of the space age brings forth a significant demand for bionic robots. Just considering the human population on Earth, the demand for functional bionic robots is substantial. Of course, for the robots used on Earth, we can draw upon the methodology of simplified prosthetics, reducing the amount of collagen stone to lower the functional specifications of the bionic robots, ensuring they do not pose significant harm to humans. Are you suggesting that we can produce bionic robots? After Wu Yi's extensive explanation, Shihao was not oblivious to the implications. At present, I cannot guarantee anything. I can only say there is great promise. Currently, only the Second Research Institute can manufacture Ling Mountain-class and Tai Mountain-class robots, while Huang Mountain-class bionic robots and the White-Skin bionic robots are produced by military enterprises, primarily for military use. Many international technologies transition from military to civilian applications, and the global market is vast. We must adopt a more open stance, which may allow for private capital to engage in bionic robot production, albeit limited to Huang Mountain-class and White-Skin robots. Allow me to share this information with you. Wu Yi and his colleagues had only discussed this matter in meetings. The general direction had been established, but the final policy had yet to be released. Should Shihao and his team pursue this endeavor, Wu Yi would feel quite assured. Thus he discreetly divulged some insights. I have said all I can. The remaining matters are for you to manage. Very well, thus concludes today's meeting. Remember the confidentiality regulations. Some content discussed today is classified, which is why Wu Yi emphasized this point. What is a simplified prosthetic? We must calculate the costs. Su Wuqing needs to clarify this before proceeding. You will be informed upon your arrival. Director Wu will provide you with the details. Do you have any questions? Shihao wished to gauge Mickey's thoughts or concerns. I don't want to train. That thing has such a sharp tip. I fear it may injure my hands. Mickey still possessed the innocence of a child and was somewhat timid. Then, if you could devise something throwable to combat adversaries, what would you prefer? Shihao asked, allowing Mickey to make his own decision. I think those round beads are quite good. They can easily fit in a pocket and can be retrieved with a simple gesture, without the fear of injury. After locating the marbles, Shihao led Mickey to the indoor shooting range of the military, setting up targets from close to far. After achieving a perfect shot on the nearest target, they would transition to more distant ones, continuing this process up to targets approximately 30 meters away, ensuring that by the end of the day, they could achieve a perfect score. On the following day, Shihao and Mickey returned to the outdoor shooting range to practice shooting while moving at high speeds, jumping over low walls, and rolling to simulate real combat scenarios. They also began to study various firearms, including the latest laser guns. The two spent the entire week at the military training ground, resting on the ground when fatigued and resuming training upon waking. On the 7th day, Shihao taught Mickey combat techniques, causing Mickey to squeal and protest. That afternoon, Shihao received a call from Su Wuqing, informing him of a meeting scheduled for the following morning at 9 a.m. in the Laughing Fish headquarters conference room. Chapter 33, Hausher Bionic Technology Company, Limited. At 8:30 a.m., Wang Yikai led a group of over 10 management members and employees of the Laughing Fish Group to welcome Shihao at the company headquarters in the city of Luo. By 8:50 a.m., in the small conference room of the Laughing Fish Group, Shihao, Su Wuqing, Wang Yikai, Shi Xiaorui, and Li Liangwei took their respective seats. Considering the need for Li Liangwei to coordinate specific tasks with Su Wuqing during the establishment of the prosthetics factory, Wang Yikai invited him to join the meeting. General Shi, please let me know what I can do to assist in building the prosthetics factory, Wang Yikai stated first. Mr. Wang, in such a setting, there is no need to call me General Shi. You may refer to me as Shihao or simply as Shi if we are discussing business, Shihao replied, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with the title outside military contexts. Very well, Shi. Can we proceed with the factory construction now? Is the matter of the collagen stone settled? Wang Yikai inquired, showing particular concern for these two issues. Yes, there are no obstacles to establishing the factory. I can resolve the technical requirements and the collagen stone issue. However, the prosthetics we will produce differ from the ones used by Su Wuqing. They will be a simplified version. The collagen stone needed for this simplified prosthetic is merely 1/3 of that required for the original. Additionally, the weight of the simplified prosthetic corresponds to that of the human body part it replaces, ensuring ease of use, comfort, and flexibility identical to that of the original. Shihao addressed the critical points first. The simplified prosthetics, due to the reduced amount of collagen stone required, would not incur high manufacturing costs. Furthermore, since the Research Institute holds a stake in the technology, we will not need to pay for it. Director Wu has also agreed to assist us in designing and manufacturing the production line, which will be sold to us at cost price. Given the current uncertainty surrounding collagen stone pricing, we will calculate costs based on the original price, which amounts to approximately 200,000 Huaxia coins for the materials needed for my prosthetic leg. The best prosthetics available on the market are produced by a medical device company in the United States, costing around 2 million Huaxia coins for a prosthetic leg like mine. However, my investigation into domestic alternatives revealed that their material costs are less than 200,000 Huaxia coins, comparable to ours. Such a high profit margin. Our gross profit margin for producing a vehicle is less than 20. Wang Yukai exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing this profit rate. Although the prosthetics market is niche, the overall sales figures are substantial due to the high price of the products, as noted by Su Wuqing regarding the market situation. After hearing Su's insights, Shihao asked, Mr. Wang, how do you perceive the market's accessibility? Having navigated the business world for decades, Wang Yukai is adept at pinpointing the essence of any issue, earning the admiration of both Shihao and Su Wuqing. How shall we concretely address these matters? Su Wuqing, keenly focused on actionable solutions, posed the question. We must adhere to technical standards and manufacture the prosthetics according to the Research Institute's requirements, while collaborating with them to develop new technologies to ensure our products are continuously updated, Wang Yukai proposed. As for sales channels, I believe we can utilize Laughing Fish's nationwide sales centers to establish prosthetic display and experience centers. Since these sales centers are owned properties, we can designate an area for the prosthetic sales department, with rent set at the minimum rate, while we take full responsibility for customer transportation. According to Su's cost calculations, the simplified leg prosthetic would roughly cost 200,000 Huaxia coins in materials, including personnel, venue, and service costs. We can comfortably set a retail price of 980,000 Huaxia coins, offering the best prosthetics at the lowest price. The remaining task is to address promotion and sales. I will have Li Liangwei assist Su in forming a marketing and sales team to tackle this, and we can also borrow experienced sales personnel from Laughing Group. Wang Yukai, drawing on his decades of business experience, swiftly devised a solution. Su Wuqing, excited by Wang's expansive vision, suggested, though I am retired, I am part of a veterans group with several hundred members, a few of whom, like myself, have disabilities. Many of them face employment challenges due to mobility issues. I wonder if we could provide them with our prosthetics and employ them as sales representatives. Their first-hand experiences would resonate well. Wang Yukai enthusiastically approved, saying, excellent idea. I will cover their cost for the prosthetics, and furthermore, our factory, including Laughing Group, will prioritize hiring veterans, particularly those with disabilities. Shihao had not anticipated that a prosthetics factory could yield such extensive opportunities, but this was precisely what he hoped for. Profit was one aspect, but earning with integrity was paramount. Mr. Wang and Wuqing, seeing your confidence, I will share some additional insights and suggestions. Firstly, we are not only capable of producing prosthetics, but we also possess an advantage in creating the raw materials for them. We can leverage these materials to design and develop various bionic derivatives, such as bionic pets that closely mimic the feel of real dogs, incorporating smart chips to make them true companions for children. These bionic animals should be capable of interacting with kids while ensuring we limit their permissions to prevent any risk. Shihao aimed to broaden their horizons and unveil more possibilities through his suggestions. Sure, if such products were available on the market, I would certainly purchase one for my granddaughter. Wang Yukai quickly grasped Shihao's intent, recognizing that these bionic pets were not mere gimmicks from decades past, but true companions for children. This is merely my personal idea. How it materializes depends on you. Moreover, I foresee that the market for bionic robots will soon open up. We could produce functional bionic robots for the general populace, as well as bionic robots tailored for high flexibility in factories and even exploration robots for space. Since Mr. Wang has the foresight to allocate space for the prosthetics factory, we must ensure that the display center is vibrant and engaging. Shihao felt a profound connection with Wang Yukai, recognizing him as a trustworthy ally, while Su Wuqing, now liberated from the burdens of high-interest loans and disability, displayed an energy and capability befitting his age. Forget about the rent, Wang Yukai declared. Yahweh. Arrange for all sales centers nationwide to allocate a section for the display and experience center for prosthetics, bionic pets, and future bionic robots free of charge. Wang Youtsai's decisiveness solidified SUSI-MANHUA's confidence in their partnership, though he may not yet fully comprehend the magnitude of this alliance. Mr. Wang, we are now like family. So I shall not hold back, SUSI-MANHUA remarked, having genuinely come to regard Wang Youkai as a friend rather than merely a business associate. SUSI-MANHUA and Wang Youkai consulted Shishiraway, who expressed contentment in her role at the Laughing Fish Luo sales center and thus preferred not to transition to the prosthetics factory. Consequently, Wang Youkai nominated Su Wuqing as the factory's general manager, with Li Liangwei serving as deputy general manager. When they proposed SUSI-MANHUA for the position of chairman, he felt his unique status rendered him unsuitable for the role, suggesting instead that Wang Youkai assume the chairmanship. While everyone understood that SUSI-MANHUA held the most significant influence in the company, at the conclusion of the meeting, Wang Youkai and Su Wuqing unanimously agreed to name the company Haoshi Biomimetic Technology Company, Limited, rearranging the order of SUSI-MANHUA's name. SUSI-MANHUA's objections were disregarded by Su Wuqing and Wang Youkai, leaving him with no choice but to acquiesce. After the meeting, Wang Youkai took SUSI-MANHUA and Su Wuqing on a tour of Laughing Group. Laughing Fish currently holds over 3,000 patents related to flying vehicles, and the entire group spans more than 5 million square meters, employing over 30,000 individuals. They maintain close collaborations with research institutions across the nation, particularly with those in the local city of Luo, resulting in a steady stream of new patents each year. The group has established 3 production branches nationwide, and its sales centers are distributed throughout the country, extending to 4th and 5th-tier cities. The primary focus of their vehicle models lies in the mid to low-end market, while high-end models have always been a source of concern for Wang Youkai. This is primarily due to the fact that most of their designs utilize quadrotor or multirotor structures, whereas high-end flying vehicles typically employ miniature anti-gravity devices. Although the gravity cancellation achieved is only 30%, the safety and agility of such models are significantly enhanced, allowing for rapid lateral and vertical movement. This technology, however, is currently foreign and has yet to be widely adopted domestically. Wang Youkai did not treat SUSI-MANHUA as an outsider and readily expressed his frustrations regarding high-end flying vehicles. Chapter 34. The Panlong Squad. Upon taking office, Shishiraway's first priority was to rectify the corporate culture, addressing previous misconduct. Her second focus was on enhancing service quality, establishing clear service processes and standards from the second to the third department. The third initiative involved strengthening professional skills training for employees, ensuring that all staff members could become specialists. She also announced a promotion pathway for employees, allowing those with genuine skills to stand out. With Li Liangwei's endorsement, this pathway could lead directly to the group company, igniting a fervor among the employees at the Luoshi sales center, resulting in a steady increase in sales. The 7 members of the Panlong team advanced from Huangshan to Lingshan level, undergoing a recovery process similar to that which SUSI-MANHUA had previously experienced. Consequently, SUSI-MANHUA summoned Mickey, and together they devised a training outline essential for establishing a solid foundation during recovery training, focusing on techniques, strength, endurance, and agility. Subsequently, SUSI-MANHUA began imparting knowledge to Mickey, particularly in ethics and legal principles, guiding him to discern right from wrong and to understand familial and friendship bonds. SUSI-MANHUA continuously nurtured and directed Mickey, planting the seeds of kindness within him, despite his uncertainty about the necessity of such actions. After several days of exercise, walking and running were no longer problematic, yet coordination between his legs remained slightly off. Su Wuqing, having exercised over the past few days, still felt a lack of coordination, prompting him to devise a solution by attaching a sandbag to his left leg to enhance balance. Additionally, he had developed a special move using his right leg, expressing excitement rather than frustration despite the lack of coordination. In the yard, Su Wuqing demonstrated his ability to jump approximately 2 meters high with his right foot, executing a 360-degree turn in midair before delivering a powerful back kick with his left leg, showcasing both grace and strength. Although the move was not overly destructive, the real power lay in his right leg, capable of bending a steel pipe used in construction with simple kicks. However, he refrained from executing spinning kicks with his right leg due to potential injury and balance issues. Su Wuqing felt satisfied with his right leg's capabilities and elaborated on its new functions to SUSI-MANHUA. Reflecting on past experiences, Su Wuqing acknowledged the support he received from Shishiraway, realizing he owed her much, and considered her and Mickey as his guiding stars. Mickey greeted Wu Ruanfa with a bear hug, playfully inquiring if he had been missed, his shyness evident as he lowered his head. Sure Hao and Mickey's appearances had stabilized over time. Sure Hao bore a striking resemblance to his former self from 35 years ago, while Mickey shared some likeness with Wu Ruanfa. Wu Ruanfa led Sure Hao to the laboratory where his memory transfer had taken place, revealing 7 individuals in a state of slumber on beds arranged in a circle. 7 gene fusion machines were slowly scanning their bodies, with varying progress. A curvaceous woman was nearing completion of the scan, while a robust man stood at only the waist level in the scanning process, his face adorned with a thick beard. Director Wu, your services are quite thorough, even attending to facial hair, Sure Hao remarked, teasing Wu Ruanfa about the bearded giant. Wu Ruanfa took pride in their ability to accommodate the original physical characteristics of the subjects. How long until they awaken? Sure Hao inquired, eager to plan the next steps. The woman will complete her fusion today, but the large man will likely take until tomorrow afternoon. I will awaken them simultaneously and guide them through memory assimilation. This entire process is expected to conclude by the night after next. Wu Ruanfa provided a clear timeline. I understand. We will commence recovery training in the main training room at 8 a.m. the day after tomorrow. I would appreciate it if you could arrange for them to be transported using special wheelchairs. Thank you. Sure Hao confirmed the training schedule. Absolutely. I will ensure everything is arranged. Wu Ruanfa agreed readily. Wu Yi then summoned the advisors, instructing them to prepare Sure Hao's military uniform and to bring in personnel from the publicity department for a photograph. Once these tasks were assigned, Wu Yi asked, "How is your body feeling now? Any discomfort?" "Quite well, far superior to my previous condition. I never imagined I could feel this powerful," Sure Hao candidly expressed. Wu Yi lit a cigarette and stated directly, "The Panlong team is crucial. When can we expect them to achieve combat readiness?" "Approximately 2 weeks from now. We should be ready for missions," Sure Hao calculated. "Excellent. We urgently need high-end combat capabilities," Wu Yi exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Is the current situation that critical?" Sure Hao discerned an underlying urgency. Wu Yi elaborated on the current landscape of special forces, the Sudlong team, the Tunglong team, the Yulong team, and the newly forming Panlong team. The Sudlong team's mission targets ordinary criminals, while the Tunglong team employs one Huangshan-level bionic robots against genetically modified criminals. The Yulong team previously utilized bionic brains to store human warrior memories, tackling objectives beyond the Tunglong team's capabilities. However, with the global situation growing increasingly dire and various forms of crime proliferating, the Huangshan-level bionic robots were proving inadequate. Thus, the development of Lingshan-level bionic robots commenced, leading to the establishment of the Panlong team. Due to material constraints, Sure Hao remained the sole Taishan-level bionic robot, but with the B-52 cutting and refining processes, more Taishan-level robots could be produced, albeit under strict control and selection for fusion candidates, a stance that reflected the higher-ups' perspective. Recognizing the gravity of Wu Yi's words, Sure Hao inquired, "What tasks are beyond the Yulong team's capabilities?" Apart from a few major economies, many regions abroad have suffered severe ecological destruction due to extreme temperatures, resulting in a state of anarchy. In these areas, certain factions or nations procure specialized glass to construct large sunshades from our country. These regions are neither extensive nor numerous, and the actions of the state primarily serve to assert sovereignty and protect territorial integrity. The majority of the populace exists underground, their numbers dwindling to less than 1/10 of the original population. These places are rife with chaos, factional disputes, and the persistent presence of terrorists, drug traffickers, and illegal arms dealers. Previously, we discussed the matter of intelligent metallic robots. Currently, our nation has effectively eradicated humanoid robots with metallic structures through restrictions and eliminations. Yet such robots still persist in those lawless regions, predominantly under the control of various factions. The primary effect of genetic modification is to prevent cellular aging, thereby extending lifespan, enhancing endurance, willpower, and cognitive abilities, albeit with minimal augmentation of combat prowess. Another genetic modification, currently prohibited by major nations and alliances, involves the fusion of human and animal genes. This modification not only contravenes ethical standards, but also leads to individuals infused with genes from certain animals, such as tigers, leopards, or wolves, becoming aggressive, bloodthirsty, and significantly more combative. Some individuals with genes from lizards exhibit exceptional camouflage abilities, while those with pangolin genes possess robust and formidable arms, capable of penetrating tough surfaces. Regardless of the type of animal genes integrated, the outward manifestation of such individuals is a hybrid of human and beast, leading to stringent prohibitions against such modifications. Yet, some fervent geneticists, driven by their desires, engage in human-animal gene experiments in collusion with these factions, posing a substantial threat. During our missions, we have increasingly encountered these scenarios, resulting in considerable losses. Consequently, we have resolved to establish the Dragon Squad, currently comprising 7 members, alongside you and Mickey. Old Wu has made numerous requests to include Mickey, and after careful deliberation, approval was granted. However, you must remain vigilant regarding Mickey's condition and changes, not from distrust, but rather from lessons learned from past experiences to prevent future mishaps. Once the Dragon Squad's combat capabilities are established, and we have successfully completed several missions to gather data, if results prove favorable, we will expand the Dragon Squad into a larger unit, comprising several Dragon Squads assigned to various missions. Wu succinctly conveyed the current precarious situation, emphasizing the urgency of our endeavors. After hearing Wu Yi's account, Shihao felt an unexpected sense of gravity regarding the situation and replied, "Old Wu, rest assured, I will swiftly deliver results. I shall refrain from further comments and prepare for the subsequent tasks. Please find someone to escort me to the archives. I wish to review the issues encountered during missions so that I can devise targeted contingency plans and minimize unnecessary casualties." Shihao spent an entire day and night in the archives, poring over dozens of files and studying the distribution of factions in lawless zones. Gathering intelligence has always been an essential preparatory step before missions. Understanding oneself and one's adversary is an immutable truth. At 8 a.m. the following morning, Wu Ruinfa arranged for the 7 members of the Dragon Squad to be brought to the main training room in specialized wheelchairs. Shihao and Mickey awaited their arrival, and although no words were exchanged, the pride in their eyes spoke volumes. Their silence stemmed from the fear of diminishing that pride. While Mickey chose to remain mute to project an aura of coolness, and Shihao remained observant. After 2 minutes of silence, Shihao finally spoke. "I am aware that communication may be challenging for you at present. Listen to me and follow my instructions without question. Discipline is paramount. We shall commence training." His words were concise, yet powerful, resonating with seasoned warriors who understood the necessity of brevity. Once Shihao concluded, Mickey stepped forward. Having watched numerous action films featuring special forces over the past few days, he emulated their mannerisms, brandishing a pointer and donning sunglasses. Clearing his throat, he announced, "I am Mickey. You will follow my commands, understood? Let's begin with the pinky finger. Raise your pinky, then lower it, 1 count. Begin 1, 2, 3. 5,888, 8,888, 10,000. Now, the middle finger, 1, 2, 3. Hey, big guy. Why are you lowering your finger so slowly? Are you giving me the middle finger?" Mickey exclaimed, striking down with the pointer. The big fellow, flustered, stammered, I, unable to articulate his thoughts. Seeing someone dare to retort, Mickey unleashed a barrage of strikes with the pointer, exclaiming, "What are you talking about? Disobey orders, and you shall face the consequences." Mickey's youthful exuberance led him to overlook the potential repercussions of his actions, while Shihao observed impassively. Thus, the day's training concluded amidst Mickey's incessant chatter. The first day, akin to Shihao's initial experience, progressed slowly, focusing on finger and arm exercises. The 7 members were thoroughly exhausted, a portion of their fatigue stemming from the training and another from Mickey's antics. 3 days later, they completed exercises for the entire arm and neck. Shihao instructed Mickey to provide each member with a pair of chopsticks and a bag of mung beans, placing a basin 10 meters ahead to commence a mung bean battle, with the 7 participants resembling diligent cleaning robots. "Hey, beautiful you," Mickey began, only to be met with a piercing glare from the sole female member, prompting him to quickly amend his words. "You are wonderful." The woman, upon hearing this, couldn't help but smile. As time progressed, the accuracy of the group improved remarkably. However, disparities emerged. A slender young man exhibited the highest accuracy, closely followed by the woman, while the big fellow lagged behind. This variation was reflective of each individual's inherent qualities. Some excelled in strength, others in precision, while some thrived in endurance. Suddenly, a few beans missed the basin, bouncing onto Mickey. It seemed as if the remaining beans had conspired to target him, and as Mickey attempted to dodge, They relentlessly pursued him. Though he contemplated fleeing, he ultimately chose to maintain his composure, leading to a comical chase around the room, with the beans following suit. Dear brothers and sisters, I acknowledge my mistakes. I understand now. Mickey finally grasped their capabilities and began to plead for mercy, realizing the impending needle training. A shiver ran through him, and he hastily apologized, recognizing that as the youngest, addressing them as brothers and sisters was not a matter of shame. The others exchanged knowing glances at Mickey's capitulation, their expressions filled with mirth. The accuracy of their throws returned, producing a symphony of sounds as the beans landed in the basin. After practicing at 15 and 30 meters, transitioning from bowls to cups, they achieved perfect accuracy before moving on to the next exercise, lower body training. Sure-How adjusted the needle training to the final stage, requiring them to practice not only while seated but also while jumping, rolling, marching, and running, maintaining a 100% accuracy rate in all scenarios. This was the fundamental skill of the Dragon Squad. An entire day was devoted to lower body training, followed by facial and vocal exercises. Sure-How compiled 7 voice recordings curated by Zhao Qing, distributing 1 to each member. They spent the entire day immersed in a variety of sounds: the chirping of insects, the melodies of birds, the sounds of wind and rain, gunfire, classical music, symphonies, jazz, country, and rock. On the second day, Mickey acquired 7 language training robots, and the 7 members began communicating with the robots from a distance, initially stumbling over their words. They swiftly progressed to fluently conversing in multiple languages within a single day. The big fellow, being somewhat less articulate, managed to learn only 2 languages, showcasing the remarkable learning capabilities of the advanced Lingshan and Taishan grade bionic robots. Following the language training, Sure-How refrained from excessive dialogue. They commenced needle training, and after 2 hours of practice, every needle struck the target with precision. Ultimately, the focus shifted to practical combat and tactical coordination. This particular training session spanned 3 days, as their physical capabilities had ascended to the level of Ling Mountain. Many traditional cooperative techniques were no longer applicable to them. Consequently, Sure-How devised a multitude of practical coordination techniques on-site, tailored to each individual's physical condition, techniques that ordinary Special Forces soldiers would find unattainable. For instance, they faced a 3-meter-high wall, with the circumstances beyond it shrouded in uncertainty. 2 individuals simultaneously leaped over, one advancing forward while the other executed a roll, aiming either a firearm or a flying dart to neutralize the enemy behind. They were quite familiar with various firearms, thus extensive firearm training was deemed unnecessary. Instead, they focused on identifying suitable aiming habits through target practice. Upon the completion of all training modules, Sure-How instructed everyone, including Mickey, to form a line for a debriefing. Chapter 36, The Emergence of Combat Power. I am Lu Chaohui, a marksman, and you may refer to me as Black Feather, inspired by my idol, White Feather Carlos. Lu Chaohui is slender, and I was the first to achieve a perfect accuracy rate when practicing with green beans and flying needles. I am an iPhone, the deputy shooter and observer. When people call my name, they often mispronounce it as Against the Wind, but I prefer to be called Windless. An iPhone originally had a fair complexion, resembling a frail scholar, yet his marksmanship is precise, leading him to become a sniper. After being assigned to the Panlong Squad, he serves as Lu Chaohui's deputy shooter and observer. I am Wang Ping, a reconnaissance soldier. Wang Ping merely uttered these 2 sentences before retreating slightly, falling silent. This is his habit, as he believes that a reconnaissance soldier should strive for anonymity, blending into the crowd so that no one remembers him, which he considers a success. He prefers an ordinary name and dislikes nicknames. I am Zhang Changjun, a communications soldier, and you may call me Pigeon. Zhang Changjun is relatively young, appearing only slightly older than Mickey. He speaks little, yet possesses excellent technical skills. I am Sure Yulai, a demolition expert, and I have a darker complexion. Often referred to as Old Black, Sure Yunlai is a seasoned veteran. During a mission, he encountered a sudden ambush and, without hesitation, charged forward with explosives. In a desperate situation, to minimize casualties, he detonated the explosives without retreating from the danger zone, sustaining injuries from flying debris to his legs. I am Xie Shuang, skilled in raids and assassinations. My idol is Lara from the classic game Tomb Raider, so I hope you will call me Lara. A crisp, decisive female voice chimed in. She is the only woman on the team, favoring to wear black leather attire like Lara, which greatly facilitates her assassination missions. The first order of business is for everyone to introduce themselves, allowing us to gain a thorough understanding of one another, followed by a summary of our training over the past few days. Everyone has shared their roles in the original unit, but there will be changes within the Panlong squad. When our team operates together, we will naturally follow our current divisions of labor. However, in individual or small team combat scenarios, each member must be capable of independent action, able to raid, demolish, engage in hand-to-hand combat, and execute assassinations. Skills such as communications, sniping, and heavy firepower are fundamental for each individual, akin to the flying needles we have all practiced. Currently, every member here can comfortably bear a load of 300 kilograms, making heavy weaponry easily manageable. We will also train in operating various vehicles. Your physical capabilities allow for versatility. Do you all have confidence in this? 8 voices, including Mickey's, responded in unison. Versatility is one of my requirements. The other is for each individual to refine their strengths to perfection. For instance, we average a load capacity of around 300 kilograms. Larger members should aim for 500 kilograms. Lara, your assassination and combat skills must surpass everyone else's here. Black Feather and Windless, you too must achieve perfect accuracy even in adverse conditions such as heavy rain and strong winds. Wang Ping, you must master various reconnaissance techniques. Pigeon must maintain seamless communication under any circumstances, developing contingency plans and even creating rudimentary communication devices. Old Black, you need to be proficient in mixing various explosives and quickly calculating the appropriate amounts for different scenarios. Mickey, you should learn from everyone here, absorbing each person's specialties. Sure How understands the complex and arduous tasks ahead, thus delving deep into each individual's potential. Having an additional skill and greater proficiency could save the lives of the entire team. The team members are accustomed to addressing one another by their nicknames, and Sure How follows suit. Next, we will equip weapons tailored to each individual's characteristics. We will first discuss everyone's needs, then allocate what is necessary and customize what needs to be tailored. To excel in their endeavors, one must first have the right tools. Weaponry will be a significant asset for them. First, for the sniper team, Black Feather and Windless. After discussion, Black Feather will be equipped with a large caliber sniper rifle, while Windless will receive a medium caliber sniper rifle. A multifunctional observation device is indispensable, and both sniper rifles will be outfitted with the most advanced infrared sights. Along with a smart sight that can substitute for human vision, these two types of sights can be interchanged. The ammunition includes magnetic storm rounds, hard alloy rounds, and standard bullets. Magnetic storm rounds are primarily for targeting metallic structures and robots, while hard alloy rounds possess excellent penetrative capabilities, easily breaching armor and also effective against bioengineered robots like Sure How. Standard bullets are meant for ordinary human or animal targets. Additionally, they will be issued a large caliber handgun with hard alloy and magnetic storm magazines, a hard alloy dagger, and 30 flying needles. The large member, Luoyang, will be equipped with a heavy laser rifle and a large caliber handgun, also fitted with hard alloy and magnetic storm magazines, along with a hard alloy dagger. Due to his large hands and limited dexterity, the flying needles will be enlarged and modified into harpoons, totaling 30. Wang Ping will receive a standard laser rifle and a handgun, with a dagger, climbing rope, detector, listening device, mini robots, mini cameras, and listening devices among his equipment. Pigeon, Zhang Changjun, will be armed with a standard laser rifle, a handgun, a dagger, 30 flying needles, and a quantum communicator, in addition to a set of components to assemble another quantum communicator. Old Black, Sure You Lie, will be equipped with a standard laser rifle, a handgun, a dagger, 30 flying needles, and various explosives, fuses, and detonators. Lara, Xie Shuang, will receive a standard laser rifle and a handgun, along with 30 flying needles. She will also carry a trident knife strapped to her calves and a specially crafted dagger, slightly longer than the others. Both the trident knife and dagger have been specially treated to eliminate reflection, coated with a nano coating akin to that of starships, capable of penetrating standard tank armor. Mickey, possessing agility comparable to Lara S, will also be equipped with a standard laser rifle and a handgun, as well as a dagger matching Lara's specifications. He will not receive a trident knife due to its high skill requirement, but he will carry a pouch of steel balls. Sure How will be armed with a heavy laser rifle and a handgun, 30 flying needles, 30 harpoons, and a trident knife and specially crafted dagger like Lara's. Sure How has a penchant for cold weapons, equipping himself similarly to Lara. As a Taishan-level bioengineered robot, he surpasses the Lingshan level in all aspects, making him the most versatile among this group, possessing the strength of the large member and the agility of Lara. Aside from the specially crafted harpoons and daggers, the remaining weapons were quickly equipped. Sure Hao led them to the shooting range to familiarize themselves with the gear and practice various tactical maneuvers, including leaps, high jumps, rapid sprints, and rolls. This occupied an entire day. Thus, the combat capabilities of the Panlong squad began to take shape, and Sure Hao asked Mickey to summon Director Wu Ruinfa. Director Wu, please review the team you have meticulously crafted. Sure Hao expressed his admiration for Wu Ruinfa. Without him, the Panlong squad would not have been possible, making his presence at the review fitting. Seeing you all brings me great joy. I have not let down the expectations of our nation, Wu Ruinfa said, tears streaming down his face, filled with a mix of joy and the bittersweet memories of the past. Thank you, Director Wu, Sure Hao saluted. Thank you, Director Wu. The other 8 echoed in unison while saluting. Director Wu, before you leave, I have one more matter I wish to understand. Sure Hao approached Wu Ruinfa. Feel free to ask any questions. Given the success of gene fusion in humans, I wonder if it could be applied to animals as well. I am not referring to the fusion of human and animal genes, but rather to purely bioengineered creatures. I have not conducted any experiments, but theoretically, it should be the same, Wu Ruinfa pondered before responding. In the realm of practical investigation, one can now utilize listening devices, cameras, and miniature robots. However, there remains a lack of effective methods for scent tracking. Ordinary police dogs are unable to keep pace with our advancements. I ponder whether it would be feasible to create a bionic robotic dog. Throughout the training, Sure Hao has been contemplating this issue. Logically, it should be possible. By integrating the genes of trained police dogs, we might achieve the desired outcome. I shall experiment with this in the coming days and will inform you if successful. Wu Ruinfa shares a sense of anticipation, recognizing that the development of a bionic robotic dog akin to police dogs would significantly enhance the capabilities of military and police operations. Mickey accompanies Wu Ruinfa to the training room. Gently, Wu Ruinfa strokes Mickey's head and says, Mickey, although you are a purebred bionic robot devoid of any human memories or consciousness, I perceive no difference between you and us. You must get along well with General Sure and the comrades of the Panlong team, learning from them and asking questions when in doubt. His words resonate with paternal care. And Mickey listens quietly. Take good care of yourself, old turtle. Without Mickey here to irritate you, you should live longer. Remember to eat on time. And don't stay up late. Mickey teases lightly, infused with warmth. Sure Hao and the 7 members of the Panlong team wave goodbye to Wu Ruinfa as they depart for the aerial vehicle, heading towards the headquarters of the Yungue battle zone. Chapter 37. Panlong Base. Wang Yi donned his combat camouflage uniform and awaited at the entrance of the command center, flanked by 3 military off-road vehicles. Upon the arrival of Sure Hao and his team in their flying car, he gestured for them to disembark and switch to the off-road vehicles. Wang Yi and Sure Hao took their places in the first vehicle, steering away from the command compound towards the outskirts of the city. During the ride, Wang Yi informed Sure Hao, we are en route to the newly established Panlong Base, which is a no-fly zone. No vehicle, except those within the base, is permitted to approach. Sure Hao expressed his surprise, asking, do we really need a base for just the few of us? Wang Yi, staring straight ahead, replied, it is indeed necessary. You are now the elite special forces team of Huagua, and there are plans for expansion into a larger unit next year. Do you truly believe that a handful of individuals can operate unchallenged? Past experiences have taught us the value of caution. Over 100 personnel are dedicated solely to your support within this base. Initially, Sure Hao had assumed that they were merely a 9-member team tasked with completing missions, yet he now recognized the extent of the nation's commitment. With so many resources allocated for just 9, he realized he could not afford to take this lightly, prompting him to inquire, what exactly do these personnel do? The base is equipped with the most advanced aircraft and a variety of transportation means, all of which require maintenance. There is a weapons development team specifically focused on crafting the most suitable equipment for your unique needs. Additionally, a command center is available, with the authority to utilize all domestic satellites for your operations, not to mention other essential permissions. Furthermore, 5 Dragon teams, comprising 45 members, are stationed here as your support, handling the simpler tasks so you can focus on your missions. From Wang Yi's succinct overview, the magnitude of the nation's investment became clear. Sure Hao, taken aback by Wang Yi's revelations, fell silent, contemplating the gravity of the situation. Initially, he had perhaps exerted only 80% effort in shaping the Panlong team. Now, he resolved to dedicate himself fully, compensating for the remaining 20% with sheer determination, assuming they could indeed sweat for it. The off-road vehicle halted at the base entrance, where guards meticulously checked identification and inspected the vehicle before granting access. Even the commander was subject to this thorough security protocol, spanning approximately 200 acres. Panlong Base featured 2 hangars, a large parking garage, a comprehensive office building housing the operational command center, 2 barracks, 2 indoor training facilities, an outdoor training range, an indoor sports arena, and a gymnasium. Upon disembarking in front of the administrative building, a medium-built, slender soldier approached briskly, saluting as he greeted, "Commander, good day, Captain." As he uttered the title of Captain, he subtly angled his body towards Shihao. Confused, Shihao looked at Wang Yi, who then smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "I forgot to mention, the decision from above 2 days ago appointed you as the captain of the Panlong Brigade, in addition to your role as captain of the Panlong team. Originally, it was intended for Wei to take this position, but he insisted that you assume the role of brigade captain, with him as your deputy." Wei, the soldier who had just spoken, chimed in, "Captain, we are all here to serve the Panlong team. The missions revolve around you. We are merely here to assist, making your appointment as brigade captain entirely justified. We are committed to executing all tasks you assign." Wei held great admiration for Shihao and the members of the Panlong team, having faced life and death situations. Garnered profound respect from the base personnel. "Here, we are all part of one family, united in our objectives. There are no distinctions between primary and secondary roles. I also want to express our gratitude to Captain L for his support," Shihao stated, avoiding any pretense. Once the Panlong Brigade was fully established, he had more significant matters to attend to and did not place much value on the title, though being in charge undeniably facilitated operations. After his remarks, Shihao turned to all members of the Panlong team and called out, "All personnel, assemble." The 8 members of the Panlong team lined up, and Shihao continued, "I invite the commander to address us." Wang Yi surveyed the gathered troops before speaking. "Comrades, this will be your home from now on. Your loyalty to the people and the nation is beyond question, as you have proven it with your blood and lives. You are currently the strongest special forces team in our country, yet with great ability comes great responsibility. The people need you. The nation needs you. Protecting our homeland and serving our people. Protecting our homeland and serving our people. Protecting our homeland and serving our people." As Wang Yi finished, Shihao led the Panlong team in a rallying cry, reflecting his inner sentiment. The sense of responsibility and mission affirmed their humanity, with their robotic bodies merely serving as tools. They then toured the base, quickly settling into their quarters before donning their training uniforms and gathering at the training grounds. After discussions with Wang Yi, Shihao extended their training period by an additional 15 days, splitting the schedule between theoretical learning and practical exercises. Black Feather and Windless instructed on sniping and camouflage. Luo Yong focused on strength training and power techniques. Wang Ping taught reconnaissance skills, and the Carrier Pigeon covered communication, while Old Black taught demolition techniques and Laura instructed on combat, assassination, and concealment skills. The mornings were reserved for lectures, followed by practical exercises in the afternoons. Shihao, possessing excellent physical fitness, naturally took on the role of training partner, demanding full effort from everyone during sparring sessions, resulting in him effortlessly overcoming each participant. On the 4th day at the base, Wu Ruanfa called to inform them that the project for developing a bionic robotic dog had been approved and inquired about their specific requirements. As the robotic dog was intended for Wang Ping's use, Shihao sent him to liaise with the 2nd Research Institute. Meanwhile, training proceeded. With Mickey encountering these novel concepts for the first time, he adapted quickly, being the youngest and most innocent among the group, earning the affection of the other 7. Initially, he playfully teased them, but after a few setbacks, he learned his lesson and gradually assumed the role of the errand runner, which he embraced with enthusiasm. When Wang Ping first discussed the design with Wu Ruanfa, there was a proposal for 2 stately police dog models. However, Wang Ping insisted on a design resembling a scruffy mutt, ensuring it was not overly handsome. Ultimately, the bionic dog took on this humble appearance. Yet its memory and genetics were derived from police dogs, reflecting Wang Ping's characteristic low profile. At one point, Wang Ping softly emitted a chirping sound, pointing at Mickey, which prompted the scruffy dog to leap and latch onto Mickey's arm. Mickey yelped, unable to free himself, realizing the consequence of his earlier bravado. Do not underestimate it. Its original form was renowned and experienced, albeit nearing the end of its lifespan. It paved the way for a who can surely continue its legacy, Wang Ping mused, rarely revealing his emotions, as he reminisced about the eager gaze of the military dog while gently stroking a who's head. Sure how wholeheartedly supported Wang Ping's decision. A who's scruffy appearance possessed a strong deceptive quality. Over the past few days, specially crafted weapons, such as daggers and throwing darts, had also been delivered. Everyone had essentially grasped each other's skills, making them all-rounders when taken outside, and with only a few days left, they began to focus intently on their individual specialties. Black Feather and Windlass orchestrated conditions of heavy rain and strong winds at the base, creating various distractions for sniping training. The giant consistently worked on continuous strength and explosive power. Sure how found it challenging to withstand his forceful collisions. Meanwhile, Wang Ping, Carrier Pigeon, and Old Black immersed themselves in their respective fields of study. Laura often practiced combat with Mickey, and the two frequently sparred against Sure How simultaneously. 15 days swiftly passed, and Wang Yi summoned Sure How and El Wei to the command center of the Yungue war zone. Both understood that the time had come for their blade to be unsheathed. Upon their entrance, Wang Yi stated, "I will not inquire about your training progress. All will be tested through real combat. The reason for calling you here today is to assign you a task." Sure How expressed his readiness to mobilize at any moment. Assuring the completion of the mission, Wu Yi began to outline the situation. This task is particularly formidable, spanning not just a single point, but a lengthy expanse. As he spoke, he traced a line across the inland national border. Our nation's territory is shaded by a parasol of humanitarian spirit, extending approximately 1 kilometer beyond 30 of our border. Thus, we have also provided coverage in these areas. Consequently, the border lines in these locations are densely populated, with many individuals engaging in frequent trade with our border residents. However, this region also suffers from a high crime rate, with numerous factions entrenched in a state of anarchy. Wu Yi lit a cigarette, gesturing for Sure How and Lu Wei to take a seat, and continued, "Our objective is not to eradicate all criminal forces, as complete annihilation is unrealistic. Instead, our focus is on drug trafficking organizations. Many of these groups operate underground factories just beyond the kilometer stretch that remains uncovered, utilizing subterranean tunnels to smuggle narcotics into our territory. Our mission is to conduct a thorough purge of these traffickers, initiating our efforts from a single point and subsequently expanding along the entire inland border. The drug traffickers are affluent. Some even have their own armed forces equipped with advanced weaponry and robotics. Ordinary soldiers or the Tunlong squad would find it challenging to gain the upper hand. To minimize casualties and achieve our objectives, your involvement is essential. After careful consideration, we have decided to commence our operation near the former Golden Triangle, which was once a stronghold for traffickers, possessing substantial financial resources and essentially establishing an underground city. Our primary target is their leader, Kuan Jin. Is it the same Kuan Jin from decades ago? He is still alive? Sure How recalled the notorious drug lord from 40 to 50 years past. If he hasn't perished and possesses wealth surpassing yours, it is improbable that he would succumb easily. Wu Yi used Sure How as a reference, which proved to be quite persuasive. We suspect that Kuan Jin may share a condition similar to yours, potentially possessing a bionic robotic body, though the specifics of his bodily structure remain unknown. Sure How lightly tapped his fingers on the table, contemplating for a moment before stating, "This is a tough nut to crack. However, not only must we conquer it, we must reduce it to dust." Chapter 38, Infiltrating the Underground City. Stonehow gently tapped his fingers on the table, contemplating for a moment before saying, "This is a tough nut to crack. But not only must we crack it, we must grind it to dust." Through rumors and observations of the surface conditions, we have speculated the general layout of this underground city. One area serves as a cultivation zone, as the surface has become unsuitable for planting. Hence, they resort to hydroponics to cultivate opium poppies underground. Another area functions as a drug processing plant, serving as both production and storage for narcotics. There is also a living area for the workers and their families, a space where the families of Kuan Jin's subordinates reside. Lastly, there is a military zone, where Kuan Jin, his subordinates, and his guards dwell. These areas are interconnected by passages. Our objective is the military zone, along with the destruction of the opium poppies and the drugs produced. This entire mission is rather daunting. I need you all to be prepared and have contingency plans in place before we proceed. After 7 or 8 hours of discussion, we finalized our plan. Stonehow reported to Wu Yi, who then convened a meeting with the staff to evaluate and subsequently approve the execution of the plan. At the Panlong Base garage, everyone stood before a circular, disc-shaped aircraft, thicker in the center and slightly thinner at the edges. The disc housed a ring of small rotors, and the underside was not fully enclosed, designed in a grid pattern for air circulation. The aircraft's most crucial feature was a gravity reduction device, offering a 50 gravity cancellation rate, which is 80 stronger than the highest-end civilian models available on the market. Upon seeing such an aircraft, Stonehow was not surprised. While our civilian technology may not be up to par, it does not imply that military applications lack technological reserves. Equipped with the gravity reduction device, this aircraft boasts high speed, agility, and safety, reportedly making it impossible for traditional missiles to keep pace. Approximately 20 meters in diameter, it contains a passenger cabin and a cargo hold capable of accommodating a dozen individuals. The cargo hold was already filled with the weapons and equipment required for this mission. 3 Dragon Rider teams participated in this operation. Due to the limited seating on the aircraft, they had already taken a regular military plane to prepare at the border near the Golden Triangle. After boarding the disc-shaped aircraft, a 20-minute journey brought them to the Dragon Rider team's established headquarters, situated on the edge of the territory closest to the Golden Triangle. This area was devoid of human presence, and everyone remained still during the day, resting and awaiting orders while adjusting to optimal readiness. They advanced in parallel, meticulously marking several locations where they discovered submarine periscopes. They set up decoys in front of the periscopes and then proceeded to drill slowly in the surrounding areas for detection. The soil thickness from the surface to the underground was approximately 10 meters, with the deepest layer consisting of a hard soil structure, which posed no challenge for the specially designed drill bits with sufficient hardness and strength. The underground city had succumbed to slumber, as the entrances were entirely sealed, resulting in few guards at night, leaving only a handful of drowsy personnel on duty. None of the underground city areas were covered by glass canopies, and the nighttime temperature still hovered around 50 degrees Celsius. The ventilation and cooling systems of the underground city relied on a small nuclear fission reactor. Outside the entrance to the passages, there was no one present, yet multiple cameras provided comprehensive surveillance. In the upper right area, a large entrance allowed for the aircraft to dock, followed by an elevator descent into the underground city, a location close to the military zone. Taking advantage of the night, Stonehow and his team were not idle. They deployed numerous miniature surveillance robots disguised in earth-toned paint near each passageway. After 5 to 6 hours of continuous reconnaissance, they had mapped out the entire internal structure of the underground city, creating a detailed map. In a corner of an idle warehouse, they carefully drilled a hole and, upon reaching the concrete layer, reinforced the surroundings with a special foam material to prevent soil and dust from falling. The Old Black used a silent concrete breaking agent to create an opening large enough for a person to pass through. Wang Ping, accompanied by Ah Hu and Laura, infiltrated the area. The overhead personnel covered the entrance with a pre-made lid as Wang Ping concealed the seams below. Stonehow and LV Wei studied the map, devising a tactical plan, while the carrier pigeon maintained constant vigilance over their communication equipment, monitoring all activity. Everyone wore wireless, invisible earpieces, the latest model with strong penetration and clear communication. The carrier pigeon could also set multiple channels. The main channel allowed all members of the Panlong team to communicate, while Wang Ping and Ah Hu utilized a separate channel for direct instructions, free from interference. Old Black connected various passageway locations using robots to dig trenches in a grid pattern, excavating all the soil and filling the concrete above with explosives. When the operation commenced, all passages would be detonated, severing the connections between the various zones. Additionally, explosives were placed at the center of the production area and the opium cultivation zone, avoiding the living area to prevent harm to children, with plans to enter the living area through the cultivation zone. 3 explosives were also positioned in the military zone, one in the garage, one suspected to be in Kuan Jin's residence, and another in the guards' quarters. He Yu and Wu Feng scoured both sides of the underground city for elevated positions, camouflaged in desert patterns. He Yu approached the military base side, loaded with armor-piercing rounds, while Wu Feng neared the production and living zones with standard ammunition. Both were to remain in hiding until the operation concluded, prepared to neutralize any fleeing targets, continuously observing their surroundings without pause. The Giant and Mickey stayed close to Stonehow and LV Wei, ready to act. According to the plan, the operation would commence on the second deep night. Wang Ping and Laura were tasked with further reconnaissance of the underground city, pinpointing the specific locations for drug storage and determining the daily production and living patterns of the various zones, ideally identifying Kuan Jin's exact whereabouts. Once Wang Ping and Laura descended into the underground city, they quietly exited from the idle warehouse. Both were equipped with tracking devices, allowing the carrier pigeon to monitor their positions. Based on the drawn map, they were directed to the adjacent third room, a changing area of about 20 square meters. Upon pushing the door open, they overheard voices inside. Wang Ping and Laura remained silent as a man emerged from a changing booth, cursing. The moment he stepped out, Laura swiftly broke his neck. The man was bare-chested and clad only in shorts. As they lifted the curtain of the changing booth, they discovered a woman cowering in the corner, terrified and unclothed. It turned out that the man had managed to acquire a woman from his older brother and was preparing to indulge when he encountered Wang Ping and Laura. In the underground city, many women had been bought or abducted by Kuan Jin and his subordinates. In this lawless state, any woman with even a hint of beauty and lacking the means for self-defense became their plaything or commodity. Please, don't kill me. I'm Chinese. I was captured at the border by accident, the woman pleaded, unaware of Wang Ping and Laura's identities, continuously begging for her life. Upon realizing she spoke Mandarin, Laura bombarded her with questions, extracting valuable intelligence. They were currently in the production area, noticing work uniforms and gas masks hanging on the wall of the changing room, necessary due to the pungent toxic gases emitted during drug production. The underground ventilation was inadequate, necessitating the wearing of gas masks while working. They also learned that the personnel here manufactured drugs during the day and spent their nights drinking, gambling, and engaging with women, finding the underground environment akin to a prison, leading them to seek ways to vent their frustrations. These scoundrels won't last much longer, Laura said through gritted teeth. Wang Ping glanced at his watch and replied, Dawn is approaching. We need to take care of this place. I believe it would be prudent to send her and the body above. Laura expressed no objections, and the two commenced their actions. After explaining the situation to the woman, for the sake of operational security, they restrained her hands and affixed tape over her mouth as a precautionary measure. Following consultation with Shi Hao, Wang Ping and Laura conveyed the woman and the corpse through an opening in the abandoned warehouse to the surface. Due to this unforeseen incident, the risk of Wang Ping and Laura being discovered increased. Thus, Shi Hao instructed everyone to remain on standby, ready to launch an assault should any unexpected circumstances arise. Chapter 39. Kuan Jin 2 hours later, Ahu's ears suddenly perked up, and he nudged Wang Ping. Wang Ping understood that someone was approaching. The poppy field was situated far from the production equipment and covered a vast area, making it unlikely for anyone to pay attention to this side. Even if someone did notice, it would be difficult to discern that individuals were burrowing inside. People continued to trickle in, and after a while, around dozens had gathered. Once the leader deemed the numbers sufficient, he commanded them to commence operations. There was no roll call. It had been stated that those who lingered in this place for too long were left feeling hollow and needed various outlets to vent their frustrations. Drugs, card games, heavy drinking, gambling, and women were all commonplace activities. It was not unusual for 1 or 2 individuals to not rise in the morning, and some had disappeared entirely without a trace. As long as it did not disrupt the production of drugs, the boss would not be overly concerned. At this moment, Wang Ping and Laura had blended into the crowd, mimicking others, assisting wherever needed while simultaneously observing the flow of people and vehicles in the passageways. They took the opportunity of transporting goods to sneak into the storage area, which was filled to the brim with drugs. Everyone wore gas masks, making it difficult to recognize one another, resulting in minimal communication. If someone attempted to strike up a conversation, they would respond with gestures or feign an inability to hear, using the opportunity to distance themselves from the person. Thus, Wang Ping and Laura spent over an hour inside, grasping the number of individuals in the production area and the locations of the drugs. They then used the excuse of collecting poppies to procure a small truck and headed towards the cultivation area, which was illuminated as brightly as day, utilizing artificial light to facilitate photosynthesis for the plants. This area was several times larger than the production zone, employing soilless cultivation and organized into 2 tiers, yielding a considerable harvest. Upon reaching the cultivation area, they parked the truck and Wang Ping retrieved 2 sets of casual attire from his backpack, signaling Laura to change out of her work uniform. Once they had changed, they swiftly made their way to the living quarters. Ahu, meanwhile, leaped from the truck and dashed away along the wall. One of his eyes was a bionic eye, while the other functioned as a camera, transmitting images directly to the homing pigeon, sharing them with the entire Panlong team. Wang Ping and Laura aimed to enter the military zone through the passageway from the living quarters. As the route between the production and military zones was primarily designated for drug transportation and heavily guarded, circumventing through the living quarters was relatively straightforward. Ahu, disregarding the complexities, followed Wang Ping's command and darted towards the military zone, slipping past the guards in the nick of time. He soon began to roam around the military area. They had successfully mapped out the locations of the drugs, production area, living quarters, and cultivation zone, relaying all this information to the homing pigeon. Once inside the military zone, they seized an opportune moment to roll out from beneath a vehicle into a dimly lit spot. Laura, unfortunately, collided with an individual upon emerging. She braced herself against the ground, leaped up, and before the person could react, her head had already twisted 120 degrees. Laura dragged him into the shadows, stripping him of his clothes to don them herself, while Wang Ping took the initiative to ambush another individual, changing into his attire and concealing both bodies in a hidden location. Being the final area, their discovery would not cause significant repercussions. Based on the visuals transmitted by Ahu and the coordinates provided by the homing pigeon, they prepared to locate Kuan Jin's residence. Wang Ping instructed Ahu to scout the area, but no notable findings emerged. Kuan Jin awoke that morning with persistent twitching in his left eye, a remnant of his late-night escapades that haunted his conscience. As he aged, superstition grew stronger within him. After breakfast, he repeatedly prayed to the deity Guangong, seeking peace of mind, yet unease lingered. He retrieved a string of Buddhist beads gifted by another and recited Amitabha countless times. Finally, the twitching subsided, and he donned his training attire to practice yoga. This routine had been imparted to him by a client from India during a visit, becoming an essential part of his daily regimen. It served not only to maintain physical fitness, but also to alleviate boredom. Having indulged excessively with women, his body began to falter, prompting him to focus on health preservation. Yet, no amount of prayer or supplication could alter the course of fate. The weight of his misdeeds would eventually catch up with him. Rumors abounded that he had transitioned into a robotic form. Yet he could never bring himself to take that final step, unable to reconcile with his own nature. The half-cyborg body he acquired was reminiscent of the robotic structures explored during Sherhouse B-52 expedition. Kuan Jin felt no affinity towards the metallic constructs. Subsequently, one of his loyal subordinates suffered severe injuries while protecting him, and that very half-cyborg robot had been a means to save his loyal aide. At that moment, Kuan Jin was abruptly jolted by a cacophony from outside, accompanied by shouts of "Halt! Do not move!" followed by gunfire. A group of individuals surged towards his location. But before they could reach him, gunshots rang out, and the assailants collapsed to the ground. Ahu had launched a surprise attack from behind. With strength at least 3 times that of a military dog, his prowess was nothing short of formidable. The foremost individual, upon hearing the noise, turned just in time to see the grotesque visage of a dog looming closer, and then, darkness. Upon hearing the commotion from Wang Ping's side in the video feed from Ahu, Sherhouse shouted, "All teams, move out." Just as he finished, explosions erupted as Lao He detonated all the pre-planted bombs. The giant charged ahead with one team of the Tunglong unit directly towards the production area. Sherhouse and Mi Chi each led a team of the Tunglong unit towards the military zone, where 3 breaches had been created. Mi Chi directed one team to the garage to sabotage the vehicles, while Sherhouse's team rushed towards Wang Ping. The 3 teams surged forward with a cloud of dust trailing behind them like expanding lines. In the production area, a gaping hole appeared, and the giant leaped down, executing a series of strikes that felled adversaries one after another. Anyone who dared approach was met with a brutal charge. Those struck were either left dead or incapacitated, with no time granted to arm themselves. Soon, the Tunglong unit arrived to subdue the remaining threats. Previously, they had been focused on encircling Wang Ping, Laura, and the ferocious dog, but the explosions caused the ceiling to collapse, disorienting many. Chaos ensued as passageways between the various zones became entirely obstructed. Once Sherhouse and Mi Chi descended with their teams, they executed anyone who resisted and disarmed those who surrendered. Kuan Jin's underlings were merely ordinary individuals devoid of combat prowess, and faced with Sherhouse and the Tunglong unit, they quickly succumbed, some perishing, others captured. In a frantic bid for survival, some scrambled over debris towards the exit, desperate to escape the oppressive heat. However, their flight was cut short as they fell. Taken down by Yu and Wu Feng, Wang Ping interrogated several individuals, tracing his way to a higher-ranking leader to demand Kuan Jin's whereabouts. They claimed that Kuan Jin was not present at the scene, and when they arrived at Kuan Jin's residence, it stood empty, the cigar on the table still emitting wisps of smoke. Just as they were about to search for clues, the entire room trembled and collapsed. In that moment, a mechanical voice resonated. "Are you searching for me? How dare you destroy my empire? I shall ensure your demise." From the shadows emerged a colossal metallic robot, towering over them, approximately twice Shi Hao's height, a veritable behemoth. "Everyone, pay attention. We need to ascend and lure it upwards," commanded Shi Hao. The members of the Panlong unit immediately leaped high, reaching the surface. "Yu, prepare the magnetic storm rounds," Shi Hao ordered. "Understood. I was nearly dozing off." Yu replied, swiftly replacing the ammunition with magnetic storm rounds. "Do not hold back. Aim for its chest area. The electronic core is typically located within the abdomen." Leaning towards the chest, Shi Hao directed. The metallic robot ascended to the surface, aiming to trample upon Shi Hao and his companions. Constructed from materials akin to those of Shi Hao's original design, it was nonetheless twice the size and possessed formidable strength. "Fire!" echoed the command. Bang, bang, bang. Black Feather unleashed an entire magazine of electromagnetic rounds, all striking the robot's chest, yet it remained unfazed, moving with ease. It lowered its foot, raised its hand, and the group, hesitant, refrained from testing its might with their bodies. Shi Hao began to comprehend the situation, pondering whether this robot was also semi-bionic. He ordered, "Black Feather, switch to hard alloy rounds. Aim for the head, and concentrate your fire on a single point to breach its cranial armor." "Understood, I will ensure it blooms," Black Feather assured him, undeterred by the earlier ineffectiveness of the electromagnetic rounds. Bang, bang, bang. This time, without hesitation, a seamless volley struck the same point on the head, piercing through. A bullet flew into the cranial cavity, and the robot stood motionless, gradually losing its balance before crashing to the ground with a tremor that shook the earth. The members of the Dragon team leapt into the underground city, where they heard Ahu barking around a person. Chapter 40. Danstone Town. Wang Ping hurried over, receiving a signal from Ahu indicating that the individual was suspicious. Shi Hao followed suit. Wang Ping scrutinized the person and swiftly tore away the wig, mustache, and the bioplastic skin disguising the face, revealing his true identity. Shi Hao found the figure eerily familiar. He mentally cross-referenced images from 35 years ago during his Special Forces training, which had focused on a notorious drug lord. Although he had aged, Kuan Jin bore a striking resemblance to his former self. "You are Kuan Jin, aren't you? It seems the rumors of your transformation into a robot were intentionally spread by you," Shi Hao remarked, seizing Kuan Jin's hand as it reached into his clothing. Discovering a grenade, Wang Ping promptly conducted a search, uncovering 2 handguns as well. Kuan Jin had been practicing yoga when he heard the commotion and prepared to confront the intruders disturbing his decades-long empire. However, upon hearing the series of explosions, he realized that formidable forces were at play. He had dispatched his semi-bionic robot to divert Shi Hao and his team, while he disguised himself among the crowd. Ahu, having detected the scent of the grenade, had unearthed him, preventing his escape. This operation was a resounding success, attributable to meticulous investigation and planning. The seizure of drugs amounted to several tons, and the implications of their market entry were dire, especially given the proximity to Hua country. Upon reporting the operation's results, the higher-ups ordered the immediate destruction of the drug site, ensuring that not a single poppy seed remained, while the apprehended individuals were to be secured by the Dragon team, with specialized personnel assigned for subsequent processing. The Dragon team had made a commendable start. No one expected the formidable Kuan Jin to be subdued so swiftly, instilling considerable confidence in the nation. The higher-ups instructed the team to capitalize on this momentum, initiating a purge of drug manufacturing sites along the densely populated inland border, dismantling the trafficking networks. The next target was the border between the former Bhutan and Hua country, where an influx of people had settled due to abundant underground water. With drug traffickers hollowing out the area for production, Kuan Jin's clientele spanned the globe, attracting many directly to his door, while the traffickers within Bhutan primarily targeted Hua country, utilizing established smuggling routes. After reviewing the task briefing, Shi Hao and Lu Wei convened the 2 Dragon teams stationed at the Dragon base. directing them to approach the border discreetly, ensuring their main base was distanced from nearby villages. Sure Hao gathered the Dragon team for a post-operation debrief. Wang Ping, how were you discovered? What have you found out? Sure Hao inquired directly regarding Wang Ping's compromised identity. We clarified the situation after questioning a few individuals. They informed us that the person I killed was a squad leader here, known for keeping a red handkerchief in his breast pocket for good luck. Wang Ping, distracted while changing clothes, overlooked the obviousness of the handkerchief, which ultimately led to his exposure, Wang Ping explained. I take full responsibility and assure it won't happen again. Laura echoed this sentiment, admitting her own fault. Understanding the situation is paramount. We must all remain vigilant. Although our physical capabilities far exceed those of ordinary individuals, we must approach our actions with humility. Encountering the last robot alone would be exceedingly difficult, Sure Hao cautioned. We have bled and risked our lives. It is not a mark of honor, but a warning. Understood, we shall remember. The 8 members of the Dragon team responded in unison. Captain Liu, please liaise with the equipment research personnel to see if we can have a few specialized firearms crafted for our needs. Given the diversity of our targets, we require different ammunition types. If possible, could we modify our laser guns to also fire electromagnetic and hard alloy rounds? A little extra weight wouldn't be an issue, Sure Hao suggested, acknowledging the inconvenience of switching ammunition during the previous engagement. Conventional bullets could be managed by their flying darts. They accessed the encrypted email, where new task briefings awaited their perusal and preparations. 2 hours hence, they would embark on their mission. Each team member's watch served as a phone, capable of projecting holographic screens for email communication and other functionalities. 2 hours later, a disc-shaped aircraft streaked across the sky, swiftly arriving near the border. Their base was established 5 kilometers south of the densely populated area, bordered by Hua country to the east and the former Bhutan to the west, now in a state of lawlessness. Previously, a village named Sure Village had existed there. But as the population swelled, many of whom were former Bhutanese, it evolved into a settlement known as Danstone Town. This mission was far more complex. While the drug processing plants within Bhutan would be manageable, they were not expected to rival Kuanjin's scale. The true challenge lay in uncovering the smuggling routes and domestic drug transfer stations. The team would split into 2. One group would conduct reconnaissance on the underground drug factories at night, while the other would investigate Danstone Town. Wang Ping summoned Mickey and Laura, presenting a plethora of clothing, makeup, and disguises for their transformation. Moments later, Wang Ping adorned himself with a large gold chain, a dramatically short haircut, a vibrant floral t-shirt, loose silk trousers, and round-toed cloth shoes, complete with a dragon tattoo on his arm. Mickey was dyed with bright yellow hair, an earring dangling from his ear, and a simple black t-shirt paired with jeans and sneakers, adorned with a tattoo of a black sword. Laura, sporting an exaggerated hairpin, wore a crop top and low-rise fitted pants, a lollipop in her mouth, embodying the image of a rebellious youth, her calf marked with a dagger tattoo. Laura gazed at her holographic projection, casting a sideways glance at Wang Ping. In this outfit, I can't shake the urge to hit someone. Meanwhile, Mickey felt exhilarated, exclaiming internally, "Isn't this the legendary cosplay? Absolutely fantastic." Wang Ping remained expressionless, a large unlit cigar clenched between his lips. He picked up a hoe and exited the door, boarding an ordinary hovercraft. A few of them arrived at the town center, parked the vehicle, and began to wander aimlessly. Wang Ping strode ahead, chest out, his gait wide and swaggering, arrogance etched upon his face. As he walked, he casually kicked a hoe, who took the opportunity to roll and bump into Mickey, causing Mickey to push Laura in turn. Upon witnessing this group, people instinctively distanced themselves, fearing the trouble they might attract. Wang Ping and his companions arrived at a bar, spacious yet dimly lit. Behind the counter stood a young man, perhaps in his teens, with a ruthless countenance, adorned with yellow curls and tattoos covering both arms. Wang Ping boldly took a seat and boisterously inquired, "Brother, got any good stuff?" The young man hesitated. Although they sold drugs, those were typically kept behind the bar, inaccessible to the average patron. This fellow clearly did not adhere to the usual conventions. "What do you want?" "We have a freshly arrived fine liquor. How about this?" he offered, handing a bottle to Wang Ping. "Don't play dumb with me," Wang Ping retorted, shattering the bottle on the floor with a loud crash. Nearby, a subordinate, ready to intervene upon witnessing the commotion, hesitated as Wang Ping gestured to Laura. She retrieved a bundle of large-denomination Huaxia currency from her bag and tossed it over, amounting to around 1 million. Is this enough? Laura inquired of the young man. That'll do, that'll do. Please, come inside, the young man replied eagerly. The liquor he had offered was merely a casual selection and hardly worth the enormous sum. Recognizing the wealth and audacity of this group, likely involved in illicit dealings, he led them further inside to converse. Deeper within lay a private room, where the young man approached the leader, informing him of significant customers. The leader, known only as Gang Go, welcomed Wang Ping and his company with curiosity. Where do you folks hail from? He asked, having heard everyone refer to his guest as Brother Gang. Is what you say true? Gang Gu exclaimed upon learning of trouble in Kuan-Jin, taken aback. Wait a moment. I need to make a call, he said, hastily dialing out to verify the information. Once Gang Gu hung up, Wang Ping interjected. I hear old Kuan has stirred up trouble with a powerful figure and is now surrounded. They say negotiations are underway. Wang Ping continued weaving a web of intrigue. Noting that the military had sealed off the surrounding areas of Kuan-Jin's underground city, preventing any outsiders from entering or any news from leaking out. After a brief pause, Gang Ji's phone rang. Upon concluding the call, a look of worry spread across his face, and he momentarily lost his composure. He quickly turned to Wang Ping and asked, What do you go by? They call me Pingo, Wang Ping replied, gesturing to Mickey and Laura. Pingo, considering how close this place is to that area, aren't you concerned about potential fallout? Gang Gu pondered, contemplating whether the chaos in Kuan-Jin might spill over into their domain. Wang Ping leaned forward, gesturing for Gang Gu to come closer, and whispered, I have powerful connections. I heard that Lao Kuan has offended someone he shouldn't have, leading to serious consequences. However, it seems he might still manage to save himself. Wang Ping's air of mystery brought some comfort to Gang Gu, having already accepted Wang Ping as a brother. Gang Gu offered him a cigarette, but Wang Ping waved it off, holding it merely for show. Gang Gu assumed Wang Ping was wary of additives and lit one for himself, then continued, The goods you requested are neither too many nor too few, and we can gather them here, though the situation is rather complicated. I'll share the details so you can decide. Seeing the unfolding drama, Wang Ping gently patted Gang Ji's arm and said, Brother, speak freely. I will consider the situation before making a decision, regardless of whether the business succeeds or not. You are a brother I will stand by. Gang Gu began to explain with sincerity. There are 3 suppliers around Danshire town, each with different conditions and requirements. The first supplier is, in my opinion, the best. Their prices are 20% higher than the others, but the quality is excellent, and they offer delivery. The second supplier has slightly inferior goods, but is 10% cheaper, and if you forego delivery, you can save another 10%. The third supplier offers the worst quality, but at a 30% discount, and they are 2 brothers, surnamed Xing, who initially dealt in smuggling but later ventured into production. It is rumored they have engaged in underhanded dealings, and I advise against any contact with them. I can procure from all 3 suppliers, but if you value our brotherhood, I will help you secure the lowest prices. As for the manufacturers and transport channels, I cannot disclose those details. It's a rule of the trade to keep such information confidential, especially on the first deal. Once this business is concluded, I will facilitate introductions. Gang Gu was eager to profit, and he knew that such valuable sources were not to be shared lightly, especially given the perilous nature of drug trafficking. Wang Ping furrowed his brow and pondered, Brother, I didn't realize the situation here was so intricate. Previously, when I obtained goods from Lao Kuan, deliveries were direct and prices reasonable. I need time to think this over and consult with my brothers at home. After exchanging a few more words, Wang Ping took his leave. Upon stepping out of the bar, a short, thin man called out to them, asking, Are you looking for goods? If so, we can talk. This man, San, had witnessed the earlier encounter and was associated with the Xing brothers. Wang Ping, uncertain of his next move, scrutinized San and replied, How can I trust your words? San smirked, You've been inside long enough. You must have heard of the Xing brothers. Gang Gu is just a bar owner, a mere middleman. We deal directly. Trust us or walk away. Wang Ping remained silent and instructed San to lead the way. As they followed, they reached the edge of the area covered by the space glass canopy, where the ground ahead was a steaming, ochre expanse, transitioning from green to yellow before yielding to barren land. San, are you sure about this? Wang Ping asked. Ahead stood 5 men armed with guns, 2 of whom were the Xing brothers, 1 fat and 1 thin, 1 tall and 1 short. San dashed to the back of the Xing brothers, exclaiming, Look at that, the Lady S offering $1 million up front. Quite generous. Wang Ping understood that the Xing brothers considered them easy prey, He calmly remarked. You brothers are losing your touch. Drug dealers resorting to robbery? I had higher expectations. Do you have goods? If so, we can discuss prices. He sought to extract more information about the drugs. The thin Xing brother retorted, for drugs, you might as well ask the king of hell. Just as he prepared to signal an attack, a flurry of sounds erupted, and all but the two of them fell to the ground, shot dead. Mickey and Laura, one with a dart gun and the other with a steel ball, had effectively neutralized the armed men. Laura turned to Wang Ping and remarked, You've got talent, brother. You could easily be an actor, far surpassing those so-called stars. Wang Ping, reverting to his true self, chuckled and fell silent, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. Upon reaching their base, Shi Hao and his team promptly interrogated the Xing brothers. They learned that there were two genuine producers of drugs in Danshi town. Located 2 kilometers from the border, where underground water sources facilitated their operations. The two suppliers had developed a tacit understanding, conducting their businesses independently. One was larger and, as Gang Gu had mentioned, offered transportation for clients, while the other adjusted their collaboration based on pricing. Based on the testimonies from the Xing brothers, Shi Hao surmised the existence of 2 underground tunnels and instructed everyone to rest before beginning reconnaissance later that night. In the dead of night, a team comprising the big guy, Lao He, He Yu, and Wu Feng split into 2 groups, each accompanied by a scout from the Dragon Control Squad to investigate the drug dens. Wang Ping, Mickey, and Laura, accompanied by Ahu, searched both sites in a crosswise and longitudinal manner, ultimately locating the 2 tunnels leading to Danshi town. Wang Ping procured a multifunctional robot to drill and collect soil samples from the tunnels, then had Ahu sniff the samples for analysis. They then ventured into Danshi town, where the evening lights illuminated the streets, permeated by a foul stench. Upon returning to their base, Shi Hao convened everyone to announce the operational plan for the following day, after which they prepared for rest. The next morning, Wang Ping and his companions parked in the town center, walking with renewed confidence. News of their previous actions had spread, and people regarded them with even greater trepidation. They headed straight for the bar, where the curly-haired bartender enthusiastically led them to Gang Gu. Brother, I've made a decision. Given the current tense situation, we need to double our order compared to yesterday. Can you manage that? During their reconnaissance the previous night, they had discovered that the combined stock of the 2 suppliers exceeded a ton. To facilitate their investigation, Wang Ping increased the purchase amount, ensuring that one supplier alone would not suffice. Gang Gu was overjoyed, envisioning the fortune that could lead him to a villa by the mountains and rivers, surrounded by beautiful companions in retirement. Hold on a moment, he said, quickly dialing several numbers. After a few calls, he turned to Wang Ping. I apologize, brother. But while I have access to the goods, your larger order necessitates sourcing from both suppliers. What do you think? Fearing the lucrative deal might slip away, Gang Gu insisted. I can arrange for you to inspect the goods. In 2 hours, please meet me not far from here. Given Wang Ping's fierce reputation from the previous day, Gang Gu had no doubts about proceeding, as such substantial orders were rare. Wang Ping hesitated. Is it safe? Absolutely safe, Gang Gu assured him. In Danshi town, there's no one Li Gangzhu cannot handle. Realizing that his real name sounded too mundane, Gang Gu had opted for a more imposing moniker. Very well, you make the arrangements. Regardless of the outcome today, I must leave tomorrow. The longer I stay, the more perilous it becomes. Wang Ping continued to press Gang Gu. Gang Gu instructed his trusted aide to properly entertain Wang Ping and his companions, providing them with fine wine, quality cigarettes, snacks, and fruits. Initially, he contemplated sending 2 beautiful women as well, but upon reflecting on Laura's presence, he decided against it. Wang Ping and his friends sat there, neither eating nor drinking, while Gang Ji's underlings looked on with increasing admiration, unaware that Wang Ping was secretly lamenting the 2 million huaxia coins per bottle fine wine, feeling frustrated that they could neither consume nor partake in the lavish offerings, and thus resorted to maintaining their cool demeanor. After an hour and a half, Gang Gu approached, stating that arrangements had been made to inspect the goods, requiring visits to 2 locations. The verification process was something Gang Gu had guaranteed with his own head on the line, as he viewed Wang Ping and his group as unsuspecting lambs. Accompanied by a confidant, Gang Gu led Wang Ping and his companions to a concealed entrance, revealing a tunnel approximately 1.6 meters high. Wang Ping, wishing to avoid suspicion, had not brought Ahu and Mickey along, opting instead to descend with Laura. After crawling for about 100 meters, they encountered an iron door. Gang Gu knocked in a specific sequence, One knock, a 3-second pause, followed by 3 knocks, another 2 to 3-second pause, and finally 2 more knocks. The door swung open with a resounding clang. They turned right and walked along the corridor for several dozen meters, ascending a staircase where Gang Gu repeated the knocking code. Ping Gu, what do you think? Gang Gu asked, his face filled with anticipation. Not bad. This is the deposit. I will return tonight with the money and the vehicle to collect the goods, Wang Ping replied, tossing 10 million Huaxia coins from Laura's bag to solidify their trust. Before turning to leave, Wang Ping led a team to the bar, apprehending Gang Gu and all his underlings, restraining them before moving through the underground passage to the warehouse below. They affixed plastic explosives at the entrance. Laura, leading another team, secured the restaurant's patrons, similarly attaching explosives. Black Feather and Windless sought out high ground to ambush, while the big guy and Old Black headed to the first drug production site. And Sure Hao and Mickey proceeded to the second. At 4:00 p.m., a series of thunderous explosions rocked the 2 underground hideouts, their roofs collapsing, while simultaneously Wang Ping and Laura detonated the iron plate at the entrance. The 2 locations were far inferior in strength to Kuanjin, resulting in a swift operation with no significant obstacles, and within 20 minutes, both sites were fully subdued. Emerging through the front door, Wang Ping returned to the bar, where Gang Gu trembled at the sight of him in military attire. Ping Gu, he stuttered. Wang Ping patted his shoulder reassuringly. Brother, I will inform the higher-ups of your commendable performance in this operation. Additionally, think of valuable information you can provide for leniency. Gang Gu was on the verge of tears. I will do as you say, Ping Gu. I have many client lists. I will give them to you. Please save me. They will kill me. I do not wish to die. At that moment, Wu Yi inquired. Howsy, how are things on your end? We need the Dragon team to head immediately to the original Nepal and the vicinity of the Huagua border. There is a drug trafficking group there that rivals Kuanjin. Our informants have indicated they are aware of the situation and are preparing to evacuate. Only your latest aircraft can reach them in time. Additionally, 2 other Dragon teams and nearby armed forces are en route. I will send you the map shortly. Wu Yi explained the purpose of the call. Understood. The Dragon team will depart immediately, Sure Hao responded, gathering all members of the team aboard the saucer-shaped aircraft, racing toward the original Nepal direction. Upon reaching the marked location on the map, Sure Hao noticed several flying vehicles taking off, including an aerial cargo truck. He quickly assigned tasks based on the situation. Big guy, your target is the aerial cargo truck. Laura, your target is the flying vehicle in front of the truck. After directing the carrier pigeon to swiftly position the aircraft above the cargo truck, the big guy leaped down. His feet left 2 imprints on the truck's roof before he climbed to the cabin's edge, rolled through the window, and sent the occupant flying outside. Seeing the aircraft above her target, Laura jumped as well, using a dagger to slice through the rotor shield before inserting a triangular military dagger into the rotor's mechanism. The vehicle began to plummet with a series of metallic clangs. The big guy watched Laura's fierce display, thinking it wise to avoid provoking her in the future. 3 more flying vehicles remained. Sure Hao instructed Black Feather, Windless, and Wang Ping to leap to the ground, preventing the remaining vehicles from ascending. Black Feather and Windless produced sniper rifles, loading them with hard alloy rounds, aiming at a recently airborne vehicle. With a sharp crack, they struck the joint between the rotor and the body, followed by successive shots that severed the connection, causing the second vehicle to plummet as well. The remaining personnel, now cowed, refrained from launching their vehicles, while Wang Ping and Hu dashed toward the base entrance. As the aerial vehicles crashed down, everyone hurried towards the entrance, stirring up clouds of dust. Each individual wielding a sword or large blade might have resembled a band of heroic warriors, exuding an aura of violent beauty. Sure Hao inquired, is there no need to clear the other areas of the border? Wu Yi smiled. Your 3 consecutive explosions have drawn the attention of other drug trafficking groups. While you were capturing, they received word and began their evacuation. We have mobilized nearby forces to pursue them. Those who have fled will face the destruction of their bases, while the remaining, less informed small fry can be handled by our regular troops. This operation can be deemed a resounding success. Our next step involves deploying Huangshan-class robots for patrol and surveillance in these areas, especially those rich in underground water resources. Moreover, we will enhance security management in nearby towns and villages, initiating a month-long crackdown. Once everyone was seated, Sure Hao remarked, this operation was successfully completed due to everyone's efforts. I thank you all. However, there were still some issues that arose during the action, and we need to reflect on them. If anyone has suggestions, please speak up. After surveying the room and noting the silence, Sure How continued, I will raise a few points. First, ordinary people pose little threat. But when they wield firearms or other tools, I noticed some of you were reactive rather than proactive. We must practice our response skills and techniques for unexpected situations more diligently. Additionally, our options for dealing with the metal robots encountered at Kuanjin were insufficient. Secondly, our current traditional military uniforms are prone to damage, leaving us looking ragged after missions. After fighting in dust and dirt-filled environments, we might as well be candidates for the beggar's sect. His words elicited laughter, as everyone envisioned the scene, lightening the mood and enhancing camaraderie among the team. At this juncture, Old Black interjected, I would like to add that since we often engage in close combat with the enemy, more cold weapons are required. However, carrying standard laser guns is quite inconvenient. Furthermore, when I jumped onto the flying vehicle to disable the rotor, I found my dagger lacking in length and sharpness. Initially, specialized daggers were distributed based on combat proficiency, with the assumption that others would not require them often. Yet, in complex environments, close-quarters combat became increasingly common. Sure How recognized this issue and stated, we will equip everyone with specialized daggers and triangular military daggers. We need to communicate with the equipment research personnel to develop a dagger that best suits our needs. At this moment, LV Wei interjected, stating, I will collaborate with the comrades in the equipment room today to explore the plans regarding the issues of daggers and military knives, the modification of laser guns, as well as the special uniforms and armor, and promptly produce tangible results. After a moment of contemplation, Sure How remarked, as for the issue of carrying firearms, my preliminary idea is to create a specially designed backpack that can securely hold the laser gun and other equipment, while also allowing for easy access. Of course, the specific plan still requires discussions between Captain LV and the comrades in the equipment room. Once the meeting adjourned, LV Wei hurried to the equipment room, while the others began to deliberate and practice their strategies and techniques, such as hypothesizing how to contend with a more formidable metallic semi-bionic robot and what plans could be devised. During the rehearsal, Sure How recalled something and called LV Wei. Isn't the robot that appeared last from the Kunjin group still on the other side of the border? Could you coordinate to have that robot transported to the Panlong base? The members of the Panlong squad engaged in their daily routine of training, while Sure How assigned them a task to formulate a comprehensive training outline. Although the expansion of the Panlong squad had yet to commence, it was imperative to prepare these foundational tasks in advance. Upon grasping the intent, Wu Ruinfa installed a bionic brain of the Huangshan-class robot into Xiao Kuan's head and embedded a training program specifically designed for the Huangshan-class bionic training robots from the Second Research Institute. Wu Ruinfa generously provided 5 Huangshan-class training robots to the Panlong base, thereby enhancing Sure Hao's training regimen with additional options. Given Xiao Kuan's imposing stature, the purpose of utilizing it as a training partner was to help the team members overcome their fears and discover methods to subdue it in critical situations. In the presence of the Ling Shan-level Panlong squad members, the Huangshan-class training robots appeared inadequate, yet they served well for honing combat techniques and strategies. Once Xiao Kuan and the Huangshan-class training robots were in position, all participants began their training regimen of sparring with the robots. Each member was tasked with finding various ways to defeat or subdue Xiao Kuan, due to its lack of pain perception and its construction from advanced alloy materials, far superior to the semi-bionic materials previously used by Sure Hao. Xiao Kuan was exceptionally resilient and formidable in size, making it a significant challenge to vanquish. The first to step up was the big guy, whose height only reached Xiao Kuan's waist. He initially attempted to push it with sheer force, but Xiao Kuan remained steadfast, swaying slightly but not yielding. Realizing that brute strength was ineffective, the big guy circled around to Xiao Kuan's back, leaping high in an attempt to wrap his arms around its neck and bring it down. Caught off guard, Xiao Kuan stumbled momentarily but regained its balance, forcing the big guy to reconsider his approach. After a brief retreat of several meters, the big guy accelerated towards Xiao Kuan, executing a slide to position himself behind it. He then launched himself at Xiao Kuan's knee, causing its leg to bend, and as he descended, he used his hands to push against the ground and leap high once more, successfully wrapping his arms around Xiao Kuan's neck. With a resounding crash, Xiao Kuan toppled to the ground, but the big guy found himself pinned beneath it, wincing in discomfort. Despite his predicament, he deemed it a victorious takedown. After rising, the big guy refrained from further sparring, opting instead to ponder the optimal approach to subdue Xiao Kuan. Others attempted their practice, yet none succeeded in overcoming Xiao Kuan. The most unfortunate was the pigeon, who lacked combat prowess and the requisite awareness for such encounters. Although Xiao Kuan's movements were slow, he found himself on the receiving end of blows. Laura, utilizing her combat skills, managed to suppress Xiao Kuan but had yet to devise a method to defeat it. Wang Ping and Old He, relying on their experience and strength, fared somewhat better, while Heiyu and Wu Feng performed slightly better than the pigeon, though not by much. Mickey initially struggled with technique, finding himself on the receiving end, but after several encounters and learning from Laura's experience, he managed to exert a slight advantage. Sure how, leveraging his formidable physical prowess, approached Xiao Kuan and seized its leg, pulling it with all his might. Xiao Kuan stumbled, crashing to the ground. As it rose again, Sure Hao executed a high kick to its head, disorienting it, and upon descending, he positioned himself back-to-back with Xiao Kuan, wrapping his arms around its neck and delivering a suplex that sent Xiao Kuan crashing back to the ground. The members of the Panlong squad gaped in astonishment at Sure Hao's display of strength. During their assignments, they were accustomed to being in charge, and this was their first encounter with their captain's remarkable abilities. Observing the evident disparity, they mechanically raised their hands in a lackluster applause, while Mickey jubilantly cheered. Long live the captain, garnering disdainful glances from the group. Sure Hao encouraged them to practice diligently, seek out weaknesses, and assured them of their potential success. With a self-satisfied demeanor, he whistled and turned away, reminiscent of his days in the Special Forces 35 years prior. The others, armed with the Huangshan-class training robots, continued to refine their skills, releasing their frustrations before challenging Xiao Kuan once again, gradually improving with each attempt. After 2 or 3 days, Sure Hao summoned Wu Ruanfa once more, and after extensive discussion, Wu Ruanfa enlisted 3 staff members from the Second Research Institute to induce a sleep state in Xiao Kuan. They laid it down and equipped it with numerous sensors throughout its body while updating its program. Following this, Xiao Kuan underwent similar enhancements, updating the Huangshan-class training robots without additional installations, as the bionic neural network of the robots was capable of extracting data to function as sensors. Within half a day, both Xiao Kuan and the 5 Huangshan-class training robots completed their upgrades. Sure Hao said nothing, signaling everyone to engage with the Huangshan-class training robots and Xiao Kuan once more. Uncertain of the situation, the big guy hesitated to challenge Xiao Kuan directly and opted for the Huangshan-class training robot designated as Panlong No. 1. To facilitate training, Sure Hao had assigned numbers to the Huangshan-class robots, from Panlong No. 1 to Panlong No. 5. Having trained with the Huangshan-class robots several times over the past few days, the big guy approached with the same intensity as before, only to find Panlong No. 1 effectively countering his force, refusing to be toppled as it had been previously. Panlong No. 1 taunted, "Big guy, muster all your strength. I'm not what I once was." Sure Hao deemed the previous iterations of the Huangshan-class training robots inadequate for the Panlong squad's needs, prompting him to consult Wu Ruanfa about enhancements. Wu Ruanfa collaborated with the staff to upgrade the embedded programs within the Huangshan-class training robots, enhancing their responsiveness, agility, and strength metrics. Additionally, he elevated the brain's reaction speed to its maximum, enabling predictive responses to the trainees' movements, while shamelessly incorporating a mode for verbal provocations to stimulate combativeness. With the installation of bionic sensors throughout Xiao Kuan's body, it could now accurately assess damage sustained, thereby facilitating precise determinations of victory or defeat and enhancing Xiao Kuan's agility, ensuring it would no longer serve merely as a stationary target. From that day forward, the training ground reverberated with the sounds of combat and taunts, as Panlong No. 1 through No. 5 were increasingly subjected to punishment, becoming more taunting as they were beaten relentlessly. After approximately a week of training, Heiyu, Wu Feng, and the pigeon could easily dominate Panlong No. 1 through No. 5, while the remaining 5 members began simultaneously challenging 2 upgraded Huangshan-class training robots. The big guy relied on strength, Laura and Mickey on agility, while Wang Ping and Old He utilized their experience to devise multiple tactics to defeat Xiao Kuan. Heiyu, Wu Feng, and the pigeon occasionally found success, though they often endured severe punishment from Xiao Kuan. A few more days of training passed, and Heiyu, Wu Feng, and the pigeon had learned to overpower Xiao Kuan, acquiring various methods to do so through the guidance of their teammates. During this time, specialized equipment was also developed. The daggers were lengthened by a quarter, while the trident military stabber underwent minimal alteration. However, both the dagger and the military stabber experienced significant improvements in material composition. Now, Haosher could supply military-grade materials without restriction incorporating Hauscher's advancements rather than mere nanocoatings. The newly designed starship also utilized this enhanced material, significantly improving the sharpness, hardness, and toughness of the daggers. In terms of firearms, the Equipment Research Institute adopted the latest nuclear batteries, resulting in laser guns that were one-third smaller in size, while maintaining comparable firepower to previous heavy laser guns. Additionally, a design akin to a grenade launcher was integrated, utilizing smaller explosive and hard alloy projectiles, designed for universal magazine compatibility, with a button to switch between laser and bullet modes for convenience. Customized sniper rifles were developed for Hayu and Wufeng, featuring both laser and bullet firing modes, with extended barrels for greater power and range, and were modular for easy disassembly. A specialized backpack has been created, equipped with a holster designed to securely hold a laser gun. Additionally, it features a small pocket for spare nuclear batteries and magazines. The interior of the backpack offers ample space, and once the straps are adjusted, it fits snugly against the back without swaying, ensuring that it does not hinder running or combat. Considering the weight-bearing capacity of the members of the Dragon Squad, the entire backpack is crafted from a special material that can support a maximum weight of 500 kilograms. The combat uniform is made from this unique material, enhanced with a layer of nano-coating on the exterior, rendering it impervious to ordinary knives while allowing specially crafted daggers to cut through with sufficient force. Furthermore, a hood made from this reinforced material has been designed for crucial moments to protect the head from harm, which can be conveniently stored within the backpack when not in use. The comrades from the Equipment Research Laboratory have also improved their use of flying needles and flying cones, changing the material to that of the daggers. The flying needles have been thickened and transformed into small flying cones, increasing their weight and penetrating power. Each member is uniformly equipped with 30 of these flying cones, stored in specialized pouches. After more than half a month of dedicated effort, everyone's combat capabilities have significantly enhanced, and the equipment is nearly fully prepared, laying a solid foundation for the expansion of the Dragon team. Once all preparations were finalized, Shihao visited Wu Yi's office to report on the training and equipment status. The training outline for the Dragon Squad has been completely established, and he also suggested the development of training robots and an intelligent training room, setting up programs and intensities that are more suitable for the Dragon Squad members. After listening to Shihao's report, Wu Yi felt greatly pleased, surprised by the rapid progress Shihao had made. Transitioning from nothing to establishing a complete training system is indeed the most challenging task. He is now ready to report this situation to expedite the expansion efforts of the Dragon team. In truth, even if you had not come to find me today, I would have sought you out. There is something important I need to discuss. News from Los City yesterday indicated that Feng Biao has escaped. However, do not be alarmed. We dispatched several members of the Tenglong team that very day to discreetly protect Shi Shirui, Su Wuqing, and Su Yuan. Additionally, based on the analysis from the site investigation, it appears that Feng Biao was rescued, but the motives of the individual behind this act are not solely for the purpose of rescuing him. Although Shihao was somewhat taken aback by this revelation, he remained unperturbed. Feng Biao is an ordinary person, and should they encounter him, the Tenglong team could easily apprehend him. Hearing Wu Yi's words, he questioned with some confusion, if it is not to rescue Feng Biao, then what is the purpose? Before divulging any information, Wu Yi always relishes a cigarette, and today is no exception. After taking a drag, he remarked, this time, not only Feng Biao has been rescued, 3 others have also escaped, each from different cells. All 4 of them are death row inmates, and intriguingly, they were previously unacquainted. Indeed, we had speculated similarly. Beneath the 4 cells, a passage was excavated, just wide enough for a single individual to traverse. The tunnel did not exhibit the precision of mechanical excavation. Rather, its walls were uneven and far from circular. However, the undertaking of digging 4 tunnels without detection from prison staff indicates the involvement of extraordinary individuals. Wu Yi continued. The characteristics of this excavation bear a striking resemblance to that of a pangolin. Therefore, we suspect it may be the work of genetically modified beings resulting from human-animal gene fusion. Upon hearing this, Shihao sensed the gravity of the situation and inquired, could it be that these 4 individuals, once freed, will undergo further human-animal gene fusion? Wu Yi extinguished his cigarette and affirmed, we indeed believe this to be the case and have identified a suspect. Lu Jiaoshu may be behind this. Shihao responded, Lu Jiaoshu, what a peculiar name. This individual, surnamed Lu, was once a university professor and a genetic expert. Despite the nation's explicit prohibition against human-animal gene fusion, he continued his reckless pursuits. Both of the two recent student disappearance cases at his university pointed to him. By the time the police gathered evidence to apprehend him, he had vanished without a trace. Earning him the moniker Lu Jiaoshou, Wu expressed his concerns, saying, if he has successfully liberated 4 death row inmates and if human-animal gene fusion occurs, the implications for society could be catastrophic. Thus, the Panlong squad must take action. Director Xie had already assembled a team, awaiting their arrival. Hao addressed Director Xie, stating, I wish to examine the scene. Please brief me on the specifics. The group boarded a vehicle, speeding towards the city's first prison. During the journey, Director Xie succinctly updated them on the case's progress. They followed the escape route taken by Feng Biao and others, only to find the exit concealed in a desolate area. Deliberately damaged, with all traces of scent masked, leaving the police dogs unable to ascertain their escape direction. Given the severity of the situation and potential hazards, all city informants were mobilized to search for clues, enlisting the assistance of neighborhood and village committees to report any anomalies. Thus far, 268 leads had been received, of which 261 had been ruled out, leaving 7 under investigation. Upon reaching the prison, they discovered that the cement floor had been breached, with an opening beneath the beds. Hao and his companions crawled inside, observing signs of excavation resembling the marks left by a hoe, irregular yet meticulous. Progressing through the tunnel for several dozen meters, they encountered a junction that branched into 4 paths, each leading to a different cell, the tunnel itself winding like a serpent. At the end, they emerged into a natural small canyon, where the excavated earth had been dumped, filling a third of the canyon. A slightly uneven platform a few meters from the exit was evidently designed for the landing of a vehicle. After checking the central network, they realized that the vehicle had its connectivity disabled at the time, rendering its flight path untraceable. Director Xie explained the vehicle's disappearance. The soil in this area had been disturbed and treated with chemical agents to mask scents, leaving the police dogs with no viable leads. Director Xie expressed his exasperation. Hao instructed Wang Ping to bring Ahu for a thorough search. After a few minutes, a torn piece of fabric was discovered, identified as material from prison attire. Upon seeing this progress, Director Xie's eyes lit up. He thought to himself that Hao and his team indeed had their methods, especially considering their previous success in apprehending Feng Biao. Ahu, an experienced police dog equipped with a bionic brain, possessed a significantly heightened sense of smell, capable of detecting the faintest scent variations. Hao then requested Director Xie to detail the 7 remaining leads that had not yet been dismissed. After careful consideration, they ultimately focused on 3 leads indicating unusual subterranean noises for further investigation. One remaining lead was reported from a village on the outskirts, where residents noted persistent thudding sounds underground. As they approached the village, Hao instructed everyone to disembark, signaling the police to maintain a perimeter and not enter. He had Ahu sniff the small piece of fabric once more. Wang Ping carefully led Ahu towards the village, and upon reaching its edge, Ahu nudged Wang Ping and lay down, unmoving. By evening, Hao arranged for the village chief to discreetly inform residents to evacuate under the pretense of going to the city for a movie, instructing them not to move the houses near the area in question. The evacuation had to be swift and quiet to avoid unnecessary casualties. They would provide cover during the evacuation, and Hao was quick to finalize an operational plan, prioritizing the safety of the villagers given the potential danger posed by Lu Jiaoshou's group. Hao instructed Wang Ping to continue monitoring ground activity with equipment to accurately determine their position. They remained hidden, waiting for nightfall. As dusk approached, Director Xie began coordinating vehicles on the opposite side of the village, while the village chief went door to door to notify residents of the evacuation. Hao and his team positioned themselves at the village's edge, concealed behind houses to discreetly assist with the evacuation. As the last household was evacuated, the ground 20 meters beyond the village's edge suddenly cracked open. Hao heard the commotion and dashed towards the last house, swiftly rescuing a mother and daughter and handing them over to Director Xie's personnel. The little girl, being carried, exclaimed in excitement, "Wow, we're flying." Immediately, Hao surged towards the outskirts of the village, where the rest of the Panlong squad had already charged out, while Director Xie ordered all police to draw their weapons and surround the bus. From the ground emerged a dozen individuals, with one man clad in a white lab coat positioned prominently in the back. He was undoubtedly Lu Jiaoshou. The others stood menacingly around him, with Feng Biao among them. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Jiaoshou had detected Shi Hao and his team during the day. The birds in the trees had been genetically modified to serve as his surveillance operatives. Anticipating a night operation akin to Shi Hao's plans, he had considered that even if they could not overpower them, they could escape under the cover of darkness. However, upon observing the evacuation of the villagers, he realized he could not remain passive and chose to confront Shi Hao. In the past few days, Lu Jiaoshou had been preoccupied with the gene fusion of Feng Biao and his companions. The thudding sounds were the result of their training to adapt to their new physiques. Feng Biao had integrated wolf genes, while the others had genes of tigers, leopards, and lions. The excavation was carried out by those infused with pangolin genes. And factoring in the previous modifications of bears, rhinos, cobras, and hyenas, there were now 9 genetically altered beings. Lu Jiaoshou's ambition was to forge a battalion of modified individuals, with little regard for the consequences. Feng Biao glared at Shi Hao, stating, "Kid, I was just looking for you to settle the score. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me. I bet you didn't think you'd be here in less than 20 years, did you? Haha." With that, he lunged toward Shi Hao. Lu Jiaoshou's reckless endeavor to rescue death row inmates stemmed from his recognition of their heinous nature, lacking humanity and exhibiting brutality. After undergoing human-animal gene fusion, if their dispositions clashed due to cowardice or reluctance to sacrifice, their combat efficacy would be severely compromised. Shi Hao drew his dagger and declared, "No mercy for these bastards. Not a single one shall escape." As Feng Biao lunged at him, Shi Hao deftly sidestepped, sending Feng Biao tumbling to the ground. He rose, rubbing his legs, now hesitant to act against Shi Hao, having been taken aback by his formidable prowess. At that moment, Shi Hao propelled 2 flying darts towards Feng Biao's eyes. In a hurried attempt to shield himself, Feng Biao raised his hands, but his arms were struck directly. As Shi Hao dashed forward, a dagger plunged into Feng Biao's chest just as he lowered his hands. A sudden chill and sharp pain coursed through him, leaving him gasping for breath, his eyes wide with disbelief as he succumbed to an unyielding fate, his heart brimming with frustration. Meanwhile, a fierce battle ensued among the others. The towering figure confronted a genetically modified bear, engaging in a contest of strength. Lao He and Wang Ping faced off against genetically altered tigers and lions, while Mickey maneuvered nimbly against a genetically enhanced leopard, their struggle evenly matched. He found himself up against a hyena mutant, and Laura clashed with a cobra hybrid. Wu Feng and Xian Ge united to confront a rhinoceros mutant. In a swift display of skill, Laura severed the neck of the cobra hybrid, and before the body could hit the ground, she dashed to assist the beleaguered He Yu. Shi Hao stealthily approached the area of Lu Jiaoshou, who, sensing impending danger, hurriedly activated a switch behind him, releasing dozens of stray cats from a cage. "Enjoy yourself, young man," he remarked before the pangolin mutant, and Lu Jiaoshou retreated into a hidden passage. Lu Jiaoshou was taken aback by the rapid demise of 2 mutants. In a bid for his own safety, he unleashed his trump card. The stray cats, now infused with tiger genes, had undergone mutations, exhibiting heightened aggression and indiscriminate attack patterns. With the feral cats unleashed, Lu Jiaoshou quickly vacated the battlefield. Chapter 45, The Daxiong Group. Stonehao was taken aback by the scene before him. He had already noticed the peculiarities of these stray cats. Their claws were long and sharp. A few had leaped high and landed near him. As he raised his hand to shield himself, he felt the cats' bodies were remarkably hard. He swiftly drew his dagger and military knife to hunt them down. The cat's eyes glowed red, emitting terrifying growls that sent shivers down the spines of those watching. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Laura made a daring leap, thrusting her dagger and military knife simultaneously. Black Feather, witnessing this, targeted the lower body of a hyena hybrid, eliminating it before assisting Woofing and the pigeon. Laura quickly dealt with the nearby Old Black. The giant, gathering strength, lifted and leaped, his dagger following to pierce the head of the staggering bear gene hybrid. Together, they engaged in combat, wielding daggers and military knives to hunt down the mutated stray cats. These cats attacked upon sight, their bloodthirsty nature preventing any retreat. After a fierce struggle lasting several minutes, they finally eradicated all the stray cats. They then pursued through a passage, only to find no trace of Lu Jiaoshou. Stonehao instructed Wang Ping to track the scent left by Lu Jiaoshou, and upon reaching the city, Wang Ping changed into civilian clothes, appearing casually with his dog. Eventually, Ahu stopped in front of a grand commercial building, nudging Wang Ping before lying down motionless. Without direct evidence, they could not enter to search. After contemplating for a moment, Stonehow called Director Xie and said, "Director Xie, we are tracing Lu Jiaoshuo's whereabouts and have reached the foot of Daxiong Building. The trail has gone cold." Director Xie paused before replying. "Are you suspecting something is amiss with Daxiong Building?" Stonehow clarified, "I am merely suspicious and not certain. I would like your assistance in gathering all information regarding the Daxiong Group." Seeing that there was no intention to investigate Daxiong Group, Director Xie sighed in relief and said, "No problem. We will swiftly collect the data on the Daxiong Group for you." The Daxiong Group was a significant taxpayer in Luoshi City and a publicly listed company. It was not something that could be casually investigated. Stonehow instructed Wang Ping, "Come with me." He arranged for the others to rest and went directly to find Wang Guiyong. Upon seeing Stonehow, Wang Guiyong greeted, "How's he? I heard you eliminated all the drug traffickers at the border." Old Wan, as a commander, could you refrain from being so down-to-earth in your speech? Stonehow replied, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Wang Guiyong acknowledged, "Despite your light-hearted words, I understand the difficulty of the process. Regardless, you have accomplished something significant. Ask for whatever you need, and I, Wang Guiyong, shall not hesitate. You speak truly. I came today with a request for your assistance in investigating the Daxiong Group's background." Stonehow said, trusting his instincts that the Daxiong Group was not as simple as it appeared. After explaining the details of the Lu Jiaoshuo case, they shared some tea. Wang Guiyong remarked, "If, as you say, Lu Jiaoshuo is hiding within the Daxiong Group, it suggests there are many hidden agendas within the organization." Meanwhile, in the underground of Daxiong Group, Li Daxiong and Lu Jiaoshuo sat on a sofa engaged in conversation. This level was secretly excavated by Li Daxiong. The chairman of Daxiong Group, along with his trusted aides and the pangolin gene hybrid, unbeknownst to the original construction team and unrelated individuals. Li Daxiong, feeling perturbed, questioned Lu Jiaoshuo, "Professor, weren't you full of ambition the other day? How come today you are hiding here?" His tone had lost its usual politeness. Lu Jiaoshuo, equally irked, retorted, "Li Daxiong, do not think I am unaware of your intentions. Are you afraid I will expose you? Without me, would you have achieved your current status?" Li Daxiong chuckled awkwardly at this remark and asked, "Professor, that was not my intention. What are your plans moving forward?" Lu Jiaoshuo impatiently interrupted, "Rest assured, I will not undermine your foundation. Additionally, reinforce the staircase leading upwards. There is no need for concern regarding safety." With a dismissive wave, he closed his eyes and ceased further conversation. Li Daxiong, feeling helpless, departed. In truth, he was over 80 years old. Having been a prominent figure over 50 years ago during the rampant usury that led to a crisis of trust throughout society, he founded Daxiong Network Technology Company, which was ostensibly high-tech but functioned as a collection agency for banks, online loan companies, and usurers. After gaining some notoriety, he aimed to list the company in the United States but faced societal pressure and scrutiny from authorities, thwarting his efforts. Following years of struggles, he managed to amass some wealth, though not enough to be deemed rich. In pursuit of longevity, he partnered with Lu Jiaoshuo, then a university professor, and after several encounters, decided to undergo gene fusion experiments, ultimately choosing to fuse with fox genes. The experiment was a success, rejuvenating his cells to the point where he appeared to be only 40 years old. When Lu Jiaoshuo got into trouble, it was Li Daxiong who offered him refuge. After fusing with fox genes, Li Daxiong indeed became more intelligent and cunning, full of vigor, and gradually expanded the Daxiong Group into a well-known entity in Luoshi City. While harboring resentment, he recognized that Lu Jiaoshuo held his greatest secret, and he was envious of Lu Jiaoshuo's gene fusion technology, leaving him with no choice but to feign compliance and send his aides to procure whatever Lu Jiaoshuo required. Stonehow observed Shaorue and noticed the undeniable weariness on her face, which, however, also carried an air of authority. He advised, "Do not solely focus on work. Take care of your health." Stonehow had considered suggesting gene modification for them, akin to Su Yan, believing the state would likely approve, but ultimately decided it was better for them to maintain their current lives and revisit the idea in a few years. Seeing her, despite her fatigue, working with happiness, eased his concerns. The day after their meeting, Su Wuqing and his team proceeded with the company registration, which required Stonehow's electronic signature. Once the registration was completed, Wang Yukai arranged for the funds to be transferred. Under Li Liangwei's coordination, Laughing Group allocated a vacant workshop to Haoshi Bionic Technology and completed the property transfer procedures. Sales centers across various regions responded positively, and the first batch of 10 display centers was set to open simultaneously. The production line had been in place for 2 weeks and had commenced trial production, with product quality meeting the standards set by Director Wu. The first batch would be installed free of charge for disabled veterans. It was anticipated that in another 2 weeks, products would gradually enter the market, as prosthetics required customization. Display items would be launched initially, and training for sales personnel was progressing systematically. Stonehow felt the progress was swift. Being an outsider, he could not provide much input. He inquired, "Prosthetics are just one aspect. Can we develop bionic pets in the near future?" Su Wuqing replied, "I consulted Director Wu, and he suggested we send a few technicians to learn modeling. As for the internal programming for the bionic pets, he can provide the development software, allowing us to create according to our needs." At this moment, Stonehow recalled Ahu and solemnly stated, "The development of internal programs must undergo multiple reviews. With layered key authorization, unapproved software must not be integrated into the bionic pets." Su Wuqing understood Stonehow's intent, emphasizing the safety of children and humans, saying, "Director Wu has also raised this point. He will set up a warning system within the program to alert in case any programming personnel write threatening code, thereby eliminating potential dangers from the ground up." Shuhao felt that Director Wu's considerations were thorough and meticulous. He remarked, "Even so, you must impose restrictions on the process. This matter can be approved, but it cannot be neglected." Upon hearing that the National Security Agency had intervened, Shuhao realized the depths of the situation involving the Daxiong Group. He exchanged greetings with Su Wuqing and Shi Sherue before promptly departing. Volume 1, The Sorrow of Earth, Chapter 46. The arrangement. Shuhao arrived at the National Security Bureau and sat down to hear the investigators elaborate on the issues surrounding the Daxiong Group. The first concern was the shareholder structure of the Daxiong Group. Li Daxiong held only about 8 of the shares, while 3 foreign investment funds collectively owned 38. The remaining shares were entirely traded on the secondary market. Each of these funds had representatives on the board of directors, and some senior executives were also affiliated with these funds, indicating that their involvement was not merely financial. Investigation revealed that the major shareholders behind these funds pointed to one of Japan's 4 prominent families, the Tino family. The policy permitting foreign investments in Chinese companies had long been relaxed, which was not inherently problematic. However, the Daxiong Group had been exceedingly proactive in recent years, consistently purchasing stocks of 2 companies in the secondary market during times of low stock prices. Their aggressive moves revealed ambitions for control, and the combination of a sluggish stock market and high stock pledge ratios for those 2 companies left them vulnerable. Consequently, the Daxiong Group easily subdued any resistance and successfully gained control. Immediately upon acquiring control, the Daxiong Group reorganized the board and replaced the management team. One of the companies was a mining enterprise named Lanyu Mining, which owned its own mines, processing plants, and smelting facilities, producing rare earth metals. The other was a large entertainment company called Tianming Entertainment, involved in film, gaming, animation, and merchandise, notably holding copyrights to several major intellectual properties of significant market value. The Banking Regulatory Commission, in collaboration with the Economic Investigation Bureau, initiated an investigation upon discovering the Tino family's involvement, sensing the complexity of the situation, and subsequently transferred the case to the National Security Bureau. Shuhao was astonished to uncover such a significant issue within the Daxiong Group, feeling an unusual surge of indignation, primarily due to the foreign connections. "What is the directive from above? Are we to proceed with arrests or take another approach?" Shuhao inquired directly. After pondering for a moment, he added, "I can devise a strategy to mitigate losses, but I will require 1 to 2 months for groundwork. Please report to the higher-ups first. If approved, I shall commence action." "Understood. I will promptly report to the superiors and notify you as soon as there is any news," replied the investigator, along with others involved in the case, feeling relieved to have a plan moving forward. They arranged for Heiyu and Wufing to rent an apartment across from the Daxiong building for round-the-clock surveillance. Carrier pigeons were equipped with communication devices to ensure seamless communication among all parties, while the large man remained on standby in the apartment for immediate support. Laura and Mickey prepared to infiltrate the Daxiong Group for investigation and assistance. The National Security Bureau's team responsible for the Daxiong Group investigation fully collaborated with Shuhao's efforts. After a day of brainstorming, Laura mastered the comprehensive knowledge and past experiences relevant to the Daxiong Group's operations. Subsequently, a personnel officer dispatched by the National Security Bureau was recruited into the project department of the Daxiong Group. Mickey, on the other hand, obtained a recent graduate certificate from a certain technological university in Los City, entering as an intern during campus recruitment, wearing black-rimmed glasses and casual attire. He blended seamlessly with the student identity. His diploma stated he majored in business administration, and thus he was assigned to the corporate management department as an intern, performing menial tasks, which provided him with substantial convenience. "Dear sister, seeing you has deepened my understanding of the word beautiful," Mickey said, resting his chin on the bar counter while addressing a beauty at the reception, enunciating beautiful with emphasis. "Sister, you must wear a mask when you finish work," he added. "Why? Oh, are you going on a date, Li Gu? You're looking quite dapper today." His sweet demeanor extended to male colleagues as well. He frequently visited various departments, casually distributing snacks to this one and that one. Within days, everyone in the Daxiong building became acquainted with Mickey and treated him amicably. Laura was astonished by Mickey's behavior and achievements, having never witnessed such an overt undercover operation. For Mickey, this was likely a role he naturally embodied. Despite being an undercover agent, his innate love for socializing prevailed. Most employees were decent, as long as empathy was reciprocated. Sure how dialed Su Yan, who was stationed at the lunar base. Before he could speak, Su Yan greeted him. "General, the higher-ups have already informed me. The Huagua lunar mining company we established on the moon will grant the Earth Agency rights for collagen stones to Haoshi Bionic Technology Company." Once Su Yan finished, Sure Hao seized the opportunity to respond. "Xiao Su, I won't indulge in pleasantries. I will forever remember this favor." Su Yan replied, "General, you are too courteous. The establishment of the Huagua Lunar Mining Company was intended for commercial operations, and the agency rights for collagen stones were bound to be delegated eventually. It is most prudent to entrust it to you. As for the agency rights for Haoshi and silica stones, they will be allocated to 2 military enterprises of Huagua. Rest assured, should you require them, they will offer you the best prices." Although granting agency rights for collagen stones to an individual was somewhat irregular, the state could not directly provide Sure Hao with funding, thus facilitating support in this manner. The higher-ups had also explained the underlying complexities to Sure Hao, and Su Yan's clarification made him feel somewhat embarrassed. "Xiao Su, it is already an exception to grant me the agency rights for collagen stones. Let us skip the formalities. If you need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask." "Certainly, General. I sincerely hope you can visit the lunar base again. I will ensure you have a delightful tour." After Su Yan's arrival at the lunar base, he intensified the construction efforts and advanced the commercial process, working on establishing a residential community on the moon, which would eventually be placed on the market. After a casual conversation about recent events, Sure Hao ended the call and began devising a comprehensive strategy to address the Daxiong Group. At 2 p.m., in the office of the chairman of Lafong Group, Sure Hao, Wang Yukai, and Su Wuqing sat on the sofa engaging in discussions. "Mr. Wang, I will be direct," Sure Hao stated to Wang Yukai. Wang Yukai nodded in agreement. "Please, Mr. Sure, proceed." "Mr. Wang, you are aware of another listed company in Los City, the Daxiong Group?" "Indeed. However, our main businesses do not overlap. So I am not well acquainted with Daxiong Group's primary operations. I have encountered Li Daxiong at social gatherings a couple of times, but I found him rather unreliable, which prevented me from establishing a closer relationship. It is said that he and the Daxiong Group have a poor reputation." Wang Yukai candidly expressed his impressions of the Daxiong Group. "It is not merely poor, it is exceedingly bad. Li Daxiong may well be a puppet of the Japanese, and the Daxiong Group is controlled by the Tino family of Japan." Sure Hao recounted the misdeeds of the Daxiong Group to Wang Yukai. "Damn it. I have the utmost disdain for these traitorous entities. Most individuals of my age harbor negative sentiments towards Japan," Wang Yukai remarked, unable to restrain his expletive upon hearing Sure Hao's account. "Those of their caliber held national pride and honor in high regard. I am displeased, and I am preparing to take action against the Daxiong Group. My purpose in visiting today is to propose a partnership with you, Mr. Wang. I wonder how you feel about it." Sure Hao articulated his intentions for the visit. "Not an issue. Should you require funds, I will provide them. If you need manpower, I will offer personnel. I will lend my strength without a second thought," Wang Yukai replied, invigorated by the prospect of a collaboration. "Great. I relish engaging with forthright individuals like you, Mr. Wang." Sure Hao sincerely praised him. "First, I have good news. The issue with collagen stones has been resolved. The state has granted us the Earth Agency rights for collagen stones." Sure Hao aimed to instill confidence in Wang Yukai and Su Wuqing, administering a shot of reassurance. "Please, both of you, remain calm. You have weathered many storms, Maintain your composure, Shihao said with a smile. Additionally, Director Wu has provided me with concrete information. The production of the Huangshan-level simplified bionic robot can commence preparations. Shihao took another injection. The two men rose once more. Unable to remain seated, Wang Yukai uncorked a bottle of red wine, pouring himself and Su Wuching a glass. Aware that Shihao could neither eat nor drink, Wang Yukai poured a modest amount aside as a gesture. Wang Yukai downed his wine in one gulp, declaring, "General Shi, whatever course of action you deem necessary, I shall follow without hesitation. I am prepared to wager the entirety of the Laughing Group against the Daxiang Group." Once the initial excitement subsided, Shihao resumed speaking. "Now that we have President Wang's support, the financial concerns are largely resolved. For the remaining portion, we shall devise a plan utilizing collagen stones." Shihao proceeded to outline the comprehensive strategy, beginning with the recruitment of subagents for collagen stones nationwide. Given that collagen stones are currently classified as strategic resources, stringent controls must be enforced to prevent international leakage. This will require a substantial deposit. The preliminary plan involves appointing 5 regional agents, each contributing a guarantee of 8 billion Huaxia coins, predominantly from state-owned enterprises. The shares of the Daxiang Group are presently fully tradable, totaling 80 million shares, with a fluctuating price around 1,500 yuan. Owing to the presence of their own securities management department, the Daxiang Group has been subtly manipulating stock prices, which have surged from mere dozens of yuan to 1,500 yuan over the years. Market analysts have heralded it as a premium blue-chip stock, with a total market capitalization of approximately 120 billion. Therefore, at least 30 billion to 50 billion must be raised to initially stabilize the share price. The specific amount will necessitate the formation of a professional team for execution. Shihao calculated that Haoshi Company could allocate half of the deposit, amounting to 20 billion, while Wang Yukai would contribute another 20 billion, bringing the total to around 40 billion. However, Wang Yukai consulted with experts and, after consideration, decided to pledge additional shares to raise another 20 billion, resulting in a total of 60 billion in available funds. Once the plan was solidified, Su Wuching promptly sought out Li Liangwei to advance the recruitment of collagen stone agents, while Wang Yukai began arranging for the pledge of shares. Shihao then called Laura to say, "I have a document regarding the recruitment of agents for collagen stones. Please facilitate a connection between the Daxiang Group and Haoshi Bionic Company, guiding them to discuss collaboration with Su Wuching at Haoshi Bionic Company." Laura composed an extensive report on the future prospects of collagen stone on behalf of the project department, eloquently articulating her views over several thousand words. The essence of her message was clear. To miss out on collagen stone now would equate to missing the opportunity of a lifetime, a regret that would linger eternally. As for the project manager who was deceived by Laura and coerced into a hotel, he was forced to spend his own money on an escort, resulting in a video that is best left undescribed. Since then, he has regarded Laura with the same terror a mouse feels when confronted by a cat. After concluding a phone call with Tano Yuharu, Li Daxiong promptly brought his secretary to pay a visit to Su Wuching, intending to clarify their purpose. Su Wuching, having already received instructions from Shihao, greeted them with feigned courtesy, expressing his honor at their visit to his modest company. After the initial pleasantries, Su continued, noting that they had seen the terms for investment, which primarily favored state-owned enterprises. He indicated that as a private enterprise, their approval might be difficult to secure, especially since collagen stone is classified as a strategic material with stringent controls. Li Daxiong responded, suggesting that since their companies were neighbors in Luoshi City, they could facilitate a more favorable arrangement. To demonstrate their sincerity, he proposed to double the deposit. Su Wuching, intrigued by this offer, saw it as a favorable development and, though he put on a facade of reluctance, hinted at an alternative suggestion. He mentioned that they had been monitoring Li Daxiong's company, noting its stock's remarkable upward trajectory over the past few years, characterizing it as a rare quality stock. He proposed that they could consider a share swap, thus intertwining their fates and enabling further discussions. Li Daxiong remained silent, contemplating his next move. He excused himself to find a private spot to call Tano Yuharu. "Isn't it obvious?" he thought. "Though it may seem we are at a disadvantage, the global agency for Haoshi Biotech holds immense potential. Once we are in, we can gradually undermine and absorb them, regardless of the cost. We must secure this." Tano Yuharu was eager to negotiate personally, dismissing any concerns about Haoshi Biotech's background, confident in the Tano family's legacy to easily acquire an obscure small company. Li Daxiong felt a twinge of unease, sensing a lack of caution. Yet he approached Su Wuqing again, agreeing to the share swap proposal and promising to send professionals to discuss the specifics. Su confirmed that their leadership had also endorsed the plan, requiring a 10 billion deposit plus shares. However, recent adverse news about Li Daxiong's company had emerged, and their leadership stipulated that as long as the average stock price over the past 30 trading days remained above 1,400 yuan, they could proceed with the contract. Upon hearing this condition, Li Daxiong felt relieved. A quick agreement would have raised suspicions about Su Wuqing's true intentions. With his company's stock currently valued at over 1,500 yuan per share, he believed maintaining that level for 30 days would not pose a significant challenge, and he dismissed further concerns. Sure, how strategy was not merely to allay Li Daxiong's doubts, but to utilize the funds of Daxiong Group, alleviating the pressure on Wang Youcai's team and facilitating their comprehensive strategy. Wang Youcai had assembled a top-tier professional team, known as market snipers, renowned for their expertise in stock market maneuvers. They initially acquired approximately 15 of Daxiong Group's shares from various domestic funds, following prior arrangements, and the acquisition process went smoothly. Li Daxiong's team, initially alarmed, concluded that a major player was entering the market and did not pay close attention to the risks. Although the securities department of Daxiong Group had managed to sustain the stock's rise for years, their capabilities paled in comparison to the seasoned market snipers, who could react much more swiftly. In the fast-paced stock market, even a slight delay could prove fatal. On the third day, the market faced a downturn, falling below the previous day's lowest price, which incited panic selling. The stock price quickly plummeted to around 1,300 yuan. In a frantic effort to uphold the 1,400 yuan threshold mandated by Li Daxiong, his team hastily began buying, temporarily pushing the price back up to 1,380 yuan. Meanwhile, Wang Youcai's team consistently sold off shares, creating waves of panic that drained a significant portion of Li Daxiong's funds. Desperate, Li Daxiong began contacting brokerages and banks to pledge shares for financing, even raising an additional 10 billion yuan as a deposit for collagen stone. On the fourth day, an announcement regarding Daxiong Group's share pledges was made, revealing that they had already pledged 50 of their shares from prior acquisitions of Lanyu Mining and Tianming Entertainment. With the additional pledges from the previous day, the total had reached 90. After the market opened that day, Wang Youcai's team remained inactive, while Li Daxiong's team nonchalantly pushed the stock price back above 1,400 yuan, expending further funds until the close of trading. The fifth day saw a calm market. But that evening, a flurry of negative news about Daxiong Group surfaced online, accusing them of asset stripping from the two listed companies after their acquisitions, stirring outrage among investors. On the sixth day, Daxiong Group's stock opened down 6 points as Wang Youcai's team unleashed a series of large sell orders, provoking a wave of panic selling. Despite Li Daxiong's team buying in bulk, the selling pressure was relentless. At that moment, Li Daxiong's heart sank as he recalled Su Wuqing's conditions and analyzed the market movements over the past few days, realizing the gravity of the situation. He promptly instructed his team to cease their defensive strategies, but by then, a significant portion of their capital had already been depleted. The seventh and eighth days saw consecutive trading halts. On the eighth day, He Yu and Wu Feng, who had been monitoring Daxiong Tower, made a new discovery. A cargo truck had landed on the rooftop parking lot. They quickly relayed this information to Mickey, who was at the front desk chatting with a colleague. Upon receiving the news, he gracefully excused himself, then ascended the stairs with agility. Leaping 5 floors in a single bound and observing from behind a vehicle, he noticed several individuals unloading wooden crates from the truck. And as he crawled beneath a nearby vehicle, he spotted a genetic equipment symbol on the crates. The individuals transported the crates into the elevator, and after the doors closed, Mickey watched the indicator light until it reached the 3rd basement level. He swiftly leapt down the stairwell, using the handrail to slow his descent, and after 3 jumps, he landed on the rail of the 2nd basement level. Concerned about being heard, he paused for a moment before gently dropping to the 3rd basement level. Upon entering the elevator area, he saw the individuals still moving crates. Without hesitation, he approached them, rolling up his sleeves and offering assistance. They were puzzled but allowed him to help, and Mickey aided in transporting the crates just outside the elevator. The 3rd basement level resembled a deserted parking garage. A leading figure handed a cigarette to Mickey, remarking, "Such industrious young individuals are a rarity these days." "Thank you, my young brother. Here, have a smoke." Mickey, unabashed, accepted the cigarette, tucking it behind his ear, while boasting, "Indeed, I have only been here a few days, and everyone in the company praises my diligence. He continued to circle around the box, poking and prodding, questioning what treasures lie within this container. The onlookers exchanged glances, sensing his naivety, and decided to play along. The leader recognized the need to divert him quickly, stating, "Brother, these are for renovation. An office in the building is being refurbished. And these are tools meant for storage in the management room on the third basement level. Let's go. I'll help you move them," Mickey insisted, maintaining his bold demeanor. "No need. We've called for a forklift. It will be here shortly. You should return to work," the leader replied, slightly exasperated. While Mickey had been circling, he had stealthily placed a miniature crawling robot into the box. Judging the moment was right, he ambled toward the elevator, saying, "Well then, I'll be off. If you require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. Remember, I am in the corporate management department." As Mickey ascended in the elevator, the group watched him depart, chuckling and shaking their heads. The leader, however, did not underestimate Mickey. He called the front desk to verify his identity. The response confirmed the presence of such a person, noting his amiable nature, which reassured him. Upon reaching the floor of the corporate management department, Mickey found a secluded corner to call his accomplice, signaling for the robot to be activated. The accomplice awakened the robot, directing it to navigate through the crevices of the items within the box. The messenger pigeon was startled by the image of a large mouth transmitted to it, subsequently notifying Mickey. Upon hearing such a bizarre account, Mickey was momentarily taken aback, muttering, "Is it really this good? Can it be done this way? What a waste." With a resigned shake of his head, he reappeared on the third basement floor around noon, armed with yellow warning tape. After smashing the concrete floor a few meters away from the management office, he cordoned off the area with the tape, then broke several other sections of the floor before seeking assistance from the engineering department for repairs, overseeing their work without them noticing anything amiss. Mickey then deployed 3 crawling robots, one affixed to the roof outside the management office, unable to enter due to the narrow door gap. He concealed another at the door frame, while the last one was positioned at the elevator entrance. After completing his tasks, he moved to a secluded spot to call the messenger pigeon, instructing him to activate the 3 crawling robots. He also reported the situation to Sure Hao, who, upon learning that Lu Jiaxiu was in the Daxiong building, urged Mickey to find a way to infiltrate and capture Lu. Mickey arranged for a large individual to procure a set of power company maintenance uniforms. An hour later, he sabotaged the main power switch on the third basement floor, prompting the engineering department to investigate, ultimately leading them to contact the power company for repairs, thus allowing the large individual to enter the Daxiong building successfully. At this juncture, the individual who had led the box-moving effort earlier descended. Noticing 2 people in the darkened third basement, he approached to discover Mickey and an unfamiliar figure. Mickey explained that the floor was damaged and that the main power switch was also out of order, arousing the man's suspicions. Given that Mickey had previously caught a sheep for shearing, the broken floor and damaged power lines raised alarms, especially since this man was a trusted confidant of Li Daxiong, whose intellect was not to be underestimated. Connecting the events of the morning with those of the afternoon, he sensed something was amiss and prepared to call security. In response, the large individual kicked the man down, and he and Mickey swiftly descended. Upon reaching the ground, the large individual subdued the genetically modified pangolin, swiftly dispatching him with a knife to the neck, while Mickey effortlessly restrained Lu Jiaxiu, who was about to open a cage. Meanwhile, in the stock market, on the 9th day, Li Daxiong grew anxious as the stock price approached the margin call line. With dwindling funds, he began to intervene in the market again. While Wang Youcai's team started to engage in a tug-of-war with Li Daxiong's team, gradually lowering the stock price toward the liquidation threshold, slowly eroding the capital of the Daxiong group. Li Daxiong was compelled to seek assistance from Teng Yiyuhua. Yet he dared not disclose the plot surrounding the proxy collagen stone to him, opting to stabilize the market first. The 8th stake was the culmination of his lifelong efforts, and the Daxiong group represented years of strategic planning by the Teng family. Losing it would result in catastrophic losses, prompting Teng Yiyuhua to mobilize funds to support the market. On the 10th day, Wang Youcai's team once again opened with a significant drop, and as the stock price neared the margin call line, a wave of panic selling ensued. Just as Li Daxiong's team intended to buy in, Wang Youcai's team reversed course, initiating large-scale purchases. That day, the K-line formed a long lower shadow bullish candle, prompting Li Daxiong's team to rejoice and prepare for a follow-up assault the next day. On this day, Wang Youcai's team received a notification from Sure Hao to sell all shares of the Daxiong group within 2 days. though puzzled. They complied fully with their employer's instructions. On the 11th day, Wang Youcai's team executed a large order at a high opening, pushing the stock to its limit before beginning to sell smaller quantities. Li Daxiong's team aimed to seal the price limit, investing heavily to maintain a strong market presence, bolstered by the Teng family's support, which indeed instilled confidence in them. On the 12th day, Wang Youcai's team continued with significant orders at a high opening, with substantial funds flooding in, instantly capping the price limit. That morning, Wang Youcai's team liquidated all shares of the Daxiong Group. While the Daxiong Group's support funds had depleted by 2/3, distancing the stock price from the margin call line. During the midday trading halt, Li Daxiong's team opened a bottle of wine to celebrate, but before they could finish, a shocking piece of news struck like a bolt from the blue. During the trading suspension, a prominent influencer hosted a live stream showcasing the police apprehending the notorious Lu Jiaoshou, clearly capturing Lu being escorted from the Daxiong building to a police vehicle, alongside footage of the laboratory in the building's basement. Li Daxiong had been stationed in the securities department for days, deliberately avoiding inquiries about Lu Jiaoshou. When the necessary supplies for Lu arrived, he had delegated the handling to his subordinates, unaware that the police would soon raid their operations. Shihao's objective was to create a negative market perception, refraining from apprehending Li Daxiong, as doing so would result in a prolonged trading suspension for the Daxiong Group, which was not in Shihao's plans. Upon receiving the news, Li Daxiong promptly announced a temporary trading suspension, issuing a statement that the Daxiong Group was also a victim, claiming that Lu Jiaoshou had infiltrated the building's basement and caused damage. However, the regulatory authorities rejected the Daxiong Group's request to continue the suspension the following day, resulting in a direct plunge in stock prices, which further declined the next day. On the third day, as the market showed signs of recovery, a flood of negative press about the Daxiong Group emerged, labeling Li Daxiong as a puppet of the current regime. The major shareholders of the three funds he controlled were publicly identified, all linked to the Teng family, causing the stock price to breach the margin call line, plummeting toward the limit down. Beneath the margin call line, Wang Youcai's team began to accumulate shares through multiple accounts. Days later, Haoshi Bionic Technology Company, Limited, announced its acquisition of control over the Daxiong Group. However, due to Haoshi Bionic's lack of reputation, market confidence wavered, and it took a few days for the stock price to stabilize slowly. Wang Youcai recruited professional management and accounting personnel from Lofing Group to restructure the Daxiong Group, rebranding it as Haoshi Bionic Technology Company. Limited. Su Wuqing proposed a trading halt for restructuring at the board meeting, planning a targeted stock issuance to Lofing Group. The proceeds from this issuance would fund the construction of a state-of-the-art bionic robot production line. And they announced a collaboration with Lofing Group to delve into the fields of civilian and space bionic robotics. In the following days, both companies' stocks consistently hit several limit-up triggers. Lanyu Mining was sold to a state-owned enterprise at a fair price through Su Yan's connections. This enterprise was a shareholder of Huagua Lunar Mining Company. Tianming Entertainment was rebranded as Tianming Cultural Entertainment, with Shihao planning to integrate the Bionic Pet project into this new entity, intending to announce it upon mass production. Thus concluded this chapter, with Haoshi Bionic Technology Company Limited officially becoming a publicly traded company, stepping onto the commercial stage. Lu Jiaoshou, burdened with multiple homicides, faced conclusive evidence and was charged accordingly, with the death penalty looming. The four characters above the Daxiong building were dismantled, replaced with the name of Haoshi Bionic Technology. Shihao instructed Su Wuqing to renovate the fourth basement, covering the entire area with 10-centimeter thick hard alloy plates, transforming it into a storage facility for collagen stones, which were now far more precious than gold or diamonds. On this day, Shihao, Su Wuqing, Shi Xiaorui, and Su Yuan finally gathered at home. The college entrance examination had concluded over 20 days prior, and the results had been released. Su Yuan had successfully gained admission to the Space Economics program at Huagua University of Science and Technology. Grandpa, I've been idle at home for over 20 days. I'm going crazy. Neither you nor Dad are around, and Mom works from dawn till dusk. I feel like an orphan. Su Yuan began to whine upon seeing Shihao. In the following 2 days, Shihao, Su Wuqing, and Shi Xiaorui took leave to relish this hard-earned family time. Su Yuan took Shihao to the park, riding roller coasters and swinging. Watching Su Yuan indulge in ice cream, hamburgers, and fried stinky tofu, a sense of familial joy filled Shihao's heart, enhancing his determination to protect his loved ones. On the third day before work, Su Wuqing informed Shi Hao that he intended to observe the trial production of the bionic pet. Upon hearing this, Shi Hao also decided to accompany him. As they reached the doorway, they spotted Su Yuan pouting and standing there, her face displaying evident displeasure, prompting them to invite her along. The moment Su Yuan heard this, she quickly changed her shoes and rushed out, fearful that the two would reconsider and deny her the opportunity to join them. Volume 1. The Sorrow of Earth Chapter 49. Little G. 3 individuals arrived at the Haoshi Biomimetic Technology Laboratory via a flying vehicle. As they approached the entrance, the sounds of laughter and cheers emanated from within. Upon noticing Su Wuqing and his companions, the staff gradually quieted down. Suddenly, a small, all-white puppy leaped from a table and darted through the crowd. It was petite, with a round head topped by large ears and sparkling black eyes. "What an adorable puppy!" Su Yuan exclaimed, crouching down and extending her hands. The puppy joyfully ran over, and Su Yuan gently cradled it, feeling its soft, fine, white fur. "I am Xiaoji. Sister, what is your name?" the puppy inquired in a sweet, childish voice. Su Wuqing chuckled and reassured Su Yuan, "Fear not. This is a new breed we have developed, biomimetic pets." Intrigued, Su Yuan playfully tugged at Xiaoji's ears, petted its body, and pinched its round face. The puppy, feeling a tad offended, replied, "Sister, although I am not a real dog, I still possess dignity." With a roll of its eyes, Xiaoji nearly overwhelmed Su Yuan with its cuteness. Shi Hao also took a turn to examine Xiaoji, who appeared slightly frightened and remained silent. After Shi Hao finished his inspection, he returned Xiaoji to Su Yuan, who quickly buried the puppy's head against her chest, clutching her clothing tightly with its paws. Shi Hao then asked the staff, "Aside from biomimetic dogs, can we produce other types of pets?" The staff member glanced at Su Wuqing, who hastily introduced Shi Hao to everyone, revealing that he was the true boss, prompting the staff member to elaborate. "There is no issue with modeling and programming. However, material research will take time. The bodies of biomimetic pets can be constructed using existing biomimetic materials, but we need to source suitable materials for their fur and feathers. Currently, we have chosen this short-haired chihuahua for its relative ease of production." Shi Hao turned to Su Wuqing, stating, "Now that we have sufficient funds, do not skimp. Plan to establish a large research and development center for biomimetic materials, peripheral materials for biomimetic pets, as well as new prosthetics and advanced biomimetic robots. As for the laboratory standards, consult with Director Wu to ensure it is of substantial scale, capable of meeting our research needs for decades to come." Su Wuqing recognized the importance of research and promptly replied, "I will take care of it today." As the situation seemed to settle, Shi Hao prepared to leave. But Su Yuan clung to Xiaoji, and the puppy clung back. Su Wuqing, feeling exasperated, asked the staff, "Does Xiaoji still need to remain here for experiments?" The lab director responded, "Xiaoji's data has already been collected. It can be taken home." Observing the scene, the director felt equally helpless, as none could resist Xiaoji's charm. He approached, picked up Xiaoji, and pointed to a small sticker on its neck, saying, "There is a small button here that can only be used once. Pressing it will allow Xiaoji to recognize its owner through a biological optic nerve scan." He then peeled off the sticker, positioned Xiaoji facing Su Yuan on the ground, and pressed the button. Xiaoji began to move its head, scanning Su Yuan and circling her, completing a 360-degree scan. After a minute, the button's mark disappeared, indicating the completion of the recognition process, which is irreversible. A biomimetic pet can only recognize one owner throughout its lifetime. Once the recognition was complete, Xiaoji jumped back into Su Yuan's arms, saying, "Master, you must not abandon me. If you do, I will become a stray for life." Shi Hao and Su Wuqing exchanged glances, realizing that Su Yuan would certainly not feel lonely this summer. Wu Yi reported that the Robot Training Center and Intelligent Robot Training Center at the Panlong base had been activated. The construction was modular, allowing for quick assembly of various functions, including 30 Huangshan-level companion robots. Shi Hao questioned whether such an abundance might lead to resource waste, to which Wu Yi replied, "I was just about to mention that. The higher-ups have officially ordered an expansion of the Panlong squad. This time, we will not only select from disabled special forces, but also extend the recruitment to special teams across various military districts, inviting voluntary applications for selective admission." Wu Yi assured that he would oversee the southern, Yunnan Guizhou, and Xinjiang war zones, with plans to establish 5 teams of 9 members each within a month. Meanwhile, at the Central Plains War Zone headquarters, Wang Guiyong jested, "I initially intended to recruit you, but now you are here to recruit from my team. Old Wan, It's not me. Go speak with Wei. He orchestrated this, Sure Hao candidly revealed. Next time, I must demand some interest from him, Wang Guiyong replied sternly. Wei, far away in Yunnan-Guizhou, felt a foreboding sense of impending trouble. Sure Hao teased, when have you ever succeeded? Wang Guiyong, unable to maintain his stern demeanor, burst into laughter. I let it slide since we are all working for the country. So, how do you intend to select individuals? Whoever you find worthy, take them, he continued. Shifting back to the matter at hand, fully aware of the significance of the Panlong squad, which would eventually be stationed alongside the Tinglong team across various military districts. Sure Hao contemplated, I have not yet decided. Let us first observe the applications. Wang Guiyong replied, the applications will conclude in 2 days. I will gather the candidates for you. The rest is up to you. Yang Shui lived in a dilapidated old neighborhood without property management. The residents had constructed makeshift structures, and many areas were in disrepair. Once, Yang Shui's family was well off. Her grandfather was a prominent figure in Luoshi. However, her father, Yang Minyu, was a debauched youth, idling away his time and gambling. Yang Shui's mother, Lin Yunshan, graduated from a prestigious university, was beautiful and capable, and, upon her grandfather's urging, married Yang Minyu. Although he masked his true nature before marriage, his true self emerged afterward. While her grandfather was alive, he could control Yang Minyu, but after his passing, Yang Minyu squandered the family fortune, ultimately hiding the fact that he lost Lin Yunshan's textile factory. Lin Yunshan lost all hope and began working to support Yang Shui's education. Their families lived in close proximity. Su Yuan cheerfully walked ahead, with Xiao Ji bouncing behind her. After 10 minutes, they arrived at Yang Shui's building. Yang Shui descended the stairs to join Su Yuan for a trip to the nearby park. The building lacked an elevator, and the lights were broken. Suddenly, Yang Shui sensed someone following her and screamed. Hearing the cry, Su Yuan rushed up, activating her holographic watch's lighting feature, only to see 2 thugs dragging Yang Shui upstairs. Su Yuan, a black belt in Taekwondo, swiftly kicked one thug, who fell to the ground, allowing Yang Shui to escape. The 2 thugs brandished knives and advanced toward them. Sure Hao immediately commanded, activate the locator. Without hesitation, he leaped out of the window. One thug, hearing Su Yuan's call but dismissing it as a mere alarm, scoffed. Little girl, even if you summon your ancestors, it won't help. The other said, the 2 girls are quite attractive, stepping closer. Just then, Xiao Ji jumped into Su Yuan's arms and barked at the 2 thugs. As the gangsters closed in, Su Yuan and Yang Shui grew increasingly anxious and fearful. Xiao Ji's voice morphed into a feral roar, its body stiffening, eyes bloodshot. Su Yuan sensed she could no longer hold on to it. Her grip slackened, and Xiao Ji leaped to the ground, propelling itself like a cannonball into the belly of one of the thugs, who fell to the ground, rolling and wailing in pain. Another thug aimed a dagger at Xiao Ji, only to have it bitten fiercely on the wrist, causing the weapon to clatter to the ground. At that moment, Sure Hao dashed forward, delivering a resounding slap to the thug's face, sending teeth and blood flying, rendering the thug unconscious. With both thugs incapacitated, Xiao Ji sat on the ground, fixating on them as its eyes transitioned from red to black, its body regaining its softness. As the 2 thugs lay defeated, Xiao Ji remained seated, observing them intently. Sure Hao hurried to check if Su Yuan was injured, feeling relieved upon confirming their safety. Shortly thereafter, the police arrived, en route. Sure Hao had directly notified Director Xia. Upon their arrival, the officers inquired about the situation, revealing that the 2 thugs had come to demand gambling debts from Yang Minyu. Having waited there for 2 hours, they intended to capture Yang Shui to coerce Yang Minyu into repayment. A short while later, Director Xia, Su Wuqing, and Lin Yunshan arrived. The residential complex lacked a parking lot, necessitating that their vehicles be left outside. Lin Yunshan, clad in a cleaning uniform, had been struggling since the textile factory closed down. Initially, she managed to find management work elsewhere using her experience, but due to frequent disturbances from Yang Minyu's creditors, she ultimately found herself unable to secure a job and resorted to menial labor for meager wages. With sincere regret, Lin Yunshan addressed everyone, apologizing for the trouble caused by her family's issues, nearly implicating Su Yuan in the process. Yang Shui leaned on her shoulder, softly sobbing, while Lin Yunshan, despite her humble attire, exuded an undeniable grace, speaking with poise and dignity. Meanwhile, Su Yuan discreetly informed Sure Hao about Yang Shui's family circumstances, then playfully tugged at Sure Hao's hand, saying, Grandpa, could you please help Yang Shui? She has been accepted into Tsinghua University this year, and we could spend time together often. Moved by Yang Shui's determination, Shi Hao felt a pang of sympathy but refrained from voicing it. He approached Director Xie, stating, "Director, had I not arrived in time today, the consequences could have been dire." He chose his words carefully, deliberately omitting any mention of Xiao Ji's incident. Director Xie, shaken, acknowledged the gravity of the situation, expressing concern about his ability to manage the fallout had anything happened to Su Yuan. He replied to Shi Hao, "General Shi, it is our failure to act. The public safety in Luoshi needs thorough reform." Afterward, Shi Hao approached Lin Yushan, saying, "You need not be so formal. Su Yuan and Yang Shui are dear friends. None of us wished for such an ordeal. Besides, they will be attending university in the same city and can look after one another." Lin Yushan, taken aback by Shi Hao's politeness, replied, "Alas, please do not mock us. As you've seen, our situation is dire, and whether Xiao Xue can even enroll remains uncertain. The tuition fees I painstakingly raised have been secretly squandered by her father." With a resigned sigh, she continued, "I truly apologize for the trouble. We cannot even afford to treat you to a cup of water." She turned her head, stifling the tears that threatened to fall. Shi Hao introduced himself. "I am Shi Hao, Su Yuan's grandfather, older than both you and Wu Cheng." After a brief pause, he added, "For the sake of the children, I would like to offer you a suggestion. Have you heard of Haoshi Bionic Technology? I hold shares in that company. If you are interested, you could consider working there." Lin Yunshan was astonished to learn that Shi Hao was Su Yuan's grandfather. Although longevity is common, she did not find it strange, but she was not aware that Haoshi Bionic Technology, which had recently made headlines for its acquisition of Dasheng Group, was Shi Hao's company. She felt a bit embarrassed, but, considering Yang Shui's predicament, bit her lip and said, "Mr. Shi, I truly need a better job, but my background is solely in textiles, which is quite different from technology. However, if I do not perform well at your company, you can dismiss me at any time. Furthermore, my husband owes substantial gambling debts, and the creditors might come to my workplace, causing disturbances. I fear this could negatively impact the company." Before Shi Hao could respond to her concerns, Director Xie handed her a business card, introducing himself. "I am Xie Guangyun, the police chief of Luoshi City. Here is my number. Should there be any disturbances, do not hesitate to contact me." Lin Yushan was taken aback by the prominence of the individual beside her and quickly expressed her gratitude. Su Wuqing then interjected, "You mentioned your background in textiles. How much do you know about the industry?" Yang Shui, sensing her mother's modesty, chimed in. "The Luoshi Yuyun textile factory was founded by my mother, but it was lost due to my father's gambling." Su Wuqing was elated, thinking that fortune had come without effort. He brought Xiao Ji over, saying, "Aunt Yang, feel the fur of this dog." Lin Yunshan, puzzled, reached out to touch it, noting its softness and smoothness. "This dog seems splendid. Although I lack expertise, its fur appears quite fine." Su Wuqing explained, "This dog is an artificial bionic dog, crafted from a new material we sourced nationwide. However, the quotes were exorbitant, so we aim to develop it in-house. I wonder how much you know about this." At that moment, seeing their engrossed conversation, Shi Hao and Director Xie exchanged a few words before the latter took his leave. Lin Yunshan, after examining Xiao Ji closely, remarked, "If I am not mistaken, this should be made from a special material woven into fine threads. We can conduct tests to analyze its composition and subsequently address the issues of softness and realism." Su Wuqing, who had been grappling with this problem at the company, suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. It is fascinating how experts can discern the essence of matters so easily. Fortunes and misfortunes often intertwine. He asked, "How long will it take to resolve your family issues?" "You can report to work at any time. I will ensure the HR department is prepared." Lin Yunshan, realizing the opportunity at Haoshi Bionic Technology could be beneficial, replied eagerly, "I will go to report first thing tomorrow morning." Shi Hao, Su Wuqing, and Su Yuan bid their farewells, and on their way, Su Wuqing sought Shi Hao's advice on how to assist Lin Yushan. Shi Hao reflected, the transition from a business owner to a cleaning staff is something most cannot accept. She has endured for her family and has not divorced Yang Minyu, indicating her deep emotional ties. As long as her character is commendable, I am willing to extend my help. After a moment's thought, he continued, "Although we have absorbed Dasheng Group, our foundation is too weak. We need to recruit capable individuals. If Lin Yunshan proves herself capable, I am prepared to offer her a share in the company, but it is imperative that her husband's situation is resolved. Allowing shares to fall into unrelated hands poses a constant threat to us." Shi Hao articulated these 2 points, leaving the remaining matters for Su Wuching to handle. This function does not activate spontaneously. Bionic pet owners wishing for their pets to attack others will find their pets indifferent. We are still testing this feature. And it was unexpected that today, due to the dangers Su Yuan faced, Xiao Ji triggered its hidden capabilities. Su Wuching elaborated on this feature in detail. After listening to Su Wuching, Shi Hao glanced at the little Ji nestled like a well-behaved child in Su Yuan's embrace and expressed his agreement with the notion, stating, "This function is excellent. However, it requires extensive testing to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Additionally, this feature must undergo inspection and registration with the relevant authorities. We should not wait for a crisis to address these matters." Su Wuching promptly noted the registration aspect, realizing that it had indeed been overlooked without Shi Hao's reminder. As he entered, he noticed Lin Yunshan sitting in the living room with a sullen expression. Aware of his own shortcomings, he refrained from saying much. Attempting to slip into the kitchen for a snack, only to be called back by Lin Yunshan. "Sit down. I need to discuss something with you," she instructed. Having grown accustomed to Lin Yunshan's icy demeanor, he sensed something unusual today and obediently took a seat, fidgeting uncomfortably. Lin Yunshan continued, "In the past, despite your gambling habits and your creditors coming to me, I overlooked it for our father's sake. However, today they nearly harmed Xiaoxue, and that is absolutely intolerable." Yang Mingyu felt a surge of panic upon hearing this. Lin Yunshan regarded Yang Shui as her lifeline. Hesitantly, he stammered, Is Xiaoxue all right?" After tidying up her belongings that evening, Lin Yunshan took Yang Shui to a hotel near the Haoshi Biomimetic Technology Building, formerly known as the Daxiong Building, the following morning. She intended to report for work and search for a residence during her lunch break. Upon arriving at the front desk, Lin Yunshan stated her purpose, and the staff informed her that Su Zong had already made arrangements, leading her to Su Wuching's office. Upon seeing Lin Yunshan, Su Wuching immediately summoned the HR manager for her onboarding and called in the head of the R&D Center to discuss solutions for the materials used in the biomimetic pets. The three engaged in discussions throughout the morning, with Lin Yunshan drawing upon her past experiences to propose constructive solutions. Su Wuching was quite pleased and instructed his secretary to prepare lunch. At that moment, Lin Yunshan interjected, "Su Zong, I apologize, but I need to step out during lunch to find a place to live. Given yesterday's incident, I am concerned for Xiaoxue's safety and wish to relocate." Having experienced the pressure of debts himself, Su Wuching empathized with Lin Yunshan's predicament and replied, "Why search for another residence? There are vacant apartments in this building. You can stay here for now. Once we have sorted out Daxiong Group's assets, I will arrange a suitable place for you." Upon hearing Su Wuching's words, tears streamed down Lin Yunshan's face, overwhelmed by the kindness shown to her in her time of need. She rose and bowed to Su Wuching, expressing, "Su Zong, I will remember this kindness, and I will work diligently to expedite the research on the materials for the biomimetic pets." Thus, Lin Yunshan and Yang Shui settled into the Haoshi Biomimetic Technology Building. During work hours, Su Wuching would bring Su Yuan along, and after 10 days, Yang Shui received her own biomimetic pet. Seeking a sense of security after the recent events, she chose a German shepherd and named it Oyster. Lin Yunshan dedicated herself to her work, often laboring until midnight, pouring her heart and soul into her tasks. Driven by gratitude for Shi Hao's recognition and Su Wuching's timely assistance, she resolved the issue of the biomimetic pet's fur materials in just 15 days. Volume 1. The Sorrow of Earth Chapter 51. The selection in a grand training ground of the Central Plains War Zone, over 50 Special Forces soldiers gathered, all vying for a spot in the esteemed Panlong Squad. From an initial selection of 20 in the Central Plains region and a total of 100 nationwide, only 45 would ultimately be chosen. Each individual present was a seasoned warrior, hardened by countless battles and bloodshed, often carrying an air of arrogance. When Shi Hao, Wang Ping, and Laura entered, they stood still for a moment. Shi Hao took a seat on a nearby chair, gesturing for Wang Ping and Laura to commence. Laura stepped forward, commanding the assembly to form ranks. Yet, the 50-odd soldiers seemed indifferent, scattered haphazardly across the field. Laura approached the center, casually pointing. You, step forward." 5 individuals complied, joining her at the front. Laura turned to survey the group, challenging them. Not satisfied? "You 5 step up." With that, she assumed a combat stance. "Laura, if you're looking for a spar, I'll arrange for Panlong numbers 1 through 5 to challenge you. How does that sound?" Shi Hao remarked from the side. Laura grimaced. Not out of fear of losing to those 5, but because their brashness rivaled that of Mickey. "Quit dawdling, clear that area over there. We can't let this delay our purpose," Sure continued. Noticing the scattered weights and plates, Laura walked over, methodically loading the barbell until it totaled approximately 250 kilograms. She effortlessly hoisted it with her left hand while balancing a 25-kilogram plate in her right, playfully bouncing on her toes. If not for maintaining her authority as an instructor, she might have twirled. She tossed the plate high into the air, then jogged to catch it with the barbell in tow. The soldiers stood in awe. And suddenly, a booming command to assemble shattered the silence, prompting the group to reflexively align in perfect formation within seconds. Once the lineup was complete, Wang Ping welcomed the members of the Panlong squad and announced, "We will now hear from the captain." As the crowd erupted in applause, Sure rose, gesturing for silence. "Ladies and gentlemen, why are we here?" He paused, then continued, "We are not here to flaunt our strength or seek glory. I trust your aspirations are loftier than that." Several faces in the crowd exhibited signs of embarrassment, their heads lowering slightly. "I hope you have thoroughly reviewed the criteria for this selection. This time is different. It demands your utmost commitment. Your lives will undergo a profound transformation, leading to formidable capabilities. Yet, with great power comes great responsibility. Do you understand?" The crowd responded in unison. "We understand." Sure turned to Wang Ping and Laura, signaling them to begin. Laura commanded, "Destination, Classroom 2, right turn, and march." At the sound of her authoritative call, the soldiers' eyelids flickered, and hesitation was not an option. Once seated in Classroom 2, Wang Ping began distributing the test papers. Upon opening them, the soldiers found only 5 open-ended questions. 1. Describe your most beloved person and your impression of them. 2. What would you do if a car were careening towards a helpless little girl? 3. If tasked to guard a desolate place alone for 10 years, would you accept? 4. In a critical moment of a mission, if your comrade lies injured beside you, how would you choose? 5. Can you resist the temptation of delicious food? There is no time limit. Answer from your heart. I wish to understand your true thoughts. Write extensively, Sure said softly from the podium. While running 10 kilometers would pose no challenge for these individuals, picking up a pen left many in a state of blankness, brows furrowed in concentration. One particularly large man accidentally bit his pen in half, prompting Wang Ping to calmly offer him a replacement, remarking, "There's more where that came from." The man accepted the new pen, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. As time elapsed, the soldiers gradually began to contemplate and write. One person led the way, and soon others followed suit, while a few remained deep in thought. After 2 hours, the last paper was submitted, and the individual sheepishly apologized. "Sorry, I overthought it." Wang Ping and Laura started organizing the next phase of selection, while Sure reviewed the test papers. Touched by the tenderness revealed in these hardened soldiers. "Mother, your hair has turned grayer. I know you often casually mention how nice it would be to have a grandson or granddaughter. No matter how far I go, you never worry. Though you speak lightly of it, I understand your longing, yet you refrain from pressuring me like other parents do. I would undoubtedly rush to save that little girl," echoed the sentiment of many. "If I could become a superhero, my first choice would be to stop the car to prevent it from crashing. But I am not. I cannot be certain of my own speed to save her. Yet I would still sprint with all my might. 10 years in solitude would be lonelier than prison, but if the nation requires it, I would willingly comply. I plan to cultivate my spirit there, embracing the moment of seclusion. My mission is my duty, and I regard my comrades as my life. I would ensure their safety and relentlessly strive to complete my assigned task. I would stand in front of my comrades, eliminating all enemies. I have a fondness for food, particularly Sichuan cuisine, yet I would only indulge in it after fulfilling my mission. Compressed biscuits and canned beef are my culinary delights, satisfying my appetite for 3 meals a day. Food. How much? I only know of steamed buns, rice, and the dishes from the mess hall." Sure reflected deeply as he perused the papers, realizing that there were no standard answers, yet one could glean insights into a person's character, preferences, attitudes towards kinship and friendship, as well as their adaptability. These test papers would ultimately be evaluated by 10 generals, including Wang Guiyong, with the highest and lowest scores discarded to determine an average score, relying solely on intuition. Wang Ping and Laura led everyone back to the previous training ground, instructing the soldiers to organize themselves into categories: machine gunners, scouts, snipers, communicators, demolitions experts, and assault troops. They then commenced the assessments. Machine gunners would be evaluated on their sniping and combat skills, the latter involving practical sparring with Laura, who would keep track of the number of times they were knocked down in a specified time frame. Scouts and demolitions experts would also be evaluated on sniping and combat skills, while snipers and communicators would be assessed on strength and combat techniques. Assault troops would undergo evaluations for demolitions and sniping skills. Everyone initially believed they had misheard. The assessment criteria focused solely on their weaknesses. The confidence they had walked in with quickly dissipated. Sure-How recognized that those who made it this far were already top contenders in their respective specialties, and it was unnecessary to compete for the pinnacle among them. The preparations of the 50-plus soldiers prior to their arrival now seemed futile. Yet, during the evaluations, they poured forth every ounce of effort, undeterred by their relatively lesser abilities. Ready to stake everything. Halfway through the evaluations, Laura exhibited signs of fatigue. To maintain fairness, Wang Ping could not substitute for her. So Sure-How allowed her to recharge with electrical stimulation, which she used twice during the assessments. By mid-afternoon, Laura's exhaustion became so profound that she had to retreat to the rest area for recuperation. The assessment continued for another day, ultimately culminating in the selection of 20 individuals based on a combination of written exam results and practical tests. That evening, Sure-How documented the selection process and outcomes in a report to Wu Yi, who, along with his team, was also examining the selection methods employed by the other 3 battle zones. Upon observing the innovative and pragmatic approach taken by Sure-How, they decided to adopt it without any modifications. After the selection of the Panlong team was completed, Sure-How made his way to the Haoshi Bionic Technology Building. There, he encountered Su Wuqing accompanying Xie Guangyun as they exited the building. Upon spotting Sure-How, Xie Guangyun hurried over and greeted, "General Sure, good to see you. We are here to conduct evidence collection today." Sure-How inquired, "Is this regarding Li Daxiang? How's the progress?" Xie Guangyun replied, "We are here because of the matter concerning L. Jiaoshou." During our interrogation, he claimed that the entire set of data on human-animal gene fusion technology is hidden in a secret location and will soon be revealed to the world. We have already searched the outskirts of that village 2 or 3 times without any findings. So we are here on the 4th floor to see if we can find any luck. At this juncture, Xie Guangyun's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, apologized to Sure-How, and answered the call. As he listened, his expression grew increasingly grim. After hanging up, he turned to Sure-How and said, "L. Jiaoshou has confessed. He has placed the human-animal gene fusion technology data in an email on a website and set it to automatically send. If L. Jiaoshou does not log in for several consecutive days, it will be sent to designated recipients." Our investigators obtained the email account and password and logged in immediately. But the emails had already been dispatched to 32 different addresses, both domestic and international. The consequences of the leakage of human-animal gene fusion technology would be catastrophic. Upon hearing this, Sure-How recognized the gravity of the situation and stated, "I will accompany you. The authorities are placing significant emphasis on the L. Jiaoshou case due to its potential dangers. With issues arising here, I also bear responsibility. I need to understand the situation there to report back to higher-ups." Xie Guangyun and Sure-How then boarded a high-speed vehicle, heading straight for the municipal police headquarters in Luoshi. The Los Angeles Police Department has dispatched 7 emails, 3 of which were downloaded domestically, 2 in the United States, 1 in the European Union, and 1 in the Russian Federation. The 3 domestic emails have been traced to real name addresses, and personnel have been sent to investigate. Additionally, contact has been made with our representatives at Interpol to pursue the 4 foreign emails for prompt destruction. Interpol swiftly located the addresses of 3 emails abroad and proceeded to eliminate them, while the remaining email was traced to a location 2 kilometers outside the Russian border in an underground city. Upon arrival, the owner of the email was found murdered, and evidence suggested that the email content had been copied. This deceased individual, like the mad scientist LV, was also a researcher in the field of gene fusion technology. Preliminary investigations indicate he was likely killed by a modified being. Detective Sure-How inquired whether the downloaded content could be easily replicated, casting a shadow of concern over everyone present. Director Xie received directives from above and announced that a citywide investigation into the compliance and legality of genetic research projects at all educational and research institutions would commence, a measure that would be implemented nationally. Furthermore, close attention would be paid to the 3 domestic email owners as a precautionary measure. In a subterranean city 2 kilometers beyond the Russian border, a young man named Ilef, covered in dust, lay on the ground, watching as the police surrounded the nightmarish place. Grasping a micro-storage device tightly, He began to crawl away, impervious to the sweltering heat of nearly 50 degrees. Meanwhile, at noon, Su Wuqing headed to the cafeteria. After confirming its direction, he made his way there and spotted Su Yuan and Yang Shui standing at the entrance, accompanied by Xiao Ji and a large German shepherd, which appeared to be Yang Shui's bionic pet. "Xiao Ji, come here and call me brother. From now on, I'll look out for you," said the proud oyster. Xiao Ji retorted angrily, "You're just strong in body. Don't forget the bit about your simple mind." Su Yuan and Yang Shui found the exchange between the two dogs both amusing and exasperating, as they bickered daily. Without waiting for Oyster to respond, Xiao Ji declared, "Don't forget, I'm number one." This remark struck like a blow, causing Oyster to sulk closer to Yang Shui, falling silent. Xiao Ji's factory number was 1, while Oyster was a prototype from the second batch, numbered 4. Each time Oyster tried to boast, Xiao Ji would deploy this ace, always to great effect. It was reminiscent of the days when the popularity of Penguin chat software led to envy over user numbers. Su Yuan spotted Shi Hao approaching and greeted him cheerfully. Su Wuqing, Lin Yunxian, and other management personnel continued their discussions over lunch, while the two women finished eating and stepped out. Shortly after, Su Wuqing and the others exited to find Shi Hao engaged in conversation. "Dad, during the company meeting, I'd like to introduce you to everyone. What do you think?" Su Wuqing asked, as Shi Hao's company, HARD-SCI-FI Biomechanical Technology, was not well known to its employees. Shi Hao quickly declined, "I'm still in the military. It wouldn't be appropriate, and I don't handle matters here, so let us leave it at that." Su Wuqing persisted. "Just let me know when it's convenient for you." Considering the safety issues regarding technology and collagen stones, he added that the company's security system was slated for an upgrade, and he would arrange for a full access card for Shi Hao. Shi Hao chose to shift the topic, recounting the amusing scene between Xiao Ji and Oyster to Su Wuqing. Su Wuqing chuckled, explaining, "This ties back to the concept of pet socialization we discussed. To enhance social interaction without seeming forced, we implement a friendliness metric for bionic pets. The more they meet and interact, the higher their friendliness levels rise. If their owners are close friends, the pet's friendliness towards each other increases as well, leading to changes in their modes of communication." Shi Hao had suggested this concept on a whim, never anticipating its realization by Su Wuqing and his team. He then inquired about the project's progress. Seeing they were still gathered at the cafeteria entrance, Su Wuqing suggested, "Let us head to the office and discuss as we walk." As they walked, Su Wuqing reported that 10 sales demonstration centers were now operational, with prosthetics produced for display. The first batch of sales personnel completed their training 3 days prior and had begun arriving at their respective posts. Renovations for the underground level 4 were underway. They had engaged with Huawei lunar mining, and once security systems were installed and renovations were completed, they would send personnel for inspection before commencing large-scale receipt of collagen stones. Shi Hao remarked, "Although the market for collagen stones has seen some liberalization, they remain a national strategic resource, and we must ensure there are no security breaches. We need to recruit highly qualified veterans for security roles. Additionally, when renovating the Level 4 warehouse, we must install sensors and other defensive systems both inside and out." Su Wuqing continued, "The walls are embedded with 10-centimeter alloy plates, beneath which are sensors and an electromagnetic alarm system, with security personnel monitoring around the clock." Shi Hao agreed, feeling that all necessary precautions were being taken. He further suggested, "We should prototype various robots based on functionality, particularly for civilian space use." Su Wuqing hesitated. "Wouldn't that drive up costs significantly?" Shi Hao paused, responding earnestly, with Su Yin commencing the commercialization of the lunar base. "We must act swiftly lest we fall behind Europe and America. Based on decades of experience, we must hasten our pace and bolster patent applications in relevant fields. This cannot be overlooked. We both lack extensive experience in this area, so I will call Wang Yukai to send a few specialists to assist. The robotic prototyping efforts would prioritize civilian applications for space, and once developed, Shi Hao would hand them over to Su Yin for testing." Hearing Shi Hao's words, Su Wuqing felt a surge of urgency and importance, declaring, "I'll arrange to expedite these tasks today." The work on bionic pets was fully prepared. With 11 prototypes successfully tested, and they were in the process of filing with relevant authorities for production permits. The first batch planned for sale would consist of 500 units, with 50 allocated to each sales center. Shi Hao, recalling Xiao Ji's boast of being number 1, suggested, "Let us start the pet coding from number 10,000. Numbers 0 to 9, 999 will be for internal use, and we can auction off the attractive numbers." Su Wuqing's eyes lit up with this idea, realizing the potential for such a plan, and smiled. Sure Hao then inquired about the integration with Tianming Entertainment. Su Wuqing sighed. The integration has not gone smoothly. We're short-staffed. Some of the original executives hold shares, leading to significant factionalism. Tianming has no tangible assets, focusing solely on intellectual pursuits, and their management is chaotic, particularly in Shangjing City, where the Daxiong Group oversees them. Performance assessments are unreasonable, leading to a poor work atmosphere. Regarding the work status, it is first organized into 3 batches for military training, each lasting 10 days, with a continuous closed military training for 3 rounds. During this training period, a scoring system is implemented. Should an individual rank last in 2 rounds, they will be dismissed unconditionally, with compensation provided as per regulations. Upon the completion of military training, a skills competition will commence, where those demonstrating exceptional abilities will be generously rewarded and utilized, with key positions contested and clear distinctions made between rewards and penalties. As for the leader, Sure Hao lowered his head, pondering for a moment before asking Su Wuqing, wasn't Lin Yunshan the former director of the textile factory? How has she been performing recently? Sure Hao was taken aback by Lin Yunshan's swift accomplishments. He suggested, why not let her manage Tianming Entertainment? What do you think? Su Wuqing, upon hearing this, smacked his forehead and exclaimed, I was too close to see it clearly. That arrangement is indeed perfect. Sure Hao continued, consult her opinion. And if she agrees, have her prepare for the position. Concurrently, provide her with an equity reward. You need to enlist a professional to devise a universal plan for the equity rewards to be implemented at Haoshi Biomimetic Technology and Tianming Entertainment. Noticing Su Yuan and Yang Shui still engaged in play, Sure Hao joined them for a while, gaining further insight into Xiao Ji and Mu Shi. He then began to stroll about, reveling in the fact that he was now the proud owner of a publicly listed company, a feat he had never achieved before. Li Daxiong and the Tingya family had invested considerable effort into Daxiong Group, which occupied a substantial office park. A prominent 18-story office building faced the street, while further back lay the cafeteria, sports facilities, and a large expanse of grass, designated as reserve land. Between the office building and the sports facilities was a small park featuring a fountain, the very spot where Su Yuan and Yang Shui had been playing. Originally, Daxiong Group was involved in real estate, finance, and hardware, but their operations were rather mediocre. Wang Yukai and Su Wuqing resolved to retain only the real estate sector, selling off the finance and hardware divisions to focus on biomimetic prosthetics and robots, while entrusting the biomimetic pet project to Tianming Entertainment. As Sure Hao wondered, he came upon a beggar entangled in a scuffle with a security guard. Su Wuqing, concerned that the guard might not recognize Sure Hao and thus prevent him from entering his own company, issued a stern directive to the head of security, mandating that every guard must be able to identify Sure Hao. Approaching the beggar, Sure Hao noted his filthy but intact clothing, disheveled hair, swollen eyes, and unkempt beard. I am the leader of Haoshi Biomimetic Technology. Whom are you seeking here? Asked Sure Hao. My name is Yang Minyu, and I'm looking for my wife, Lin Yunshan. After Lin Yunshan moved out, Yang Minyu's life had spiraled into chaos. With no money, he had resorted to boiling whatever food he had at home. But without gas for 2 days, he could no longer cook. Desperate, he had inquired with neighbors, who, moved by his plight, informed him that Lin Yunshan had started working at Haoshi Biomimetic Technology. He had managed to beg for a pancake and a bottle of water along the way, barely able to continue his journey. Understanding the gravity of Lin Yunshan's family situation, Sure Hao advised, though this is your personal matter, I urge you not to burden her and her daughter. Yang Minyu, upon hearing Sure Hao's words, sank to the ground, his face a mask of despair. I don't wish to, but I cannot control my mind or my hands. Observing the scene, Sure Hao said, what is the point of sitting here? We could be less polite otherwise. Despite his idleness and gambling addiction, Yang Minyu was inherently timid, never daring to raise his voice at Lin Yunshan. Seeing his pitiful state, she had refrained from divorcing him. Sure Hao's natural authority instilled fear in Yang Minyu, who trembled as he replied, Brother, I'm just so hungry. I don't intend to linger here. With a sigh, Sure Hao instructed the security guard, assist him to a chair over there and fetch him some food from the cafeteria. At this juncture, as Haoshi Biomimetic Technology sought to expand its workforce and Lin Yunshan was about to join Tianming Entertainment, Sure Hao recognized that Yang Minyu's issues, if unresolved, would inevitably impact Lin Yunshan. He understood the principle that a troubled home cannot prosper, so he sat down beside Yang Minyu and inquired, Do you still insist on seeing Lin Yunshan? Faced with such a situation, Hao felt helpless, believing he had no choice but to call Lin Yunshan out and figure out a solution. He dialed Su Wuqing, explaining the situation and requesting Lin Yunshan's presence. At that moment, Su Wuqing and Li Liangwei were discussing matters related to Tianming Entertainment with Lin Yunshan, so they promptly joined her at the entrance. Yang Mingyu was busy devouring 2 buns when Lin Yunshan caught sight of him, unable to suppress her tears. She had never required him to do any chores, which had fostered his dependency on her. As their life deteriorated, Yang Mingyu had grown accustomed to having everything handed to him. He was aware of his faults, but remained subservient at home, refraining from speaking loudly, especially when Lin Yunshan was angry. Years of such dynamics had created a bond, and Lin Yunshan could not bring herself to divorce him. Her temporary move for Yang Shui's safety did not lead her to consider divorce. Upon Lin Yunshan's arrival, Hao remarked, "It is difficult for even the most impartial to resolve domestic disputes. I had no intention of meddling, but your situation is truly disheartening. Let us discuss a resolution today." Lin Yunshan handed a bottle of water to Yang Mingyu, saying, "Can't you wash your own clothes? Can't you prepare a meal?" Yang Mingyu replied, "I can't. The gas stove won't ignite, and I can't heat water." As he spoke, he continued munching on the buns, adding, "These buns are far tastier than boiled cabbage." Lin Yunshan stood, filled with remorse. "Mr. Mr. Su, I am deeply sorry for causing you trouble." Observing their situation, Hao surmised that a divorce was unlikely and expressed his disinterest in promoting such separation. He then asked Lin Yunshan, "Is there any way to address his gambling addiction?" Lin Yunshan explained, "I've researched extensively and consulted several doctors. They indicated that genetic modification might offer a solution, suggesting that re-editing the genes could work. However, I approached several hospitals, and they informed me that this technology is advanced and not widely available, and furthermore, we cannot afford the costs." Relieved to hear that a solution existed, Hao immediately contacted Wu Ruanfa for consultation. After explaining the situation, Wu Ruanfa assured him it was a straightforward matter and promptly introduced Hao to relevant research institutions in Luoshi. After the call, Hao approached Lin Yunshan and Yang Mingyu. "I can assist in finding a place for genetic modification. Do you have any objections?" Yang Mingyu eagerly responded, "I'll go. I'm out of money for gambling and feel terrible every day. If it brings me peace, I'm willing to do anything." Lin Yunshan looked at Hao with hope, saying, "Really? That would be wonderful. We are willing to proceed." Without hesitation, Hao instructed Su Wuqing to arrange transportation, personally taking Lin Yunshan and her husband to the Luoshi Gene Research Institute, where Wu Ruanfa had already notified Director Zhang of their arrival. The genetic modification was completed with remarkable efficiency within half a day. After the procedure, Yang Mingyu underwent a remarkable transformation. His eyes sparkled with clarity, and his physical condition significantly improved, although he still lagged behind others like Su Yan. This was merely a simplified version of genetic modification. He approached Hao, bowing deeply, and then did the same to Lin Yunshan, saying, "Yunshan, I apologize for being a burden to you and Xiaoshui these years. I want to make empty promises. You'll see my actions." Delighted by the evident results, Hao offered Yang Mingyu a position at Haoshi Biomimetic Technology, asking, "What do you think?" Embracing a neighborly demeanor, Hao expressed concern for others. Yang Mingyu replied, "Thank you, Mr. Shi. I've squandered decades. I want to live wisely now. If I truly cannot manage, I will humbly seek your assistance once more." He concluded with a self-deprecating smile. Hao did not insist. The outcome was already quite satisfactory. He allowed Lin Yunshan and Su Wuqing to depart first. Lin Yunshan remarked, "Mr. Shi, your kindness is beyond words. I shall not let you down." With her greatest worry resolved, Lin Yunshan felt an overwhelming sense of relief. After their departure, Hao inquired of Director Zhang from the Gene Research Institute in Luoshi. Given the evident advancements in genetic modification, why is it not more widely adopted? Director Zhang replied, "Due to various considerations. The nation adopts a cautious stance on the civilian use of genetic modification. However, we have already initiated its application in rehabilitation centers, yielding immediate results. I believe that the restrictions on civilian use will gradually be relaxed." After discussing several matters related to genetic modification with Director Zhang, Hao took his leave, as he needed to rush to the Northern Command headquarters in Kyoto to conduct team selections. Once the disc-shaped aircraft had come to a halt, a soldier approached and said, "General Shi, Commander Lei has been awaiting your arrival in the conference room for an important meeting." A military officer swiftly escorted Shi Hao onto a flying vehicle, which took off immediately after they were seated. Wang Ping and Laura were to be received by others. Upon landing, the officer led Shi Hao directly to the conference room of the Northern Theater Command. The holographic projection system in the room was already activated, revealing 3 individuals, Wang Guiyong, Wu Yi, and Lei Shiyu, seated on either side of the table. Compared to 35 years ago, Lei Shiyu's hair was tinged with gray. Yet his bronze complexion retained a youthful vigor. His expression remained serious, and upon Shi Hao's entrance, he stood and firmly shook Shi Hao's hand, giving his shoulder a pat before silently gesturing for him to take a seat. There were 2 other individuals present whom Shi Hao did not recognize. At this moment, Wu Yi introduced Shi Hao to the group, explaining, "These 2 gentlemen are Commander Kwang Yui from the Xinjiang Theater and Commander Zhong Ziyu from the Southern Theater." During the introductions, everyone exchanged nods of acknowledgement, and the atmosphere grew somewhat somber. After a few minutes, a figure appeared at the head of the table. Upon closer inspection, Shi Hao recognized it as Liang Wenshan, the vice chairman of the military commission, indicating the high level of this meeting. Shi Hao adjusted his posture slightly. Once seated, Liang Wenshan announced, "Let us commence the meeting. The situation is dire, so I shall refrain from unnecessary remarks. Please present your reports in order." Starting with Lei Shiyu, he stated, "There are 2 research institutes in Kyoto that have encountered issues. The first is the Special Glass Research Institute, where a primary researcher, who has been employed there for 5 years, was caught attempting to leave the country using a forged passport. An investigation revealed that he possessed a storage chip containing a wealth of technical data and experimental information related to special glass. We suspect he is a spy planted by the Federation of America, and the case is currently under review." At this moment, Shi Hao learned the precise terminology for the special glass dome and its applications. The second case involves a researcher from the Ion Engine Research Institute. Following the incident at the Special Glass Institute, we initiated a thorough investigation of key facilities. During this process, we uncovered evidence suggesting that this individual's records were falsified. Further investigation has confirmed his identity as a spy, and he too was found to be in possession of extensive technical documentation and experimental data. We have organized a comprehensive search across the Northern Theater and all relevant research institutions and academies. Upon finishing his report, Liang Wenshan remarked, "This investigation must be expanded nationwide. The emergence of 2 incidents in the Northern Theater in such a short time indicates a serious situation, necessitating prompt action in the other theaters." After Lei Shiyu concluded, Wang Guiyong continued, "In Luoshi City, 3 incidents involving aggressive stray cats occurred just an hour ago. Given the dangers presented by the Lu Jiaoshu case, the Dragon Control Team and the Phoenix Team swiftly responded, eliminating all of the stray cats involved. Investigations revealed that these cats had undergone genetic modification, utilizing Lu Jiaoshu's gene fusion technology. An hour ago, Shi Hao was already en route to Kyoto. Simultaneously, during the stray cat attacks, someone anonymously released information regarding human-animal gene fusion technology online, detailing the fusion process, the equipment required, and important considerations. This individual compiled the information into a tutorial, which is currently under investigation for authenticity. Previously, Lu Jiaoshu disseminated this technology via email as an act of retaliation. 3 individuals within the country received the email. And upon further investigation, we discovered that Feng Yunchuan, an assistant researcher at the Luoshi Gene Research Institute, is missing. His body was found buried a meter underground in his dormitory, with a time of death exceeding 1 year. The missing Feng Yunchuan was an imposter, and it is believed that he was responsible for releasing the gene fusion information online. We have instructed relevant domestic websites to delete all content related to human-animal gene fusion. However, some of this information has been published on foreign websites, with domains located abroad, making removal impossible. After Wang Guiyong finished, Liang Wenshan commented, "The escalation of the Lu Jiaoshu incident is indeed regrettable, but now we must consider how to address the situation. Once everyone has reported on the current circumstances, we will discuss potential solutions." Liang Wenshan signaled Wu Yi to continue with his report. The Yunnan Guizhou Theater has not experienced any unexpected events. However, we have prepared the Dragon Control Team and Phoenix Team for rapid response, while other departments are on alert. Liang Wenshan responded after Wu Yi's report. "We must not let our guard down. Your region's border is rife with instability, with various factions vying for control. These represent significant risks," Wu Yi assured. "We will immediately bolster security measures along the border. Commander Kwang Yui of the Xinjiang Theater reported, "Due to well-known reasons, the Xinjiang Theater has not been peaceful. And this time is no exception. A couple of days ago, a group of violent extremists launched an attack on nearby villages, deploying several semi-biological robots similar to those encountered by General Shi at Kuanjin. We destroyed them all with our laser cannons. We have installed numerous discrete monitoring devices near the border, as well as many micro-crawling and flying surveillance robots, which allow us to detect extremist movements early and prepare accordingly. Aside from some damage to vehicles and buildings, there were no casualties," Liang Wenshan added. "Your defense of the border is undoubtedly solid, Kwang, but you must remain vigilant. The use of semi-biological robots suggests they may have contingency plans and should not be underestimated. If the opportunity arises, do not hesitate to take the initiative." Zhong Ziyu began his report on the Southern Theater. The coastal regions in the south have faced ongoing disturbances over the past month. Under the cover of night, adversaries have deployed liquid metal creatures or robots to infiltrate densely populated areas, attacking pedestrians during the day, creating chaos, and swiftly fleeing back to the sea, disappearing beneath the waves. The Dragon Control team managed to ambush and capture a liquid metal creature resembling a cheetah. Evaluations indicate its combat capability rivals that of our Dragon Control personnel. Given the comprehensive analysis, it is highly likely that this is orchestrated by the Japanese nation, which is the only country globally focusing on the military application of liquid metal technology. Due to the extensive length of our coastline, we cannot establish complete defenses. Additionally, the combat power of these liquid metal creatures and robots suggests we have insufficient personnel to effectively counter them. Liang Wenshan interjected, "This indeed poses a significant challenge. We must eliminate the disturbances while simultaneously achieving overwhelming superiority in combat capability. This warrants thorough study." At this point, Wang Guiyong raised his hand, and upon receiving acknowledgement, he stated, "Earlier, Director Zheng from the Luoshi Gene Research Institute conducted an evaluation of the human-animal gene fusion technology and confirmed that the processes and recommended equipment available online are authentic. If one possesses all necessary tools, even an individual unfamiliar with gene fusion could perform the procedure." The gravity of Wang Guiyong's words weighed heavily on the room. Liang Wenshan remarked, "This could lead to serious complications. If mishandled, the populace will be left in turmoil." More than a month ago, a delegation from the Federation of America visited us, claiming we had captured the B-52 asteroid, a treasure for all humanity, and demanded we share our resources, including hauser, silicate, and collagen stones. I have never encountered such shamelessness. Liang Wenshan expressed his indignation, slamming the table in frustration. Without waiting for sure how to react, he continued, "We immediately refuted their absurd claims, and they ultimately expressed a desire to purchase these three resources, which we categorically rejected. Unexpected events have transpired. Yet it is not surprising to those familiar with the unrepentant nature of the former United States and the current Federation. Their philosophy is one of entitlement. What is yours is mine, and what is still mine remains mine. To seize from you is regarded as your honor, while any advantage you may take from me is deemed intolerable. Presently, we possess a substantial quantity of hauser, silicon stone, and collagen stone, which will surely make them restless. Our biomimetic robotics technology is maturing rapidly, and the availability of collagen stone is abundant. They fear that the disparity in military strength will continue to widen, disrupting the current equilibrium. We are hastening the commercialization of our lunar base, which instills in them a dread of falling behind in the cosmic competition, leading to a gradual decline in their standing. Recent peculiar occurrences are easily understood. The aspiration of foreign factions to disrupt our China will never perish. Yet, what does it matter? We shall meet force with force and water with earth. Liang Wenshan has risen from the ashes of adversity and has never feared challenges. Currently, the Southern Theater faces several issues. Firstly, we must deploy quantum reconnaissance satellites to conduct a systematic search of the nearby waters, extending outward from the coastline. Liquid metal creatures and robots undoubtedly infiltrated our shores via naval vessels. Quantum satellites can monitor both underwater and surface activities. If one attempt fails, we shall make two. And if necessary, we shall try 100 or even 1,000 times to unearth these scoundrels. As for the technology of gene fusion between humans and beasts, its disclosure online renders interception via the internet increasingly impractical. We must impose stringent controls on the reagents and equipment used for genetic experiments, ensuring thorough registration and management of these materials, while also mandating rigorous oversight from the relevant authorities. We need to deliberate on enhancing our military capabilities and other pertinent issues. Let us share our thoughts. General Sure, you have led the Panlong team to commendable victories, and I believe you should have the most significant voice in this matter. Please, share your insights. Liang Wenshan directly calls upon Sure Hao to speak. After clearing his throat, Sure Hao suggested, I would like to propose that we invite experts in gene fusion, liquid metal, and robotics to attend a meeting and share their insights. Then, we can deliberate on a comprehensive solution. Liang Wenshan responded, space is also a goal for our nation. Recently, we have been accelerating the construction of lunar and Martian bases. However, there are those who wish to thwart our ambitions, stirring up trouble and plotting against us. We are already in the game. We can only fight with all our might. With determination etched on his face, Sure Hao affirmed, indeed, having entered the fray, we cannot stand idly by. To protect our homeland, I shall devote myself entirely. Subsequently, Sure Hao provided a detailed report on the recent activities of the Panlong team, openly sharing the progress and plans of Haoshi Biomimetic Technology, a company in which he had personal investments. 20 minutes later, Director Zhang from the Gene Research Institute of Luoshi, Wu Ruanfa from the Second Research Institute of Yugue, and senior researcher Wang Yimin from the Kyoto New Materials Research Institute arrived in succession. Upon entering the conference room, the expressions of those present were one of astonishment. These research institutes often collaborated with military personnel, and while they did not recognize everyone, they were familiar with the ranks and the once-renowned Liang Wenshan, known as Eagle Falcon. Liang Wenshan commenced the discussion on human-animal gene fusion. Directly addressing Director Zhang, the technology of human-animal gene fusion has been disseminated online. Do you have any suitable recommendations? Regardless of feasibility, I welcome all suggestions. Director Zhang, who had once worn glasses but had restored his vision through genetic modification, instinctively adjusted his glasses before responding. After wiping the corners of his eyes, he said, we conducted experiments based on the tutorial posted online. Utilizing relevant equipment, we easily completed the fusion with stray cats. At that moment, Liang Wenshan remarked, we plan to enhance the regulation of related reagents and gene fusion equipment. Do you think we can manage this situation? Director Zhang replied, since humans are larger, the equipment required is also larger, making regulation relatively easier. However, for smaller animals like stray cats or even mice, the necessary equipment is compact, making disassembly and reassembly simple. Hence, it will be quite difficult to regulate. Even using a multidimensional laser printer to model and print a set of components for assembly would not pose a challenge. This statement implied that controlling the equipment would be ineffective. He then looked up at Liang Wenshan and continued, however, we have a concept that might allow us to detect individuals or animals that have undergone human-animal or animal-animal gene fusion. Although we have not tested it yet, its feasibility remains uncertain. Upon hearing this potential solution, Liang Wenshan urged him, please share your idea. If there is a way, I will coordinate with various departments for prompt implementation. Director Zhang, maintaining his calm demeanor, explained, since both humans and animals will contain foreign animal genes post-fusion, we considered using animals, such as dogs, for detection, which may reveal anomalies. As for whether dogs, cats, or other species are more effective, we must determine through experimentation. Based on past experiences, dogs are likely to be more adept, though training them poses a challenge. At this juncture, Wu Ruanfa interjected, perhaps we could employ biomimetic animals, which may prove suitable and resolve the training issue. He then elucidated the manufacturing principles of biomimetic pets, noting that they were similar to Ling Shan-level biomimetic robots, differing only in appearance and the integrated memories and genes. Liang Wenshan immediately instructed Director Zhang to fuse several more stray cats, ensuring safety by dispatching a team from the Dragon Tamer squad for security. He also requested several ordinary cats, dogs, and geese, notorious for their aggressiveness in rural areas, to assist with the testing. Sure Hao placed a call for Wang Ping to bring Ahu and another biomimetic dog from the Second Research Institute to the Gene Research Institute in Luoshi without delay. Once the arrangements were made, the discussion shifted to liquid metal animals and robots. Wang Yimin from the New Materials Research Institute remarked, liquid metal exhibits excellent malleability. Under the control of an embedded chip, it can assume desired forms. Its control core remains similar to that of metal-structured robots powered by batteries, with internal wires extending to various parts for information transmission and feedback. 2 years prior, researchers from our country had published a related paper in an international scientific journal, demonstrating that the structure of liquid metal is remarkably resilient. Even when damaged, it can self-repair or restore its shape due to its liquid-like flow under chip control. However, it is not invulnerable. A magnetic storm bomb could destroy its chip and core, causing it to collapse into a puddle, or a laser gun could burn through it, incinerating the internal components with similar results. Wang Yimin was well-versed in liquid metal. Its debut had captivated the scientific community, prompting in-depth analyses at their institute. At this point, Zhongziyu interjected, "These animals and robots move swiftly, making it challenging for ordinary soldiers to aim accurately. Witnesses have described their movements as reminiscent of legendary ninjas." Wang Yimin responded, "Since liquid metal is indeed a metal, could the guidance system not lock onto it? I am aware of a type of micro-guided missile, only slightly larger than a sniper bullet. Could a magnetic storm bomb not be crafted similarly, equipped with a micro-guidance system?" Excitedly, Zhongziyu slammed the table, exclaiming, "You scholars are full of ideas. I will arrange for testing immediately." At this moment, Shi Hao was the first to speak again, stating, when discussing high-end combat capabilities, "We cannot overlook the Panlong team. I will share my reflections after leading the Panlong team through several missions. In comparison to ordinary individuals, the Panlong team's prowess was unmatched. Taking recent missions as an example, the trained members could effortlessly subdue the semi-biomimetic metal robots described by General Kwang. Armed with specialized daggers and laser guns, they could easily overpower them. During the capture of Lu Jiaoshou, we encountered various human-animal gene-modified beings, including leopards, tigers, wolves, hyenas, elephants, and rhinos, all of whom were formidable. Given their diverse gene fusions, their exhibited traits varied significantly. Currently, Panlong team members could easily overpower them unarmed, and with daggers and laser guns, they could easily dominate. We have yet to engage with liquid metal animals and robots, but should the Dragon Tamer squad manage to capture them, I believe their capabilities would be on par with those of human-animal gene-modified beings, making them equally susceptible to our prowess. Presently, all members of the Panlong team are of Lingshan caliber, and I personally deem them to represent the pinnacle of current combat strength." Shi Hao expressed his thoughts. After listening to Shi Hao's summary, Liang Wushan remarked, "However, the Panlong team currently consists of only a few members, leaving us somewhat underwhelmed. We require a greater number to meet demand. How shall we resolve this?" Shi Hao glanced at Wu Ruanfa and said, "That depends on General Wu and Director Wu." General Wu interjected, "Currently, we are in the process of selecting candidates to initially form 5 Panlong teams, comprising a total of 45 members." Liang Wenshan replied, "If recent events had not unfolded, 5 teams would barely suffice. We now need at least 20 Panlong teams to meet our requirements." After contemplating, General Wu turned to Wu Ruanfa and asked, "Director Wu, is it feasible to establish 20 Panlong teams within a month?" Wu Ruanfa hesitated, responding, "Gentlemen, we are a research institution, not a manufacturing facility. It is unrealistic to produce a large number of Lingshan-level robots in the short term." Wu Ruanfa turned to Shi Hao and remarked, "However, how sure biomimetic technology should be capable of achieving this?" Wu Ruanfa continued, "In truth, the equipment is largely similar. Your device's programming is currently limited to producing a simplified version of the Huangshan level. However, I can upgrade the program, and producing the Lingshan level will pose no difficulty." Liang Wenshan gazed eagerly at Shi Hao and exclaimed, "Shi Hao, you truly are a boon to Huagua. Every problem seems to find resolution in your presence. Ha ha." After his laughter subsided, Liang Wenshan added, "I have a bold idea, to merge Haoshi biomimetic technology with the Second Research Institute, selecting a military enterprise related to our business to take a stake. However, the rights of operation, management, and decision-making will remain with Haoshi biomimetic technology. What do you all think? To whom much is given, much is expected. Of course, this is merely a notion. I shall consult relevant enterprises post-meeting to assess its feasibility." Wu first expressed his stance, stating that although the Second Research Institute serves both military and civilian purposes, it ultimately falls under the jurisdiction of the Yungue military region. At the time of its establishment, the focus was solely on the research of military bionic robots, without extensive consideration of other factors. He candidly acknowledged that the laboratory is rather outdated, suggesting that if better development is desired, General Liang's proposal would be the most suitable. Wu Ruanfa added that he had no objections as long as his research was not hindered. He expressed his hope that the research outcomes from himself and his team would bring greater benefits to the people and the nation, affirming his unconditional compliance with any arrangements made. How did not anticipate that a simple meeting would lead to further complications for Hausher bionic technology. Initially, the establishment of Hausher bionic technology was merely to create a prosthetic factory for Su Wuqing, but unforeseen circumstances had transformed it into a publicly traded company. He noted that if a successful restructuring could be achieved, it would gain significant recognition in both Luoshi and nationally. However, he also expressed concerns about the rapid pace of change, as personnel and experience seemed to be lagging behind. Resigned to the current situation, he stated that as long as it benefits the country, he had no objections. Should the evaluation deem the proposal feasible, he would fully support the restructuring efforts to contribute to national defense. Liang Wenshan smiled at Hao's demeanor, saying that the opportunity was presented for profit, and there was no need to treat it as a noble sacrifice. He emphasized the importance of bionic robot technology for the nation and expressed confidence in Hao leading the initiative. Once the restructuring is successful, he would apply to establish a national-level bionic robot laboratory in collaboration with the military and Hausher bionic technology. With the issue of mass production for the Lingshan-class bionic robots resolved, attention turned to selecting candidates. Liang Wenshan inquired about the recent selection results. Wu Yi responded that the selection process in the Central Plains military region had concluded, with General Shi reporting a quota of 20 candidates. Today, General Shi was in the northern military region conducting the selection work, while the registration process in other military regions had also finished. Initially, the plan was to conduct preliminary selections of 100 candidates from 5 military regions, but it appeared that adjustments were necessary. Liang Wenshan proposed selecting based on a quota of 200, emphasizing that the increase in numbers should not compromise standards. He entrusted the specific operational plan to them and suggested that if the quotas were insufficient, they could select personnel from the Yulong team for advancement. Hao, who had been overseeing the selection in the Central Plains military region, shared his insights, noting that anyone selected would wield a formidable body, which posed a double-edged sword. He emphasized the importance of assessing character, ethics, and emotional bonds during the selection process, stating that individuals with extreme, stubborn, or unfeeling personalities might not be suitable. He fully supported General Liang's insistence on maintaining high standards, noting that selecting 20 from a pool of 50 was already at the limit, and further testing was necessary to ascertain their suitability. Wu Yi concurred with Hao, stating that he found General Shi's selection process and methodology commendable and suggested other military regions adopt the same standards. He then displayed Hao's report on the holographic screen. Lei Shiyu, after reviewing the process, remarked, "Haozi, your selection method is truly unique. It is particularly well suited for candidates of the Panlong team, and I support it." Both Kuang Yui and Zhong Ziyu expressed their agreement, while Liang Wenshan acknowledged the approach as promising. He estimated that an additional 100 candidates were still needed, thus directing that 100 individuals be selected from the Yulong team for advancement. The expansion of the Panlong team must be completed within a month, with combat readiness achieved in 3 months. He asked if there were any objections, to which Wu Yi and Hao stood in unison, affirming that there were none. Lei Shiyu and the others also rose to express their full cooperation. After the meeting, Wang Guiyong rushed to the Luoshi Gene Research Institute to advance the testing of gene fusion between humans and animals. Wu Ruanfa began organizing personnel to upgrade the equipment at Hausher Bionic Technology in Luoshi and prepared the bionic materials for the Lingshan-class robots. The task of manufacturing 200 Lingshan-class bionic robots was substantial and needed to commence promptly, resulting in the entire staff and auxiliary robots at the Second Research Institute becoming busily engaged. Wu Yi initiated the selection process for Panlong team members from the Southern Military Region, Yungue Military Region, and the Xinjiang region. Kuang Yui began operational deployments, preparing to strike at the bases of terrorist factions. Observing the evident experimental results, Zhong Ziyu ordered the Weapons Research Institute to work overtime on developing guided magnetic storm bombs. Hao and Lei Shiyu departed together, as the notification for the selection of candidates in the Northern Military Region was issued simultaneously with that of the Central Plains Military Region. The registered candidates had gathered today, and the two prepared to head to the site. Hao informed Wang Ping and Laura to join them at the training ground. With Lei Shiyu, the commanding officer of the Northern Military Region, present, no one dared to act out of line, and the selection process proceeded smoothly. With a higher number of applicants, totaling 80, 30 candidates were selected based on their performance and notified to report to the Yungue Military Region in 1 week. That night, in the office of the commander of the Northern Military Region, Shi Hao and Lei Shiyu sat on the sofa, engaged in conversation. Lei Shiyu maintained a serious demeanor, yet he treated his subordinates with great care, considering every detail thoughtfully. He had no vices and devoted himself entirely to his work, earning Shi Hao's deep respect and admiration. "Captain, thank you for your care towards Zhang Xin and her daughter," Shi Hao expressed, having learned from Shi Xiaorui and Wang Guiyong about Lei Shiyu's assistance regarding housing, work, and Zhang Xin's daughter's schooling. Shi Hao quickly added, "They are both adults now. How could they still trouble you? You cared for each of us during our time in the military, and I remember it all. I often think of it in space." His voice trembled with emotion. Lei Shiyu gently patted Shi Hao's shoulder, saying, "My greatest regret is not insisting that Zhang Xin continue her treatment. At that time, there was a gene therapy with over an 80% success rate for curing cancer. However, Zhang Xin insisted that since she had raised Xiaorui, she could find you in the past and thought it would suffice, refusing to continue her treatment." In this manner, Shi Hao and Lei Shiyu reminisced about the past, discussing familial bonds, friendships, former comrades, and life in the special forces, the night slipping away unnoticed. At the Luoshi Gene Research Institute, Shi Hao, Wang Guiyong, and the director of the Luoshi Public Security Bureau, Xie Guangyan, sat in the conference room listening to Director Zhang discuss the results from the previous night's experiments. Director Zhang activated the holographic projection screen, displaying footage of a goose reacting to a stray cat infused with tiger genes. Inside an iron cage, the cat appeared, causing the goose to sense something amiss, feeling a twinge of unease, yet it lunged at the cat, only to be swiftly met with a fatal bite to its throat, collapsing lifelessly. After pausing the footage, Director Zhang explained, "Through last night's experiments, we discovered that ordinary cats, dogs, and geese exhibit abnormal reactions to the gene-fused stray cat. Regular cats tremble in fear, lying still on the ground, while ordinary dogs bark incessantly, retreating and refusing to approach. The goose's reaction was what you just witnessed." Following this, Director Zhang presented another video showcasing a dog named Ahu. When the gene-fused stray cat appeared, Ahu barked at it twice before charging forward. The stray cat, in turn, lunged at Ahu, but upon contact, Ahu sent the cat flying, swiftly pouncing to pin it down. The cat attempted to bite Ahu, but it was out of reach. Ahu then began to playfully kick the stray cat around the cage, a display of violence that starkly contrasted with its previously docile demeanor. The second video features a bionic dog resembling a Kunming dog, which was created by Wu Ruanfa in collaboration with Ahu. As anticipated, another stray cat, infused with tiger genes, was effortlessly killed by the Kunming dog. The results of the experiment demonstrated that the bionic dog was effective in dealing with the genetically altered stray cat. At this moment, Shi Hao spoke up, inquiring, "Director Zhang, are all the gene-fused animals you utilize stray cats?" Director Zhang looked at Shi Hao and affirmed, "Indeed, there are a total of 5. All stray cats integrated with tiger genes." He further acknowledged, "There is indeed a possibility of this, General Shi. I understand your concerns. Over the next few days, we will conduct various fusion experiments using cats, dogs, and other common domestic animals and pets in order to obtain more persuasive data." After Director Zhang finished speaking, Shi Hao, Wang Guiyong, and Director Xie engaged in conversation as they walked out. Wang Guiyong remarked, "Here, we have only conducted inter-animal gene fusion experiments. However, what should we do if a human-animal gene fusion occurs? If only there were individuals genetically modified with animal DNA. At the time, to prevent future troubles, those few were all eliminated." Shi Hao expressed a sense of regret, pondering how one could have anticipated Lu's overwhelming destructive capabilities, even while in custody. He could still conjure up such chaos. After listening to their conversation, Director Xie chuckled and said, "I have a solution. Would you like to hear it?" Shi Hao and Wang Guiyong exchanged glances, their eyes urging him to speak promptly and avoid unnecessary banter. Noticing their eagerness, Director Xie divulged, "Do you remember Li Daxiong?" Wang Guiyong immediately interjected, "Could it be that Li Daxiong has also integrated animal genes? Which animal did he merge with? He has concealed it quite well." Without revealing any signs, Shi Hao concurred. "Indeed, the individuals we encountered with animal gene modifications exhibited distinct characteristics, yet Li Daxiong is unrecognizable." Director Xie gestured for them to take a seat in the hall and continued, "According to Li Daxiong, he has integrated fox genes. He is over 80 years old. And during the gene integration process, he also underwent human body modifications to repair damaged cells, causing his cells to reverse age. He now appears to be in his 40s. Based on his testimony, we cannot yet ascertain whether this is due to the genetic modification or simply because foxes are not inherently bloodthirsty. However, it is certain that he has become more intelligent and cunning after merging with the fox genes. Does that count as a fox characteristic? After reflecting on Li Daxiong's situation, Shihao remarked, regardless of the cause, we must first experiment to determine how to identify genetically modified individuals, as Li Daxiong is a serious criminal, making it inappropriate for him to be at the Gene Research Institute. Director Xie, what do you propose? Director Xie replied, there are facilities available at the prison, but we will need to ask Director Zhang to send personnel over. With a quiet night behind them, the following morning, Liang Wuxian dispatched word to Shihao, stating that a publicly listed military enterprise in Luoshi had agreed to invest in Haoshi Bionic Technology Company, Limited after evaluation, prompting Shihao to send someone to negotiate the specifics. Time was of the essence, and the tasks were daunting. Shihao felt somewhat overwhelmed. Upon receiving the notification, he hurried to the Haoshi Bionic Technology building and convened a meeting with Wang Yukai and Su Wuqing. During the meeting, Shihao meticulously recounted the developments and concluded with the pressing issues at hand. First, to initiate a targeted share increase with the military enterprise in Luoshi, which required immediate liaison with the securities company. Second, to upgrade the bionic robot production line to expedite the production of Lingshan-class robots for the military. And third, to complete the renovation of the collagen stone warehouse swiftly, as a significant shipment of collagen stones was imminent for the production of Lingshan-class robots. Su Wuqing stated, the security system at the Haoshi Bionic Technology building has been completed and is currently in the debugging phase. The installation on the basement level primarily involves metal panels, and we have already excavated the roof, adjusting everything to specifications. The alloy panels are expected to arrive for installation tomorrow, which will take approximately 2 days. After Shihao concluded, Wang Yukai furrowed his brow and pondered for a significant time before saying, I have no objections regarding the targeted share increase. We can arrange for personnel to advance this work today. With a military background, it will certainly enhance my reputation. It's advantageous to have multiple substantial connections. However, he continued, currently, Haoshi Bionic Technology has just taken over the Daxiong Group and has yet to fully assimilate it. The prosthetics, bionic pets, and civilian bionic robot projects are all on the brink of commencement, and we only have one production workshop, with workers still lacking proficiency. These issues must be resolved one by one. Nonetheless, I reiterate, General Shi, I will comply unconditionally with your arrangements. Shihao, upon hearing Wang Youcai's analysis, felt a sense of overwhelming responsibility. During meetings in Kyoto, filled with fervor, he had agreed to numerous commitments, unaware of the multitude of challenges that lay ahead. After a moment of contemplation, he said, please wait a few moments. I will call Director Wu. At this juncture, Su Wuqing interjected, yes. I was the one who received them yesterday. Upon their arrival, they commenced the equipment upgrades and worked tirelessly through the night. Their dedication is remarkable. Shihao explained. Some of the researchers under Director Wu have undergone genetic modifications, allowing them to work for 10 to 15 days without sleep. He added that Director Wu had mentioned he would send over operators from the Second Research Institute to manage the equipment, ensuring production demands would be met. The Bionic Pet project was initially intended for Tianming Entertainment, but now it could be temporarily paused, allowing Lin Yunshan to oversee the company's restructuring. Once completed, they would be well-positioned to fulfill the military's production orders. As for the prosthetics, the display items had been manufactured and could be showcased for pre-orders. Once the Lingshan-class robots were completed, they could ramp up prosthetic production. The simplified Huangshan-class bionic robots would be put on hold for further discussion. Shihao then looked to Wang Yukai and Su Wuqing for their opinions on this arrangement. Wang Yukai responded, I have no objections to this plan. However, I have a few suggestions to propose for your consideration. Tianming Entertainment's office was located in Shangjing City, over 100 kilometers from Luoshi. The Daxiong Group's interest in Tianming Entertainment was partly due to the proximity. Given the need for substantial restructuring, Wang Yukai suggested relocating the Tianming Entertainment headquarters to Luoshi, as the Haoshi Bionic Technology building had ample vacant workspaces, which would facilitate management. Shihao and Su Wuqing both expressed their agreement with Wang Youcai's proposal. Shihao understood that he could only remain in Luoshi for a few days before needing to depart. Relying solely on himself was impractical, while Su Wuqing lacked sufficient experience. Wang Youcai's arrangements seemed most suitable. However, Promoting Shi Xiaorui to vice president of LAFA Group felt somewhat abrupt. He commented, "Both Su Wuqing and I lack sufficient management experience. And I also have military matters to attend to. I wholeheartedly support your arrangement. But is it too sudden to elevate Xiaorui to vice president? Is she truly capable?" Wang Yikai straightened in his seat and exclaimed, "Mr. Shi. Xiaorui has propelled the Luoshi sales center to the nation's forefront in such a short time and has developed an exemplary training system for sales center employees. I am currently promoting this training system nationwide. She is capable and diligent, having effectively inherited your exemplary traits. To overlook such talent would be folly." Wang Yikai also took the opportunity to commend Shi Hao. Reassured by Wang Youcai's words, Shi Hao felt at ease. At that moment, Su Wuqing cautiously spoke, "Dad, I still want to inquire about the genetic modifications of Director Wu's staff. Do you think it would be possible for me to undergo the same modifications? That way, I would have sufficient energy to handle additional work." Shi Hao had previously contemplated the idea of having Shi Xiaorui and others undergo genetic modifications, but hesitated to disrupt their way of life. However, hearing Su Wuqing raise the topic, he replied, "Genetic modification technology has matured significantly. It simply hasn't been made widely available for civilian use." Su Yin underwent genetic modification. When they captured the asteroid, they went 30 days without sleep, relying on a special concentrated nutrient solution to sustain their health and alleviate fatigue while repairing damaged cells. For ordinary individuals, genetic modification leads to cellular reverse aging, maintaining peak physical condition and enhancing various abilities. Due to the profound implications of this technology, its civilian application has not been sanctioned. Wang Yikai, eager for possibilities, immediately interjected, "Is there a chance we could apply for a few slots? This is a remarkable opportunity for nationally recognized exceptional talents, unique individuals, and those who have made significant contributions to the nation, as well as individuals in crucial positions. The state will graciously allocate opportunities to them, provided they express their willingness. These individuals represent the nation's treasure and its pillars, deserving of special consideration." At this moment, Wang Guiyong called to report that the Gene Research Institute had labored throughout the night, conducting multiple experiments, and the results of the beast gene fusion had been unveiled. Volume 1, The Sorrow of Earth, Chapter 58, Battle Pets. The Gene Research Institute houses a diverse array of plant and animal genes. Director Zhang and his team conducted experiments by merging the genes of various ferocious beasts with those of cats and dogs. The results demonstrated that Ahu and another bionic dog could easily recognize and overpower cats and dogs that had undergone gene fusion with fierce animals. However, they were unable to identify those that had been fused with genes from milder species such as chickens, ducks, and horses, likely due to the absence of bloodthirsty traits in these gentler creatures. The team also targeted Li Daxiong at the first prison of Lo City for their experiments. Neither Ahu nor the bionic Kunming dog could recognize him. Subsequent genetic analysis confirmed that Li possessed certain sequences of fox genes. This outcome was a mixed blessing. While it was reassuring that the animals with dangerous ferocious genes could be identified, it was concerning that not all could be recognized, suggesting a potential loss of control over the modifications made to both human and animal genes. After listening to the results shared by Wang Guiyong, Shi Hao pondered deeply before bidding farewell and departing from Lo City to Kyoto. Upon arriving at Lei Shiyu's office, he stated directly, "Captain, I wish to converse with General Liang. Could you escort me?" Without inquiring further, Lei Shiyu began making arrangements. 2 hours later, they arrived at the entrance of a historically rich courtyard, where the ground was adorned with lush green moss, and the walls were topped with rare gray tiles. Upon entering the courtyard, they were greeted by vibrant greenery and flowers, with an ancient locust tree standing majestically in the center. The ground was meticulously paved with red bricks, and Liang Wenshan was seated beneath the tree, engrossed in a book. Upon noticing Lei Shiyu and Shi Hao, he welcomed them to sit. Liang Wenshan signaled to the guard to serve tea, and then suddenly remembered Shi Hao's bionic nature, chuckling as he remarked, "Tea is meant to embody a certain essence." After 35 years traversing the cosmos, young Shi must have savored it all. Shi Hao reflected, "In space, there is neither sky nor earth, only profound depths and emptiness. It is only by recounting the memories of all that I can grasp the essence of existence." Listening to their exchange, Lei Shiyu jested, "It seems I am destined to be a simpleton. I cannot engage in such poetic discourse as you, General Shi Haha." After Liang Wenshan finished speaking, Shi Hao recounted the experiment results from the Gene Research Institute, expressing his concerns. if we cannot fully control the gene fusion between beasts and humans, the current world order may be jeopardized. Presently, we are manually conducting these fusions, but if someone were to release these modified animals into the wild to breed, the consequences could be dire. Of course, whether they can breed and the ramifications thereof can only be determined through experimentation. Both humans and beasts that undergo fusion with ferocious genes will display bloodthirsty tendencies. Trained dogs can identify such transformed beings, but there is currently no method to recognize those fused with gentler species unless we analyze their genes one by one, which is impractical. Liang Wenshan and Lei Shiyu, listening intently to Shao's analysis, grew increasingly grave. Liang Wenshan took a sip of tea and remarked, "The development of this matter indeed catches us off guard. However, even without this Lu Jiao beast, others like Wang Jiao will emerge. This is an inevitable outcome of human technological progress. Since we cannot prevent it, we must find ways to cope. We have endured numerous challenges over the past century, yet we have only grown stronger. These hardships have shaped us." Lei Shiyu turned to Shao and said, "Knowing you as I do, it seems your purpose in meeting Vice Chairman Liang extends beyond merely assessing the risks. Have you devised a countermeasure?" Liang Wenshan added, "Shao, please feel free to speak your mind." Shao adjusted his posture and began. "Given that we cannot entirely guard against these threats, I believe our first action should be to take the initiative, and secondly, to enhance our protective capabilities as well as those of the populace. While we may not be able to identify the highly dangerous modified humans and animals, we are aware that bionic dogs possess this capability and can defeat them. When the Second Research Institute formed the first Dragon Squad, I requested Director Wu to develop a bionic dog for reconnaissance purposes. This bionic animal, named Ahu, provided us with significant assistance during missions. Its essence was derived from a retiring police dog, with its memory, consciousness, and thought processes transferred into the bionic dog's advanced brain, incorporating its genes. Moreover, our HARD-SCI-FI bionic technology has developed a simplified version of bionic pets, utilizing an embedded intelligent program rather than memory transfer. Our researchers have also created a hidden passive trigger function, allowing the pet to temporarily enhance its abilities to protect its owner in times of danger. The bionic pets manufactured by HARD-SCI-FI technology are programmed to recognize their owners, pledging loyalty without betrayal. I have also consulted Director Wu, who confirmed that memory-transferred bionic dogs can undergo owner recognition through gene editing. I propose that bionic dogs like Ahu be termed combat pets, as they could assist military and law enforcement in executing tasks. Initially, they could be trialed within the Dragon Squad, and once proven effective, scaled for broader deployment." Listening intently, Liang Wenshan tapped his fingers on the armrest of his chair. After Shao finished, he responded, "The concept of bionic and combat pets you propose is indeed a promising solution, catering to both civilian and military needs. You both shall remain here for a few days while I promptly notify relevant experts to convene in Kyoto for a seminar." Upon hearing Shao's ideas, Lei Shiyu was taken aback. If combat pets were to become widespread, individual combat capabilities would be significantly enhanced, altering combat strategies and even impacting military equipment upgrades. The military is acutely aware of the interplay between offense and defense. For every strong spear, there must be a corresponding shield, and for every formidable shield, a spear capable of breaching it will emerge. After recovering from his astonishment, he remarked, "If the concept of combat pets truly gains traction, I believe it will not be limited to canines alone. Various forms will likely emerge." Shao had considered this possibility as well, stating, "I believe that as development progresses, the forms of combat pets will diversify. However, I cannot predict the specifics of their evolution." Liang Wenshan added, "If combat pets indeed proliferate, they will undoubtedly evolve progressively, much like ordinary animals which may now evolve into hybrids of two or even multiple genes. This very evolution necessitates the emergence of combat pets. As the saying goes, the higher the magic, the higher the countermeasure. We shall let nature take its course." The next morning, experts from various regions gathered, marking the commencement of the seminar. At the outset of the meeting, opinions clashed vigorously, with participants reluctant to yield. That evening, 2 more incidents involving stray cats attacking humans occurred. Observing the images and videos, the attendees transitioned from silence to outrage, ultimately acknowledging the unstoppable reality of technological advancement and the passage of time, agreeing to initiate the project for combat pets. Discussions then shifted towards various associated regulations and legal matters. 3 days later, The seminar concluded successfully, heralding the advent of combat pets onto the historical stage. Following the dissemination of gene fusion technology between humans and beasts, as well as among beasts, incidents of stray cat attacks became increasingly frequent. The Dragon and Flying Dragon squads transformed into rapid response teams, swiftly mobilizing to apprehend the offenders. This passive situation caused considerable distress among the higher-ups. After the conclusion of the combat pet seminar, they ordered the production of bionic dogs modeled after Kunming dogs, initially equipping each city with 10. Prioritizing those that had experienced attack incidents. Lo City, with its robust industrial foundation, coordinated with Wang Guiyong to have a military equipment manufacturing enterprise focus on the production of Lingshan-class robots and bionic pet manufacturing equipment. Researchers in biomimetic robotics have been reassigned from national research institutes to the Second Research Institute for training in preparation for production. The Haoshi Biomimetic Technology Collagen Stone warehouse has been completed, and the first batch of collagen stones has been dispatched from the moon. After undergoing genetic modifications, Wang Yukai and Su Wuqing have tirelessly planned the factory layout, recruited and trained personnel. Considering the military nature of the Second Research Institute and the significance of the National Biomimetic Robotics Research Center, Wang Yukai has allocated a large tract of land from the Lafong Group to establish this research center, which will include a military robot production workshop and a combat pet production workshop, along with dedicated warehouses, a comprehensive training ground, and employee dormitories. Meanwhile, the Haoshi Biomimetic Technology Building focuses on the research and production of civilian projects. Everything is progressing in an orderly manner. Even the previously stalled biomimetic pet project has gained momentum, with the first batch of 500 biomimetic pets set to be delivered on schedule. 5 prototype civilian robots have been produced and dispatched to the Huagua lunar base. All operations are advancing systematically. Shihao and El Wei are assigning tasks to the 8 members of the Panlong team. The second round of selection is primarily led by Wang Ping and Laura, with a Dragon Control team assisting. Other personnel are finalizing revisions to the Panlong Brigade training outline and becoming familiar with it, as the new Panlong team members will serve as instructors upon their arrival at the base. At this moment, Shihao's phone rang. It was Wu Yi calling, who urgently said, "Wu Ruanfa was kidnapped 5 minutes ago. I'm on my way to the Second Research Institute. You should hurry." With that, he hung up. Statement. The title of this book has been changed from Rebirth of the Apocalypse to I Return from Space. Shihao immediately stood up and declared, "Director Wu has been kidnapped. The plan has changed." Upon hearing Shihao's words, Mickey felt as though struck by lightning, leaping from his seat and rushing outside. Lao He attempted to stop him, but Shihao intervened, instructing Wang Ping, "Take a Hu and follow closely. Ensure Mickey does not encounter any mishap." Wang Ping, upon hearing this, promptly dashed out as well. Lao He, He Yu, Wu Feng, Xian Gu, and Laura took the candidates and divided into 5 teams, each comprising 30 individuals, tasked with sealing off the train station, airport, and major transportation routes. The large man and I will head to the Second Research Institute together. Captain LV, I command all dragon tamers to act independently and coordinate the overall operations. Not a single bird must escape. Laura and her team swiftly boarded military air buses and flew to the training ground. Minutes later, they ascended with 30 individuals each, heading toward the train station, airport, port, and major traffic arteries. The 5 dragon tamer teams from the Panlong base also set off simultaneously. Wu Yi dispatched all stations Swift Dragon, Rising Dragon, and Dragon Tamer teams in Yungue City, effectively surrounding the entire city in an ironclad enclosure, causing widespread panic among the various forces infiltrating Yungue City. Wu Ruanfa might be unaware of his own worth, but both Shihao and Wu Yi understood the significance of the Lingshan and Taishan level bionic robots, especially with the imminent emergence of combat pets. In recent days, over 20 experts in bionic robotics had been summoned from across the nation for intensive training at the Second Research Institute. Among them was a spy from Japan, who had been lurking in his original unit for over 5 years. After undergoing training and practical operations here, he discovered that the big fish was indeed present and learned about Wu Ruanfa and his team's imminent trip to Lashi for mass production of Lingshan-level robots. Sensing a tremendous threat to sabotage the production plan, he contacted Japanese infiltrators in Yungue City. This morning, Wu Ruanfa called an old friend in Yungue City, intending to visit before heading to Lashi. The spy had previously installed a listening device in Wu Ruanfa's office, Upon hearing this news, he immediately contacted the infiltrators in Yungue City, who lay in wait near the Second Research Institute to execute the kidnapping. Having been in Yungue City for years, their hideout had gone undetected, instilling them with confidence. They bound Wu Ruanfa and gagged him, intending to feed him once a day and provide water, ensuring he would not starve to death. Mickey, not entirely losing his composure, rushed to the armory to equip himself. At that moment, Wang Ping arrived and the two, without exchanging words, boarded a flying vehicle with a Hu and sped toward the Second Research Institute. Upon arrival at Wu Ruanfa's office, Mickey spotted the confiscated listening device. Pounding the table in frustration, his eyes slightly reddening, Wang Ping had a Hu sniff Wu Ruanfa's clothing and then signaled for a Hu to track the target. They quickly followed a Hu outside. A Hu tracked the scent to a point 500 meters from the Second Research Institute, where Wu Ruanfa's flying vehicle had crashed. The rotor had been damaged, and soldiers were already stationed here, the surrounding area in disarray. The kidnappers had sprayed chemical agents to disrupt the local scent information, intending to evade detection. A Hu ran off for a third time, this time without hesitation. Wang Ping and Mickey, seeing this, quickly pursued him. Wang Ping urged a Hu to accelerate, and the trio dashed down the road, leaping over obstacles and circumventing tall buildings, outpacing shuttles, buses, and taxis, drawing the attention of passers-by. They arrived at a large industrial area, where a Hu halted outside an abandoned chemical factory, lying motionless. The factory spanned roughly 200 acres, filled with workshops, warehouses, and office buildings, a pungent odor permeating the air, rendering a Hu's sense of smell ineffective. Wang Ping reported the situation to Shi Hao and began circling the factory's perimeter with a Hu. After a complete round, a Hu remained still once more. Wang Ping informed Mickey, it appears to be within this factory, but a Hu cannot pinpoint the exact location. When Shi Xiaowei encountered trouble, Shi Hao had previously advised Mickey that rescuing hostages required swiftness. Every second counted, as delay meant greater danger for the hostage. The moment Wu Ruanfa was kidnapped, Mickey felt as though the sky had fallen. Wu Ruanfa was the only person in the world he could truly call family. Mickey's eyes turned red, his mind overwhelmed with anguish, and he could not suppress his cries, charging into the factory. Observing this, Wang Ping called for a Hu to follow and caught up with Mickey, stating, "We mustn't alert the kidnappers. We must protect Director Wu." Upon hearing the name Director Wu, Mickey's mind cleared slightly, prompting him to halt. Wang Ping continued, "Currently, we have no choice but to search building by building." Wang Ping reported the situation and location to Shi Hao, then, accompanied by a Hu and Mickey, commenced a thorough search of the factory. They meticulously scoured each building, every level, leaving no corner unchecked. Time slipped away, and night gradually descended. Shi Hao, along with the large man, also reached the factory. Observing Mickey's red eyes and slight tremors, Shi Hao gently embraced him, stroking his hair, whispering, "Mickey, Director Wu will be just fine. He has the capability to manufacture numerous Lingshan and Taishan level robots. Trust me, we will rescue him soon." At that moment, Lao He arrived with Xiao He, another bionic Kunming dog. To expedite the search, Shi Hao designated this bionic dog to Lao He, who named it Xiao He. Wang Ping, Mickey, and a Hu continued their search, while Lao He, the large man, and Xiao He embarked on a separate route. When a Hu's group reached a building near the perimeter, they slowed down, crouching as they advanced. Wang Ping and Mickey quickly followed suit. A Hu approached a spot near the wall and remained still. Wang Ping observed carefully, peering inside to find the building empty, yet a Hu refused to move, leading Wang Ping to deduce there must be a basement. Wang Ping signaled for a retreat, then reported to Shi Hao and requested the multifunctional reconnaissance vehicle. To avoid alerting the kidnappers, everyone else remained in a nearby building. Lao He calculated the amount of explosives needed and placed them above the corner wall opposite Wu Ruanfa. Once the explosives were set, Mickey positioned himself at the nearest safe spot. Shi Hao directed Laura and the large man to follow closely behind Mickey. With a resounding explosion, a large hole appeared, debris and dust cascading down. Mickey, gripping 3 flying darts in one hand, hurled them at the kidnappers before they even touched the ground, swiftly drawing a dagger and launching into a furious assault. Blood, arms, and ears flew chaotically within the basement. Mickey spotted a figure stealthily approaching Wu Ruanfa, brandishing a short dagger poised to strike. With a powerful push from his legs, Mickey propelled himself between the assailant and Wu Ruanfa, and as the dagger struck Mickey, it snapped with a crack. Mickey, wielding the dagger, frantically stabbed at the assailant, once, twice, thrice, 10 times, mechanically stabbing, growling under his breath. His eyes bloodshot, fiercely protecting Wu Ruanfa behind him. Mickey, he is already dead. Stop. Laura shouted at Mickey, but he remained deaf to her pleas, continuing his assault. At that moment, Shihao leaped down, wresting the dagger from Mickey's grasp and removing his equipment. Yet Mickey's hands continued their stabbing motion. Shihao silently hoisted Mickey onto his shoulder and jumped out of the hole, while Laura and the large man carefully escorted Wu Ruanfa to safety. Upon returning to the Second Research Institute, Wu Ruanfa promptly activated the equipment, aiming to induce a deep sleep state in Mickey. However, despite his numerous attempts, the indicators revealed that Mickey could only achieve a state of light sleep. Nevertheless, this was sufficient to calm him down, ceasing his restless movements. Yet, the EEG readings on the display remained chaotic and disordered. Wu Ruanfa sat beside Mickey, lost in thought, throughout the night. The following day, the staff urged Wu Ruanfa to take a rest, concerned for his well-being. He replied, "Xiao Wang, please prepare for me. I am going to undergo genetic modification." It was impossible to claim he was unafraid after being kidnapped, and although he had managed to escape, Mickey's predicament weighed heavily on him. Exhausted in both body and spirit, Wu Ruanfa resolved to undergo the same genetic modification as Su Yan, determined to maintain his optimal condition for Mickey's sake. Note: the title of this book has changed from Rebirth of the Apocalypse to I Return from Space. Volume 1, The Sorrow of Earth, Chapter 60, Autonomous Memory. The following day, at the command center of the Yunguizhou battle zone, the city remained under strict martial law. During the previous day's inspections, several suspicious individuals with forged documents attempted to exit the city. Following the trail, we uncovered a few foreign operatives lurking in Yunguizhou. Some hidden forces, startled, revealed traces of their presence, and we are now keeping a close watch on them. Wu Yi was on the phone with Shihao, who stated that the Panlong team could be mobilized at any time if needed. Wu Yi responded that Hu and Xiao He had played significant roles since yesterday, emphasizing that Shihao should expedite the establishment of the Panlong team, which would alleviate our current passive stance. Selection processes had already commenced, and by afternoon, the final roster would be finalized, pending the progress from Director Wu's side. Additionally, the situation concerning Mi Chi was not optimistic. Shihao harbored concerns for Mi Chi, who had not undergone human memory transfer and was entirely artificial intelligence. The previous day's incident warranted serious attention, if anything were to go awry. Wu Yi left the thought unfinished, yet Shihao understood the gravity. After concluding the call with Wu Yi, Shihao instructed Wang Ping and Laura to oversee the final selection, while others assisted in swiftly confirming personnel before heading to the underground laboratory of the Second Research Institute. Upon arrival, Shihao observed that although Wu Ruanfa's expression was grave, his spirits were high as he donned a white lab coat, diligently recording data. Once finished, Wu Ruanfa paused to greet Shihao. Shihao inquired about Mi Chi's condition, expressing concern over Mi Chi's lack of human memory transfer and the apprehension from higher-ups regarding the current situation. Wu Ruanfa, upon hearing this, urgently assured Shihao that Mi Chi's condition was merely temporary, promising never to abandon him and vowing to restore him to health. Shihao clarified that his concerns extended beyond Mi Chi, affecting any robot of Lingshan class or higher that lacked human memory and consciousness control. Wu Ruanfa, shaking his head, requested time, confident in his abilities. As Wu Ruanfa and Shihao conversed, Mi Chi's brainwaves exhibited increasingly intense fluctuations, one particularly pronounced and smooth. Upon noticing this, the staff promptly called Wu Ruanfa over. Excitedly, Wu Ruanfa shouted, Mi Chi, Mi Chi. Following his call, the fluctuation reappeared. Shihao leaned closer to Mi Chi, commending his performance in aiding Wu Ruanfa, stating that he had remembered everything he had been taught about protecting his loved ones. He encouraged Mi Chi to cooperate with the treatment, assuring him that the entire Panlong team awaited his return. During Shihao's words, the monitoring device responded positively, alleviating his concerns about Mi Chi's well-being. After Shihao departed, Wu Ruanfa had additional recording devices set up, one for documenting his dialogue with Mi Chi and another for tracking Mi Chi's brain's feedback to the conversation. Wu Ruanfa then began speaking to Mi Chi, recounting memories from his childhood, sharing joys from his youth, and narrating his educational journey from primary school through to university, including his first love. Although Wu Ruanfa had never married, it did not imply a lack of understanding of romantic relationships. He spoke of his family, from grandparents to parents and siblings, emphasizing the bonds of kinship. He shared anecdotes about classmates and friends, detailing his impressions of each. He elaborated on his academic pursuits, his insights into various subjects, and eventually delved into his research in genetics and biomimetics, discussing the history of scientific development and the societal progress it could foster. After undergoing genetic modification, Wu Ruanfa's mind was exceptionally clear, and he continued sharing stories with Mi-Chi, fully engrossed in the narrative, unaware that the monitoring device indicated a gradual normalization of the previously erratic brainwaves. As 2 days and nights passed, Wu Ruanfa continued, Mi-Chi, I have no children, but I have always regarded you as my own. The day you were created, I felt an immense fulfillment. If you could call me Dad, I would have no regrets in this life. Dad? A faint voice whispered from beside him. Wu Ruanfa froze momentarily, self-mockingly thinking he was hallucinating. Dad, you're not imagining things, came the voice again. Though soft, it was unmistakably clear. Turning to look, Wu Ruanfa saw Mi-Chi smiling and slightly shy, awakening before him. Overwhelmed with joy, he exclaimed, Mi-Chi, you are finally awake. Embracing the now-sitting Mi-Chi, he felt a profound sense of safety and happiness. Remarking that he no longer felt cold or afraid, but rather, his body regained strength, liberating him from the nightmarish sensations. Mi-Chi clung to Wu Ruanfa's arm, resting his head on his shoulder, saying, Dad, let me stay with you a bit longer. I want to protect you. I fear the bad people may return. Reluctantly departing from the second research institute, Wu Ruanfa, revitalized since his genetic modification, regretted not having taken this step sooner, and immediately began analyzing Mi-Chi's data from the past few days. At the Panlong base training ground, the atmosphere was charged with a sense of duty and honor. You have arrived here with a responsibility and privilege. Are you ready to face the challenges ahead? The crowd responded with a resounding affirmation. As the echoes of their voices faded, a crisp reporting sound rang out. Sure Hao, spotting Mi-Chi, promptly commanded, return to your formation. Mi-Chi ran to his place behind the messenger pigeons. Sure Hao continued, you will be divided into 8 teams, with these 8 individuals serving as your temporary captains and instructors, who will provide you with training. He gestured towards Wang Ping's group. As you have yet to undergo memory transfer and genetic fusion, you will begin with physical training and select subjects during this interim. After completing these arrangements, Sure Hao quickly drove to the second research institute to find Wu Ruanfa, as Mi-Chi's situation had caused some delays in their work. The military manufacturing plant in Luo City had already produced equipment for the bionic robots, which had been transported to the new workshop of Hausher Bionic Technology for testing, and they were currently working overtime to produce equipment for combat pets. Upon meeting Wu Ruanfa, he was greeted with good news. Mi-Chi has turned misfortune into fortune. Through recent data analysis, we discovered that with appropriate guidance and his self-advancement, he has developed human-like cognitive awareness. We can now confirm that Mi-Chi's bionic brain has generated numerous positive consciousnesses and formed unique memories, evolving organically from the content I shared. This evolution allows us to develop a fuzzy algorithm that can be implanted into the bionic robot's brain, regulating their behavioral protocols. Sure Hao, having previously inquired about a solution regarding Zheng Xin, felt a surge of emotions upon hearing Wu Ruanfa's findings. What had once been a mere thought now ignited a desire to resurrect Zheng Xin, although he prudently resolved to wait until the technology was fully matured before proceeding. Sure Hao and Wu Ruanfa exchanged updates on their recent work progress, with Wu Ruanfa nearly ready, recounting that on the day of his abduction, he had merely intended to bid farewell to an old friend before heading to Luo City, unaware of the impending misfortune. Sure Hao once again visited the headquarters of the Yunguizhou battle zone to report to Wu Yi about the situation regarding Mickey and Wu Ruanfa's subsequent plans. Ultimately, it was decided that 2 Dragon Tamer squads from the Panlong base would escort Wu Ruanfa's team to Luoshi City. The final selection comprised 132 members from the Panlong team and 48 members from the Dragon Tamer squads, who would undergo memory transfer and gene fusion at the newly established military production workshop in Luoshi City, led by Wang Yikai and his team. Upon completion of the fusion process, 20 Dragon Tamer squads would be formed. Captain LV, now is indeed the time to utilize personnel effectively. I wholeheartedly agree with your request. Having an additional Lingshan-level individual within our base will undoubtedly enhance our capabilities. I will promptly report your application to General Wu. As for the other 4 candidates, we shall proceed according to the selection process. What do you think? Upon hearing Stone's affirmative response, LV Wei was elated and quickly replied, no problem, for safety's sake. We must adhere strictly to the regulations during the selection. Stone immediately contacted Wu Yi to convey LV Wei's request. Wu Yi responded, "No need for a formal report. I can approve his application here." Today, we received urgent news about a sudden attack on a key town near the borders of the Russian Federation and the former Mongolian territory by genetically modified human beasts. The wealthiest brothers in the town, local tyrants, were murdered and their riches plundered. The following morning, a package filled with money was discovered at the entrance of the orphanage in that town. The state has urged us to expedite the expansion of the Panlong Brigade, granting us the highest level of authorization. Resources and personnel are available upon request. The sole requirement is to swiftly form a formidable iron army to safeguard the safety of our people and homeland. Stone understood that with the first attack, a second would inevitably follow, spreading like a contagion. After receiving Stone's confirmation, LV Wei immediately arranged for the next steps, instructing the other 4 individuals to report to Wang Ping for assessment. Those who could come to the Panlong base had been meticulously selected. All 4 passed Wang Ping's evaluation. The next morning, the 2 dragon-taming teams from the Panlong base escorted Director Wu's team and materials. As Wang Ping led 132 new recruits aboard a military transport aircraft heading to Luo City. Wang Yukai allocated 1/5 of the Lafeng Fei vehicle manufacturing plant for military use, designating it a military exclusion zone. The state provided substantial financial compensation to the Lafeng group. Following Wu Ruanfa's incident, Wang Guiyong stationed 3 Tinglong teams here. And upon the arrival of the 2 dragon-taming teams, they also took residence. Since their genetic modifications, Wang Yukai and Su Wuqing had not slept, relying on concentrated nutrient solutions for stamina. The workshops for military bionic robots and pets were refurbished from old facilities, with the production equipment for Ling Shan-level robots already installed. While the installation of bionic pet production equipment commenced gradually, the research center, specialized warehouses, employee dormitories, and indoor training facilities were constructed using modular designs, expected to be completed in over 30 days. Once the memory transfers and genetic integrations of over 180 individuals were finalized, these facilities would be operational. In Stone's absence, Wang Ping managed the daily operations, his experience and credentials earning him respect. During the integration period, he led everyone in training and participating in the construction of the factory, significantly accelerating the building process. Members of Wu Ruanfa's team, including Wu Ruanfa himself, operated the equipment, fully utilizing their capabilities to manufacture Ling Shan-level robots. In Europe, attacks also emerged, with genetically modified human beasts committing heinous acts of murder and robbery. In the Americas, a Mexican drug lord utilized genetically modified human beasts to assault the U.S. border guard, purely for retaliatory purposes. The U.S. military quickly dispatched personnel to eliminate the threat, but the outcome remains uncertain. The southern coastline of our nation continued to be harassed by liquid metal creatures and robots. The southern war zone utilized quantum satellites to locate a transporting submarine. But by the time naval vessels arrived, the targets had escaped. In 3 domestic cities, incidents of stray cats and dogs attacking people surfaced, prompting all cities to order the removal of strays. However, the genetically modified strays had been intentionally released by individuals using vehicles, rendering these measures ineffective. The Tinglong and dragon taming teams patrolled daily, extinguishing chaos wherever it erupted. As the smoke of conflict rose, the incessant attacks rattled the nerves of every nation, including our own. Stone, Wu Ruanfa, Wang Yukai, and others toiled day and night. On this day, Tianming Entertainment commenced sales of bionic pets, featuring 3 breeds, Chihuahua, German Shepherd, and Labrador Retriever, totaling 500 units. Following the launch of holographic advertising, citizens could interact with the bionic dogs through the projections, leading to a nationwide sensation upon discovering their functionalities. A 14-year-old boy exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, this shepherd dog is incredible. Anyone who claims it's fake will have to contend with me. Compared to it, other metallic pets and smart pets are nothing but inferior imitations. This one is model number 10222, and taking it out is quite the statement. Minzy, that guy, is so full of himself with his model 10389, huh? A bespectacled man. A quantum engineer unaccustomed to speaking, stated during a press interview, "I waited in line for 2 days to purchase a Chihuahua." When asked why he, a grown man, chose a Chihuahua, he replied, "What can I say? It's model number 10010. The others were too far down the list, and I'm sensitive to numbers." so I opted for it. When questioned about his romantic life, he confessed, "Before acquiring it, I didn't have a girlfriend, but my bionic dog, Tiger, approached a beautiful girl I've secretly liked for ages. Since then, I haven't even held Tiger. But I think having a beautiful girl cuddle with me while I sleep is worth it. She holds Tiger, and I hold her." On the third day after the sale, a sensational incident captured national attention. A high school student in Kyoto took his bionic Labrador out to show off. As he turned a corner, a mutated stray cat suddenly charged at them. The normally docile Labrador unexpectedly lunged at the cat, barking ferociously, and fought fiercely for several minutes. The Labrador lost a leg in the struggle and sustained numerous injuries, but held on until the dragon taming team arrived. The high school student wept bitterly while cradling his wounded Labrador. His parents sought assistance from Tianming Entertainment with a sense of desperation, and after 2 days at the factory, the dog was repaired. Once the media exposed this incident, the nation turned its attention to HARD-SCI-FI bionic technology and Tianming Entertainment in Luo City, leading to a flood of inquiries at the sales center. Journalists flocked daily, and numerous companies approached Tianming Entertainment seeking agency rights. Reluctantly, Tianming Entertainment issued a statement clarifying that bionic pets would not be signed to agents. All sales would be managed directly through the HARD-SCI-FI Bionic Technology Sales Center, with media reception days set for every Friday at 9 a.m. In recent days, Lin Yunshan had been overwhelmed with stress. Observing the vitality of Wang Yukai and Su Wuqing, she grew curious. Once informed, she insisted on accompanying Su Wuqing to apply for genetic modifications herself. Stone readily agreed. And that very day, Lin Yunshan completed her modifications, invigorated and enthusiastically diving into a multitude of tasks. The production of Ling Shan-level robots was now in full swing, and the genetic fusion processes progressed steadily. Wu Ruanfa finally found some leisure and began discussing the selection of combat pets with Stone and the Panlong team. Wang Ping had a mixed-breed dog named Ahu, and Lao He owned a Kunming dog named Xiao He. Stone chose a Chinese rural dog, while the larger individual opted for a Tibetan Mastiff. Black Feathers selected a Cane Corso, and Wu Feng chose a Dogo Argentino. After communication, the messenger pigeon and Wu Ruanfa decided on 2 pigeons and 3 Lin Shou birds, adept at camouflage and surveillance. Mickey chose a stone-patterned cat that resembled a small leopard from a distance. Laura, seeking mobility, opted for a king cobra, crafting a pet pouch at her waist to carry it around. The eyes of these pets integrated navigation and video surveillance capabilities. One day, Lei Shiyu called Stone, stating that Minister Liu from the Ministry of Education wished to meet with him and inquired about his availability. Stone found this puzzling, as he had no affiliations with the education sector, yet he agreed. 2 hours later, Minister Liu's delegation arrived in Luo City. Shihao arranged to meet at the HARD-SCI-FI Biomimetic Technology Building. Upon their meeting, Shihao bypassed pleasantries and directly inquired, "Minister Liu, how may I assist you? Please feel free to elaborate." It was only after hearing Minister Liu's words that Shihao recalled Su Yuan was also reporting to Huawei University of Science and Technology on September 1st. He then asked, "Minister Liu, may I inquire how many of these biomimetic pet dogs you require?" Minister Liu, clearly well prepared, responded without hesitation, "Currently, the attacks by mutated stray cats and dogs are concentrated in urban areas. We will first equip urban schools, followed by those in rural towns. Initially, we plan to procure 50,000 units. Furthermore, we encourage students to bring biomimetic pet dogs to school, as each additional pet dog enhances safety."